closest option to your natural teeth. Dr. Joe, he's so cool. 20 years of dental implant experience and surgeries. He trains and lectures all over the world, all about dental implants, and he lives right here in Phoenix. Aria will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers. They're locally owned and they pass the savings on to their patients. If you want a beautiful new set of teeth and overall improve the quality of your life, go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. There's a free consultation if you mention me. That's Aria, ARIA, DentalImplantCenter.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from the Guardians over the weekend and wrapped up their 10-game road trip, 6-4, still tied with the Phillies for that second wild card spot. And they return home for a 4-game series with the Padres that starts tonight with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere around the MLB, last year's AL Cy Young winner Tarek Skubal was traded. Yep, you guessed it, to the LA Dodgers. And with the deadline ending at 3 o'clock today, what will the Diamondbacks end up doing? The Arizona Cardinals continued with training camp over the weekend as they prep for the Hall of Fame game this Thursday. And from Walter Nolan injury updates to who has stood out and struggled at camp, we've got you covered over on ArizonaSports.com today. And joining Bickley and Murata this morning at 8:30, former Cardinals head coach Bruce Arians. You won't want to miss it. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the official team eye doc for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Schedule your free eye evaluation today at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Show the world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Murata.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Monday. And if you're on your way to work going, man, that was a quick weekend, you are not alone.
It was. I blinked and it was over.
It was gone. I spent the weekend trying to kind of rekindle my love for soccer post-World Cup.
Yeah, did you watch some MLS?
I watched some USL is what I watched. I watched the Phoenix Rising play the Las Vegas Lights. And it was a little depressing, to be quite honest with you. The game was in Vegas, and there was very few people in the stands, and it was very poorly lit. But here's what I can't wrap my brain around. Have you seen any of these games, these USL games? You watch them from time to time?
From time to time. I haven't partaken in a bit.
I'm watching this, and I'm looking, and I'm like, there's no way this field is as big as a World Cup pitch. And I looked it up, and it says no, to the contrary. This field I was watching was actually wider than a World Cup pitch, and I can't get my brain to reconcile that. Now, in this soccer field in Vegas, they had barriers right up against the end line, so maybe it gave the optical illusion of being more constricted.
Could be that.
I don't know.
But there's no uniform rules on the dimensions of
on the
pitch.
dimensions of it.
Yeah.
It just seems much more expansive in the World Cup. And numerically, I don't think that's the case. There was that. Then there's the head of FIFA who was trying to sell the World Cup on the down low to private equity so he and his cronies could make out like bandits. And literally the world rebelled, and now this Johnny Infantino might lose his gig. Nothing is more corrupt than FIFA.
Nothing.
Nothing. As bad as this country has gotten, nothing is as corrupt as FIFA.
I mean, it doesn't get worse than that, though. The guy in charge is, hey, come here. I got an idea.
And he's not telling anybody. All the people who are supposed to be involved in those decisions are blindsided by it.
Yeah. I just got breaking soccer news,
Oh,
Vic.
did you?
Look at this. It's a kismet. Mauricio Pochettino will return as the manager of the U.S. men's national team for the 2030 World Cup.
All right.
Nice. That's good.
Yeah, because that's going to be
the new deal runs through the World Cup.
That's going to be the big breakout, everybody.
Yep.
We're gonna lose in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
That's going to be the big breakout for everybody.
But we'll be asking the questions. What does this do for American soccer?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Can it continue to grow?
We are stuck in that eternal loop. Start the show, Bailey.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-backs blanked by the Guardians 5-0 in the finale of a 3-game series at Progressive Field. Cleveland got 2 runs in the third, 3 more in the fifth, all against Arizona starter Merrill Kelly. Meanwhile, the Diamondbacks could not touch Guardians right-hander Gavin Williams, who struck out 10 in 5 2/3 innings. And I don't know, maybe you heard about this. Williams had a perfect game going into the 6th inning when Tim Tawa attempted to lay down a bunt, but fouled it off.
How dare he?
And laced a single to right on the next Williams pitch. Moments later, the umpires stopped the game. A rain delay that lasted 94 minutes and then sparked some sore feelings on the Cleveland side. Not much change for the D-backs after play resumed. They managed only one more hit, a bloop single by Geraldo Perdomo with 2 outs in the 8th. They get shut out for the 8th time this year, and their 2 hits represent the lowest total of the year. 5th time they've had 2 hits in a game this year. But they did win the series in Cleveland. They went 6-4 on the 10-game road trip. D-backs return home, still in a wild card spot, starting a huge 4-game series with the Padres tonight at Chase Field. Brandon fought on the hill for Arizona against Michael King for San Diego. 6:40 first pitch. All the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. But maybe the bigger news is what the D-backs didn't do over the weekend. They didn't make any trades. Today, the trade deadline hits at 2 o'clock Arizona time. The sport's still buzzing over the gigantic but incredibly predictable trade that went down Saturday night with the Los Angeles Dodgers continuing to stockpile superstar talent. They acquire 2-time defending AL Cy Young winner Tarek Skubal from the Detroit Tigers in exchange for 3 guys. Skubal 7-5, 2.79 ERA and 16 starts this season. Lots of reaction to that deal from around baseball on both sides of the fence. Cubs pick up right-hander Kevin Gausman from the Blue Jays for a couple of prospects. Gausman helped the Jays to the American League pennant last year. And this year, just 5-10 with a 4.38 ERA and 23 starts. The Braves picked up starter Tyler Mahle from the San Francisco Giants. Luis Garcia, who had been rumored to be a trade target of the Diamondbacks, and GM Mike Hazen did get dealt, but he went to the Yankees in exchange for 4 right-handed pitchers. Garcia has 23 home runs and currently leading the National League in slugging percentage, 560. That would have been good. Would have been.
Oh, yeah.
Would have been fine.
Yeah.
I would have been okay with it.
The Tampa Bay Rays bolstered their already strong starting rotation by picking up right-hander Freddie Peralta from the New York Mets in exchange for 3 minor leaguers after a successful 8-year stint in Milwaukee that included all-star nods. Peralta has been less than stellar for this year for the Mets, and he'll tell you so, posting a 4.99 ERA and 22 starts. It is game week for the Arizona Cardinals. They will travel to Canton, Ohio to face the Carolina Panthers in the NFL's preseason opener Thursday night Hall of Fame game. Cardinals released their first depth chart of the preseason on Sunday. Some notes of interest: rookie running back and 3rd overall pick Jeremiah Love listed as RB2 behind veteran Tyler Algier, with James Conner running 3rd team, although Love was getting first-team reps yesterday at practice. Isaiah Adams listed as the starter at right guard ahead of rookie Chase Basantis, and Elijah Wilkinson and rookie Jaden Williams running 1-2 at the right tackle spot. That's another buzz story coming out of training camp, is the offensive line doesn't look that good.
Yeah, which is why other teams need to start playing against the Cardinals, because the Cardinals are practicing against Cardinals. What can you really determine from that? I mean, you can get an idea. I'm not saying you can't.
Yeah,
I'm not saying you can't.
That's why Thursday, for that whole unit, Thursday night, pretty important.
Exactly.
Believe it or not, today's training camp practice at State Farm Stadium is the last chance for fans to get a look at Cards Camp. Today's session starts at 4 o'clock. They got one more, the red and white practice on Sunday, but this is it before the first preseason game. Head coach Mike LaFleur said that defensive lineman Walter Nolan III, who left practice limping on Friday, is fine. Cardinals did make a couple of signings over the weekend. They inked cornerback Quentin Newsome. Jaden Davis goes on injured reserve. They also signed defensive lineman Broderick Martin and placed P.J. Mustipher on injured reserve. Elsewhere around the NFL, Saints defensive lineman Brian Brzee out for the season. The fourth-year pro suffered a torn ACL on a non-contact play during the Saints' first training camp practice last week. How many times have we heard that already? Goodness gracious. The Houston Texans adding to their already stout defense by adding Jadeveon Clowney to the mix. Clowney was drafted first overall by the Texans in 2014, played there through 2018, and now he just plays on a different team every year. He has been with Seattle, Tennessee, Cleveland, Baltimore, Carolina, Dallas, and now back to Houston in the last 8 years. And the D-backs didn't make any big trades over the weekend, but the Phoenix Mercury sure did. They acquired 5-time WNBA All-Star and 2-time champion Kelsey Plum in a trade with the LA Sparks.
Kelsey Plum.
Kelsey Plum.
Kelsey Plum. What does our son Guru Olson say when he spots his favorite hand fruit?
Oh, my God.
Might have been the dumbest joke he has ever told.
It's right
still
there.
so bad.
But kind of prophetic because he did that on Friday.
Yeah.
And
now
she's
she's
now
here in
part
town.
of our sports portfolio.
Phoenix sending guard Monique Akoa-Makani to L.A. along with 2027 first-round pick and a 2028 second-round pick. Plum has been bothered by a leg injury, has not played since June 21st, but is averaging almost 24 points per game this season, which, if she had the requisite amount of minutes and was qualified, would be second in the league. Mercury starting a 4-game road trip tonight in Chicago against the Sky. Kelsey Plum questionable for that because of physical things.
Okay.
Got to pass the physical. Tip-off at 4 o'clock. You can catch it on Arizona's Family Sports or USA Network. There you go. There is your splash for this Monday, August 3rd. Coming up, the D-backs won a series in Cleveland, but didn't do anything at the trade deadline. It was an eventful weekend for the Diamondbacks. We'll get into all the angles next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1 the count. The pitch. So we get a grounder to first. This should do it. Manzardo has it. He races to the bag. The ball game is over. The Diamondbacks fall to the Cleveland Guardians today. 5-0 the final.
Scoping out and recapping MLB free agency moves. Plus, reaction to the Guardian series is on deck from Arizona Sports on YouTube, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
After the D-backs-Dodgers game on Friday, August 7th, enjoy a free post-game concert featuring Jayco. Add a concert field pass to your ticket and see the show from the field. Visit dbacks.com/concerts.
At Train, tough comes standard. But real strength isn't just muscle. It's knowing when to flex. HVAC units tough enough for the extremes, but smart enough to know what's next. We engineer for chaos, so your home always stays comfortable. Train, built strong, engineered smart. It's hard to stop a train.
Train is a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital and Champions of Hope, helping provide funding for the hospital's care, life-saving research, and families in need.
Baseball is getting serious, and it only gets better on Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, talking baseball. How about trading every baseball game plus futures? At last check, that team in pinstripes from New York trading at just under 14% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $650. Arizona trading at 1% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $10,000 with a win. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use the referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. That's code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we're known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Arizona Sports.
And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Bickley and Murata talk T-backs baseball now.
1-1 the count. The pitch. Swinging a grounder to first. This should do it. Manzardo has it. He races to the bag. The ball game is over. The Diamondbacks fall to the Cleveland Guardians today. 5-0 the final.
Yep, final call by Mike Farron on the Diamondbacks Radio Network, a game that included a 1 hour and 34-minute rain delay and plenty of soggy offense by the Diamondbacks against Gavin Williams, but puts a little bit of a damper on the weekend where they'd won the first 2 games in Cleveland. They win another series, and they come back from this 4-city road trip at 6-4, and that's the bottom line. That's a positive trip.
I didn't feel any bit of a damper at all yesterday, even with the circumstances. They just had a great pitcher who was dealing yesterday, and way too much for the Diamondbacks to handle. Merrill Kelly did not look comfortable from the jump, but if you'd have told me that the Diamondbacks would have won 2 of those games with the starting pitchers they had rolling Friday and Saturday, and then finishing this road trip with the record that they did, I'm more than happy. You think about that, that's a 4-city road trip that for the longest time people on the Diamondbacks took offense to. They were mad at the St. Louis Cardinals for making them go back to Missouri to play a game before that road trip began. We heard all about that and how they would not acquiesce to the Diamondbacks' request to, let's please get this game in, and it all worked out fairly well, especially given all the drama that accompanied this team on this trip. There was the added game thrown on the schedule in St. Louis. There was one of the team's best players scrubbing his Instagram page. There was the team's closer getting blown up again and losing his job. That's all one road trip.
Yeah.
That's all one road trip.
Not to mention that, after losing his job, also almost blowing a game that should have been well in hand.
Yeah.
On that Saturday's game was nuts.
Saturday's game was drunk. It was insane.
Yes, it was.
It was back and forth. But Saturday's game, might have been the most encouraging game I've seen in a while. I mean, people might focus on the long ball Paul display. People may focus on that, but that was the first sign that maybe Geraldo Perdomo and maybe Corbin Carroll can really kind of get hot here.
Yeah.
And if they do, that's a game changer in Arizona.
It is. Here was Torey Lovello after yesterday's game on how his team handled the tough road trip.
I'm really proud of him. We hit this road trip knowing it was going to be a very tough challenge for us, but we checked that box because we're a good baseball team. And, we're coming home after a very rugged 11-day road trip, and I'm anxious to see what we're able to put together inside the NL West. I'm extremely proud of how we handled some very difficult circumstances. Nobody complained about it. Nobody made excuses. They went out there and played baseball. And we had some tough circumstances. The loss in Pittsburgh, after that made it 3 in a row, they rebounded and won 4 in a row. So I know what this team's capable of, and I want them to see their full potential every single day.
Yeah, very promising on a lot of fronts. The first two, especially comeback wins on Friday and Saturday. Yesterday, look, there was a just good stretch of that game where they were playing in unplayable conditions. And Gavin Williams was the best player on the field. And he's been rolling, and the Diamondbacks didn't have a plan for him. But I kind of agree with you. After a 5-0 shutout loss where the team gets 2 hits, normally we'd both come in here on a Monday morning and say, "What the hell was that?"
Yeah,
I don't feel that way either.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. I'm perfectly fine with what there. I mean, there were some little things about yesterday's game that I wasn't all too tickled about, but I think the big picture is what matters. And given the obstacles, given what's gone down, I think they've come out of this in real good shape. And we are still, I guess, expecting some kind of trade deadline acquisition today. Some sort of reinforcement.
I mean, maybe.
Nothing's happened yet, but there's still some good names out there.
There
Luis
are.
Arraez is out there. Reed Detmers is out there.
I mean,
Casey
Robbie
Mize
Ray.
is out there. Robbie Ray. Look, he reminds me of Ron Guidry.
Except he's like 2 feet taller.
Hey, he's 2 feet taller, but what? He's left-handed.
The deadline's at 3 o'clock Arizona time, 6 Eastern. And I don't want to say, like, rumors are one thing and deals are another. I haven't even really heard rumors of really anyone come. I know Gambo last week said maybe Casey Mize is an option, but other than that name, I haven't even really heard any other names linked to the Diamondbacks. I don't know if that worries you but if it were me right now, I would think they're not going to do anything.
Well, I mean, we all kind of pondered whether or not we'd be talking about a trade. We all kind of figured, maybe a minor trade over the weekend. And there was some obviously big-time trades. We're going to get into one of them specifically coming up next. But look, the Diamondbacks traditionally keep their business under wraps when it comes to trade deadline stuff. Something could be percolating. Well, I got to say, I would be disappointed if they do stand pat, even though there's been all this talk leading up to it of the attitude, hey, we've got all these guys coming back from injury. Those are going to be our acquisitions. That's kind of been an underlying theme of this whole season. We thought those guys would be back already. They're not. Can they rely heavily on those guys? I'm not sure of the prudence level of doing business that way. But, they got a few hours left to try to do something.
I think what you have to do is you have to look at Mitch Bratt and Cole Drake and what they did in Cleveland and what you think about what they did in Cleveland. Mitch Bratt was very, very good on Friday. 3 hits allowed over 5 innings. Cole Drake, not as good, but not bad. But you're also facing the 30th worst team in Major League Baseball in OPS in Cleveland. So attach whatever significance you want to those starts.
True. I mean, I'll focus on Saturday with Drake especially. I mean, they won games with Bratt and Drake starting.
You signed up for that, yeah.
Box checks right there.
No doubt.
But the starting pitcher's job is to be better than his opposition, regardless of the conditions or anything else.
Yes.
Just be better than the other guy. And Drake was. And Parker Messick was an all-star.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty promising. Is it promising enough to say, we don't need any help?
No,
we're all good at the deadline?
It's a good way. Not a lot of people gauge pitchers' outings based on that. What do you do compared to the guy that you're facing? Are you giving your team a better chance of winning than that dude is giving his team?
And the offense obviously picked him up and built a big cushion that got really, really hairy at the end. And that's the other thing we have to talk about roster-wise is I don't want to sound cutthroat or insensitive to anything. I am shocked that Paul Sewald is still on the roster on Monday morning.
I doubt he ever pitches again for the Diamondbacks.
I thought it felt like the end. I mean, and what a terrible end to a really good two-pronged stint. Paul Sewald has been very important for two Diamondbacks baseball teams in 2023.
And he's had two horrible
and
endings.
2026 and horrible endings both times. But
I know.
I mean, he could have pitched all night. He wasn't getting anybody out.
He wasn't going to get a single person out.
And again, that's the 30th ranked offense in Major League Baseball, and he could not get a single out.
And they were just laser beam after five
that
straight
home
hits.
run was just dripping with disrespect and contempt.
First pitch.
Yeah, you can't give him the ball again. I mean, listen, I'm sure they thought this is safe. This is low leverage. We're up 10-2, but there's no lead safe with Paul Sewald at this moment. You can't give him the ball again.
The only thing that I can think of, and this all ties together in my brain, the reason why they haven't made a move with Sewald yet is there's something brewing on the trade front, and they want to do all these moves in conjunction to finalize the roster, I guess. I mean, you're going to create a roster spot, call up somebody from the minor leagues, and then have that guy go immediately back down if you add a pitcher or two. Right. I mean, that could be a possibility. But, man, that was tough to watch.
But if that was Sewald's last outing with the Diamondbacks this season, to his credit, what he gave the team for as long as he did was, I mean, we all can say very surprising.
You can hate on Paul Sewald all you want. He has given the team far more for the money he was paid this year.
Oh, my goodness.
And
no
Corbin
doubt.
Burns, that you can go down the list.
They are not in this position in a wild card spot at the deadline if Paul Sewald doesn't perform the way that he did.
I totally agree.
And I feel terrible that because it took a lot of moxie for this guy to come back to this market after becoming a World Series goat, not the good goat, the bad goat, the scapegoat, right? Took a lot of moxie to even come back to this market, and it seemed to be what a story of redemption until the long ball Paul reemerged. oh man, Sammy, I think you could take him deep right now.
Listen. Give me a bat. Let's go take
man.
BP on Chase.
I think if Jarrett would have pitched late in that game in Cleveland on Saturday, I don't think the score would have been that much different.
The score wouldn't have been any different. He's right.
So we are on trade watch, deadline hitting. I misspoke earlier. It is 3 o'clock Arizona time, 6 o'clock Eastern, so an extra hour to do business. Coming up next, there was some trades that went down in major leagues, and shocking news as out of the blue, the Dodgers swoop in and get us. Yeah, we knew this was coming. We'll react to the Scooble deal next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming in August. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks, now with locations all over the Valley. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know the importance of the home court advantage in sports, and that's what you're going to get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. And I say that because they are right here in the Valley. They've got their own factory in Tolleson, which means a couple of things. Means one, they're going to build windows designed specifically for the harsh desert climate, complete with monsoon-ready seals that keep your windows airtight during monsoon season, and they build windows specifically built for the dimensions of your home. These are not windows you order online, then awkwardly retrofitted on site. Makes a big difference. And now that summertime is in full throat, highly recommend you call my friends at Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company. They replaced all of my windows. Could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic. The installation process, the cleanup process was immaculate. Learn that's because their installers are all vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products are going to build your windows. They'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. That warranty, transferable if you ever sell your home, comes with full accidental glass breakage, which means if anything happens to your windows, they come out, replace them. No questions asked. These are windows that will literally pay you back. Give them a call. Find out their great summer special they've got going on right now. 480-676-3600. 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The MLB trade deadline is now just hours away, and the Arizona Diamondbacks, as of now, have neither been buyers or sellers. Could that change come 3 o'clock this afternoon? We'll have to wait and find out. The Snakes over the weekend, though, took 2 of 3 from the Guardians. They dropped Sunday's weather-delayed game 5-0, but remained tied with Philly for the second wild card spot and return home for another big series, this time with the Padres, starting tonight with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals are in action this week. That is right. Thursday night, the Hall of Fame game between the Cardinals and Panthers. And our very own Larry Fitzgerald will be inducted into the Hall of Fame in what should be a great night all around as football is back in our lives. And for all the Cards training camp stories, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Hey, it's Luke. It's MLB trade deadline day. So what moves, if any, did the Diamondbacks make over the weekend, and what are they going to do today? We're talking trade deadline at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
At this time, I'm excited to be a Dodger. I'm excited to get down there and meet all those guys and, chase 3 championships in a row. It's hard to do, so I'm excited to be a part of that. But yeah, it's a lot of different emotions. Definitely kind of a roller coaster a little bit.
Different emotions for everybody involved in this. Tarik Skubal, former Detroit Tiger, now a member, surprise, surprise, of the LA Dodgers. Trade goes down. Skubal goes to LA ahead of the pending work stoppage. So now he's in Dodger blue. They've got every opportunity to extend him to a massive contract. And then roll their dice with what happens with the CBA. But people, I can't say shocked was it. We've been joking about this possibility for more than a year.
Yeah.
This was so inevitable. And it's because the Dodgers have all the resources and they're not afraid. I mean, it's easy to do things like this when you have a landing pad of cash underneath you. Like they went out and gave Kyle Tucker $57 million a year. He's been terrible this year.
Right.
Blake
But
Snell,
Tarik Skubal has nothing to do with money.
Not yet.
Anybody, well, not yet. Right.
Well, let's get into that. It does right now. You're right. He's making under $10 million a year.
Who are you blaming for this? Who are you mad at for this? You mad at the baseball or Dodgers?
Baseball.
Me too. Me too.
There's teams that could have made a better package of prospects available to Detroit. They chose not to.
Yes.
Everybody's pointing fingers at the Tampa Bay Rays and the Milwaukee Brewers for not doing anything. But I can't get that mad at them either because they know the inevitability. Why are they going to increase the quality of prospects they're giving up when they know they're getting a rental? They have no chance to re-sign him.
Yeah, that's a good point.
There was one team that has a chance to re-sign him, and they traded for him instead.
Yeah. Now, the Tigers got the Dodgers' 5th-rated prospect, their 7th-rated prospect, and their 17th-rated prospect. That does not seem to be like a big haul to get a pitcher of that quality.
No.
And that's kind of where people are going with this. I have got a sneaking suspicion, Vinny, why I'm mad at baseball isn't just the economic setup of baseball. I believe this is what the industry wants. The industry wants him in Los Angeles to really heighten the furor over the Dodgers and the state of baseball. They want this to be exclamation point, the sport needs a salary cap, case closed. They want to use this as a way to get sports fans and baseball fans on board with their mission to get a salary cap in baseball.
But it's also not up to the fans. I see that tactic being viable in their minds. The players won't ever allow it.
No.
I think we are on the precipice of a work stoppage of epic proportions.
Yes.
Which would be the biggest fail you could ever imagine.
And let's zoom out from just baseball. Why is the whole map of the United States tilted and the eastern part is up here and the western part is down here? Because every superstar trickles to Los Angeles in every damn sport. Luka Doncic, Myles Garrett, Tarik Skubal, Shohei Ohtani, everybody ends up there. And this pro Dodgers mindset of, oh, you hate us because you're not us. Any team could have done that. Can you be more simplistic than that? Not every team can do this. You're telling me that when Tarik Skubal gets his new contract, what's he going to make? $400 million minimum?
A lot of it deferred, most likely.
Mostly.
That's the biggest issue.
But again, the Dodgers ownership group is not the richest in baseball.
No.
So other teams could be doing this.
From a
other teams could be exploiting the loopholes that the Dodgers
are. But in terms of the revenue generated, they're by far the richest.
Here's where the Dodgers get a break, but this also has nothing to do with them either. Major League Baseball and Frank McCourt were in bankruptcy court. And as part of their settlement, the Dodgers got to keep a larger chunk than normal of their media rights deal, which at the time, Major League Baseball badly misgauged. They thought it was going to be number A. It was 20 times that number in terms of what their current media deal pays them. So it's created a very, very large chunk of money that the Dodgers do not have to revenue share with anybody else. But again, that was a gift to them from Major League Baseball. Now, the big picture thing about L.A., I definitely feel that. I definitely do. But I think there has to be a nod to a couple of things here, that other teams could spend money on these types of players. For proof of this, Major League Baseball, in their salary cap proposal that they sent out to the players, which of course is being rejected, there's a salary cap floor in the proposal. So not only is there a ceiling, but there's a floor. There are 12 teams that are so under the floor that they would have to spend a combined $617 million just to get there. So I would tell you that for all the hate on the Dodgers, and I can hate the Dodgers as much as anybody, 12 of 30 teams are not even spending at the level that would amount to the salary cap floor, which is to say the 12 teams that don't want to spend money are as bad for baseball as the one team that does.
They deserve the criticism as well. But here's the other bottom line. It's almost just like, it's almost greed at this point because they know they can do it. They know they can lock him up long term. If this was 2023, it would make a whole lot more sense.
Yeah.
If this was prior to 2020 when they won the COVID championship, they're going to win every championship.
Well, hold on. They needed a rally in Game 7 to beat the Blue Jays last year.
They won it.
Nothing is given to them because they made this move.
Well, that's me probably being emotional and hyperbolic.
Like I hate the Dodgers.
Would you be comfortable putting confidence in any other team to win a World Series this year?
Not necessarily, no. I'm not saying your point is wrong, but it's in no way a done deal. The Padres beat them. The Diamondbacks have beaten them. The Jays almost beat them. Yeah, they've won 2 straight. But the last one was by the skin of their teeth.
And here's the other argument that you hear from Dodgers fans all the time. Oh, they still have one of the best farm systems in baseball. They draft well, they develop well. Absolutely true. Yeah. Credit to them.
Mm-hmm.
Prove it. Let's see these guys win a championship at the major league level if they're so great.
But that's their whole strategy. They develop and draft well so they can trade these guys for a Scooble. Right? The 3 prospects they traded for the deal, they acquired from another deal. Right? So they get these guys in here, they develop them. Whoever their PR and marketing is for their farm system deserves a raise, by the way, because this Hope kid, like, he might be okay, but he should not be getting them Tarek Skubal, right? Like,
no, he was their 4th best outfield prospect in the Dodgers organization. One of the guys that was traded, River Ryan, is 27 years old, doesn't exactly qualify as a prospect anymore. And the other, Brady Smith, is 21 years old. He's made 30 minor league starts. He's yet to win a game. He's 0-10. A very underwhelming return for him.
And yet you could also make the point that the Tigers looked at this and said the Dodgers' 5th, 7th, and 17th prospects are better than other teams' 2, 3, and 5. That's how good the Dodgers farm system happens to be. Yeah, listen, I think a lot of this is knee-jerk hate for the Dodgers. I think some of this is steeped in reality. I do think that they have advantages, but I also think that this particular player and this particular trade, I think this really serves the owner's quest to create a narrative that people will buy into. Because look, if this sport is going to get shut down for as long as you just said it's going to get shut down for, then public opinion is going to matter.
It's going to matter, but if there's one union that won't flinch in the eye of under the pressure of the public eye, it's the Major League Baseball Players Association. They don't care. I think you're making a valid point. I think public opinion, I think the fans who historically will be on the players' side, and it's probably going to be split down the middle at best, but unless you can convince the Players Association, good luck. And it's just,
and it's not going to happen.
But it's a bigger problem in sports and baseball when a team like the Tigers can find a player like Tarek Skubal and draft him in the 9th round and develop him, and he turns into a superstar, and right before he's about to cash in big time, you can't keep him. In a city like Detroit.
This is exactly what people used to say about the Yankees back in the day. Now it's the Dodgers instead. Remember for a while it was all you raise a star, he grows up, and just when he's a superstar, he's off to play for the Yankees.
Yep, exactly. Now it's the Dodgers. An autographed Larry Fitzgerald football could be yours. The countdown to Canton Championship round is here. Vote for the greatest Fitz moment of all time through August 6th. If you haven't voted yet, it's never too late. Just text the word FITZ, F-I-T-Z, to 620-620, and we'll send you the link to the bracket. Coming up next, speaking of the Cardinals, they're getting ready for their first preseason game. We'll give you the latest from Cards Camp next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs from Arizona Sports as we celebrate First Ballot Fitz.
Larry Legend does it again!
We've picked 16 of Fitz's greatest plays, and you get to decide which one is the best.
And it's a pitch to Fitz, running straight ahead into the end zone. The shovel pass for the touchdown and the win!
Head to the Arizona Sports Contest page to cast your vote. When you vote, you're automatically entered for a chance to win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs.
Fitz is loose 40, 30, goodbye!
Countdown to Canton. Winners announced August 7th. Vote now on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
We are smack dab in the middle of summer here in Arizona, and you know what that brings? A steady barrage of triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and an AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems, like your AC, your plumbing, or your fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days or $3,000 customer cash on the Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end August 3rd. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Did you know the 30-year fixed mortgage was born during the Great Depression? So why are homeowners still using a Depression-era loan to build wealth in the 21st century? The Life Changer loan allows homeowners to put their money to work, reduce interest costs, accelerate principal reduction, and maintain 24/7 access to their equity and pay off in just a few short years, not decades. It's not magic. It's just math. So visit lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
I'm Ken Goodrich with Gettle. We once got a call from 2 neighbors yelling at each other over a shared wall. We got there fast, isolated the leak, repaired the pipe, and calmed down a suburban standoff before it turned into full-blown neighborhood warfare. At Gettle, we do things the right way, not the easy way. So we don't just fix the pipes, we keep the peace. Because burst pipes bring stress, and we bring solutions. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L. We'll fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
August is Sandwich Month, and Easy Cater is rolling out a new surprise deal every week from August 3rd through 30th. That means every order of delicious sandwiches for your team comes with a side of something special just for you. From cheesesteaks and cubanos to pita pockets and pastrami, Easy Cater makes it easy to bring everyone's favorite sandwiches to work and rack up big rewards while you're at it. New week, new deal, all August long. Visit EasyCater.com to place your next order and take a bite out of Sandwich Month. Restrictions apply. See offer details at EasyCater.com.
Hi, I'm Michaela
Kayla, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You found your dream engagement ring. As a jewelry consultant, I recommend to start shopping for your wedding band 6 months before your big day. Don't worry. At Shane Company, we're here to help you find the perfect bands. Our men's and women's bands are crafted to high-quality standards, and it shows in every detail, with a stylish design and comfortable fit. At Shane Company, we'll take care of your engagement ring and wedding bands for life, because a friend wants you to say, I do, to your rings again and again. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Bickley and Murata. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Yep, Walt's good. More of, sometimes you name the player when they've had a serious injury like they did, when they kind of feel some type of way about it. It's there's a process, both mentally and physically, getting through that, so he's good, which is obviously a good thing for most importantly him, but the Cardinals as well. And
Mike LaFleur talking to the media yesterday out of Cardinals training camp. It's game week, Bick. We're 3 days away.
Can you believe that?
From NFL football.
I can't wait.
On the, I'm looking forward to it as well. Somebody asked me over the weekend, you looking forward to Thursday? And I was like, wait, what's Thursday? Oh, yeah.
Oh,
football.
yeah, sure. I am, absolutely.
I am looking forward to it. Friday at practice, and it was an open practice, so I think there was a lot of Cardinal fans maybe holding their breath because about midway through practice, Walter Nolan III was limping noticeably, walked off the field, but then didn't go all the way to the locker room, kind of just was walking it off. Mm-hmm. There wasn't really an update on Walter Nolan's condition until yesterday. And let's face it, as sports fans now, especially a sports fan in Arizona, you're always bracing for the worst possible news, right?
Right, of course.
And it didn't turn into that. You heard Mike LaFleur say it was just a bit of a scare. It was fine. Walter Nolan himself said, hey, it's good. I was just doing what's best for myself. It's a long season. Got to get out there. So bullet dodged there.
Yeah. Yes, very much so. And for Mike LaFleur to say that this is more a situation of a young player who's had an issue in that knee, in that leg area, and just kind of maybe freaked out a little bit, yes, bullet dodged. I do think that, like you had said, when news trickled that Walter Nolan limped off the field, I think everybody thought the worst.
Yeah. Here was Nolan. He spoke to the media yesterday, too, talked about what was going through his mind while he was walking it off.
Not necessarily concerned, just like maybe I need to slow down today. But no, I ain't never concerned. I'm faithful in the work that I put in. I'm faithful in the Lord, and I feel like everything good. So.
Yeah, and look, we've talked so much about being tantalized a bit by what Walter Nolan did as a rookie last year. Mm-hmm. Was it enough? I don't think it was enough for a lot of people. It wasn't enough for himself either. He talked about feeling like he didn't do enough last season as a rookie.
No, honestly, I don't feel like I did enough. Being healthy is a big part of the season, so I don't feel like I did enough to help out the team enough. And I'm just really trying to focus on that this upcoming season. So
I'll say this, and this is about the importance that I feel about Walter Nolan.
He missed 11 games. Of course, he didn't do enough.
No, and it was at the beginning, and it was at the end. It was a very uneven season in terms of health. But we've talked so much about this concept of, okay, can the Cardinals surprise people? Mm-hmm. They are going in with rock bottom expectations this year. If they are going to surprise people, Bick, Walter Nolan needs to be healthy for the whole year. They need him in the middle of that defensive line. Yeah, I think he's that important.
I think so, too. I think the big question mark for this team in general is exactly what level is the defense going to play at. And Walter Nolan's presence in the middle of that defensive line, especially with the lack of edge rushers. I mean, you could say this team has a definitive lack of an edge rusher aside from Josh Sweat, who nobody knows if he's happy or going to play another down of football in Arizona.
No, they're progressing the pup guys, and he's one of them.
Yeah.
But there's very little in terms of concrete details.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that whole situation remains an enigma cloaked in a mystery, wrapped in a riddle, that whole thing, that old saying, whatever that saying is.
And bacon.
And bacon. And throw some bacon in there, too. The defense, I think, clearly is going to be something that where's the improvement going to come from? The defensive coordinator from last year is back. The new head coach, his thing is offense. Where is the expertise? Where's the new innovation going to come from? Who are the impact players going to be? It's a very, very fair question.
Yeah. Mike LaFleur also told a story, too, that really makes him one of us now. He is a true Arizonan. Mm-hmm. First encounter with a scorpion.
Oh, boy.
It's so funny you asked that. Yeah, about 2 weeks ago, my wife was going down to tuck in the kids, and there was a nice-sized scorpion right outside the little man's room. So that was our first inside encounter. Needless to say, there was people at the house the next day spraying.
Well, we've got our own resident scorpion slayer.
Yeah, that would be me.
How many did you kill this weekend?
I had 2 this weekend, bringing my career total. My career total is well into triple digits. My wife and I bought a home that was newly constructed in McDowell Mountain, and whenever you buy new construction near mountains, you're getting scorpions. Then we moved out to Fountain Hills, which is, quite wild in its own way. A lot of wildlife out there. Listen, the bane of my existence, I've been stung by them twice. The first time was the most agony I have ever felt in my life. These things literally are the bane of my existence. Over the weekend, I went into my bathroom, and there were a couple of cats hanging out, looking down at something on the floor, and immediately, that's my trigger. That's a scorpion. Because these cats aren't dumb. They'll locate it, but they ain't messing with it. They just kind of safeguard it till I come by with my Nike.
With your Nike.
You know what I mean?
Do you think we should kill it or just let Dan take care of it?
Let him do it. Let him do it. I ain't touching that thing.
Now,
you touching that thing? I ain't touching that thing.
I need to know about your level of proficiency. Mm-hmm. Is this daytime killing that's going on, or do you have the black light?
No.
Because that's serious stuff. They've got the whole kits now you can get.
Listen, no, I know that. I have never once toured my house at night with a black light. I know people who do that stuff for fun.
My brother-in-law used to do it for fun. He got the whole kit.
No
and
way.
He would walk outside and seek them out and kill like dozens.
Oh, boy.
No thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
102,
They're nasty.
102-2 against the Scorpions is pretty good.
Not bad.
But those two losses hurt.
One of the losses wasn't bad. The first loss was like somebody taking a hammer to my foot for 90 minutes straight.
Oh, that was like the Seahawks Super Bowl loss. That one took a while to get over.
Yes, it did.
Final thing on scorpions in Arizona. It is such a crime that we don't have and I know there was they weren't even called the Scorpions. They were called the Sting, but their logo was a scorpion, the lacrosse team. How do we not have a team named the Scorpions? It's almost like such a perfect name.
It's almost like if we had a hockey team.
It was considered before they picked Coyotes. I think it was the runner-up, wasn't it? But there's no other teams called Scorpions really at any level.
Maybe it's because there's just such nasty feelings towards scorpions that it's brand suicide to call yourself that.
Maybe.
I don't know. Listen, man, when you see
who likes rattlesnakes?
Oh, well, there is that. There definitely is that. Certainly not me.
Coming up next on the Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, did a Diamondbacks player violate an unwritten rule yesterday in Cleveland?
Oh, no.
Something seem to think so. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
First ballot Hall of Famer Larry Fitzgerald is our guest on Arizona Sports.
When people walk through the Hall of Fame years from now and they look at this Larry Fitzgerald exhibit, when they look at Larry Fitzgerald being in the Hall of Fame, what do you hope they think of?
A guy who played hard, who took pride in trying to be a good teammate, and also understood that football is really important, but life and community and things of that nature are also really important.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here with the owner-operator of Moving Team 6, Tim Lee. you just expanded to Mesa. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, we're excited about it because we've been doing jobs. Obviously, we cover the whole United States, but to have a location down there, it makes it so much easier for us to react. So that we get a lot of calls like, hey, I need my move today or tomorrow. So now we have, 11,000 square feet of storage for new customers, a lot of people that are doing remodels, a quick move in and out. It helps a lot. And so we're excited about that opportunity. And it's right next to the Gateway Mesa Airport.
You're really big into hiring U.S. servicemen, and tell us a little bit about why that is important to you.
We love our veterans, and we love the people that served our country, and they want to join this operation because we're real military-minded. Get in and get out and do the job right.
If you are getting ready to move, you need to go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com.
Your move is our mission.
Hey, Glendale. America First Credit Union's new Arizona branch at 5084 North 83rd Avenue is now open, and we'd love to see you there. Stop by to check it out, say hello, and enter to win a $1,000 concert e-gift card as well as a guitar. Come help us celebrate the grand opening of our Glendale location, and let us help you do more with your money. Visit AmericaFirst.com for details or to become a member today. Eligibility terms and conditions apply. Must be 18 or older to enter. No purchase required. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Ready! At Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, saving customers money isn't a promotion. It's how they built their business. That's why they're the home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. If you'd like a second opinion on your AC or plumbing repair, Ready Services would love the opportunity to earn your business. They'll do a great job, treat you right, and work to get you the best value possible. Are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602-BLUE-SKY for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from the Guardians over the weekend and wrapped up their 10-game road trip 6-4, still tied with the Phillies for that second wild card spot, and return home for 4 games with the Padres. That starts tonight with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere around the MLB, last year's AL Cy Young winner Tarek Skubal was traded. Yep, you guessed it, to the LA Dodgers. And with the deadline ending at 3, what will the Diamondbacks end up doing? The Arizona Cardinals continued with training camp over the weekend as they prep for the Hall of Fame game this Thursday. And from Walter Nolan, injury updates to who has stood out and struggled at camp, we've got you covered over on ArizonaSports.com. And today, joining Bickley and Murata at 8:30 this morning, former Cardinals head coach Bruce Arians. You won't want to miss it, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
All right, let's set the stage here. Diamondbacks trailing the Cleveland Guardians yesterday in the finale of a 3-game series. Tim Tawa leading off the 6th inning against Gavin Williams, who's on the mound for the Guardians. Has not given up a hit, has not allowed a base runner. A perfect game going through 5 innings. Baseball's still a 9-inning game, correct, Bick?
It is, yes,
right.
It is.
Tim Tawa steps to the plate to lead off. Here's Mike Farron on the call.
First time the D-backs have felt like they've been way behind in a while. That would foul back on the count 0-2. In fact, this is probably the Bluebirds not wanting Tim Tawa to break up a perfect game with a bunt. Brian Rocchio looking in at him and like, what? What are you doing? I mean, trying to win the game, I think. That's kind of...
Bailey chatting with Tawa, too, and the umpire actually got in between him.
It's the 6th inning. Tawa sends it through the right side for a base hit, and there goes the perfect game. And the no-hitter. I'm sorry. Listen, I understand. It's a nice ovation for Williams, who had 5 perfect innings. If that happens in the 8th inning of a 5-0 game, I think you have a right to boo. But it's the 6th inning. This team just came back from a 7-0 deficit 2 weeks ago. That feels a little like you're getting the red posterior for no good reason there. It's not like it's 2-0. I understand that, but still, you're trying to create traffic.
So a lot of thoughts of the unwritten rules of baseball.
I don't understand any of it, Vinny. I don't think there is any qualification necessary that should preclude an offensive player from attempting to get on base regardless of circumstance.
I have to be completely honest with you because everybody's bringing up what happened in 2001 in San Diego. Curt Schilling's got a perfect game, different circumstances. It was in the 8th inning, and it was a 2-0 game. So the circumstances are different. Ben Davis, a catcher, lays down a bunt. One of the worst bunts you'll ever see in the history of Major League Baseball. It went over Schilling's head, fell in front of Jay Bell, couldn't make the play, gets credited with a single. 25 years ago, I went on the air and I railed on it. I hated it.
Yeah.
Absolutely hated it. There was all kinds of debate. Bob Brenly, who was the manager of the Diamondbacks at the time, called it chicken bleep.
And I railed against Curt Schilling and the Diamondbacks at that time, and I was very unpopular for doing so. But I do not understand even that. And Todd Walsh, to his credit, during the broadcast yesterday, and it's all, how dare the Guardians get upset over something so stupid like this? And then Todd rolls out the footage of the Ben Davis bunt where all of Arizona's going nuts for the same thing, even though the circumstance were different. Again, look, if somebody gets up in the top of the 1st inning and lays down a bunt, you just ruin and reaches for a hit. You just ruin that guy's no-hitter. What's the difference between doing it then and doing it in the 9th inning? Secondarily, why is it your responsibility to help somebody throw a no-hitter?
These are all good questions. But Torey Lovullo was asked by Todd Walsh after the game, did Tawa violate the unwritten rule?
Yeah, not even close for me. And I'm totally fine with him bunting in the 6th inning of a game. And, I told Voter, I've had this discussion with Stephen Vogt before when he was in our dugout as a player. I play it clean for 6, and you can do basically anything in between the white lines for 6 innings. And then after that, you got to be careful. It's either black or white for me. I don't like gray stuff. So Timmy asked if he could bunt. We all checked off on it, said absolutely. absolutely. And they clearly took exception to that.
So Tawa attempts to lay down the bunt, fails, gets the immediate reaction from Patrick Bailey, the catcher, from Brian Rocchio. And then, very next pitch, solid single to right field. Laced it. Breaks up the no-hitter, breaks up the perfect game. Which, by the way, he was only 55% of the way to the perfect game.
Thank you.
He had 12 outs to get. It's very early to start considering that. And also, he didn't break up the no-hitter with the bunt. No. That changes the calculus completely to me.
Well, it should. It should. It led to one of the more ridiculous scenes I've ever seen in my life. A couple of teams jawing at each other at home plate in the rain while the crew is trying to get the tarp over the field, and they can't.
It's like, guys, can you... Hey, third base coach of the Guardians, can you take your histrionics off the dirt for a second, please?
Hey, guys, would you like to play baseball again sometime today? Because if so, can you take the beef elsewhere? Again, you can make an argument that if you're trailing by some arbitrary score, what is it? Is it 6-0? Is it 8-0? Is it 10-0? This is how stupid all of this is.
Yes.
But you can convince me that there is a deficit so large that if you're in the 8th inning and you're down 10-0, you shouldn't be trying to bunt. But again, in competitive sports, why do you, as an offense, need to concede to another guy's attempt at history? None of it makes sense. None of it.
Just lay down.
I'm rejecting all of it. I don't think there's a time when it's okay and a time where it's not okay. It's garbage.
Especially in a spot where the game's very meaningful. Like if the Diamondbacks were to have gotten no hit or Williams throws a perfect game, that can stunt a lot of what you're trying to do as a team, right? And then you come home, I can't remember the last time there's been a perfect game. You don't want to be the team that was on the other side of that.
Well, that's the other thing to consider was that Gavin Williams' pitch count was so elevated at that point. Even if he gets Tawa out, there's no way he's completing a perfect game unless they're willing to have him throw 150 pitches after a rain delay, whatever.
They wouldn't do that.
Here was Tim Tawa himself on it.
I think everybody's just competing. I understand that we're in baseball, and that's the thing. And at the same time, just trying to get on the base and help the team and get some momentum.
He's kind of doing his Darth Vader impression.
Yeah,
pretty cool.
Uh-huh.
I summed it up on Twitter like this. It's one of those things where if you're going for the no-hitter and somebody lays down a bunt, that team's going to be mad at it. If you're the team doing it, you're going to defend it. Hey, we're just competing.
Yeah.
If these two teams played another game and the roles were reversed, you'd see completely different opinions opposite one day later. And that's kind of what the baseball weekend was for me, there was two different examples. There's this example, and then the Dodgers trading for Tarek Skubal example. And that all falls under the umbrella of, if our team does it, it's fine. If anybody else does it, screw you. Basically.
It's one of those where you can see the perspective of both sides, which is very rare in sports. Oftentimes it's either kind of cut and dry, like, oh no, this is wrong, this is right. But even in the Skubal thing, you can see both sides of it.
Okay, I disagree with you. Somebody explain to me, as a competitor, just because that pitcher you're facing is so dealing on a particular day that now you can't use everything that you have access to get on base against him, that you need to respect how well he's pitching by limiting what you're able to do to combat him. Explain that to me.
I'm not saying how I feel. I'm talking about the masses.
Sandy's telling me you can see both sides.
I can you heard Torrey even say, I get it. I'm for Tawa trying to get a hit and bunting in the 5th inning, but you even heard Torrey himself say, okay, anything before the 6th is fine. I'm not saying I am a proponent of not trying to bunt your way on to ruin a perfect game, but I can see people that can get upset behind it.
And then there are people who, it's okay to do if it's not this inning, if it's not this score, and there's something else. you have to be somebody who's tried to bunt before. If you're not a bunter, it's 3 times as worse. You've broken 3 unwritten rules.
That was the Ben Davis part.
Oh, my God.
But I remember the vitriol from the San Diego side. He's just trying to win a game. It's a 2-0 game.
It's
He's trying to
2-0 in that game.
It is a ridiculous. The unwritten rules of baseball.
Yes, they're dumb.
Continue to exist, and they continue to be absolutely mind-numbingly dumb.
And they show how juvenile baseball can be.
There it is.
That's a great way to put it. Coming up next, we'll continue to talk baseball with a focus on the trade deadline, what's gone down, what could go down. We'll talk to Bob Nightingale, USA Today baseball writer, next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise in the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
First and goal on the 2. Floyd to the right, 2 receivers to the left, including Fitz, Palmer in shotgun, flanked to his left by David Johnson. Cardinals looking to tie the game. Snap to Palmer, gonna throw, lobs it left side of the end zone for Fitz. He's on the ground, and he still caught it! The century mark for Larry Fitzgerald. Career touchdown number 100, and the Cardinals tie the game at 20.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Canton.
If you're dealing with chronic joint pain when your joints hurt every day and you have been told you need surgery, it can feel like you're out of options. My advice, do your homework. Remember, once a joint is replaced, there is no going back. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and before you schedule that surgery, go get a second opinion from my friends at QC Kinetics. Discover how they use advanced regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients like you right here in the Valley, and what they do is they concentrate the healing properties within your body right at the source of your pain, and what that does is it restores and repairs damaged joint tissue. The inflammation backs down, the pain backs off. Suddenly you're kind of feeling like yourself again. The whole idea is to give yourself a real shot at holding off surgery or maybe avoiding it altogether. QC Kinetics did that for me when I tore my meniscus 6 years ago, and that's why it makes sense to explore every option you have before making a decision that can change your life. Do not accept surgery is your only option. Call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. What could you do if you didn't have a mortgage payment? Would you retire early? Maybe help your kids buy their first home? Or finally take that bucket list vacation? Hey, it's Tom Chambers, and whatever it is for you, my friend Harold Perkins and his team at Galaxy Lending Group are helping people turn those dreams into reality. Harold, I played 16 seasons in the league. You're telling me a mortgage doesn't have to last even that long?
Not even close. We've got clients finishing in 5.
5? I hadn't even hit my prime yet in 5.
It's true. We've had clients retire years earlier than they planned. Others are putting their kids through school, traveling, investing. It's an incredible feeling to watch someone realize their home is completely theirs, decades ahead of schedule. And it's easier than you think. With Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator loan, your existing cash flow does the heavy lifting with no lifestyle changes.
Just give Harold a call today or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Arizona sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Morana talk D-backs baseball now.
Yeah, D-backs back home for a crucial 4-game series against the San Diego Padres. Trade deadline looming later this afternoon. Huge trade going down to Major League Baseball over the weekend that everybody's focused on, and that is the Dodgers picking up Tarek Skubal from the Detroit Tigers. Here to talk about that and trade deadline activity from USA Today baseball writer Bob Nightingale, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Bob, good morning.
Bob.
How are you?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing well. We can't say we were shocked by the developments over the weekend. But let's start here on the Tarek Skubal deal. He ends up in Los Angeles, as many people projected. But was any other team at all, from what you've been able to gather, Bob, close to making an offer that was enticing enough to the Tigers to send Skubal there?
It really wasn't. I mean, Brewers were in there a little bit. The Rays were in there, but that was about it. I was surprised they moved so fast instead of just waiting for a little bit longer.
What do you think about all the anti-Dodger hysteria that obviously always accompanies these kind of signings in Los Angeles? Where do you fall with blaming that club and versus blaming other major league teams for not spending their money, for not exploiting loopholes the way the Dodgers have?
Well, I mean, they'll be the poster boys all winter long when there's a lockout and, it goes on the next spring and early into the year. It's like, okay, these guys are the reason, and I'm sure it falls right into, MLB's lap that they can use them and why they need one. But right now their payroll's $430 million if you include the CBT. They're going to spend $180 million just on luxury tax penalties. But, yeah, I mean, especially if they win the World Series. Now, if they don't win the World Series, it takes a little bit of, sting off. But right now, I think everyone's going to use them as exhibit, like, okay, this is what we need, a salary cap. And right now, the owners are staying pretty together in this thing.
We're talking to Bob Nightingale, USA Today baseball writer. I mean, you kind of covered it when you said it was only the Brewers and the Rays that had their feet in the pool, but there's a lot of people talking about the return or lack of return that the Tigers got. I mean, when you have that lack of suitors and the Dodgers and Tigers agreeing on this early, I guess that's to be expected that they didn't get that much of a return. Isn't that the case, Bob?
Yeah, I mean, just it's a rental. So that's why you're not going to give a ton. And obviously, he's leaving as a free. I'm sure he'll go back there as a free agent. But people knew that. He's probably wanted to sign with the Dodgers anyway as a free agent since he lives here in the Valley. He's from Kingman, Arizona. So, yeah, I think that's why the return wasn't, as great as people imagine. I mean, those three guys, none of them were even among the Dodgers' top 5 prospects.
You're well aware of the Diamondbacks' up and down season. To date, they haven't done anything. That's not to say they won't. If you were running this baseball club, what would you think about its ceiling? How incentivized would you be to adding something to the current mix?
Well, it's only one another starter and, reliever bat if that's the case. But, yeah, I'd love to see them go get Robbie Ray. He lives in Scottsdale, obviously the former Diamondback. And if you want to bat, bring back Dalton Varsho. He's only available from the Blue Jays. Get him back. He's not having a great season, but obviously the Diamondbacks love the guy. Then go, get the bullpen arm too. Maybe a Finnegan from Detroit. Someone like that. I think Luke Weaver might be a little too high, but I think they'll definitely do something before the day's over.
How do you sum up the Diamondback? And there's a lot of baseball left to be played. We're just into August, 2 months left, but the D-backs come home from this trip. They're in a wild card spot right now. A little bit surprising with all the ups and downs that they've had, but how do you stack them up right now against the other wild card competitors in the National League? Do you think they have a viable chance to get one of those spots, Bob?
Well, I do. I think the Cubs have got that one locked up. You still got 4.5 game lead. I don't think they're going to catch the Brewers. I'll put the Cubs at the top wild card team, and then really it's a three-headed thing between the Diamondbacks and the Padres, and who else is in there? I think maybe Miami. But yeah, there's not much out there. I mean, the Cardinals have faded away. The Reds aren't involved, so I think they get in there. But they're going to have to start that wild card series on the road, and that's what happened to the Padres last year. I mean, they played in Chicago, lost the best of three, and never had a home game.
Yeah, that's right. All right, you mentioned this, and I know all the great national baseball writers like yourself, many others, have been warning Major League Baseball, don't wait into the last minute to get into negotiations. You've got serious momentum. There's actually a renaissance happening in Major League Baseball, and yet it seems to be careening to this inevitability. What's your take on what's coming? Do you believe there's enough hawkish kind of owners that will risk a long shutdown to get a salary cap? Because I think we all agree that the Players Association, they're going to dig in pretty deeply.
Yeah, I think the owners are digging in deeply too. I haven't run across an owner that's not upset by it and say, you know what, I want this. I want this. I don't want to play unless there's a salary cap to get them in the other sports. So the owners are staying together more, so far, more than I've seen. But when you talk to both sides, I think both sides realize it's going to take at least one missed paycheck, if not two, to see who blinks. And when you're talking about missed paycheck, you're talking about, first, second week of April. That's when the players get paid. So just to see, see if the players stay together or then do the owners cave or vice versa. But I don't think anything gets serious until there's going to be the possibility of a missed paycheck or one is actually missed.
Going back to where we started, Skubal now is in the fold with the LA Dodgers. Everybody thought he would end up there in free agency anyway, even if the Tigers didn't trade him at the deadline, Bob. But do you think the uncertainty with the CBA and a possible labor stoppage has the Dodgers pumping the brakes on giving him a gigantic extension, or can we expect that to happen between now and the end of this CBA?
Well, I think they're smart just because of the CBA. You might as well get that deal done first. You can still let him hit free agency, but you like to get that deal done before December 1st. And, when they say there is a salary cap, it's going to be a gradual thing. It's not like they're going to force teams to lop off salaries right away or force teams to spend money right away. So it'll be like incremental over probably a 5-year period. So, but I do believe that's where he wants to go, and it makes sense that as long as everything goes right, that the Dodgers are the team to sign him.
I was talking to a friend of mine who's a big baseball guy over the weekend, and he said, aside from all these financial issues, one of the issues he has is there's a lack of sizzle on the field this year. You don't have Aaron Judge going for 60 homers. He's injured. You don't have Cal Raleigh doing what he did. Do you share any of that it's been a down season on some levels from a competitive standpoint? And if so, what do you think would be a great ending in the next couple of months for baseball?
No, I'll go with that, Dan. I mean, you got a lot of parity and things like that, and people excited about the Dodgers, but no one's going for a historical record. Like you said, no Judge. Ohtani's not pitching right now.
Yep.
It's been fun to watch, but there's not been that one big storyline as far as a star player doing some incredible things. No one's, on pace to win 25 games or something like that, or, challenge the home run record. But I agree with that. There hasn't been that sizzle, but you still attendance is still up and TV ratings are still up.
Except for Jacob Mezorowski throwing 105 on a daily basis when he takes them out. And then we can
Yeah,
expect him to do
that's
that.
True. That's probably the best story.
Yeah,
You're right.
that's true.
With Mizorowski.
I can't wait to watch him do that in Dodger Blue in a few years.
Oh,
here,
boy.
Bob.
He's bitter, Bob. He's bitter. Thank you, buddy.
Bob, thanks for the time. As always, we appreciate it.
Sure, my pleasure. Thanks, guys.
Bob Nightingale, USA Today baseball writer, joining us. A couple of trades going down this morning. Luis Arraez off the board. He's going to the Phillies. They also picked up, the Phillies picked up Brooks Raley from the Mets. Jose Soriano, another candidate who was mentioned maybe with the Diamondbacks. He is going to Toronto. So Toronto doing the old sell and buy thing.
But according to Bob, give him Robbie Ray, give him Dalton Varsho.
Yeah,
Let's
run it back.
Yeah,
hey,
couple Diamondbacks.
What other former Diamondbacks are on the block?
JD Martinez available?
He's probably still hitting somewhere.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Monday in the Rush Hour Reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities.
Let's go!
Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently?
We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises, and right now we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days or $3,000 customer cash on the Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end August 3rd. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The MLB trade deadline is now just hours away, and the Diamondbacks, as of now, have neither been buyers or sellers. Could that change come 3 o'clock this afternoon? We'll have to wait and find out. But the Snakes over the weekend took 2 of 3 from the Guardians. They dropped Sunday's weather-delayed game 5-0, but remain tied with Philly for the second wild card spot as they return home for another big series, this time with the Padres starting tonight with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Cardinals are in action this week. That is right, the Thursday night Hall of Fame game between the Cardinals and Panthers, and our very own Larry Fitzgerald will be inducted into the Hall of Fame in what should be a great night all around as football is back in our lives. And for all the Cards training camp stories, head on over to arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Bellata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning and happy Monday edition of the Rush Hour Reboot. I'm Sammy Cebulka, here to get you guys the big stories going on in sports. And the trade deadline in the MLB is as big as it gets right now. Tarek Skubal traded the Dodgers yesterday. The deadline ends at 3 today, and the Diamondbacks have yet to make a trade. Would you be shocked if it stayed that way?
Yeah, if shocked if they don't do anything.
Right, if they stay pat.
I would be very shocked because I thought the feeling Saturday when they just kept laying the runs on the Guardians, I kind of felt like, okay, this is a moment for this team where they're telling everybody we can be special. It didn't feel that way yesterday.
Yesterday was
Friday
a weird
and
game. Saturday
it kind of did.
Yeah.
And so I definitely think they're going to do something. I'm surprised that they haven't yet.
Me too.
But they're going to do something.
Is mildly shocked a thing? I would be mildly shocked if they don't.
Mildly shocked. Now, would it be a mistake, though, if they don't address their major issue, which I believe is a first baseman? Or you could deem it as something different, but would it be a mistake if they don't address your biggest issue?
Well, if it's first base, let's start there. Because, yeah, that's an issue, but who's out there that's left? I mean, Garcia was the guy that was linked to them. A couple of articles last week said that's going to be the guy.
Yeah.
And they apparently let him go to New York. So there's that. Starting pitching. I mean, Mike Hazen doesn't really strike me as the guy not to do anything at the deadline. We have over a decade of, basically a
Sample
decade
size.
of track record.
It's very important that the Diamondbacks get in this year. That's
I
why I
agree.
would really
I think so.
I would be stunned if they didn't do anything.
I think he knows that too. So now the Diamondbacks still tied with the Phillies, only a game up on the team that's coming into town tonight, the Padres. Do you trust the Diamondbacks to at least split this huge 4-game series with the Padres? Have they earned your trust enough?
Yeah, I mean, I think San Diego's getting it together a little
Playing
bit.
good baseball.
The last time these two teams met in San Diego, right before the All-Star break, they split a 4-game series. I think that would be a palatable result. Now, with the Dodgers coming in on the back end of this homestand, you might want to do more than a split against San Diego because they're probably going to get Tarek Skubal, I think, on Sunday.
Oh, that's great.
Because Skubal's going to make his debut tomorrow, so I think Sunday would be the day. Yeah, I'll take a split. You can win 3, that'd be a lot better.
Is Skubal, is that his debut tomorrow?
No. Oh, tomorrow against the Cub.
Yeah.
The Cub.
Let's take a look at the old fan graphs.
I'd heard it was Tuesday against the Cubs. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, but then his second game would be...
Right, exactly. Would be
Sunday against the Diamondbacks.
Speaking of...
I think it's important for the Diamondbacks to win 3 of 4 against San Diego.
I 3 of 4 would be great.
No, maybe not.
Because
I'm looking at Fangraphs. They got
I had heard
Skubal.
Thursday for Skubal.
Skubal going tomorrow against the Cubs is what I read.
That
but
is
then they
accurate.
have Lauer, Sasaki, Yamamoto, Sheehan on Sunday, and Skubal not again until Tuesday.
What? Interesting.
They're going to pick him up and then let him go on
Like
6 days
8
rest.
days rest.
Wow.
Interesting. Speaking of Tarek Skubal, right? So the reigning Cy Young winner traded to the Dodgers. This is a little Sammy Lee trivia for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Can you name the last 3 Cy Young winners to be traded the next season?
Ooh.
Justin Verlander.
There you go. There's one in 2022 from the Mets to the Astros.
Too bad Jared's not here.
I'll give you a hint.
He'd be
Both
all
these
over this.
guys were on the same team. The next 2 guys.
All right, give me another hint. What was the team that they were on together?
Okay. It was in 07 and 08.
Yeah, I'm trying.
All right, CC Sabathia in 07,
Okay,
Cleveland
went to
to
the
Milwaukee.
Milwaukee.
And then Cliff Lee.
Oh, yeah, Cliff
08,
yeah.
Cleveland to Philly. So,
CC Sabathia, he pitched those 11 games for Milwaukee after getting traded, and I got statues of him.
exactly.
In the city.
All right, let's move now to the Cardinals. We'll have Dave Pash joining us next, and BA's coming on the show. The Hall of Fame game is on Thursday. Can we learn anything from a preseason game? And if so, what?
Yeah. First of all, we can see for our own eyes in a real competitive situation what Carson Beck looks like.
Yeah.
That's number one for me. Whether Jeremiah Love plays or not is up in the air. He claims he needs to. Mike LaFleur doesn't seem to be that committal to the idea. But I think there's been this narrative that Carson Beck has gotten better over the weekend, that finally it's kind of clicking for him. I want to see it with my own eyes.
Yeah.
Against a team that is not friendly.
I agree with Bick. I think on an individual basis, you can learn a lot to see players get their feet wet, and Carson Beck certainly fits that bill. But I'm real curious to see just what everything looks like with a new head coach. This is Mike LaFleur's first go-around. First non-dress rehearsal, even though it's still a dress rehearsal, but they're putting on the real uniforms and everybody's going to be watching.
Mm-hmm.
What does the operation look like? What are some of the tendencies that you see? Does he, I mean, I don't think it's impossible for a new coach to be overwhelmed, even in a preseason capacity. So how well does he handle the pressure of his first go-around?
I also think that personally, from a personal matter, I hate watching football practice because I think the whole idea is really, really overblown. We don't have people covering Suns practices and giving you play-by-play of who did what in practice. That never happens. Yet it happens all the time in the NFL. That so-and-so, you make great play in practice. It's practice.
Talking about practice.
Talking about practice.
Not the game I love.
Players have to hate that.
Oh, they probably do.
Look, and I'm not blaming any. That's just the way it exists now. But everything coming out of Sunday's practice was, wow, Jacoby Brissett was really terrible.
Oh, terrible day for Jacoby Brissett. Threw a couple of interceptions. Terrible day.
No doubt.
That's so ridiculous.
It is absolutely ridiculous.
Last
question, real quick. The weather in Cleveland over the weekend got me thinking. What's the worst weather game you guys have ever been to?
Ever been to? Oh.
Like experienced?
Many, many years ago, I took my family to Wrigley. My kids were very young at the time. And and I'm glad we did it because it was before the renovations at Wrigley. So they all got to see Wrigley in its original form. And I got to see it one last time in its original form. But it was one of those days where it was like 48 and misting. And my kids were miserable. And I'm like, come on,
tough it up.
You're going to have a good time and you're going to like it.
Here's your hot dog.
Don't you kids feel the nostalgia that I do? Oh, you don't? Oh, my bad.
Darn.
In the pre-State Farm Stadium days, Cardinals, Dolphins, Sunday Night Football in September when the games were on TNT, it was so brutally hot. Me and my friend went to the game and we sat on the east side of the stadium, so the sunset was coming right down in our face. It was awful.
Yeah, I'm sure that was super comfortable.
But there was, I mean, Bick's got the experience of the bad weather games.
Oh, yeah.
And look, being too hot can be bad weather, but that's my experience, is basically every early season, and they didn't have a lot of them, but those September, early October home games with the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Yeah. They, They were bad.
Brutal. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, we will talk Larry Fitzgerald going to the Hall of Fame with a man who called his entire pro career. Dave Pasch, ESPN broadcaster, joining us straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming in August. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Refi.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jeweler for almost 100 years, we're known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. We stand behind our engagement rings with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We handpick the most beautiful diamonds, then negotiate for the best price. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Gleason Roofing. This is Jim Sharp, and I don't like to be one of those told you so kind of guys, except to my kids. But I have been talking about a strong monsoon this summer, and I was right. Before the next big storm hits your house, have Gleason Roofing come by for a no-obligation roof audit, especially if your roof is more than 10 years old. You may find, like I did, that you don't need a complete roof replacement. And after Gleason Roofing fixes what needs fixing and doesn't fix what doesn't, you could avoid a future full roof replacement for years to come, saving you tens of thousands in the long run. Gleason Roofing's 25-plus years of doing Arizona roofs means they're experts on what our summer heat and the monsoon's wind and rain can do to your roof, and experts on keeping the inside of your house dry. With Gleason Roofing's flexible financing options like 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners, you don't have to wait until there's a huge problem either. Get your no-obligation roof audit at GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
The D-backs host the San Diego Padres at Chase Field for a 4-game weekday series starting August 3rd. Get your tickets for the matchup at dbacks.com.
Arizona Sports. Countdown. The local sports leader and the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Countdown to Canton. Bickley and Murata talking fits in the Hall of Fame. Now.
We continue here on the Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Yes, this weekend upcoming is the weekend. Larry Fitzgerald enshrined into the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton. Got the preseason open of the Hall of Fame game on Thursday, and here to talk about all of it with us, the ESPN broadcaster, former voice, that sounds weird to say, former Cardinals play-by-play voice, Dave Pasch, joining us here via video. Dave, it does sound weird, doesn't it?
Hey, Vince. Hey, Dan. Yeah, it's still very strange. It's so weird to not be at training camp, to not be around the team. Normally this time of year, I'm all in. I'm there every day or most days, and I'm kind of sitting around right now looking for stuff to do. You guys hiring? You guys need an intern or
last
something?
thing
to
you
get
need is more work, Dave.
I'll get you guys coffee, run some errands, whatever you need.
That's awfully nice of you
Very
to offer.
nice of you, really.
Look, we've kind of talked about this ever since we found out Fitz was going into the Hall of Fame and what it means to this city, what it means to this franchise, this fan base. What does this all mean to you as somebody who saw his career up close and personal in the way that you did, calling all the greatness? What does this mean to you, Dave?
Well, for Larry, just thinking back to when he came into the NFL at age 20 and how he grew over the years, I do think, and he's talked about this, Kurt Warner had a huge impact on Larry and teaching Larry how to be a pro, how to be more philanthropic, how to take his platform and extend beyond the football field. I remember a couple things stick out with me with Larry. The first one is I remember, this is almost 20 years ago, my wife had a real big health scare and I had to miss the Cardinals happened to be off that weekend and I had to miss, or maybe it was a home game, but I had to miss a college football game and my phone rings and it's Larry. I can't remember how he found out. I think maybe his dad knew something because I wasn't on the air and it might've been like a Minnesota game or something, but Larry called me just to check on me, to check on my family. And that, I'll never forget that. Just again, at that point, he's probably 24 years old. And, we knew each other. I don't know how well we knew each other, but that's kind of who Larry is. He's very thoughtful of others, very, considerate of others. I just remember in the meal room, back when we could eat in the meal room with the team, he would be somebody that would come sit with us. You'd see sometimes him sitting with the training staff. Sometimes he'd be with the doctors. He understood what it meant to be the face of a franchise. And that meant you treated everybody with respect and honor. And those are two things about Larry and the person that makes me thrilled for him, because just knowing what's in his heart. And then the football player, I think we've talked about this a lot. I'm sure you guys have. The run in 08 and 09 and the playoffs, never seen anything like that, man. That was incredible. I don't know that we'll ever see anything like it again. It was a zone that lasted a month. How often do we see that for anybody in any sport? It was like Linsanity, but it just was crazy for that kind of run to happen in the biggest of games, and to know that the Cardinals were that close to winning it all, and he was the one that put them in that position, along with Kurt, of course. I'll never forget that game that day.
With all due respect to Luis Gonzalez, I maintain that touchdown pass to Fitz, and we've been playing your call of it for a few weeks now, might be the single most exciting moment in Arizona sports history. Now, the game didn't turn out the way we wanted to, but that anticipation and that feeling of suspended animation when we're like, oh my God, the Cardinals are winning in the Super Bowl and there's less than 3 minutes left, was unlike any feeling I've ever had. How did it affect you? What do you think of that particular play?
It's hard to disagree with that, Bick. And I remember our position in Tampa was around, I think, like the 15-yard line. So you could see it, and Fitz was kind of running towards us. I mean, you could see as soon as Kurt completed the pass, Fitz turned on the jets. I remember people said Fitz couldn't run. Well, he could run that day.
He sure did.
And just watching him running away from the Steelers defense, seeing him looking up at the Jumbotron, and then in Tampa, they played the Cardinals music when they scored a touchdown, the touchdown theme music that the team played in the home games in the stadium, and the stadium was going nuts. The booth next to us was full of NFL people. They were going nuts because they were seeing something that was a first. The Arizona Cardinals are winning the Super Bowl. Obviously, it didn't end the way that we wanted it to, but yeah, I'll never forget that. Never forget the feeling of the moment.
What I'll never forget about that, and we're talking to Dave Pasch here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings, was that feeling of being dumbfounded that just that, Dave, the Cardinals are winning the Super Bowl, and it was immediately replaced by, oh no, there's too much time left. Do you remember when that kicked in for you?
I do. Wolf said it. He said it like, wow, there's a lot of time left. And I think I told you guys a story. I didn't write anything down just because, silly me, I thought, I might jinx him if I actually write something down what I might say. But when they scored, I'm like, okay, I got to start. And I had in my mind what I might say. I'm like, all right, I'm going to start writing something down. And about a minute later, I ripped it up and threw it in the trash because Aaron Francisco fell down. They got into field goal range and the game was over. But yeah, and I think it was Dockett maybe had a chance to sack Roethlisberger. And I think he slipped through his arms, if I remember correctly. To be that close, it happened so fast because going in, I think we all were like, this is a great story. They're here. Will they win it? I don't know. They got Kurt Warner. There's something different about this guy. He just finds a way, makes people believe in him. And here they are. All of a sudden, they're winning the Super Bowl. After trailing, it happened so quickly, you didn't really have time to actually go there because you looked at the clock and said there's too much time. And then obviously it was over quickly. But, for something that happened almost 20 years ago, I'm with you guys. I don't think I'll ever forget it. It was a great moment to be a part of.
Whether it was high pointing a ball 40 yards downfield or catching a little slant or a little cross or even a little sideline pattern, Larry Fitzgerald making a reception at State Farm Stadium, it would produce such a jolt of energy and the chants of Larry, Larry. How would you describe the relationship that player forged with the fan base and how reciprocal it was?
I think the fan base appreciated Larry for several reasons. Number one is Larry played. He played every game. If he was really hurt, obviously he wouldn't, but he played through stuff. I'm sure there were a lot of times he played games where people didn't realize what was going on because Larry was not a look at me guy or woe is me guy. He wasn't going to tell people what was bothering him. And I think because he made obviously big plays in big games, they appreciated him. But, Larry was, again, going back to what I mentioned about how he treated everybody in the organization, I think he treated the fan base the same way. And I think that took some time for him, again, to kind of embrace that role. But once he did, and, I think he looked forward to it. I've heard him tell stories about how the fans responded to him after they won the NFC Championship game and the number of gifts he had on his front door. The fans loved Larry. And when you're somebody that plays hard, you play through injury, you don't, again, like him giving the ball to the official after he scored a touchdown, not spiking it, not showboating. Not that there's anything wrong with that. There are plenty of great guys that do that. I don't want to make that a big deal, but there's something to it when you don't.
Yep.
When you're all about, hey, I'm just doing my job. I think people really appreciate that.
You're hitting on something that I was going to ask about, but you're kind of leading me into it in a different way, Dave. Do you think that business-like attitude kind of cost Larry Fitzgerald in terms of widespread appeal? And I'll tell you why I'm asking that, because you don't have to go very long, and everybody does lists, and I pay way too much attention to what's on social media. But I saw one over the weekend, top 10 receivers of all time. Larry Fitzgerald left off the list, which is ludicrous to me. Yet you see other players who played a lot of their careers on bad teams. Calvin Johnson's on every top 10 list. Do you think his approach to the game, being no frills and being just workmanlike, did work against him in the eyes of many?
It's a great question, Vince. I don't know. I think probably playing here hurt him more than that.
Yep.
And the fact, Calvin Johnson will play in Detroit, but I think there is probably a wider fan base, maybe of Lions fans.
Fair.
I think it probably had more to do with here because the Cardinals obviously won, a bunch when he was here. If he's in New York, if he's in Dallas, Chicago, it's different. Philly, I just think it would have been a lot different for him. But maybe that was part of it. He wasn't a guy that, was doing post-game interviews where he's, the diva receiver or saying things about teammates. So I don't know. It's really a good question because, most people I don't think realize where he ranks.
Yeah.
If you look at his numbers, I think if you just polled the average NFL fan, they would say, oh, he's probably 8th or 9th on the all-time list when you look at his numbers. And clearly he's right there with the greats.
All right, lastly, Dave, while Fitz was here, he kept a lot of fans on board because no matter how bad things might be for the Cardinals, they still had Fitz, right? The team hasn't been the same since he's left. If there was a piece of advice you would give the organization to get back on a winning track, or something you would like them to see them maybe do better, what would it be to get them into the next realm of successful Cardinal football?
Wow. How long do we have? It seems like
yeah.
I don't know the answer. I mean, I don't know the answer. I could probably think about it and sit here and blab for a while. I think the biggest thing is you got to have better players. And, in the NFL, you win with a great quarterback. They don't have a great quarterback right now. They have a lot of players that have been drafted in the last few years that have not panned out just yet. Maybe they will, but that's the big thing. And look, Jeremiah Love could turn out to be the next face of the franchise. He is an all-world talent who could end up being the best running back in the league. And all of a sudden, he's got a really cool personality. Maybe if the Cardinals win and he's dynamic, fans jump on board with him and the team. Consistent winning, of course, but obviously they need to make sure these guys that they have drafted and they've invested in, that they have the right coaches for them and that they play up to their drafting potential. You can't miss on draft picks, and it feels like they've missed on some guys here the last couple of years.
Great point.
But hopefully Jeremiah Love is the guy that changes all that.
Yeah. Dave, great stuff. Thanks, as always, for joining us. Really appreciate it. We'll talk again soon.
See you, Dave.
You got it, guys. All right. Take care.
Dave Pasch, ESPN broadcaster, joining us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, Bick kicks off the second half of the Monday show.
Fire!
With a blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, training camp in session for all 32 NFL teams. It means football games just around the corner. And if you are looking to take your fandom to the next level, if you need a new television or you want to upgrade your entertainment center, do me a favor. Forget about the big box stores. Get offline. Head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance and ask for my guy, Bear. He's one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Walt's TV and Appliance. Tell him I sent you, because if you do that, you're going to get the best price you're going to find in the Valley. I can guarantee you that. And this is what you're going to get from Waltz. They've got everything you need. All the major name brands you're looking for. Big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. Great selection of outdoor televisions. Great selections of audio components. They're now in the golf simulation business, which is very exciting. You get all of that expertise from Waltz. You get the great experience, the great selection, inventory you will not find anyplace else, and their pricing is as competitive as you're going to find as the big box stores, but you're going to get 10 times the service. Why would you shop anyplace else? You can get same-day delivery 7 days a week if you need it. You can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. At Waltz, they'll have your back from day one. This is a Valley institution that has been serving Arizona since 1957. Head down to Waltz, right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
All the dog days of summer, they're here, but at Casa Calvisi, you know what? We beat the heat with California Pools and Landscape, completely transforming our backyard. New decking, turf, modern shade structure, of course the pool. Hey, we love one designer, one contract, one builder. America's #1 pool builder makes it so easy. And now our #1 summer escape is our own backyard. Get a free estimate and see our backyard makeover at calpool.com/Paul.
For over a century now, Ford
has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1Garage.com. A1 from day one.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling. Just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
August is Sandwich Month, and Easy Cater is rolling out a new surprise deal every week from August 3rd through 30th. That means every order of delicious sandwiches for your team comes with a side of something special just for you. From cheesesteaks and Cubanos to pita pockets and pastrami, Easy Cater makes it easy to bring everyone's favorite sandwiches to work and rack up big rewards while you're at it. New week, new deal, all August long. Visit EasyCater.com to place your next order and take a bite out of Sandwich Month. Restrictions apply. See offer details at EasyCater.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from the Guardians over the weekend and wrapped up their 10-game road trip 6-4. Still tied with the Phillies for the second wild card spot. They return home tonight for a 4-game series with the Padres. Brandon Pfaadt will be on the mound. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere around the MLB, last year's AL Cy Young winner, Tarek Skubal, was traded. Yep, you guessed it, to the LA Dodgers over the weekend. And with the deadline ending today at 3, what will the Diamondbacks end up doing? And the Arizona Cardinals continue with training camp over the weekend as they prep for the Hall of Fame game this Thursday. And from Walter Nolan, injury updates to who has stood out and struggled at camp, we've got you covered over on ArizonaSports.com today. And joining Bickley and Murata this morning at 8:30, former Cardinals coach Bruce Arians. You won't want to miss it. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. Don't miss the summer excitement at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries starting August 1st for your chance to win up to $10,000 or a 2027 BMW convertible. Details are at TalkingStickResort.com.
Bickley and Murata mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
There is nothing wrong with hating the Dodgers or the Lakers for that matter. Both collect stars, both receive more gifts than the Bickley children at Christmas, and both collect championships, combining for 20 titles since relocating to California. They're why our favorite chant in Arizona is Beat LA, and why one of our favorite pastimes is hating LA. But do not blame the Dodgers for their utterly predictable acquisition of Tarek Skubal, another fishy move that seemed very reminiscent of Luka Doncic landing on the Lakers without any public bidding. Now, I blame the rest of baseball for this. I believe the hawkish owners in Major League Baseball got exactly what they wanted. A boogeyman in L.A. that proves the financial system is wrecked, proof that the sport needs a salary cap, and if the Dodgers win a third consecutive World Series, they will be a PR nightmare for the Players Union all winter long. Now, of course, they're problematic between the lines. They've got the reigning MVP, the reigning Cy Young Award winner. Their roster has 50 All-Star Game appearances and 19 Gold Gloves, and their pitching staff has 4 of the 8 lowest ERAs posted since 2021. But this is baseball. Anything can happen. The Dodgers barely won last season, and the D-backs famously swept them out of the playoffs in 2023. So from my standpoint, no quarter asked, no quarter given, and I personally believe the 12 teams in baseball with payrolls under $140 million are a bigger issue than the behemoth in Los Angeles. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
You know, there are questions about Shohei Ohtani, too, and about how his knee is going to affect his ability to pitch the rest of the way. Well, guess what? The Dodgers don't need Shohei Ohtani to pitch now. They've got Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who was the World Series hero last year. They've got Justin Wroblewski, who was an all-star this year. Snell's expected back soon. Glasnow going on a rehab assignment. And now you put Tarek Skubal in that rotation. They still have Emmett Sheehan and Roki Sasaki as well. The Dodgers just have an embarrassment of riches of talent, and they already were strong favorites to win the World Series. They will now be overwhelming favorites.
That's Jeff Passan, ESPN, kind of painting the picture of what is the reality in Major League Baseball. They were overwhelming favorites. They've been the best team in baseball for most of this season. They add a 2-time defending Cy Young winner at a remarkably affordable right now salary rate. That's going to change when he re-signs with the LA Dodgers. And look, a lot of this is jealousy. And I said it kind of and holding it up against the example of the unwritten rules of baseball. Dodger fans love this. Yankee fans loved what they were doing for a long time when they were winning championships. It's a chance to puff out your chest. But I hate it as a consumer of the sport. And yes, I'm an Arizona Diamondbacks fan. I want them to do well. I'm also very realistic about what the chances are for them to win a championship in this landscape. They're not very good. But I hate when sport, and I don't care what the sport is, Bick, I hate when the sport is reduced to fans and a majority of fan bases looking at the situation and saying, I'm just rooting against that team. Yeah, that to me is not great for the game.
It's fair. The Dodgers have they've got some advantages that other teams in baseball do not. Like I said earlier in the program today, it is a fact that, and if you go back to remember when Frank McCourt ran the Dodgers, how poorly run they were, we did not know how lucky we were to have a bad owner in charge of an LA franchise.
Well, let's face it. I mean, the McCourts, due to their own selfishness and incompetence, I mean, they could go down as the worst owners in sports history because they had the same availability of riches to them.
No doubt.
But because they were fighting over a divorce, they couldn't get out of their own way.
No, and so they go to bankruptcy court, and in the settlement brokered between them and Major League Baseball, this is a concession MLB gave the Dodgers. They said, okay, because of this and because you're in this nasty divorce, we're going to let you keep X amount more of your own revenue and not have to share it with the rest of the league, and you can do that for 25 years. And I don't think that provision's going away in the next CBA, no matter what happens. So and Major League Baseball badly misgauged what that number was going to be. So it's turned out to be a significant amount of money that they do not have to share with the rest of Major League Baseball. But that being said, there are many other ownership groups that have the financial wherewithal to do exactly what the Dodgers are doing. The problem with the Dodgers is they do everything well. Their player development is excellent. Their farm system is the best in baseball. And their farm system is the reason why they can keep pulling off these kinds of deals. So there's a lot they do, and another advantage they get. They basically get first dibs on all Japanese stars because Japanese players who want to come to Major League Baseball, all their heroes played for the Dodgers, right? You get Hideo Nomo to Shohei. And so, as a result, they've got and unlike other sports, foreign-born stars don't go into a draft. You bid for them.
Very true.
Which is another advantage. So the team does have advantages, but to me, I think I would not be surprised. And sorry to be conspiratorial here, I would not be surprised. And I don't know much about Detroit's ownership group. But I wouldn't be surprised if some of the hawkish owners in Major League Baseball were encouraging Detroit to send him to L.A. No matter what, send him to L.A. because you're losing them. You'll get some good prospects, and in a larger vein, we're going to get what we need. Because what Bob Nightingale said earlier is correct. If the Dodgers do win all of this, they are going to be the owner's greatest ally in this big battle coming up with the Players Association.
Yeah, there's a lot of people pointing fingers at other teams now, too. And it came up with Bob Nightingale. Brewers, Rays, they were in a little bit. But maybe they were just turned off by the fact that, this was clearly going to be a rental situation for them. Those teams might be good enough to beat the Dodgers in a best-of-7 series. With Skubal on either one of those pitching staffs. Tampa Bay went out and they bolstered their. They got Peralta. Is it going to be enough? I mean, this is an overwhelming amount of talent.
You're dealing with a rotation in the playoffs, where you're going to have to deal with Tarek Skubal, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who is absolutely filthy, Blake Snell when he returns, Tyler Glasnow when he returns,
and maybe Shohei.
And listen, this is why I said, Suns fans, you got to pay attention to this. Because there was a time when the Buss family was running the Lakers, and Jeannie Buss, while a very nice person, they were clueless. Now this same group with the same methodology that's running the Dodgers are now going to run the Lakers.
Yeah.
Heads up.
It's an Arizona Sports exclusive. Larry Fitzgerald sits down for a rare, in-depth conversation ahead of his Hall of Fame induction this Saturday. Here, Fitz reflect on his legendary career, his bond with teammates, and what Canton means to him. It's only on ArizonaSports.com, the app, and our YouTube channel. Coming up next, Cardinals training camp continues. We'll get the latest headlines and some good injury news coming out of camp. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs from Arizona Sports as we celebrate First Ballot Fitz.
Larry Legend does it again!
We've picked 16 of Fitz's greatest plays, and you get to decide which one is the best.
And it's a pitch to Fitz, running straight ahead into the end zone, the shovel pass for the touchdown and the win!
Head to the Arizona Sports Contest page to cast your vote. When you vote, you're automatically entered for a chance to win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs.
Fitz is loose 40, 30, goodbye!
Countdown to Canton. Winners announced August 7th. Vote now on the contest page at ArizonaSports.com.
You have seen Sweet James on Valley buses, Valley billboards, commercials during Suns games. In fact, you've probably seen Sweet James dunking a basketball in commercials during Suns games. Say it all the time. I don't know whether that vertical leap from Sweet James is real or digitally enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his accident attorneys, they are great at dunking on your opposition you're going to be facing if you are ever injured in an accident. And of course, I'm talking about the insurance companies that will not want to give you a nickel for your injuries. Here's what Sweet James is going to do for you. They'll get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve, and they're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. Talking about an award-winning firm full of extremely talented accident attorneys who are not afraid to litigate. They've got extensive trial experience, and that 98% winning record, along with all that trial experience, gives them great leverage when negotiating with and dealing with those insurance companies. This is how they've received $2 billion for their clients, why they recover more in a year than most firms do in a lifetime, why you can expect maximum compensation when you hire Sweet James. The number, 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Bickley and Murata. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
It'll never just be my plan. It's going to be a collective and communicative, effort in terms of in great communication amongst everybody to see who needs it and who doesn't. For instance, name player that's been in the league for 10 plus years, has played a lot of football. Probably going to be a little different than a rookie, right? And so I appreciate Jeremiah saying that. These guys love football. They want to play. I learned really early in this league, it's the preseason. It doesn't matter in terms of the win-loss, but these guys are still out there, 1, fighting for jobs, 2, trying to put their best product out there, and 3, they're putting their bodies on the line. Like it's real football. And if the guys that are playing, if they don't go out with that mindset, that's how you get hurt. It's how you don't put a good product on the field. So I kind of almost made the mistake in my mind as a coach when I first got into it about just the probably not being as serious as I needed to be with the players, and I learned really quickly. The guys that are playing, it's an amped up environment. It's real.
It's Mike LaFleur, head coach of the Cardinals, yesterday reacting and being asked about Jeremiah Love, saying he wanted to play in the Hall of Fame game, wants to pay tribute to Larry Fitzgerald, new Cardinal to an all-time great Cardinal. Not exactly the most committal answer that Jeremiah Love's going to see action Thursday night in the Hall of Fame game.
I'm guessing he might not, Vinny. They might save him to week 2 for his debut.
And if so, maybe a carry or a snap here or there.
One series.
Maybe.
That's really all that I think you need to do with Jeremiah Love.
Which is a bummer because, in the grand scheme of things, is anybody really going to remember what we saw from Jeremiah Love in an August preseason game in 2026?
The
Probably
answer,
not.
No.
But we all want to see it. We all want to see what he looks like at the NFL level. I love the attitude that Jeremiah Love has going into this.
I agree. Listen, he looks from the clips that you've seen on social media, he's got great feet, very quick, and he maneuvers his way through the early traffic very well. Shifty, I believe, is the word they like to call running backs who can kind of find the space right at the point of attack. I'm curious, as you and I were both out there Friday, and one of the questions that I asked Mike LaFleur was just his process and what it's like for him to be able to find a voice and to command a room full of men, how that has been going for him. As training camp has gone on, we've heard a couple of things that Mike LaFleur has done differently. We've talked about the video boards that now put plays up in real time. So play runs in 11 on 11, boom, it's up on the video screen. They can run and they can teach right there. They don't have to wait till hours later or the next morning or whatever it is.
Yes. Which, by the way, seeing the results of that while on the practice field, it's a little different. It's kind of cool.
It's kind of cool.
I guarantee you the players don't like it.
Players, I'm certain, hate it, right? And because players are like, okay, I screwed it up and I'm going to hear about it tomorrow, but maybe coach won't be mad by that time, you know?
Yeah.
Then there's other things, changing up the seating chart so that the locker room and things like that are you're not just with your guys in your position group.
It was cool to hear him talk about that. It almost sounded like a teacher at the beginning of the school year.
Very much so.
Like, I want these guys to get to know people that they wouldn't normally get to know.
Exactly.
And that's what people from the outside, you don't think about it much because when you have that many players in a locker room, there are tight-knit groups, but it almost becomes cliquey by definition. I kind of liked that.
Yeah. And so as we look at Mike LaFleur, and you know what I think about this, that this guy needs to be Jordan Knott, and I've been saying this for weeks, and as I got down on the field on Friday, who walks in the back door? Jordan Knott and Josh Bartelstein. And Jordan Knott and Mike LaFleur dapped each other up, and they were guests of Mike LaFleur. And I'm like, wow, that's quite symbolic because this is exactly what the team needs. And as camp goes on, you're seeing some of these things that he's brought with him to differentiate himself, things that he might have learned from Sean McVay, from Kyle Shanahan, from his brother. I spent some time talking to Matt LaFleur during the WM Phoenix Open, and I came away very, very much convinced that it's very important that these guys are very, very close. And not all brothers are, but these guys are very, very close. And I can guarantee you that everything Matt LaFleur has learned about NFL coaching, he has told his brother.
Yeah,
I can guarantee you that. So this guy's got a really good head start. And watching and seeing what it translates into, I think, is going to be very interesting as well. I don't know if you had any initial thoughts about that.
No, I like the way Mike LaFleur talked about, hey, me and my brother are real close, but there's also that wall sometimes as well. I really enjoyed his press availability on Friday with the things that he talked about. The way that he talked about Kendrick Bourne, the wide receiver, I thought was refreshing to hear. Because he does have experience with Kendrick Bourne, who I think is a big upgrade to that receiving room. Mike LaFleur also yesterday did talk about, and this kind of bleeds into the Jeremiah Love discussion too, how much do you roll out your brand new toy in an extra preseason game? It's just that. The Cardinals and Panthers have 4 of them. Everybody else has 3. Here was LaFleur on that extra preseason game.
Yeah, I think you just said it. You know, I've been on record just how excited I was to get that one extra block, right? And it also, you know, having that extra game. But then if we have to kind of maneuver a day man, we built so many reps off of that first block. So just the totality of what that's going to provide for us. And then you think about the game. I'm going to hold off. I don't know if anyone's going to ask me. I'm going to hold off in terms of saying who's going to play. Mainly, and I'll tell you why, mainly because I want these guys only focused on now. The preseason, those games matter in the moment. But what really matters in the preseason is the practice that we're preparing for. And that's where I want these guys, and that's where I know those guys are at.
And on Friday, too, I thought it was cool that LaFleur talked about the importance of this week and this stage playing in this game for the Cardinals organization as a whole. We've talked about how big this is. This might be one of the highlights of the season this weekend.
Yes, sadly, but yes.
One of the highlights of today's show is coming up next. We used to talk to him every week. It's been a while since we've talked to Bruce Arians, former Cardinals head coach, BH, scheduled to join us next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Let's go! Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Hi, it's Wayne from AMCO, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any AMCO.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, AMCO does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Football is back, Arizona. Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals, is proud to bring you wall-to-wall training camp coverage right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. From position battles to breakout players, we've got you covered for the first snap to the final roster cut. So grab a Bud Light, tune in, and get ready for another Cardinals season. Bud Light, upgrade your game day. Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light, St. Louis, Missouri.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh, no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
I knew with this pregnancy something didn't feel right.
I was scared. I was scared a lot of the time because I just felt like no one heard me.
I'm glad I didn't stop at no. And I'm glad someone finally heard me. Someone finally listened to me.
Black women are more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications. Learn the warning signs and be the one to hear her concerns. Visit cdc.gov/hearher. It could help save her life.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
What could you do if you didn't have a mortgage payment?
Hi, I'm Tom Chambers, and I played 16 seasons in the league before I retired. Harold, you and the team at Galaxy Lending Group help your clients retire their mortgages in an average of 5 years? Come on.
We do. The Ownership Accelerator loan makes it happen. And it's an incredible feeling paying off your house decades ahead of schedule.
To learn more, text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The MLB trade deadline is just hours away, and the Arizona Diamondbacks, as of now, have been neither buyers or sellers. Could that change come 3 o'clock this afternoon? We'll have to wait to find out. The Snakes over the weekend took 2 of 3 from the Guardians, and they return home for a 4-game series with the Padres. That starts tonight. Brandon Pfaadt will be on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Cardinals are in action this week. That's right, Thursday night, the Hall of Fame game between the Cardinals and Panthers, and our very own Larry Fitzgerald will be inducted into the Hall of Fame in what should be a great night all around us. Football is back in our lives. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader and the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Countdown to Canton. Bickley and Marotta talking Fitz in the Hall of Fame. Now.
Yeah, just a matter of days until that happens. Larry Fitzgerald going to the Hall of Fame. Joining us now, a man who coached Larry Fitzgerald for 5 years here in Arizona, the former head coach of the Arizona Cardinals and 2-time AP Coach of the Year, the one and only Bruce Arians, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. B.A., good morning.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing, baby?
We're doing well. We reminisce how spoiled we were getting to talk to you every Monday after games for 5 years, B.A.
It was always fun, man, every week.
I tell you, B.A., things haven't been the same since you left, and I don't mean that in a good way, brother. We kind of miss you a lot here, B.A. What kind of emotions? Yeah, well, what kind of emotions are you going to have when you watch Fitz go into the Hall of Fame this weekend?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be very, very special, man. I mean, Larry, we all know what a great player he is, but he's a better person than he is a player, and it's going to be great. My wife and I can't wait to get up there.
Yeah, I was going to ask a similar question, B.A., about, look, this is not the first former player of yours to go to Canton. It certainly won't be the last, but when you had the experience to coach Larry Fitzgerald for those 5 years, what made him different, if anything, from other Hall of Famers that you had coached?
I think the two major words that come to great players are accountability and availability. Larry was extremely accountable every single day. He didn't miss practice. Never missed games. He was always there, and you could always count on him to give you his best, and he was a great leader.
You had a great motto when you came to Arizona. It was coach him up hard and love him afterwards, and you did that with Fitz. You remember moving him to the slot. Famously, he did not like that one bit, but it turned out to be kind of the final piece in his evolution as a football player. What do you remember about that change and how you got him to accept it and what it meant for him to kind of get that steady barrage of passes over the middle?
Yeah, it's like, okay, it's time to learn a little bit different football spot. And, at first, when you take a guy that good out of his comfort zone, it's really hard. And it was really hard on Larry. Two things. He didn't like being on that missed assignment sheet, that's for sure. We'd argue like hell every day. And but there were some things he had to learn about reading defenses in the middle of the field. And once he knew, I said, look, man, you're going to get 100 to 105 balls. What? Yeah, I swear to God, you get 100, 105 balls. And, when we get down in the red zone, I design certain plays, and I can pretty much dictate who's going to get the ball for the touchdowns. So if you do this and you block and you do all the things I'm asking you to do, I'll design all those things for you in the red zone. Oh, I'm in. I'm good, man.
So that's all. There wasn't like a feeling out process where he had to grow to love it. That was enough to get it done.
Oh yeah, every single day in practice. It was not easy. That's for sure. It's not an easy position.
No.
I told him to call Hines Ward because he had to do the same thing. And Reggie Wayne, I asked them to do the same things at that time in their careers, and it just extended them for 4 or 5 years and a lot of catches. And I think he and Hines talked, and the rest is history, man.
Now, prior to coming to Arizona, BA, that the highlight of Fitz is when he scored the touchdown against the Steelers in the Super Bowl. You were well aware of that. You were on the field that day. Under you, though, it was that playoff game against Aaron Rodgers where he came up with that remarkable play on the bailout pass from Carson Palmer, and it led to a great moment. During All or Nothing, during that television show, the camera was on your lovely wife, Christine, who literally said to the camera, call the right play, Brucey. Just one perfect play, and you dialed it up. Tell us about that play and what you were thinking.
Yeah, we had it, and we were going to use it to drive before, and it didn't work out. And it's like Fitz kept pointing to it. I said, I'm going to call it. Let's get the ball back. And Carson knew he was going to be wide open. If you remember, he pirouetted 3 times in the pocket, and because he knows Larry's over there wide open, I just got to stand up and get this damn ball to him. And as soon as Larry caught it, I didn't know think they'd ever tackle him. He went like his hair was on fire down through there, and got tackled on about the 3, and that's when we set up the shuffle pass, and we had practiced that for 20 weeks and not used it, and say this is the perfect time. And I say Carson, he loved it. Of course, Fitz grabbed it. He's going to score, that's for sure.
No doubt.
With him getting stopped short of the goal line on that play, was there any doubt to who was going to get the ball in the red zone on the shuffle pass there, B.A.?
No, unless they blitzed it a certain way, we'd have thrown the quick out. But I kind of figure they would run upfield and try to contain Carson, and it opened up for Larry.
Talking to Bruce Arians. Sorry about that, B.A. Talking to Bruce Arians, former Cardinals head coach, is Larry Fitzgerald getting ready to go into the Hall of Fame in Canton. We've been doing this thing on the radio station here, BA, about Larry's greatest plays. And those 2 plays that we just mentioned, they came up. They got a lot of votes. Obviously, the touchdown catch in the Super Bowl where you're on the other sideline as a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Can you give us your memories about, obviously you had a job to do once Larry Fitzgerald scores, but what was your initial reaction when Fitz took that to the house in the Super Bowl?
Oh, as soon as I caught it, I said, ain't nobody's catching him. And, we had those 2 safeties so wide trying to cover the sidelines, and, he beat Ike Taylor inside, and it was over. He looked up at that scoreboard. I think he could see there was nobody around there. Nobody's going to catch him. And so it's just, okay, all right, guys, we got plenty of time. Let's go get this done. And, and then we end up with a great drive and one of the best throws I've ever seen from Ben to San Antonio for that touchdown. But I told those guys, when we went out there, I would never wear that ring. And I only wear the one when we beat Seattle.
Yeah, there you go. We all know how popular Fitz was during his lengthy career in Arizona. You were very, very much the same way. We think back all the time on what you were able to build, how incredible 2015 was, and how close it felt to being a Super Bowl caliber football team in Arizona. When you look back on that era, is there any regrets? Do you ever think, man, that team was that close to delivering something nobody ever thought was possible, and that's a Super Bowl winner in Arizona?
Yeah, that 13-3 year was really special, and I was shocked how poorly we played in that championship game. But the next year, when we had a really good football team, and then we had decimated it with injuries, and the same thing kind of happened. I thought the first playoff team, the 11-5 team, was as good, but we go to the playoffs without Carson, without Drew, and we picked up Ryan Lindley and brought Ryan back because Logan Thomas, who I thought was going to be ready, but he wasn't quite ready yet. So that team was a really good football team too.
Bruce Arians, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Kind of going back to that time as well. When people talk about the Arizona Cardinals now post Bruce Arians, and Bick even brought it up at the beginning, Bruce, about, it hasn't been the same since you left. What do you say, just from your perspective now? This Cardinals organization gets a lot of criticism. People say, oh, they'll never get out of their own way. They won't be able to win. But you proved you could win consistently here. What do you say to those people who doubt the Cardinals as a potential winner in this league?
Yeah, we did it. We proved you can. So it's just a matter of getting the right guys and everybody pulling together. I think we had a really, really tight football team, you know. And I think it all started for us when we got Carson. He was like the missing piece because we had a really good defense, and the guys kind of thought they were good, but when Carson came, it kind of legitimized a lot of things. Mm-hmm. I think that happens with a lot of football teams. You know, I go back to what happened in Tampa Bay. I mean, Jameis had a great year, but he did throw all those interceptions. The next year we pick up Tom Brady and win the Super Bowl because Tom's presence in the locker room was the difference.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, so when to get back to Larry for one last question about Larry, when you see the effect that he had on your football team and then the effect that he had on the Cardinals, and he did it without much ego, and he did it by being very much a professional, and as you pointed out, always being available, always practicing, mostly always playing, what would you tell young players to emulate when it comes to Larry Fitzgerald? What did he do really, really well that young football players should know?
Be selfless. Score a touchdown, hand the ball to the referee, and go celebrate with your teammates. And that's what I think Larry's known for, just being a great teammate. And never wanted it all on himself, never wanted the spotlight in those situations. And to me, it's the ultimate team game. And right now we're kind of losing a little bit of sight of the team part of football. Mm.
All right, finally, so what you been doing lately, BA? Because you know we you know how much we miss you. If the Cardinals called you up, if Michael called you up and said, "Listen, BA, why don't you come be our team president? Set a championship tone." Would you do it? Would you come back and help us out?
I'm just too old now. I don't have the energy anymore. Even though my health is a lot better after the heart surgery, and I'm just enjoying life too much, especially with my grandkids.
Oh, that's fantastic.
How much golf are you enjoying these days?
Might go at 5 o'clock. That would be 5 days in a row.
Ah.
That's a little hard on my back anymore. But
yeah, there you go.
I had to take Chris for surgery on her hand. She had a little carpal tunnel surgery this morning, so not doing too much today.
Gotcha.
Well, BA, thank you for the time. Thank you for the memories. You know how much we love you, brother.
Yep. All the best to you.
You bet, man. You bet, guys.
Thank you, Bruce Arians, former head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, two-time coach of the year. Reminiscing about Larry Fitzgerald from a couple different perspectives.
The absolute best.
Yeah, we do miss BA. He joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line.
I tell you, baby. Holy hell, what a party.
He got the baby in real quick, too. Did you notice that?
Yes.
Right at the top of the interview.
Well, of course he does. He's BA.
Coming up next, the clock is ticking on the trade deadline in Major League Baseball, and we're all looking at what the Diamondbacks could do. Will it be anything? We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1 the count. The pitch. Swinging a grounder to first. This should do it. Manzardo has it. He races to the bag. The ball game is over. The Diamondbacks fall to the Cleveland Guardians today. 5-0 the final.
Scoping out and recapping MLB free agency moves. Plus, reaction to the Guardian series is on deck from Arizona Sports on YouTube, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and reputations matter. They just do. Trust matters. That's especially true in making a big purchase like buying a new car. Reputation and trust, two great reasons why you should shop at Chapman BMW. Talking about an award-winning family-run business for nearly 60 years. They have got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the automotive industry. Proof it's a great place to work and a great place to buy a car. Talking about a dealership that has got a great reputation for making luxury attainable. They've got something for everyone's price range. Great reputation for red carpet elite service. Everything they do, from Ted Chapman all the way down to the technicians in their service centers, is next level elite. You'll feel it the minute you walk into either of their locations, and those two locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. Finally, my advice: if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. Pick a location, take a test drive, find what you like, and then get your hookup by asking for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He's vowed to hook up every one of our listeners. Put him to the test. You will not be disappointed. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
At the UPS Store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
When your air conditioner stops working or a plumbing problem cannot wait, you need a company that's focused on helping you, not finding ways to charge you more. Home and business owners have trusted Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning since 1957. The home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. What matters most to Ready Services is saving customers money and doing the job right the first time. For plumbing or air conditioning service, are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Heart disease is the #1 killer in this country, and most people have no idea there's a problem until something serious happens. Lifeguard Imaging does a heart scan that takes minutes. No needles, no fasting, nothing invasive. It normally runs $5.99, but right now they've got a special offer for Arizona sports listeners. Call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620 for the details. Take care of yourself on this one.
Message and data rates may apply.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Here to pick up your little camper, too?
Yeah.
Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
Wow, that's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh. That was our little secret.
What's that?
Okay, see that brand new Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
It feels like I got away with something. I only paid...
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the Hyundai you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Come on, Katie. We're taking the scenic route to the dealership.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, going on now.
Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days or $3,000 customer cash on the Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end August 3rd. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that, is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
I'm really proud of them. We hit this road trip knowing it was going to be a very tough challenge for us, but we checked that box because we're a good baseball team. And, we're coming home after a very rugged 11-day road trip, and I'm anxious to see what we're able to put together inside the NL West. I'm extremely proud of how we handled some very difficult circumstances. Nobody complained about it. Nobody made excuses. They went out there and played baseball. And we had some tough circumstances. You know, the loss in Pittsburgh, after that made it 3 in a row, they rebounded and won 4 in a row. So I know what this team's capable of, and I want them to see their full potential every single day.
That's Torey Lovullo after yesterday's loss in Cleveland, a 5-0 loss to the Guardians, but still a successful road trip, a successful stay in Cleveland. Their bats got shut down by Gavin Williams yesterday in what was a disjointed game with a 94-minute rain delay. They didn't have their A game, but to win 2-3 in the fashion that they did against Cleveland, I thought was big. To get wins in games started by Bratt and Drake was big. Now they come home, but we are hours away from the trade deadline and still no movement from the Arizona Diamondbacks. There has been deals today that have involved players that were linked to the Diamondbacks as far as potential targets. Luis Arraez being one of them. He goes from the Giants to the Philadelphia Phillies. I don't know if he made the most sense for the Diamondbacks, as Gambo pointed out last week. Arraez only wanted to play second base. Mm-hmm. Would that make Ketel Marte your everyday DH? You could do worse at that position than have a switch hitter with his potential, but not to be. Gambo also put out in the last 12 hours that he's hearing Cade Stroud and Juan Burgos are headed to Arizona to be on the taxi squad. Doesn't get talked about a lot, but as Gambo explained, you're just waiting around, maybe seeing if you're going to be called up. So there could be a move in the works between now and 3 p.m. for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, you would think that they are going to add something because I think one of the feelings that many of us had Saturday night, despite watching Long Ball Paul get blown up again, was a baseball team that was scoring a lot of runs and a baseball team where Geraldo Perdomo and Corbin Carroll showed flashes of, okay, maybe they're getting hot. Right? Jerry had a great night. Corbin had a big 3-run homer that night, and it was an explosion. And it was 2 straight wins over the Guardians, and they did it with outings from Mitch Bratt and Cole Drake. And a lot of people wondered if that was, if that was possible, and it did. In fact, the whole weekend series was like the Merrill Kelly trifecta. Jody Jackson pointed this out. It was Merrill Kelly and the 2 guys that the Diamondbacks got in return for trading him last year.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
It was.
Well, and that has to be one of the greatest flexes in sports anywhere. When you trade a guy at trade deadline because your season's going nowhere, and then you get prospects back, and then the guy comes back to you next year.
Yeah, it gets talked about a lot. It doesn't get executed a lot.
It doesn't get executed a lot.
And
That's
it just
right.
seemed like it was a foregone conclusion in that case.
Yeah.
Because even after the trade went down, Merrill Kelly talked pretty openly, like, I'd be open to it.
So I think watching that Saturday game, it just kind of felt like, oh, you know what? This team is starting to feel special.
Frisky.
And so yesterday, let's just put yesterday to the side. Yesterday was a rainy, gross day, and you're going up against a real good pitcher, and then that whole unwritten rules garbage happened, and I mean, what a laughable scene that was. But this team went out on the road. They had a makeup game in St. Louis that no one wanted to play, that the team was angry about having to do, added a city to a trip that didn't exist. One of their best players, Ketel Marte, scrubs his Instagram account. There's more days of wondering.
Well, it was dirty.
It was dirty.
Cleaning.
There was more days wondering, what is that about? Then there was their starting closer officially losing his job and blowing up. And so all of that happened in the span of a road trip that otherwise was very successful by most standards. So I'm very, very not just interested. I'm convinced they're going to do something.
Yeah.
I doubt they would, because you remember the regret Mike Hazen had in the 2023 World Series when they had to throw that bullpen game out there, and it was the worst.
Mm-hmm. That was bad.
It was bad.
Yeah, I mean, I had similar feelings to you. I didn't go as far as using the word special just yet, but I think this road trip made this team a heck of a lot more interesting at this point of the season. Now, what do? Do they do anything at the trade deadline? We talked to Bob Nightingale earlier. Robbie Ray was a name that he threw out there on his own. Hey, go out and get Robbie Ray. He is on the market. The Giants trading a lot of players. The latest from Joel Sherman of the New York Post is that the Padres very interested in Robbie Ray. The Phillies, who just picked up Luis Ariz, they could be interested in Robbie Ray. A name that was talked about early in this process, and he's intriguing because there's a couple years of team control left, is a left-handed pitcher from the Angels and Reed Detmers, who's not making a ton of money right now. He's arbitration eligible. He hasn't been moved yet. I wonder if that could be a solution for the Diamondbacks. It doesn't obviously address the need to get a bat into the lineup. Do they make 2 separate deals? Sammy asked during the reboot, would you be shocked if the Diamondbacks don't do anything? And mildly shocked was the phrase that I used, if that's even a thing. I think more than mildly disappointed, though. Because this team has become more interesting or maybe showed some special traits on this road trip, they're right in it. And yes, can it be discouraging seeing what the Dodgers did again over the weekend? Yeah, that can be the case. But the last team to beat the Los Angeles Dodgers in a playoff series was the Arizona Diamondbacks in a series nobody gave them a shot. It sometimes gets lost when you're looking at the big picture, but all you need is an invitation to the party. And then if you get to the party, you can go mess some stuff up.
No doubt.
I would feel better about them possibly messing things up at the party if they had some reinforcements. So that's just the way I feel.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it.
With the deadline here and the injuries that the Diamondbacks have sustained and guys coming back, the only position where they're not getting reinforcement coming back is first base. So that's what makes me think if they were to do anything, it would be at first base. And the names that I've brought up here are Josh Bell, Nathaniel Lowe, and Ty France. Those are the three guys that if what we're hearing, not a huge move, not a blockbuster, but still trying to help the team, all three of those guys are relatively cheap. They're left-handed bats, and they play first base.
And all three of them would represent an upgrade in production over what they've got from that position.
Right.
Which makes it even more amazing that we're having these discussions.
I know. Because from the bullpen standpoint, Martinez is throwing. He's throwing games. Puck should be back a little bit after him. You should be getting some sort of reinforcement there. And then from a starting pitching standpoint, Soroka also throwing in the minors, so he should be coming back soon. Is there any word on Gallen? We got anything?
He's started a throwing program. Okay. I mean, Corbin Burns, but Gallen or Burns right now, well, we'll focus on Burns. Because even if he comes back and things are optimistic now, you're probably looking at, 4 to 5 starts at the most? That would be late August, early September, which I haven't heard that timeline yet.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to consider, too, there's going to be a governor on him. They're not going to throw him. He's not going to have the ability to go up to 100 pitches right away.
No.
There would be a slow ramp-up process. So I think that's almost a non-factor. I hate to say it because he's a great pitcher. Soroka getting back is huge.
Would you feel more comfortable about them adding a starting pitcher or adding one of the three names that I just said, like at first base?
Probably starting pitcher for me.
Yeah, I'll put it this way.
Mm-hmm.
If they only address one area, with all due respect to Bratt and Drake, it's not ideal to have two rookies back-to-back in your rotation when you're chasing something. They've done it with smoke and mirrors at first base, and they're starting to get a little bit of production. It's an uptick. That means nothing because they got nothing before that. Starting pitching's probably, and I fluctuated a million times on this subject.
So do I. But I think the Diamondbacks offense has the ability, if those big three get hot,
that's a fair
to
point.
Compensate for whatever they have it for. And I think Tyler Locklear's been okay. Not great.
And Vargas has been all right.
Well, he's starting to hit the ball.
Starting to hit the ball
more
too.
I mean, remarkably cold for a couple months, and he's not full drip.
No,
but he's getting closer.
Right, but the pipes aren't frozen anymore.
Yeah, there's condensation forming. Is what I'm saying.
There you go.
Only on Arizona Sports, a rare one-on-one Larry Fitzgerald interview when Fitz opens up about relationships, the moments, and the legacy that carried him to Canton for induction this Saturday. Don't miss this exclusive interview on ArizonaSports.com, the app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through some social studies on this Monday. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'm not rooting against Kyler. If the Minnesota Vikings win a division and Kyler's an MVP candidate, I don't know how we're going to look at it. We'll cross that bridge when we'll get there. But I think most people are going to say the freaking Cardinals. They had this guy. They drafted him first overall. They ruined him. He goes somewhere else and look after one. Like the Jets. The Jets ruined Sam Darnold. Now that he's had success, you're like, it's because he was on the Jets.
It's Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make those investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. That way, you don't have to worry about settling on one offer or maybe leaving money on the table without even realizing it. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. See, not only does Orchard give you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later, you still get top dollar for your home. And this is how. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard. When
you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where he can get a battery for under $100. Lonnie, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Lonnie does that for free too. In no time at all, John is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Sonic Drive-In is a proud partner of the Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's. Become a champion of hope for our local children and families in need. Dine at any of the Arizona Sonic locations from now through August 31st, and Sonic will donate $1 from every Wacky Pack Kids meal sold to Phoenix Children's. That's $1 for every Wacky Pack meal sold. Feed your kids and help the kids at Phoenix Children's. With your support, we can continue to improve specialized children's care in Arizona. Live free, eat Sonic.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one. Hey, Ron Wolfley here. I am with Brian Griffiths, who is a captain of Moving Team 6. Brian, how are you doing?
Not too bad, Wolf. How about yourself?
I'm doing great, brother. Tell me why you got involved with Moving Team 6.
I used to be in the Navy, had gotten out, doing a couple other things. I wanted to get back into something that actually helps people again.
How did being in the Navy actually help you with Moving Team 6?
It helps out a lot. It gives you the discipline, big things, showing up on time, work ethic. Show up, you get the job done, get it done the right way the first time. Makes everything much smoother and easier.
How much did it matter to you that Moving Team 6, they proudly support and hire veterans?
Oh, it mattered a lot. That's one of the reasons why I started working here.
So, Brian, if there's another veteran that is listening right now, what would you tell them about Moving Team 6?
First of all, it's a great place to work. Similar kind of brotherhood you had while you were in with the guys and the other veterans that we have here.
Thank you, Brian. Go to movingteam6.com.
Where your move is our mission.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from the Guardians over the weekend and wrapped up their 10-game road trip 6-4, still tied with the Phillies for that second wild card spot, and they return home for a 4-game series with the Padres that starts tonight with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere around the MLB, last year's AL Cy Young winner Tarek Skubal was traded. Yep, you guessed it, to the LA Dodgers over the weekend. With the trade deadline ending at 3 o'clock this afternoon, what will the Diamondbacks end up doing? The Arizona Cardinals continued with training camp over the weekend as they prep for the Hall of Fame game this Thursday. And from Walter Nolan injury updates to who stood out and struggled at camp, we've got you covered over on ArizonaSports.com today. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, it is 9 o'clock on this Monday. That means it is time for some social studies. We are at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And you can watch us live on YouTube at Arizona Sports every single day. An uptick today, 375 watching on YouTube. So shout out.
It's because Jarrett's not on the screen. Of course we're going to get more people to
There's maybe that. And BA on the show. I answer the phone. He goes, "What's up, baby?" I'm like, "Oh, this is great. So good."
I tell you, baby.
All right. First question on social studies today for Diamondback fans. Do you trust this team to get back to the playoffs? Why or why not?
I do, because the teams around them and below them do not impress me at all.
Okay.
And so I think that they, I think their odds of getting in are still good.
Yeah, I believe, and I don't disagree with what Bick said, but I'm looking internally. What I saw over the weekend and on this road trip was pretty telling. And I know it's only 10 games, and there's 2 months of baseball left to be played, but they showed me something on this road trip, especially Friday and Saturday in Cleveland. That Saturday game was drunk, as Bick said earlier. And it was really, really nerve-wracking for a game that they had a 10-2 lead. But for them to answer with more tack-on runs after things got just unnecessarily uncomfortable, that showed me something.
Yeah.
Yesterday was yesterday. No, again, it's a roller coaster, so ask me this question next Monday after the Padres and Dodgers are in town, and we might have a different discussion.
Yep. If I would have told you they would have gone 6-4 on the road trip, I think all of us would have signed up for that.
True.
Definitely.
And I know it's a long ways away, but Padres Diamondbacks 3-game series to end the season.
In San Diego.
In San Diego. So just, again, it's a long ways away, but that could be.
It's not that long.
Could be big.
It's not that long. We're closing in on, 50 games left?
Yeah.
I think 50 games. The responses are actually kind of overwhelmingly yes. George says, I do trust them. They're very good at rolling with the punches. They're tough, and they're starting to play better against better teams at the right time. And there's no way Cattell, Corbin, and Jerry stay cold the rest of the season. Hopefully, Jerry and Corbin got it going this weekend.
Yeah, but Gabby Moreno
starting to, it's
to go for 12 or his last 12 at bats in this series.
Yes.
That might be.
And Tom Foss is the optimist when it comes to social studies responses. He says, I absolutely have 100% trust in this team to secure one of the wild card spots and do more damage in the playoffs. Look who's getting hot right now, Geraldo Perdomo. And if we can get Burns back, Soroka back, and Carroll and Marte playing to their full potential, sky's the limit for this team.
It's only 4 ifs.
Exactly.
No problem.
Yeah.
And then the Corbin Carroll enthusiast said, I have 100% trust, especially if they make a couple moves today. Even one move by the deadline could help a ton. And a reminder, the deadline ends today at 3 o'clock Arizona time. All right, next question. This is mainly for baseball fans. We've had a little bit of this discussion, but fill in the blank here. The Skubal trade is blank for baseball.
Typical?
That's exactly the word I was going to use.
Typical.
It's exactly the word I was going to use.
How about that?
We knew this was coming.
I agree.
I don't know if we were talking to Bob Nightingale or Tim Kirkjian at the beginning of the season.
I remember
we
this,
joked
yes.
about it. And you could probably find, everybody saw this coming. Typical is the exact word.
I agree.
And I'm looking for a time that's not the case. And there's massive work to be done this offseason in crafting a new CBA to make some real substantial changes to it, because I don't want it to be a foregone conclusion anymore.
I'm hearing a lot of people like online and in the media are saying that this is the tipping point for the 2027 season. Like, do you think that's the case?
No.
I think it was going to be a lockout regardless, right?
Although Bob Nightingale brought up an interesting point. When paychecks start to get missed, it's been a while since we've seen work stoppage really, really drag on for a long, long time where a lot of paychecks were missed. It usually doesn't take that much until somebody blinks. I hope that's the case. I don't want to go a full season. And there are teams, it's been reported, there are teams and general managers that are operating under the thinking that there's not going to be any baseball in 2027.
That's what I would say. Steven Ruiz said, this is confusing. The Dodgers didn't give up much, and it's hard to believe no other team could make a better offer. Jones says, I don't think it matters, to be honest. They already have an embarrassment of riches. It would be much funnier now if they don't win a ring to go along with it. And that's the thing. They still have to play the baseball games, and we'll all be rooting against them. All right, last question. We talked about the Tim Tawa bunt attempt at 7 o'clock with the unwritten rules of baseball. So what is the dumbest unwritten rule in baseball? And also, what is your favorite?
All of them?
And what is your favorite unwritten rule in sports?
Favorite unwritten rule in sports?
I don't know if I have I don't know if I like any of the unwritten rules.
Listen, if any unwritten rule was good, it would be written. That's
a great
always
point.
Been my
That's
bottom
always
line.
a good point.
Yeah.
And it wasn't limited. I mean, the question is unwritten rule in sports not just baseball.
Yeah.
Okay.
The one that always bugs me is when everybody gets butthurt at the end of an NBA game.
Me too.
With somebody scoring a basket. Like, if you're going to take 2 possessions off, 1 each way, and not do anything and let the shot clock run out, who cares? It's 2 possessions.
I so agree with that.
Just play until the damn buzzer.
I'm with you.
That's a great one. The mandatory retaliation unwritten rules
in
are
baseball.
stupid.
I agree.
Well, that's one thing the Diamondbacks. I felt like there was going to be another massive bench clearing brawl yesterday after the rain delay.
Yeah.
Because the Guardians were still talking about it after the rain delay, and Tim Tawa's next at bat was coming. I thought they were going to plunk him. Did you get that feeling?
Yes, I did get that feeling. And if it weren't a high leverage situation, that might have gone down like that. Look, not swinging 3-0 if you're leading big. All these little concessions you have to make in baseball if the score is perceived to be two lobs one-sided.
Can't steal a base if you're up 5 or you're down 5.
Right. It's just insane.
I agree. Seabacker's answer was good. He said, the dumbest is announcers not being able to mention no-hitters or perfect games
That's a good one.
after the 5th inning. The best, he says, is in hockey, if you run into or impact a goalie, at minimum, you're getting a stinky glove face or a fight.
It's true.
And then Christopher, he said, all he put was this. He said, buying a round at the bar after a hole-in-one. I couldn't tell if that was a dumb rule or one of his favorite.
It's an insane rule.
No, everybody should buy you one.
That's my point. I have always thought that if you are the one that gets the hole-in-one, why are you now obligated to share with everybody?
Well, guys,
when you win big at a casino,
true.
why do you have to tip the dealer profoundly? Do they tip you when you lose your backside?
No, they don't. I'll answer that for you.
Do they give you cab fare on your way out of the casino?
No.
They'll take your damn shirt from you.
Yes, they will.
The thing is, if the hole-in-one thing, if everyone bought you a drink, it'd be hard to get home.
It'd be very, very hard.
They should pay for your Uber, too.
There we go, Vinny. Okay, all right. I like where that was going. All right, guys. We're at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports.
Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, more on that specific unwritten rule that may or may not have been violated by the Diamondbacks' Tim Tawa yesterday. Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Monday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
And there is the injury situation. We're talking about Corbin Burns coming back from an injury. We're talking about Michael Soroka. By the way, frat boys, how good was Michael Soroka? How good was he when he was in the rotation for the Arizona Diamondbacks? You talk about all the injuries the Diamondbacks have. And if you're telling me Justin Martinez is close, okay? AJ Puck at some point in time. Listen, I think there's a real possibility you could build the argument, you could build the case where the Arizona Diamondbacks do nothing at the trade deadline.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts, while refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata here. In my childhood, in my adolescence, bad vision. Had glasses, wore contacts all the way up until my early 30s. But then I had LASIK surgery, changed my life. But as I've gotten older, my vision's still pretty good. It has changed a bit. I do squint when I'm looking at things at distance. I've had to use readers from time to time. So I was wondering what was going on with my vision. I met with Dr. King at K2 Vision. I got a thorough exam that showed, like many people who've had LASIK in their younger years, I'm a candidate for refractive lens exchange, a permanent solution that would ensure I'll never get a cataract. The surgeons as a team at K2 Vision have performed over 300,000 procedures. So if you're like me and you're wondering about what your options are, I know from my personal experience that they'll know the perfect procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Gambo. Heart disease is the #1 killer in this country, and most people have no idea there's a problem until something serious happens. Lifeguard Imaging does a heart scan that takes minutes. No needles, no fasting, nothing invasive. It normally runs $5.99, but right now they've got a special offer for Arizona sports listeners. Call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620 for the details. Take care of yourself on this one.
Message and data rates may apply.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Douglas Santo. Baker Mayfield should be on the Cardinals' radar if things don't work out in Tampa Bay. Jacoby Brissett struggled at training camp Sunday, and where on earth was Trey Benson? And the court declared newly eligible seniors in college football will count toward roster caps and cannot transfer. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
I think they were trying to get through that inning, and that last pitch, I think. Oh.
And now Stephen Vogt is screaming at Torey Lavello. Torey's coming out of the dugout. Vogt being held back by the umpires. He's trying to say something to Vargas. These are 2 guys that have a lot of respect for each other. Vogt played for Lavello. Douglas Odor now pointing his finger at Diamondbacks coaches as well. Stephen Vogt in Torey's face. Douglas Odor pointing at Jeff Bannister. And Banny's not taking it. And Banny's got his head cocked as he shouts at Odor, who's having to be held back.
It's a good taste of Mike Farron describing what Bick described as one of the most ridiculous scenes he's seen in a long time. The Cleveland Guardians aggrieved over the fact that Tim Tawa attempted a bunt. Oh, my goodness. With a perfect game in the sixth inning.
How dare you?
Not 3 outs away, 12 outs away from a perfect game.
Yeah.
Does that even register on a headline? Did any outlet report Gavin Williams' perfect game broken up with nobody out in the sixth inning by a Tim Tawa single?
Nobody.
No.
As you pointed out, and the fact that this continued to be a problem, even though he bunted foul and then singled on the next pitch, is double ludicrous. Then the fact that they were jawing in the rain around home plate and the crew trying to get the tarp on the field had to stop because there was a melee going on. It was ridiculous. Ruglis Odor, by the way, he's the uncle of Rugnet Odor, who is famously the red ass who threw the punch that knocked Joey Bats' sunglasses off his face.
Yes. Those Odors. Maybe they're just
Stay
angry.
away from the. Yeah,
Maybe they're angry that their last name is spelled Odor.
Wouldn't you be?
I'd be a little upset.
A little bit on edge?
Look, the debate goes back and forth. Torey Lovello was asked about it. He said, no way, not even close. It's the sixth inning. And he kind of laid out his belief. There's no one specific belief, which is what makes this ridiculous. You play it, for anything goes for 6 innings. In that instance, after the sixth inning, it's a little bit different circumstance. So he was well within his right, according to Torey Lovello. Not everybody believes that. In fact, I was doing a search on some older incidents, and obviously the one that comes up the most is the 2001 Curt Schilling perfect game that was broken up by a Ben Davis bunt. Ben Davis, a catcher for the Padres, laid down a horrible bunt and beat it out. That was in May. It wasn't exactly in the heat of a pennant race. Curt Schilling at the time said, he kind of saw both ends of it. He said, whether I agree with it being right or not is not really relevant. It was a 2-0 game. If it's 9-0, yeah, I think it's a bleep thing to do. But it was 2-0, and the bottom line is, unwritten rules or not, you're paid to win games. That's the only reason you're playing in the big leagues. In 2019, there was a similar incident where a no-hitter was broken up in the 9th by a bunt between Trenton and Hartford. And MajorLeagueBaseball.com did a poll. 30 players were asked. 14 said yes, it's okay to bunt. 16 said nope, it's against the code.
That's
crazy. At any point. So
that's crazy.
This is something that will pop up from time to time. It popped up yesterday. It factored 0 into the outcome of the game. But I will say this, Tim Tawa doing that was the closest the Diamondbacks got into getting into Gavin Williams' head the whole game. The very next pitch, he laced it into right field, broke up the no-no.
Threw him off. Yeah, so maybe that's the genius of it all.
Maybe.
Yeah, these things, these unwritten rules in baseball are so juvenile and so laughable. There's so many of them. The only ones that you should pay attention to history and sort of bring to the game, don't swap wives. We had a couple of Yankees players who did that back in the day.
Do not do that.
Do not do that.
Fritz Peterson and Mike Kekich, was that it?
That's it. Don't pitch to Nick Castellanos during a personal crisis.
Correct. Yes, never, ever.
That's a good unwritten rule.
It's a deep drive to left field, and that ball's
That's right. That ball's out of here. Yeah, look, nobody gets on a hitter. If a hitter is on a long hitting streak, and he's 0 for 3, 0 for 4 in a game, and he tries to bunt his way on, people don't lose their mind then. Why? It's just so stupid. When you get to the logic of it, it's what the one side is saying is that if our guy is dealing, if our guy is so filthy on any given day, you need to make sacrifices for that. You need to get out of your competitive zone and acknowledge that this person on this day has got something so special going, you need to oblige. And you need to oblige by none of that funny stuff, like trying to get on base with a bunt.
Now, why do you think a majority of the unwritten rules we just talked about in social studies were baseball related? Why do you think there are so many more of them in that sport than any other?
Great question.
Is it because of the history and the the pageantry of it all?
History certainly has a lot to do with it.
I think because it's a sport that famously has always policed its own with the beanball, with retaliation pitches.
Okay.
You do one thing that we don't like that isn't necessarily illegal or against the rules, and you're getting plunked. You pimp that home run too much. You admire that home run a fraction of a second too much. And I'm throwing at you.
Yeah,
because you've offended me.
But it's also gone the other way now, too, with excessive celebrations by the pitcher. Remember Abner Uribe from Milwaukee?
Of course.
Oh, yeah, that was over the top.
Yeah.
Of course.
But everybody was like, did he
break
what
the
did he do?
unwritten rule? Yeah. Like, dude, just go back to the dugout.
Remember when Randy Johnson used to strike a guy and just say, get back in the
I
dugout?
love that stuff.
Oh, of course you do.
It's great.
But who's going to talk back to Randy Johnson?
Yeah, no one.
Knowing they have to step in the box
6'10"
against him
and he's
again.
got a black belt.
What
You ain't messing with that cat.
All right, here's where it gets, and I know Torrey doesn't like gray things. He said that yesterday. He likes
did.
black and white. Here's where it gets real gray. Cleveland doesn't react at all. Tawa fouls off the bunt.
All right.
Everything remains the same. He breaks up the no-hitter. Rain delay happens. Next time up, he gets plunked. Is that better or worse than their reaction? Because I have to assume that if he gets plunked there, there's a bench clearing brawl.
I think it's worse because the act of retaliating with a pitch it's felonious. You could seriously injure somebody.
It's worse, I think.
I think it's worse.
I think so too.
So you're saying the same stuff happens. He tries to bunt, then gets the single.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
and
worse.
they kind of hold their tongue. They bite their tongue.
Say nothing about it.
Because I think it's worse. The bunt itself didn't break up the no hitter.
No.
Right. So
they were mad at the attempt. Which is even more ridiculous.
I mean, I think it's ridiculous either way. But because the bunt didn't break up the hit, and if he were to get plunked the next time out, it's ridiculous.
But like I said, it's one of those things where if we do it, it's cool.
Yeah.
If anybody else does it, it's not so cool.
See, I don't like when if the Diamondbacks were in this instance. I agree with Bick. Hitting someone, I don't love.
No, but Ruglis Odor, Brian Rocchio, Patrick Bailey were the three that were the most bothered, at least visibly.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if anybody in the Guardians dugout said, "What are you doing? He's trying to win a game."
That's a great
I
question.
wonder if that happened, and if it did, those quotes will never see the light of day.
But you're right. It was Rocchio who was he's the one that kind of lit that fire. You're absolutely right about
Brian
that.
Rocchio, he of the 0 for 11 series with a gigantic error that almost opened the door for them yesterday.
Exactly.
Coming up next, we'll hand out some hardware on this Monday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1 the count. The pitch. So we get a grounder to first. This should do it. Manzardo has it. He races to the bag. The ball game is over. The Diamondbacks fall to the Cleveland Guardians today. 5-0 the final.
Scoping out and recapping MLB free agency moves. Plus, reaction to the Guardian series is on deck from Arizona Sports on YouTube, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and we all know that changes come fast, that life doesn't stand still. It might be a new job, it might be the arrival of grandkids, maybe a new home. That is why it's vital to have financial alignment in your life, to have a coherent vision guiding everything you do. And that's why, unlike traditional firms, Trajan Wealth provides a true all-in-one family office model. Their dedicated professionals coordinate your asset management, your tax preparation, and your estate planning all under one roof. It's a seamless, integrated strategy designed to protect your wealth, reduce your tax burden, and help you retire with confidence. Highly recommend you schedule a free appointment with Trajan Wealth. They can do a lot of things for you. They can look at what you got going on. They can give you a second opinion on your existing portfolio. They can give you personalized strategies. And as a true fiduciary firm, their number one priority is you, your needs, your goals, your risk tolerance. And when you meet with them, you'll see it all begins with relationships. Trajan Wealth, also a veteran-led company, and just as our military heroes safeguard our freedoms, Trajan Wealth committed to safeguarding your financial future with the same integrity. Get your plan started. Give them a call today at 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
At Train, tough comes standard. But real strength isn't just muscle, it's knowing when to flex. HVAC units tough enough for the extremes, but smart enough to know what's next. We engineer for chaos, so your home always stays comfortable. Train, built strong, engineered smart. It's hard to stop a train.
Train is a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital and Champions of Hope, helping provide funding for the hospital's care, life-saving research, and families in need.
What could you do if you didn't have a mortgage payment? Would you retire early? Maybe help your kids buy their first home? Or finally take that bucket list vacation? Hey, it's Tom Chambers, and whatever it is for you, my friend Harold Perkins and his team at Galaxy Lending Group are helping people turn those dreams into reality. Harold, I played 16 seasons in the league. You're telling me a mortgage doesn't have to last even that long?
Not even close. We've got clients finishing in 5.
5? I hadn't even hit my prime yet in 5.
It's true. We've had clients retire years earlier than they planned. Others are putting their kids through school, traveling, investing. It's an incredible feeling to watch someone realize their home is completely theirs decades ahead of schedule. And it's easier than you think. With Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan, your existing cash flow does the heavy lifting with no lifestyle changes.
Just give Harold a call today or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The MLB trade deadline is now just hours away, and the Arizona Diamondbacks, as of now, have neither been buyers or sellers. Could that change come 3 o'clock this afternoon? We'll have to wait and find out. The Snakes over the weekend, though, took 2 of 3 from the Guardians. They dropped Sunday's weather-delayed game 5-0, but remain tied with the Phillies for the second wild card spot, and they return home for another big series, this time with the San Diego Padres starting tonight with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Cardinals are in action this week. That's right, Thursday night, the Hall of Fame game between the Cardinals and Panthers and our very own Larry Fitzgerald will be inducted into the Hall of Fame in what should be a great night all around as football is back in our lives, and that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports poll question.
All right, today's Arizona Sports poll question: will the Diamondbacks make the postseason? Yes or no?
Feeling optimistic. Put me down for a yes.
Are we talking about this year or forever and ever in their existence?
This year.
Sure, we'll say yes.
Okay, 63%.
Let's go,
Feeling
Sammy.
optimistic. Wow. I'm rubbing off. Let's go. 37% voted
You were
no.
so done last week.
Well, no, Vinny, here's the thing, though. I can be done for like 16 hours. That's about like all I got in me.
It's like Jarrett eating. He gets to the point where he's
Right.
done until it's the next time
Until he's
to
hungry
eat.
again.
Yeah.
It's
I
kind
get
of
it.
like the next game. It's like, all right, I'll wear this one. But then as soon as the first pitch comes out for the next game, I'm like, okay, we're back for 9 more innings.
Yeah, I mean,
that's allowed.
It is, and I go through it every year personally during baseball season.
I've been saying it's the hardest.
That's today's poll question. You can vote on it right now on the homepage, ArizonaSports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You're going to go to the hardware store.
Handing out the hardware.
All this hardware.
Hardware is how we do the award show on Monday mornings based on what we took in over the weekend. We'll hand out a couple of awards each, time permitting. What's your first award, Bick?
The Plum Assignment Award, Vinny, goes to Kelsey Plum, who is now a member of the Phoenix Mercury, and it's really, really good because the Mercury are having a really, really soggy, yucky kind of season, and this brings real star power to the team. And with Kelsey Plum, they don't even need the T-shirt cannon anymore.
Yes, true.
The famous video of Kelsey Plum throwing a T-shirt into the stands. She's got one of the best throwing arms I've ever seen.
It's one of the most amazing videos. If you haven't seen it, look it up. Where this goes back to early in her career, where she was a member of the San Antonio Silver Stars.
Wow!
And
well done.
I think she was at a Spurs game, and she threw out T-shirts. And got it to the upper deck, no problem. Those T-shirts
and the form was insane.
Form, and it was like a perfect spiral.
Yes.
People thought it was like AI before AI was a thing.
Yeah, well, ex-wife of Darren Waller, she was probably throwing him passes in the backyard.
She could have been.
She could have been.
Yeah. The Mercury, you say this about them under the Matt Ishbia umbrella. People expected them to be sellers at the deadline. They pick up the best player available in a trade, and now maybe have the inside track to sign her moving forward.
Right.
Yeah. They're not afraid to do that stuff.
No, they're really not.
Blank them picks.
People are like, well, she's expected to explore free agency after the season. I'm like, you people don't know Matt Ishbia.
No. My first award is the He's a Real Munson Award. It's a tip of the cap. Tim, one of my favorite movies, Kingpin. Did you see Austin Wells yesterday, the catcher for the New York Yankees? Yesterday was the 47th anniversary of the death of Thurman Munson, who was an incredibly popular member and a really good player for the New York Yankees. Died tragically in a plane crash on an off day, a plane that he was flying from Ohio to New York. I still remember it. I was 8. I just turned 8 years old, and I remember where I was when I found out. Coming back from, do you remember Price Club? Before Costco.
I do.
My parent, we had just moved into our house, and my parents had taken us to Price Club, and that's when we got the news. So what did he do? He paid tribute to Thurman Munson yesterday. 47 years later, he had specially designed catcher gear. But catcher gear was not what it back in the 70s. Wasn't what it is now. You couldn't even get it in team colors. So the Yankees obviously have their uniform that they've had forever. Thurman Munson wore an orange chest protector.
Oh, that's
and
awesome.
Orange knee pads and catcher gear, because that's all that was available.
That's right.
So Austin Wells had this specially made from this company, Evo Shield, to make it look like Thurman Munson's, and he wore it yesterday.
Yeah, that's
and then even shaved his goatee into Thurman Munson's mustache.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
What a Munson.
What a Munson. All right, my first award is the Fergie You're Off the Hook Award. And I'm giving it to Martha Reeves. Did you guys see this?
Oh, I did see this.
Or hear it?
I did hear it.
Opening night in the first Women's Pro Baseball League, Martha Reeves sang the single worst national anthem I've ever heard, taking over Fergie's top spot. And I'll play a couple of sounds.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars.
Stop! You gotta stop! Yeah, it's bad.
Oh my goodness!
There are these two people singing it right in front of her. So there's 3 total people. 2 people singing it, pretty well, and she's kind of like looking at them, like bobbing back and forth and trying to sing off of them or with them. I don't even know.
No, there's a couple of things at play here. Martha Reeves is 85 years old.
There's that.
And we could pin this on the sound guy too.
Could.
Whoever was doing the harmony there was way up too high.
Yeah.
or too close to the microphone or something. But it was bad. Still not as bad as Fergie's.
You don't think as bad as Fergie's?
Fergie's was worse.
Okay.
When
Pretty
you had
bad.
players cracking up and laughing at that event, that was so bad.
Fair.
My next award is the Wild Times Ahead Award. I'm giving it to the Portland Trail Blazers. Bill Simmons has been saying for a couple of days now that he's getting the idea that the Tom Dunscap, the guy that owns the Blazers, Tom Dundon, that Tom Dunscap, who paid $4.2 billion for the Trailblazers, is looking to move them and then sell them, and then probably double his money wherever he goes. Bill Simmons is now saying that Kansas City might be the market that they move to. They've already got the T-Mobile Arena sitting there. They've got a ready-made arena in Kansas City that's just been sitting there for years.
A long time, yeah.
A long time. And Kansas City's been in the NBA before. I'm just saying that for a young, talented team like the Trailblazers, going into next year with this in the background, it's going to be brutal. To have a fan base that doesn't know whether you're coming or going?
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, I would be happy for the Kansas City market. I think there's a lot of good sports fans there. And yes, I do remember the Kansas City Kings when I was a kid.
Yep.
The Suns had
Sam Lacey,
they had a rivalry
Jimmy
with them.
Walker,
Reggie King, Artie Grunfeld, Scott Wedman.
Oh, that's good.
Otis Birdsong. But I would feel horrible. And I don't like the Portland Trailblazers, but that's a good city.
Yes.
It's a good market. It's a one-sport town who's been faithful to that organization for so long. And to see this charlatan come in,
This hump,
and slash things to the core and then move them, that would be gross.
It's gross.
My last award is that seems like a waste of money award. And I'm giving it to Luka Doncic of the Los Angeles Lakers. Did you see this story? What a great teammate.
No.
He's going to host the entire Lakers roster, fly them over to Slovenia for a mini camp to get ready for the upcoming season.
Okay.
Couldn't you accomplish the same thing and save a bunch of money just by getting your chunky behind on a plane and flying from Slovenia to L.A.?
Well, maybe he wants them to see some culture.
I've heard Slovenia is absolutely breathtakingly beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
But, come on.
It's fair. Yeah. Maybe just save the jet fuel and go yourself.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
All right. My last award real quick is the Who Said They're Dead award, and I'm giving it to movie theaters. Saturday night, my friends and I, we went to go see the new Spider-Man, just came out. And let me tell you, the parking lot, packed. The theater, packed. It was the busiest I've seen a movie theater since I was a kid. Maybe it's because Spider-Man and the Odyssey are both out in theaters, but movies are back and going to movies are back, and I've unlocked a new favorite movie theater candy.
Oh, what is it?
Which is what?
The nerd clusters, fellas.
Yeah?
Really?
The nerd clusters are phenomenal.
I don't go to movies that often anymore. I might try that, but my son's like, hey, do you want to go see the new Spider-Man? I was like, if you want to go, I'll go. I don't care. I looked up like 10 different theaters, about 50 different showings, Saturday and Sunday. Couldn't find anything outside of the first 3 rows, no 2 seats together for every showing of Spider-Man.
Wow.
So we're going today.
There you go.
Oh, nice.
It's good. It's fun. It's a fun movie.
Nice.
Get some nerd clusters, Vinny.
All right, that's
Nerd
hardware.
clusters, Vinny.
Nerd clusters.
Right.
Final thoughts straight ahead on this Monday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities.
Let's go!
Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, and 98.7 FM.
They call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks do not want you to know about, and that is because for ages, the home buying processes remain largely archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, you spend the next 30 years of your life paying that thing off, and many people reconcile those terms because they think they have a really good interest rate. Like one of our listeners named Jack, who before switching over to a Life Changer Loan, learned a couple of alarming things. Number one, it wouldn't be until year 22 that he actually paid more more principal than interest, and at the end of it all, he was going to spend $700,000 for a $300,000 home. Fortunately, there's a much better way. On a Life Changer loan, you do your banking inside your mortgage. You pay all principal first. In fact, it's bigger than that. All of your income goes to wiping out all of your debt. You do it without changing a penny of your spending habits because you always have access to your equity. When you become a Life Changer loan client, 5 years, the average length of time it takes you to pay off your home, which does a lot of great things, obviously, but most important, you now have decades to build personal wealth, and having 24/7 access to your equity, it's a really, really cool thing because you now have the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want, and should financial instability ever arise, you have got the ability to navigate those waters a lot easier. Find out if you're a good fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks and a member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day. The song of the day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL, keeping you cool but hard to spell.
I'm seeing red. Don't think you'll have to see my face again. Don't have much time for sympathy.
Any reaction to this song at all? You know this? I'm not saying you should.
No, I do not.
I'm playing it for a reason, but this is a song called Seeing Red from 2002. It went to #1 on the U.S. alternative charts in that year, which is when I started working in alternative radio.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I've heard this song in over 20 years. But the only reason I'm playing it is because of what we talked about a lot today. There's no band called Unwritten Rule, but this is Unwritten Law is the name of the band.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Laws are more strict than rules.
Laws have to be written.
Yes.
If there were unwritten laws, there would be big issues.
You
like
didn't
the Purge.
You didn't want to go with Natasha Bedingfield's Unwritten?
No.
So fair.
See in Red, Unwritten Law, a song 25 years old. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Have I got a story for you? This could have gone into hardware, but it deserved its own real estate. So Pete Crow Armstrong just had a month in July. It's his second consecutive month where he had multiple triples, 5+ home runs, 5+ stolen bases, and 15 or more walks. Seems kind of arbitrary grouping, but it's only been done 3 times in Major League history. Pete Crow Armstrong just did it. Barry Bonds did it in 1995. And Babe Ruth did it in 1920.
I know where you're going with this.
So Babe Ruth obviously is the most legendary baseball player of all time. That's a good way to put it, right? Pete Crow Armstrong's on a podcast. Listen to this.
What's an unpopular opinion that you have?
This is going to be crazy.
I love it.
Babe Ruth never existed is one that I like.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Really? He never existed.
I heard some pitcher with the Mariners, what's his name? Salcedo? You remember him?
Salcedo, yeah, lefty.
I
Yeah.
think he did some podcast on Zoom when he was like going down the rabbit hole with somebody about how Babe Ruth never existed. And I was like, dude, that's awesome. Like,
Wow. So you're going to double down right now?
well, it's like we always talk about how like the game's evolving and like people might as well have been like underhanding the ball to that guy, and he's regarded still as one of the best players ever, and you might as well dive further into it and be like, well, maybe he just never existed.
I love it.
That is wild. Let me tell you something about Pete Crow Armstrong. So when I went back to Chicago, I dropped by my sister's house and I got to meet some of my sister's grandchildren, some of my niece's kids for the first time. 2 young boys growing up on the South Side. Okay, John and Benny. And I'm pitching them to them in the backyard of my sister's house.
You throwing smoke?
Duh. It's the only way.
The houses are so close together on the south side of Chicago. Half of them went in this neighbor's yard, half of them went in the others. Yeah, but I asked them, I'm like, so you guys digging the White Sox? And both of them in unison said, no, Pete Crow Armstrong. And I'm like,
yeah,
whoa.
He's a mammoth.
You got to understand what that means for dudes, young dudes in deep south side Chicago, to be saying a Cubs player is their favorite player. So that dude has got quite an effect on people. Now that take there, though, I don't know about that.
That's like you having to hide from your friends, your South Side friends that your dad was taking you to Wrigley.
And again, people always ask me, did you grow up a Cubs fan or a Sox fan? And the answer for me was both. My father worked as a bartender at a very swanky downtown steakhouse, and he used to have clients come in and flip them Cub tickets. He'd come home and he'd say, Danny, get your stuff, we're going to Wrigley, but don't tell anybody.
In a fantasy world, a White Sox-Cubs World Series would be pretty insane.
That would be interesting. Did they ever meet historically in the World Series? I mean, that's well off my purview.
No.
I don't.
No. They famously met when Michael Jordan played the White. They used to have this, like, they'd play like a game before the season began.
Yeah. The interesting part of Pete Crow Armstrong's take there is that Babe Ruth never existed. The pitcher from the Mariners that he brings up, there's never been a player named Salcedo. Wow. And the great part is, lefty. No, you don't know. He's completely talking out of his behind here.
That is hysterical. Oh,
Babe Ruth.
lefty. Yeah, I remember him.
Salcedo.
Yeah.
There is a podcast I was able to find, the Dirty Slides podcast from April 6, 2023, episode 61. The name of the the episode is Babe Ruth didn't exist, and apparently it goes into this whole CIA conspiracy that people are alleging that Babe Ruth was a figment of people's imagination or was just invented for the good of the game. What are we doing here?
My goodness.
He's only been... There's a museum in Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
You can tour his childhood home.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, come on. I mean, you can argue, did he really call a shot a home run in Wrigley Field? Because that might be myth.
That might be legendary.
But Babe Ruth lived.
That's part of
like
him.
saying the dinosaurs weren't real.
Yeah.
That's like saying we never landed on the moon.
Well, yeah. 1906 White Sox Cubs World Series.
Okay.
Oh, that's
All
right. They did do that once.
I was still young then. Sammy, I came up with a new strategy for you and Jamal, though.
Oh, great. Love it.
In the generation gap.
Okay.
Instead of saying you don't know something that happened before, just say, that never happened. It never existed.
There it is.
The question is moot.
I think we'll take on that, Trey. You would just void the question. No point.
Oh, fun show
Good
today.
Monday, fellas.
Yes.
Thanks to Bob Nightingale, Dave Pasch, and B.A. Bruce Arians for joining us. The clock's still ticking on the D-backs. Hours away from the trade deadline. More on that with Wolf and Luke and so much more coming up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
Listen during Giveathon week for Phoenix Children's Stories of Hope, presented by Mattamy Homes.
You're not qualified to fix any of it, but you know that your way that you love that child is going to get you there. You can't just stop because it gets hard. It can't stop. You don't stop. You just go.
The Giveathon for Phoenix Children's is presented by Your Valley Hyundai Dealers and Y Refi.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
By the time August rolls around, you've stopped being surprised by the heat. You walk outside, you get in your car, and wait for the AC to catch up. And at the end of the day, the one place you need to be cool is home. Your AC has been running since May, morning, noon, and night. And when it stays hot overnight, it never gets a rest. It just keeps grinding until something gives. At Gettle, we've been doing this for over 85 years. We know what a summer like this does to a system. Call us and make sure your home is the one place the heat can't follow you. GOETTL. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
It's summertime, and Aleve is here to keep you on the go. Whether it's planes, trains, or automobiles, Aleve's got your back with up to 12 hours of back pain relief. With just one dose, you'll get to your destination and be ready for your next adventure. So pack your sunscreen, your shades, and your Aleve. No matter where your final stop, Aleve will keep you moving. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back this summer. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used a trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream house and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? Okay, now what if on top of that, you could maximize the return on your old home? That's even better. See, most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right, Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That way you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Here to pick up your little camper, too?
Yeah.
Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
Wow, that's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh. That was our little secret.
What's that?
Okay, see that brand new Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
It feels like I got away with something. I only paid...
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the Hyundai you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Come on, Katie. We're taking the scenic route to the dealership.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, going on now.
Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days or $3,000 customer cash on the Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end August 3rd. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from the Guardians over the weekend and wrapped up their 10-game road trip 6-4, still tied with the Phillies for the second wild card spot, and return home for a 4-game series with the San Diego Padres that starts tonight with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere around the MLB, last year's AL Cy Young winner Tarek Skubal was traded. Yep, you guessed it, to the LA Dodgers over the weekend. And with the deadline ending today at 3, what will the Diamondbacks end up doing? The Arizona Cardinals continued with training camp over the weekend as they prep for the Hall of Fame game this Thursday. And from Walter Nolan, injury updates to who has stood out and struggled at camp, we've got you covered over on ArizonaSports.com today. And that's what's trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Monday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. John Lund is in for Wolf. John, what's going on?
Oh, what a busy weekend. Let's go.
Hold on. I'm going to spend I haven't signed into my email on this computer yet, so this will be another half hour.
You're having a rough technology morning. A rough technology morning.
I love it when you type the same password in 6 times, and on the 6th time, it's like, oh, wait, you're right. That is the correct password.
I thought you were a hacker.
Yeah,
that is
it's
correct.
The same password I've been using for a while. I'm quite certain it's the right one. All right, how was your weekend?
It was outstanding.
Oh, wow. Okay,
really, honestly.
A little aggressive.
Well, I mean, the Skubal thing brought it down. We'll get into it. The D-backs thing, there's a ton of Cardinals. But it just, I just watch sports, and I just got the greatest tweet maybe ever. Scott Hansen just tweeted out, 6 more Sundays.
Oh, it's great.
We're down to 6. We're down to 6.
We're technically in game week now for the Arizona Cardinals as they're playing on Thursday, of course, against Kenny Pickett and the Carolina Panthers. That's how you know it's a big game.
Rick said the best thing ever before the show. I hate to give him credit to start the show, but he goes,
dangerous at the beginning
Kenny
of the show.
Pickett is the perfect Hall of Fame starting. He really is.
That was me that said that.
Oh, you said that?
At least
Sorry.
give Rick credit for the
I
things
thought
Rick
you said that.
I mean,
Am I wrong? I
all
swear
thinking
you
it.
said that. Okay.
Rick, did you say it too? I don't know. Luke and I were riffing off each
Okay,
other.
you were riffing.
It was a lot of Kenny Pickett talk.
Both of you guys very smart to start a Monday.
Yeah, see, now I feel
but he
like
is.
You've raised the bar.
He's
too high.
a perfect starting Hall of Fame kind of quarterback, right?
Yeah. I wasn't really thinking Hall of Fame when I said it. I was
No,
thinking
Hall
more
of
like
Fame
preseason
game.
game.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
what I mean.
Exactly.
So
we're going to get into that. We're going to get into Cardinals game week. Chris Collinsworth is going to join us later on in the show because kind of a big week for the NFL in general. With
now here's a guy who's joining the Wolf and Luke show.
And you'll just have to wait and see if it's just Rick as Chris Collinsworth or if it's really Chris Collinsworth.
Maybe we'll even get in a Larry Fitzgerald question between all the Patrick Mahomes talk.
We should have Rick as Chris Collinsworth interview Chris Collinsworth.
That would be amazing.
See how long it takes him to hang up, but it'd be kind of fun. We're going to talk Jody Jackson a little bit as well, but let's start with the D-backs. The trade deadline is in 5 hours. The Diamondbacks have not made a move. If you go on Gambo's Twitter page, and the reason I direct you there, or X page, the reason I direct you there is because he is usually pretty dialed in with this stuff. I would just say follow along with that. I mean, he's repeatedly pointed out how difficult it may be to make a trade. Everybody is calling this a seller's market, which I get. But in theory, wouldn't every year be a seller's market the way baseball's set up now?
Because this is the only team, the bad teams have leverage over the good teams.
Yeah.
Because they need something, and unless a guy's contract is expiring, and even then you can get a draft pick for said players. So if you're a team that needs to trade, there's a couple of desperate teams. The Giants are desperate. The Mets are desperate. There's a few teams like that to unload contracts. But outside of that, it is always a buyer's market because you're a contender looking for something specific, and the other team is out of it. So what's the big deal to them?
Yeah, I mean, there's 7 teams that feel pretty confident they're making the postseason, and then another 10 that feel like they have a good shot, and then still another 8 that aren't out of it. You're getting down to it. I don't know what's the math on that. There's only 5 or 6 teams that are definitely out of it, which creates that seller's market. Diamondbacks have not done anything. I would see it as a mistake if they don't do anything. Where are you on this? Wolf and I were talking about it late last week. I don't think they have to get crazy. And, I mean, Mike Hazen has pretty consistently been active around the trade deadline, whether buying or selling. A lot of times he sort of pulls a rabbit out of the hat and surprises people. I still think they're going to make a move, but we are now only 5 hours away, and there are rumblings like, hey, what if they just didn't do anything? Yeah. If they just didn't do anything, you're just kind of – I don't think you can make a deep run with this team. I think you can make the postseason, but I also think if you added just one good bat, you could be dangerous in the playoffs.
I will preview all of the executive shows that are coming up on Arizona Sports if they don't make a trade.
Yes.
You know, we really feel good about things because we got all these guys coming back on the injured list, and that's really our trade deadline moves. No, it's not.
Not until they actually come back.
Right. Burns was supposed to come back, didn't. Puck was supposed to come back, didn't. Lawler's had drawbacks. Everybody has. So and here's the other thing about guys coming back. They're not just fresh off the shelf. Oh, man, I've been rested all year. I'm great. Burns is going to be a 3 or a 4 inning guy. Soroka's going to take a minute to come back. Nelson's going to take a minute because that's what pitchers do. You're not going to just go out and throw 100 pitches. Lawler's been hurt a couple of times. I don't know how he's going to come back. So I know they're going to say that because that's a really popular thing to say. We've already got our trade deadline guys. They just got to get healthy. Remember when we said that about the Suns all season long and they never got healthy? I mean, what happens at one point during the season is those guys become a bonus. They don't become counted on guys. They become a bonus. So that doesn't take the place of having the worst OPS in baseball at first base. They have to get a first baseman. I don't want to hear how hard it is because that's your job, and you've been trying to case this whole thing for months now, and now it comes down to the last second. You still haven't made a deal because you didn't want to overpay. I get that. But they have the worst first base situation offensively in the entire league. Luis Garcia goes to the Nationals. I don't know how that went, but people were upset about it. He goes to the Yankees. Of course he did because it's Yankees, Dodgers, and world, and we're just living in it.
Yeah, and you're supposed to be thankful for that. We'll get into that in a second.
Absolutely. Yeah. But it is. It's a thin market at first base. I get it. But that's not my problem. You're supposed to go out. You were supposed to already have been doing this for months. It doesn't come down to a day. They've known since Carlos Santana got here and we went, that they had a problem at first base. So don't tell me how difficult it is because you've had months to deal with this.
Yeah, I like I said, I would be surprised if they don't do anything. I would almost see it as, I don't want to say punting on the season because I do believe they could make the postseason with the team they have right now.
I agree with you.
But I think there would be a certain level of we're just going to see how far this takes us. But I mean, deep down, if your first base OPS is as low as it is, you're not. What are you really going to do in the postseason? I feel like they're going to do something to at least address that, whether it works or not. There's something. Hazen's good typically at not overpaying. I don't know that there's a lot of trades the Diamondbacks have made since he got here where they drastically overpaid. He's usually pretty good at winning the trade if somebody does win the trade. But, we're under 5 hours now. We're going to get a lot into the Scooble thing in a little bit, but just your initial reaction to that and the reason I ask here is I wonder if it's cooling the trade market at all. If certain teams are just like, what are we doing?
Yeah, and
like this is ridiculous now.
And those in the know say that 2027 could have an effect on it because they know there's going to be a lockout. Whatever, we'll get to that at some point. But here's the most damning part about it is when Scuba got traded. I was on the air doing a national show, and just people went crazy from coast to coast. Not just people in the division like we are here. We're directly affected by it. It was Boston. It was Baltimore. It was Texas. And they're just sick of it because here was the reaction when Luka gets traded to the Lakers, everybody goes, "Oh my God!" When Scuba goes to the Dodgers, it's like, we
all knew this was going to happen.
Right,
everybody knew it was going to happen.
You don't want to predict
as like a sick joke, but everybody was like, "Oh, well, he's the best player. Well, he'll just go there."
It's like WWE. It's like, well, there's no drama in this. We know what's going to happen. It's like a scripted movie, and that's the most damning part. Throw the finances aside for a second. The fact that everybody knew that Scuba was going to go to the Dodgers, and oh, by the way, that he's going to re-sign there too, is the worst kept secret in sports. And that's why it's bad for the sport because everyone's like, the top guy, the Dodgers have pitchers that they're massively overpaying, like Glasnow and Schnell and Ohtani and et cetera. And none of them can stay healthy.
Doesn't even matter.
Right. They can have Kyle Tucker just stink all season. They can have Mookie Betts at 33, have a 600-something OPS, paying him a ton of money. It does not matter. It's business as usual with the Dodgers, and no one else can do that.
Yeah, and spare me the whole, they got Zaire Hope. Cool. He's a prospect. He's a prospect.
Right.
He's never done anything at the major league level.
Yeah.
He might be really good, and if he is, he'll end up back on the Dodgers in 5 years. Let's just call this the way it is.
Yeah, it's like when's Paul Skeens going to the Dodgers? It's just that's bad for the sport.
Yeah, it's not you and I were talking about this off the air, and we can get into it, like I said, more in a few minutes, but the most frustrating part is the whatever it is, 2% of people on social media and a lot of national media that are like, hey, it's not the Dodgers' fault. You should be happy for them. Like, I don't care about the Dodgers. I don't think this is 100% their fault. If you don't think this is an issue for the sport, you probably shouldn't be covering the sport. And you probably shouldn't be watching the sport if you think this is good for the sport. I think even if I were a Dodgers fan, I'd be like, this is kind of weird at this point. Like, we probably could be winning titles without buying every player.
Their
so why
owners
do we
come
have
out
to do
and said
this?
that. Mark Walter has come out and said this is not great for the sport. And by the way, national media in general, led by Ken Rosenthal, stop talking to us like we're children. We get it, but you can't sit there. Well, financially, I don't need it explained to me why the Dodgers are great. The organization's great. The farm system's great. All this stuff. It's not directly their fault, but it's like the face of the steroid era. Barry Bonds was the face of it, like it or not. It's a problem, and they're the problem. Even though they're doing what every other team wants to be able to do and can't, their TV revenue, local TV revenue, pays their salaries for a season, for a year. Nobody else can say that. We can go on and on. I'm not angry with the Dodgers. It's the system, and they're the face of it. And then all these national insiders, like I said, led by Rosenthal, talk to fans like we're stupid. We get it.
Yeah,
we're quit talking down to us.
But they have $1.1 billion in deferred salary. $1 billion in deferred salary.
That's quite a credit card bill that you have there.
It is not about the Dodgers. This is not the Dodgers were the favorites to win the World Series 3 days ago before they got Scooble. Yeah, I think the reason this is hitting a lot of people around all of baseball extra hard is because this feels like the final straw. Like, okay, we're going to have a lockout now because this is so egregious at this point. I think that's why it's bothering a lot of people. All right, when we come back, what jumps out about the Cardinals' first depth chart? Because it's out, and the first preseason game is just a couple days away. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Let's go! Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts, man. All Pro Shade Concept. They came out to the Wolfley compound, and, man, they addressed our shading needs, Basinonians, and I can tell you right now it's one of the best things that we have done. Now, these shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. You can choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they've got them all. When you work, by the way, with All Pro Shade Concepts, you are working with the most trusted local shade company available, voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating, as a matter of fact. Also in 2025, They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, of course, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews from people just like you, man. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Hi, it's Wayne from Amco, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any Amco.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and Amco is authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say Amco has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, Amco does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call Amco first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Well, it is a game week. Cardinals-Panthers, Thursday nights. So the Cardinals had to put out a depth chart.
I'm so excited for a preseason depth chart.
And now
what is wrong with me?
Overreact.
Oh boy, the depth chart.
Well, okay, let's start big picture. Anything jump out at you? I mean, the main thing that jumped out seemingly at everybody.
Yeah.
I guess we can just start there is with Jeremiah Love as the number 2 back. Is that really that crazy right now? I mean, if he's the number 2 back in week 3 of the NFL season, I would be a little confused. But first preseason game, I don't know. I don't think it's that crazy.
No, the first thing to know for people is that this is the PR staff that puts these out. It's not the coaches. So you got to understand that this isn't officially coming from anybody, but they have a pretty good idea. But what you do to rookies, because go ahead and look at right guard as well. Chase Besantis, he's the backup at right guard. He's going to start. Jeremiah Love's the backup at running back. He's going to start. That's what you do with rookies. You're not going to just put out the first chart and say, hey, all these rookies are just awesome. They've got to work for their position, and we've heard Mike LaFleur and other coaches say, he's coming along. That's what they do to rookies. They don't praise love on rookies, just one after the other, after the other, after the other. They watch a bunch of depth charts across the NFL. The rookies, even the high-pick rookies, are going to be second-string guys. So that's just kind of how it works.
Yeah, I mean, Kirk Cousins may start the season in Vegas, but he's number one on the depth chart there. The second that you saw Jeremiah Love is not listed as the starter, I think you can go ahead and assume that every other rookie on the Cardinals is not going to be listed as a starter. Carson Beck is third for people that haven't seen it. I don't know. I didn't think there was anything too crazy. Andrew Wingard at safety over Rabbit, based on. I've been out to a couple.
Something, Rabbit?
Fear.
Well done.
A couple practices.
Right on point.
And then even just talking to people at practice too, like I don't think that's a shock based on the first week and a half of camp. Wingard's been pretty good. I don't think it's a knock on Rabbit, but that was another one that I think maybe jumped out to some people. And Sean Murphy-Bunting right now listed as a starting corner, but they also have Denzel Burke and Will Johnson listed as starting corners.
Yeah, three corners. I'm not sure. Murphy-Bunting's got to stay healthy. We'll see if that even happens.
That would be Garrett Williams if he was healthy.
Yeah, and I like that too. I guess the only other thing, you mentioned Wingard, and then they had Rabbit as a backup, and I think those two are going to start there. The other thing that jumps out, their wide receiver core as far as starting is really good.
It is.
It's up there. Their depth is not great. The only thing I'd say about the depth chart as far as the wide receivers are concerned, I love Kendrick Bourne. He's a great guy. I've covered him before. He's the type of receiver that's going to drive you crazy, though, and that's the reason why he's been jumping teams, is that he'll make a catch that you're going, wow, unbelievable. How'd he catch that? And then it'll be 3rd and 6, and he'll run like a hook, and it'll be right between his hands, and he'll drop it. And you'll go, oh, my God.
Great. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, I mean, that's him. He's a great personality. Awesome. He's a great guy. He's got great energy. He's great for the team. He's great in the locker room. But he's just got this issue of make a great catch, drop one. Make a great catch, drop one. That's just what he does. It drives teams crazy, but he's a good third. I'm not saying that. He's a good slot guy. He's very smart. He's not the fastest, pretty athletic. But I'm just warning you. He's going to drop a couple, and you're going to go, oh.
It is, though. It's something now that you see the depth chart, and there's no surprises here. But when you look at the offense and you say, okay, let's pretend you're going into week 1 and your running backs are Jeremiah Love and Tyler Algier with James Conner mixing in somehow. And I don't know about Trey Benson. We'll get to that. And then your receivers are Marvin Harrison Jr., Michael Wilson, and Kendrick Bourne as your 3, and you have Trey McBride as your tight end. That alone, if you just separate that, you can put that up against almost any team in the NFL. Now, obviously, you got to have the engine to make it all go, and that's kind of a big deal.
Please, someone throw me the ball.
You've got a great car. I don't know if you have an engine or tires, but you have a great car.
That is good looking. You raise the hood. What? There's no engine. Yeah, it's an issue.
Or there might be an
I'll
engine.
give you a discount on that then.
Oh, you wanted the exclusive package.
Oh,
Okay.
you wanted the car to move.
So they have the framework of a really good offense, which, take that for what it's worth. Walter Nolan, too, just throwing this out there, we were out there doing the show on Friday, and we stuck around to watch practice afterwards. And I don't know, about a half hour after the show, so this is probably about 45 minutes into practice, Walter Nolan goes limping by, and we're all just our day is ruined.
Yeah.
Wolf wasn't there at this point. He actually had to leave, so I was like, nobody tell Wolf. Nobody let Wolf know that Walter Nolan's hurt.
Did you get a text from him later? I'm sure he was panicked, full panic.
Well, fortunately, LaFleur kind of shut that down yesterday, so it seems like he's fine. So, fine, but
right,
he's been dealing with stuff since he got into the league, so you got to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Speaking of that, I thought there's a lot of ifs. You and I have discussed that many times. If. But the front seven, I'm not sure what's going to happen in the secondary. You're looking at 3 corners, and we'll see what happens there. But the front seven, if healthy, is not bad. They could use some pass rush juice a little bit more. There's no doubt. But I like Robinson. I think maybe he does break out. Josh Sweat, for all the talk in the offseason, he was going to go somewhere. He's not. Lopez is solid guy. Is he going to have flashy numbers? No, but you need a guy like that on your team. He's going to make plays. And then if Nolan, I get it. But the linebacker core with Wilson back is nice. And then I'm not sure about the secondary. Obviously, there's Buda, and I think Rabbit's going to be really good. Question about the health of the corners is more than anything else to me. But it's not a terrible front seven for everybody ripping it, and then not having a quarterback hurts. But you've got skilled position players on one side. You have some potential to be pretty good in your front seven. I'm not sitting here saying they're going to win a bunch of games, but it's not as bad as what the national media is making it out to be. Like, I look at the Dolphins roster, I look at the Jets roster, the teams that are
there are some teams that are an absolute mess.
Absolute mess. They've got some guys who can play. They just have to stay healthy and live up to potential.
There are other teams around the league that are decent because they have a good quarterback, or at least a solid quarterback, but they don't have as good of a potential lineup as the Cardinals do. I'm like you. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and talk myself into, this is how they're going to win 9 games. I do think if this team were in, I don't know, the NFC South, we could have a real conversation of, hey, could they surprise some people? Could they sneak in and win this division? It'd be a lot easier to win 9 games in that division, and 9 games might win you that division. You know what I mean? In the NFC West, good luck winning 9 games.
That's it.
And 9 games isn't going to get you anywhere near first place anyway. So that is the bigger issue I have with the Cardinals right now, is the division and the schedule, as opposed to their actual roster. And the only reason that matters is because I agree with you. There's some holes. Like, I don't know what Cody Simon is yet.
Right.
Like, there's some holes on this defense, and then there's some question marks. But the question marks have real upside. Again, here's another if they actually capitalize on it this year. But if some of these question marks get answered the right way, I do think you have the framework of a pretty good team going into 2027, assuming you get the right quarterback at that point.
And that's big. I mean, that's everything. The quarterback is everything. So we're not minimizing it. I'm not saying they're going to win 9 games either. This isn't going to make people feel better, but I think there can be a lot of player development in this season, and secondarily, not getting blown out by 30 where you want to turn off the TV and say, hey, honey, what are we doing today after the first quarter of the first half? A loss is a loss, and it doesn't matter how close. And people get all excited about, I think we have momentum. It doesn't work that way. You either win or you lose. I did a lot of pass-fail in college. Didn't really want to get up. I'll just do a P in this class, PF. Pass-fail, that's it. Pass-fail.
Why doesn't this shock me?
It doesn't. It's like, where I went to school, you could do pass-fail. So I was like, on a certain...
Wait, you could do that in any class?
Not in any class. In like your general education or that kind of stuff. You like some 100-level class, you could just do a pass-fail on. And I'm just like, I don't want to get up at 7:30 for that class. What do I need to do to pass? 61%. Okay, I'll just do a pass on that.
How many classes did you pick based on if they were pass-fail?
A lot of general education stuff. I was bored. I'm like you. I wanted to do sports. I wanted to talk about and write sports. And so
I'm not judging you. Trust me.
I didn't want to do geology 101. I didn't care about sociology. Like, can I just get a pass? I don't know. I don't care.
I stupidly got good grades. It got me nowhere.
Exactly. It got you here sitting next to me, and that's not anywhere.
But I could have gotten here without the good grades. I didn't have to.
But anyway, it's a win-loss. It's a pass-fail. So I get that. But I think they'll be better because I think there's guys, and I expect the offensive coordinator to do some things. That front seven, though, it's not as ugly. Go look at some teams. They got some ugly front seven.
I should have talked to you my freshman year, though, because I got in I don't know how this happened. I did not get a good grade in this class. I got in freshman year in a biology class that was like, it was like graduate level biology. And by the 3rd week, I'm looking around like, do you guys all get this? And they all did. And I was like, this could get ugly.
I did a human anatomy class in which you had to identify the bones of the body and all these. You just go around for the test and they'd be sitting there and like, so what is this? Connected to the what? It was terrible, and I just decided pass-fail.
You just got to sing the song. The hip bone is connected to the thigh bone.
I know. You know what is funny about that is I think I was in the middle of a test singing that song. It got me nowhere. But I passed.
Because you were in math class when you were singing the song.
But I think I got 61%.
Hey,
that's all I needed.
You know what that is? That's passing.
Exactly.
That's the same as the clown that got a 98% in the class.
C's get degrees, baby.
All right, when we come back, let's get back into baseball. Is there even going to be a baseball season in 2027, or did the final nail go into the coffin over the weekend? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise in the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Warner under center on 2nd down from the Philadelphia 9. Warner takes, short set, has time, looks left, throws over the middle of the Fitz. Caught inside the 5, breaks a tackle, and Fitz is in. Touchdown Cardinals on the opening drive. They take it the length of the field. Warner takes it, it's a pitch to Arrington. He's going to throw it back to Kurt. Far side of the 25. Now Warner going deep, airing it out. Middle of the field. Fitz is there. He caught it at the 10, at the 5. Touchdown, Larry Fitzgerald. The trickery of the Arizona Cardinals. Warner takes, back to throw, fade, left side Fitzgerald. He got it. Touchdown. His third of the day. It's 20-6 Arizona.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Canton.
Hey, Macedonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Hey, we've said it, and now Ranking Arizona confirms it. America Roofing #1, ranked #1, the top roofing contractor 2026. Yep, what an honor for Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide, because home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Costa Galvisi. Book the best at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Ranking Arizona's #1 roofing company. Even better, get a free inspection and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The MLB trade deadline is today at 3 o'clock, but the Arizona Diamondbacks have been quiet so far. Stay tuned to Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com as we'll keep you updated on any moves the D-backs make. The Snakes are in action tonight at Chase Field against the San Diego Padres. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. He'll oppose Padres ace Michael King. While the Snakes have been quiet on the trade front, the Phoenix Mercury were busy ahead of yesterday's WNBA trade deadline. The Mercury traded guard Monique Okoa-Makani, a 2027 first-round pick, and a 2028 second-round pick to the Los Angeles Sparks for 5-time All-Star guard Kelsey Plum. And it is game week for the Arizona Cardinals. They will take on the Carolina Panthers Thursday in the Hall of Fame game. We have a plethora of Cardinals training camp coverage for you up now at arizonasports.com. And that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Gambo. We have reached deadline day in Major League Baseball. How different are the Diamondbacks today? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, well, the trade deadline is in 4.5 hours in Major League Baseball. There have been some moves today. Blue Jays getting Jose Soriano from the Angels. Guardians getting Joe Adell from the Angels.
Luis Arraez, Phillies.
Yeah. Brenton Doyle going from the Rockies to the White Sox. Hopefully Joe Adell quickly learns that you have to be upset if your pitcher's perfect game gets broken up in the 6th inning. We'll get into that in a little bit by a team trying to win and make the playoffs.
By the way, Rick's going to be very angry. It looks like Adley Rutschman is going to the Red Sox. Dotting I's, crossing T's.
I'm actually not that angry because Adley Rutschman has been okay the past couple of years, and Samuel Basallo, the Orioles' younger catcher, has already been extended, and he looks like the real deal, and so it's okay.
Okay.
I was going to run through some of, let's see, Bailey Falter to the Braves, Dean Kramer to the Twins, Tarek Skubal to the Dodgers. Like, do you see something different here? All these other teams, like, well, we really wanted to fortify our 5th bullpen spots. And the Dodgers are like, we only have 9 Cy Youngs on our team. We need another few. Look, we touched on this earlier. Let's get into it now. The Dodgers go out, they get Tarek Skubal for 3 prospects that were the 5th, 7th, and 17th ranked prospects in their system. Now, I get it. You can't just go across the – like, if I pull up the Diamondbacks, technically they're 5th, 7th, and 17th prospects. That would be the equivalent of Daniel Egan, Patrick Forbes, and Junior Cyprian for Tarek Skubal. It's not quite that. I understand the Dodgers. I understand Zaire Hope is a little bit higher, obviously, much higher in the top 100. But he's a prospect. He's never done anything at the major league level. They didn't give up much to get him. I said this earlier. I'm not even joking. If Zaire Hope becomes an all-star, he's just going to get traded back to the Dodgers. Right. Like, it's just, hey, you go develop him.
It's like a boomerang.
Yeah, well, we go win the World Series. If he's no good, then whatever, we ripped you off. If he is good, we'll come back and give you something for him in 4 years or whatever. The most frustrating part of this, though, for me, and you said it earlier, is the people trying to teach us some sort of lesson of like, you should be happy with this. You should respect what the Dodgers are doing. Sure, they're destroying baseball and there might not be a sport next year, but you should be happy for them. I'm not. Don't insult my intelligence. Yeah. This is stupid.
The National Insiders, led by Ken Rosenthal and the others, trying to educate us on the game. We get it. We understand it. There's going to be a lockout and the Dodgers are the face of it, so don't try to tell us otherwise. The major issue here is, I'm looking at the Dodgers right now. Blake Snell has started 12 games in 2 years. He's essentially their Corbin Burns. He's been that injured. Mookie Betts has an OPS under 700. They've got 6 more years, and he's 33. Kyle Tucker's been maybe the worst player in baseball in regards to his salary versus production. Tyler Glasnow has 7 starts this year. Will Smith's got 8 years left on his deal. He's got 6 home runs. Those 5 players combined have a higher salary than what the Diamondbacks have for their entire roster.
Yeah.
And if the Diamondbacks could never make mistakes like that. So 5 guys I just mentioned who are not awful, but either injured or not productive, and the Dodgers can still get Tarek Skubal and then sign him. The Padres have players like that. We've talked about it. Tatis and Machado and Cronenworth and Bogarts. Sure. The Giants have 4 players like that. The Diamondbacks just have Burns, and it changes the way they have to do things. They can't, at the deadline, do what they want to do because Corbin Burns has a handful of starts in 2 years and is weighing them down like an anchor. But the Dodgers can continue to do business, thrive, survive, bring in more like a ship. And it's like, hey, there's plenty of room for everybody, plenty of food for everybody. That's the problem in the sport is they can continue to do business as usual, have 5 players that are more than the Diamondbacks' entire salary, and yet it's business as usual. And then we have the insiders telling us on a national level that the Dodgers are good for baseball. Please.
They're going to kill baseball. Look, I want to be clear, at least on my side of this. I don't see this as a Dodgers problem. Like the Dodgers, I believe, even if they didn't go out and buy Shohei and Freeman and Betts and Skubal and technically Yamamoto too, like all these guys, that they are just, if they just had a couple of those guys, I think they do a good job of drafting and developing their prospects. Like they would still be one of the top teams. They probably would have won one of the last couple World Series anyway. I said this last year during the World Series. That was a great World Series to watch because Toronto had put together a good team and the Dodgers are like an all-star team that was traveling around. But it's unnatural. So it's not a Dodgers issue per se. You pointed this out earlier. They're just the face of it right now. This felt like the final straw over the weekend because you can pretend this isn't a problem, and that's why it's become such a big problem. People pretending it's not an issue for years and years, even when it wasn't the Dodgers doing it, but it was the Yankees doing it, or it was the Mets doing it but doing it wrong, just because some teams bumble it up. And then the argument was always like, hey, I know you think you can buy it all in baseball, but 12 years ago the Royals were decent. Oh, okay. Like, awesome. Like, let's just keep watching for that. I need some drama at the end of the season. So it's not a Dodgers issue. It is a Major League Baseball issue. But what you just said, where there's no penalty, like spare me the whole the Diamondbacks should just spend more. The Diamondbacks spend. There's plenty of teams that spend less than the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks also beat the Dodgers. But in general, this isn't good. Even if the Mets were doing it right, this would be bad. You can't have what you just said, where a team can make mistake after mistake after mistake and not pay for it. There's no skill in what the Dodgers are doing anymore. I would argue there was when they won the World Series a couple years ago. This now is just a joke.
Yeah. And look, they've got a good farm system. They spend more money on their payroll. They put more money back into their system. They spend more money in Asia and Latin America and everything. They do everything right. It's not that. They deserve
They
credit
should
for
have
that.
an advantage,
Right.
too. I'm not saying they shouldn't have an advantage, but they shouldn't be able to defer $1.1 billion.
When I just read off the names I read, Schnell and Glasnow, and the way Betts is playing right now, and Smith has been hurt, they signed Kyle Tucker not so much to have him on their team, to keep him away from another team.
Yeah.
That's when there's a problem. They don't care that Kyle Tucker stinks. He's not on the Cubs anymore, or he's not on any team that he's not on the Mets. He's not on a team that might actually contend against them. They took Kyle Tucker off the market
for $60
to
million
keep him from
a year.
other teams. Think about that. That becomes a problem. And think of the other sports too. The Rams aren't at a major advantage because they're in LA and the NFL. They've done some really great things, but they have to play within a certain parameter and cap. The Knicks didn't win the championship because they outspent everybody. Now, they can spend more than others because they're in New York. There's corporate sponsors and a large amount of them in New York, LA, Chicago, that there's not other places. I understand that. But they don't have the major inherent advantage in the other sports. The Rams are good because they're doing some good things. The Knicks won the championship not because they outspent everybody. There's a level playing field in those sports. And what baseball is saying is the Dodgers are way up here and everybody else is at least, other than the Mets. We're spending a lot but being stupid about it. So it's not purely about money, but you cannot have the inherent advantages that the Dodgers do and not have a long lockout. This thing has got to be evened out somehow.
Again, I think a team like the Dodgers, for what they generate, should have an advantage if they want to use it. And if they're good at it, then they should be in position to win the World Series every year. But this is just, I could be GM of the Dodgers. Almost anybody that follows sports could easily be the GM of the Dodgers. Here, you have a blank check. Just go out and take every player you want, and then we'll see if you're good. There's no skill. This is one of the reasons we all love the NFL, is there's actually an even playing field. Now, there are still teams that are consistently better than other teams because they're actually better, not because they're printing money or finding loopholes. And if you're in charge of the sport, and I'm not saying just Rob Manfred, but like anybody that is in position of power in baseball, if you're looking around, like you're saying a lot of the national media is, and being like, well, it's not the Dodgers' fault. I don't care whose fault it is. Fix it. If you're going to sit there and do the whole, well, there's two sides to every story thing, then this is just going to continue to be an issue. Why even keep playing? Like, there's probably 12 teams that may as well just pack it in for the next decade. Why even keep doing it? So, I don't know. We'll see. It feels like this was kind of the final straw for a lot of people over the weekends. The Dodgers were already the heavy favorites. I was looking at the Vegas line. It's like they went from plus 200 to win it all to plus 150. I mean, it makes them better. It's more symbolic than I think what it actually is. Although their playoff rotation of Tarek Skubal, Shohei, and Yamamoto, that's pretty solid.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally maybe the 3 best pitchers in baseball.
I think you hit it right on the head. People just said this is the final straw to it, and then to have the national media react in the way that they did to try to educate us why it's not the Dodgers' fault.
Defend Major League Baseball.
Break,
come on. It is now a flawed product, and it really has been for a couple of years. An autographed Larry Fitzgerald football could be yours. The countdown to Canton Championship round is here. Vote for the greatest Fitz moment of all time through August 6th. If you haven't voted yet, it's never too late. Text Fitz to 620-620 for the link to the bracket. All right, when we come back, there's still 4+ hours till the trade deadline. The Diamondbacks are the last team to actually take the Dodgers out of the postseason. Are they going to do anything before 3 o'clock? We'll get into that next with Jody Jackson. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1 the count. The pitch. Swinging a grounder to first. This should do it. Manzardo has it. He races to the bag. The ball game is over. The Diamondbacks fall to the Cleveland Guardians today. 5-0 the final.
Scoping out and recapping MLB free agency moves. Plus, reaction to the Guardian series is on deck from Arizona Sports on YouTube, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
What could you do if you didn't have a mortgage payment? Hi, I'm Tom Chambers, and I played 16 seasons in the league before I retired. Harold, you and the team at Galaxy Lending Group help your clients retire their mortgages in an average of 5 years? Come on.
We do. The Ownership Accelerator loan makes it happen. And it's an incredible feeling paying off your house decades ahead of schedule.
To learn more, text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
All the dog days of summer, they're here, but at Casa Calvisi, you know what? We beat the heat with California Pools and Landscape, completely transforming our backyard. New decking, turf, modern shade structure, of course the pool. Hey, we love one designer, one contract, one builder. America's #1 pool builder makes it so easy. And now our #1 summer escape is our own backyard. Get a free estimate and see our backyard makeover at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, YRefi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. YRefi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. YREFI, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
And Lawler swings and crushes one. High and deep to left field.
Brought to you by YREFI. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call YREFI today.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf today. It is trade deadline day. By the way, the Diamondbacks won another series over the weekend. They're now 6 games above 500, and they're starting a series, a 4-game series at home against the Padres of all teams tonight. So this is, trade deadline aside, a monumental series starting up tonight. Brandon Pfaadt on the mound against Michael King in the opener. Jody Jackson's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Jody?
Guys, it's going to be a wild day. I think it's already been an interesting morning, and it's just going to get crazier, I think, as we hit. Of course, here it's 3 o'clock in Arizona. I remember, a few years ago when it was 1 p.m. was the deadline, and boy, a lot of things come down to that, 59, right? 12:59, or in this case, 2:59. So we'll all be at Chase Field getting ready for this game. But I think, Luke, you hit on something very important. They cannot lose sight of the most important thing, which is the current group to continue playing well. The Padres are playing really well right now. They have won 8 of 9 games. And so you need to really go into this homestand against the Padres and the Dodgers with your focus, continual focus on just what you're doing well. And then if you get help, which, Mike Hazen has said, we want to add a left-handed bat. We want to add a pitcher. And are they looking at bullpen with some current struggles of guys like Ryan Thompson? And of course, we know Paul Sewald. Are you looking to add there? So I think it's just going to be interesting because it's a matter of, Casey Mize is a good example. Like, do the Tigers even want to get rid of Casey Mize? So many AL teams are still in this race. And then, you're competing with the Brewers, who have a lot of pressure to make a move, and a lot of other teams. So I'm really interested to see just, what these teams are going to want from the D-backs, and if they're going to decide that it's more important to get a rental pitcher like that when you do have some pitching coming back, or if you stand pat.
As far as on the field, and just a couple of quick things on the Cleveland series, how encouraging to you was it to see Brad and Drake win those 2 games? Because we're kind of like, okay, they got 3 guys, and then it's just these 2 young guys, and who knows what happens. And, of course, it was Merrill Kelly weekend because the 2 guys they got from Merrill and him pitching yesterday. I don't think that's ever happened before. But how encouraging is that news that those 2 guys helped the Diamondbacks get those wins over the weekend?
Yeah, I'm sure Merrill would have liked to be able to complete the sweep, the Merrill Kelly sweep, maybe, right? But I think about it, John and Luke, like he walks into the room Sunday morning, like, yeah, those guys came over thanks to me, right? Like, chest puffed out, maybe, right? But he didn't have his best day yesterday. But I have been really pleasantly surprised with and not to say they're not talented guys, but I love the way they've navigated these starts, and I think it's a credit to the coaching staff, the catchers, and of course, Mitch and Cole themselves, to go out there and do this because, and I know the goal many times is just to get through like 5 innings, but it's been great to watch. I really wasn't sure that they were going to be able to come up and go ahead and do that. I know the Guardians are not the toughest offensive challenge, but it's never easy, right? To come up to the big leagues, for both of them having under a month of workload here in the big leagues. And I think it's been huge. I mean, because it is something where, Soroka's going out on a rehab start tomorrow. And I think he's the only, starter-wise, he's the one coming back. Justin Martinez, the other guy we have our eye on. But as far as Soroka, like, again, there's a gap here. And, you'd like to add help, but if not, these guys are there. Now, is it cutting your bullpen a little bit short at times? Yes, it is. And, but it's amazing to me that this rotation, due to all the bumps and bruises, whether it's poor performance, like the Brandon Pfaadt situation early, or the injuries, they're still one of the highest inning-eating rotations in the big leagues, which is huge because it allows your bullpen to be functional. And I know they want to stay that way. So hopefully, Mitch and Cole can keep doing what they're doing because they may have to. There may not be this massive piece coming.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, we keep hearing it's a seller's market, and obviously the trade deadline has changed over the years with the 3 wild cards in each league. And then, You have the potential of a work stoppage looming over next year, and then you have the Tarek Skubal trade that the Dodgers make. How much, does the Skubal trade or the potential lockout next year, how much does that potentially impact movement around the league? We're starting to see some bigger names move today, but really up until today, it was just Skubal, and it felt like a bunch of smaller pieces.
Yeah, well, I mean, today we've seen a lot more, right? Like Soriano going. Now we're seeing the Orioles starting to dump and the Rockies. And, I think I don't know what the Giants are doing. They should probably be selling everyone, and they haven't moved on a lot of people yet. But I think the Giants are something we're not trying to figure out. We have other fish to fry. But yeah, I think that Skubal. Look, here's my take. The Dodgers, we know what they're going to do. They're going to overload. They're going to go 6-7 deep in their rotation or more. They're going to do the same with the bats. I mean, they do this, and I think it can affect the way you think. I do think the lockout is something that everyone's thinking about, and I think it is a consideration for sure with teams looking at what next year holds when they look at players long term. Now, a lot of these are going to be rental players, and I think a rental makes a lot of sense. It's just always meant, it's always going to be, what are you going to give up for the rental? But like Alec Burleson, I know that's a name that's been out there, and he's a guy that would give you control for the next few years. I mean, he's a bat that really fits the profile. I think, he'd be great. But again, these are all things you're going to take into consideration. I think for me, Skubal doesn't change a lot, as much as it really stunk to see that move, right? We don't want to see the Dodgers load up with another pitcher. Now Shohei's, it looks like the health of some of these guys is, you never know. And now they add Skubal. But that doesn't bother me as much as just, the uncertainty, I think, financially for a lot of clubs going forward.
In terms of the guys coming back, because I don't know how aggressive they're going to be, because a lot of it has been from the front office. Well, when they come back. How much do you buy into that? Just because where I look at it is a guy like Nelson, or certainly a guy like Burns, not as much a Soroka, but it's going to take a minute for these guys to come back. And I understand the theory that they could say, hey, we made our deals. I understand that. But we've been waiting a long time on guys to come back, and a lot of them have had these hiccups along the way. So how do you kind of look at the theory of, well, we'll make our deadline deals because these guys are going to get healthy and come back?
Yeah, John, I agree with you. And I think that that's always a consideration. When you have a player, especially like a Corbin Burns, it's been on the shelf for such a long time. Like, what is he going to be able to give you? When is he going to come back? And again, I know he is coming back from the elbow, but really it was the teres major that set him back. So really that's what he's rehabbing now. By all accounts, and Corbin, he's been around the clubhouse when they were on the last homestand. He says the elbow feels good. It's just, and then, when he comes back, he's a starting pitcher. You're not going to put him in the bullpen, but I mean, like, what exactly is he giving you? And he wants it so badly, though. He wants to come back, and you also have to respect that. But yeah, I think it's definitely a question mark. Justin Martinez, he seems like he's been on a smooth recovery. He's going out to that rehab assignment tomorrow as well. So yeah, I mean, Ryan Nelson is a little more, again, that's different because it is an elbow, Zach Gallen elbow. So, you're definitely not going to put these guys in harm's way just to rush them back. And they never would do that. We've seen that from the D-backs. So yeah, and I think that's why that they are in the market right now as we speak. And the next few hours are going to be key for another starter and maybe some bullpen help, and I think it's just going to be a matter of, I think it was 2 years ago, I know they really wanted to add a starter. And I think Lorenzen was kind of the last one on the table, right? I was actually in the studio. I forget which show I was in on, but it was like, guy after guy kept coming off the table, and, they wanted out Alec Thomas at the time. They weren't looking to trade him. Right now it looks like it's Waldschmidt, and Waldschmidt's he's been your top prospect. You're not really seeing only the Soriano deal, which is a guy that's, you're not giving up your top prospect for some of these deals. I mean, that's just, it's almost like if you're Mike Hazen, are you just hanging up the phone at that point with some of these? So, but they're going to ask, and I don't think you want to be you're not going to be giving up a player like that you see a really bright future for.
Jody, it's always great to talk to you. Thank you. We'll catch up with you again on Friday.
Enjoy the day, guys. It's going to be real interesting.
Yeah, it is. It's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. They start a series with the Dodgers on Friday. So by then, LA might have Mazeroski and Skeens. So that'll be a fun series to talk about.
At least we will not see Skubal. It doesn't sound like tomorrow against the Cubs.
Oh, okay.
He's going, but so we'll miss him, unfortunately. So maybe, so the D-backs probably sweep the Dodgers because,
Well, they did last time. A lot of people are saying this is the D-backs' fault.
Yeah, because they beat him in 23.
They're the origin story for this.
Come on, stop that. Yeah, they went crazy. Like they wouldn't have done this. If the D-backs wouldn't have beat him in that series, they would have just stood pat, right?
Like, oh, yeah,
They'd
we can
never
have
get
all
into
these
these
We're
guys.
just going to wait. All right, when we come back, let's get back into football. Is there already one clear odd man out in the Cardinals running back room? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join us for Give-a-thon Week, August 17th through the 21st. Arizona's kids need you, and we're going to rock the train phone bank with your help. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Hey, students, are you on summer break and need a great paying seasonal job? Are you looking for work this summer because you're just that kind of productive person? Well, your Uncle Wolf is here. I got a great opportunity with you, an amazing company, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 has excellent pay, great benefits, overtime, and bonuses that will make your summertime fruitful. And they are looking for go-getters just like you. And this is more than a job. You're going to be joining a team. And when you make the decision to join Moving Team 6, you're actually going to get a signing bonus of $500. Listen, their East Valley location is continuing to build and serve, giving them full coverage of the basin right here. They got one in Mesa, and they have one in Phoenix as well. No one wants to move in the summer, but it's inevitable. You know what? Get the professionals to do it. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Here to pick up your little camper, too?
Yeah.
Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
Wow, that's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh. That was our little secret.
What's that?
Okay, see that brand new Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
It feels like I got away with something. I only paid...
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the Hyundai you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Come on, Katie. We're taking the scenic route to the dealership.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, going on now.
Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days or $3,000 customer cash on the Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end August 3rd. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon, typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, it can feel like you are out of options. My advice, do your homework. Remember, once a joint is replaced, there's no going back. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Discover how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients just like you right here in the Valley. They concentrate healing tools within your body right at the source of your pain, and the whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery or, in some cases, avoiding it altogether. And that's why it makes sense to explore every option before making a decision that can change your life. Don't just accept that surgery is your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. You can find clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Just call 602-833 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler craftsman at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, not with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The MLB trade deadline is today at 3 o'clock, but the Arizona Diamondbacks have been quiet so far. Stay tuned to Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com, as we'll keep you updated on any moves the D-backs make. The Snakes are in action tonight at Chase Field against the San Diego Padres. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. He'll oppose Padres ace Michael King. While the Snakes have been quiet on the trade front, the Phoenix Mercury were busy ahead of yesterday's WNBA trade deadline. The Mercury traded guard Monique Okoa-Makani, a 2027 first-round pick, and a 2028 second-round pick to the Los Angeles Sparks for five-time All-Star guard Kelsey Plum. And it is game week for the Arizona Cardinals. They will take on the Carolina Panthers Thursday in the Hall of Fame game. We have a plethora of Cardinals training camp coverage for you up now at ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products builds every window in Tolleson, ensuring factory direct quality with no middlemen or delays. Call 480-676-3600 to schedule your consultation.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Hour number 2 of the show. We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke, John Lund is in for Wolf today. We are 4 hours away from the Major League Baseball trade deadline. Gambo did post within the last hour a list of players. I'll just read his exact post. He said, quote, "Here's a list of players I can say the Diamondbacks have some level of interest in. Casey Mize, Alec Burleson, Clay Holmes, Lars Nootbaar. Can't rule out Nathaniel Lowe, but I think much lower interest could be another player or two that I am unaware of," unquote. So like Mize and Burleson are two names we've been hearing for a while. And if they just came out of this trade deadline with Mize and Burleson, I'd be fine.
That would change their fortunes. I even think Burleson, who's having a nice year, would be amazing. I'd like to get some pitching because of the whole, when they come back thing I just don't trust. And Mize has been actually really, really good. But of that group, I just really think they need a first baseman. It's imperative that they come up with a first baseman.
Yeah, but Burleson, I think, is hitting 325 against righties this year. I mean, you can move things around. Just don't hit him against lefties.
Yep.
He's been really good against righties. All right, let's get back into football here.
By the way, real quick, Robbie Ray to the Padres, and that's not good because there's two TB determines in game 2 and 3 of the series against the Padres. He'll pitch one of those, and so I get the Scooble thing. You're mad, but Robbie Ray going to the Padres for right now directly affects the Diamondbacks much more.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the Scooble thing, it's weird because it's gotten so extreme over the last, let's say, 2 years that it's only going to affect a couple teams deep into the playoffs. The Dodgers have already won the division, so it's really only going to affect teams late in the playoffs. But Robbie Ray.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted people. That's breaking. It just happened. So.
I feel like Rays they have gotten to Ray this year, but they've faced him quite a few times already. He's got a 5.92 ERA, but he also has 3 wins against them this year. So
never mind.
That's
then it's good.
That can't be just this year. No, that's career. I was going to say, it's just the way they faced Robbie Ray 4 times this year. But no, that's going to be something, you're right, that's probably going to affect them directly this season. They faced Robbie Ray once this season. He's 0-1 against the Diamondbacks with an 18.69 ERA.
Never mind.
Take that over 4 1/3 innings, 9 earned runs. But no, he's a good pitcher. The Padres just added, and he'll probably pitch against the D-backs this week. This is Mike LaFleur out at Cardinals camp giving a full injury update yesterday on his team.
Walt's good. More of, sometimes you name the player when they've had a serious injury like they did, when they kind of feel some type of way about it. It's there's a process, both mentally and physically, getting through that, so he's good, which is obviously a good thing for most importantly him, but the Cardinals as well. And then, we're going to hold Joey out today. He got a stinger, but, with what you guys know about his past injuries and stuff from the neck up, we're going to do some more testing and go from there.
Here's more from Mike LaFleur. This is late last week, talking specifically about Trey Benson getting in on 11 on 11s. By the way, I know people have heard this, but LaFleur, it's just 11 on 11. Like, you go to these practices, it's just 11, which I mean, it's a lot more entertaining to watch. But, he is, the rumors you hear are true. You go to practice, you're like, hey, it's 11. Oh, this is all they're doing the whole time, which I like it. Here he is talking about Trey Benson, though.
It was cool to get him out there. And obviously I don't, this is my first crack with him in terms of not being out there in OTAs and not knowing exactly what happened over the last year or two. But it was good. It was cool because you saw one of the first runs he had where it bounced out to the right and he slipped. And that can happen when you haven't played football for a while. You're just going a little bit fast. Your mind's racing a little bit faster than your body can keep up with. And so you saw that, and I thought he was able to self-correct himself in terms of, hey, get my feet underneath him, play the game that I've always played. And then you saw that one bounce off the left side off of some of our G series where he was able to, it was a well-blocked play, but I thought he read it right and got the most that he could on that play.
It would make sense that one of these guys is going to be the odd man out. And I've seen stuff, I'm sure you have too, John, where, it's not necessarily written or reported on from a Cardinals perspective. It's more like other teams need a running back. Hey, let's go get James Conner from the Cardinals. Maybe, but I think the Cardinals would just prefer to trade Trey Benson and be able to go with Love and Algier and Conner. I mean, that's a nice backfield right there.
Well, and I think he's got some value because he hadn't been in the NFL that long, and he's had some injuries. So what teams are going to do is they're going to go back to the scouting report. That's when he was really healthy, and he hasn't played very much here. I mean, the guy was a third-round pick, so he's got to have some juice, and that's where you can get really good running backs. Not like just first-round running backs. We see all through the league from the first round to the seventh to undrafted free agents. You can get running backs. So if there's a team that I think they can get something for him. I'm not saying a first, third. They might be able to get a mid-round pick. And Tyler Drake reported that he's not. At least yesterday, he's not active. He's not out there. So maybe they're trying to save him and not get him hurt in training camp to see if he can move, because you're not going to keep Trey Benson as a number 4 back. There's just too much value there, and you would trade him. And then a guy like Bam Knight, who you could put into that 4 spot, he's more of a, he can play special teams as well. So I would just think that there's value for Trey Benson, not at the top of the draft, but a mid-round pick.
Yeah.
So they're kind of keeping him out to see, because what's going to happen is, and we know this, there's going to be injuries. The running backs, you play a lot in the preseason and everything. Somebody's going to go down, and Trey Benson would probably be near a lot of teams' top of the list.
He was, you might say, look, he's never done anything in the NFL, which is fine. I mean, he's done a little bit, but not enough where, like, teams, to your point, are going to line up and say, hey, here's a second-round pick for him. But he was the second running back off the board in the 2024 draft. Ended up being ahead of guys like Bucky Irving. So, I mean, that was probably a mistake, as it turns out. But the thing with Benson is it's not like he's played and been bad. He just hasn't got to play much. And then when he had his chance, he was hurt. So you look around the NFL as everybody prepares for their fantasy football drafts. I'm sure people are already doing this. You'll see there are plenty of teams that could use at least a number 2, if not even maybe a number 1 in some of these cases, running back that would probably be at least talking to the Cardinals about Trey Benson if the price is
There's
right.
no doubt. So. By the way, I think there's a lot of people out there. My son had his fantasy football draft last night.
Already?
And I walk in and I say, hey, how's it going? He gave me a dissertation on his team for 5 minutes, and I still said to him about 17 times, I don't care, and he just keeps on rolling. This is just a word of warning. No one cares about your fantasy team. No one.
This raises
Stop it.
a great question, too. Have you ever talked to anybody during or right after their draft where they're like, I love my team.
Everybody does.
Everybody. I see. I always
he
get people
loved it.
Oh, everybody I know is I
really?
it. Yeah, my team.
You're right.
And you're like looking, you're like, well, I mean, you've got Mahomes and Derrick Henry and Bijan and Jahmyr Gibbs. What's wrong with this team? It's just not good enough.
Yeah, that's true. And because you're not looking at everybody else's team too. Yeah, you can't be perfect.
Yeah, go look at like the idiot in your league and look at their team, and then kind of measure based on them at least.
Good point.
And we all have an idiot friend that's in our league.
Oh yeah,
we can. Yeah, you got to have
rip
at least
them
one
off on trades and everything. It's got to be great.
The next Four Peaks, Four Seats drawing is for D-backs Cubs, August 24th at Chase Field. 4 tickets and $200 in food vouchers up for grabs. Text seats to 620-620 to enter. When we come out, we come back, the D-backs did just win a series against the Guardians. We haven't even talked about it yet. So what stood out from that series? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We've had 4 players on now in the time that we've been here, and every single one have said, we're going to be better. We're going to be better than people think. We're coming. What do you think leads to this team being in a position to surprise people like that?
I think the belief in each other, the belief in our team, the belief in what we have in the building, it's really about us. It's not about what everyone else is doing. It's about what we can do, and we do have a tremendous offensive skill. We have a tremendous offense, and I'm just excited to see us go and let it loose. And I think we can shock a lot of people, and we just got to go out there and do it.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The #1 killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence, have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Hey, it's Gamble, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people listening right now are probably wondering, do I actually have enough money to retire? How do you help someone answer that question?
Well, Gambo, the first thing is, I tell people, do not guess. Cash flow it. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model the full retirement picture. Income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, investment withdrawals, inflation, healthcare costs. What happens if the market has a bad year?
So it's not just about looking at the account balance.
Exactly. $1 million can be enough for one family and not enough for another. It depends on spending and taxes and income sources and how the portfolio is actually structured. The goal is to see whether your money can support your lifestyle, not in just year 1 one of retirement, but in years 10, 20, 30, and for the rest of the road.
So find out if you have enough money for retirement. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Douglas Santo. Baker Mayfield should be on the Cardinals' radar if things don't work out in Tampa Bay. Jacoby Brissett struggled at training camp Sunday, and where on earth was Trey Benson? And the court declared newly eligible seniors in college football will count toward roster caps and cannot transfer. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf today. Trade deadline's in about 3.5 hours. Rick, did you just say the Dodgers got another starting pitcher?
Yes, according to Jeff Passan, Chris Bubich from the Royals, who was an all-star last year. My theory is that the Dodgers may know something that we don't about some of their injured guys. Like maybe Shohei's not going to pitch again this year.
Yeah, or, Snell.
Snell and Glasnow are made of glass, so those guys are probably...
Glasnow is made of glass.
He is. They're just... By the way, that's a nice move. Like, I'm not going to rip the Dodgers for that one and get on to him.
Because Bubich is hurt, but he's supposed to be back soon-ish.
And he had a run there where he was really good, and if the Diamondbacks got somebody like that, like that's a buy low with high potential kind of a guy that smart teams make. The signing of Skubal is just like, ha, we can do this.
Yeah, anybody can do that with the money they have. So their rotation now is in some order: Yamamoto, Skubal, Wroblewski, Sheehan, Sasaki, Bubich when he's healthy, Shohei when he's healthy, Blake Snell when he's healthy, Glasnow when he's healthy. I mean, their whole backup rotation is an all-star rotation. It's just stupid at this point. The Diamondbacks, I mean, we can talk about the trade deadline, and obviously we're going to because it's trade deadline day, but more important than what they do or don't do at the deadline is what they're doing on the field. And they did win another series over the weekend against the Cleveland Guardians. They took 2 of 3. This is after taking 2 of 3 against Pittsburgh. So now in their last, what would that be, 5, 6 series, they've won 5 of them. They swept the Dodgers going into the All-Star break, and then they won a series against the Cardinals, won a series against the A's, lost to the Nationals, beat the Pirates, beat the Guardians. So you get to this time of year, John, and it's just all about win the series. Win the series in front of you. I mean, you'd love to sweep, but just keep winning series, and you'll keep moving up in the standings, and they have. They're moving up. I should say, one of the teams that they are competing with is the Phillies. They're actually tied with the Phillies right now for the number 2 wild card, but the Phillies are doing stuff at the deadline, so keep an eye on that.
Yeah, and beyond the conversations we have about who the Diamondbacks get, it's, Arise goes to the Phillies today. Robbie Ray goes from the Giants to the Padres. He'll probably pitch in this series because they've got two TBDs.
The Padres are only a game back of the D-backs.
Yeah, and they've been hot lately, having won 8 of 9. So that's the big thing. But as far as the series is concerned, by far the most encouraging sign is look, Bratt and Drake, they didn't go a ton of innings, but they combined for 9 innings, 3 earned runs, 8 strikeouts. They did walk 5 combined, but they won both of those games.
Yeah.
And you and I have discussed this, is it can't just be Erod Day, yay! And Vaught is pitching really, really well, and so you have 2 guys really going. If you look at Merrill Kelly, it's like a great month, a bad month, a great month, a bad month. Unfortunately, this is the bad month in the rotation
Seems
for
like
him.
it now, yeah.
And he started out that way yesterday. So I think deadline-wise, they at least need an innings eater type. And I'll subscribe to that theory of when they get back. We'll just call it when they get back. But you cannot rely on that at this point. That becomes a bonus. At some point earlier in the season, when they get back works. But there's so many pitchers that are when they get back. Like Burns is a complete bonus if he comes back at all. He might get 3 or 4 starts, and he's going to pitch probably 4 or 5 innings in those starts. He's not going to be a 100-pitch guy. Nelson's been out so long. He's not going to be a 100-pitch guy, and that's not guaranteed. it's really good that Soroka's going out, but it's going to take him a while. So right now, they need a willing pitcher to come in here and throw like 6 or 7 on a certain night.
Yeah.
And it can't just be Erod, because Fott's not going to do that even tonight, because your bullpen is getting gassed. And so while you're doing that, even an innings eater, I'd be happy as a Diamondbacks fan today. As we hear them say, when they get back. No, now.
Yeah.
They need an innings eater now.
Yeah, because so just quickly to update the standings, the Diamondbacks right now, they're on a nice run. I mean, I know they lost yesterday, but they had won 4 in a row before that. But the Phillies are starting to win again. The Padres, as you mentioned, have won 3 in a row. They're 8-2 in their last 10. That's who's coming to town starting tonight for a 4-game series. So with as much as the Diamondbacks have been winning, they're tied for the number 2 wild card spot, but only a game up on the Padres for 4th in that race, and 4th gets you nowhere. Now, to your point, the Padres have already traded for Robbie Ray, it sounds like. The Phillies have already made a move for Luis Arias. So the teams around you are making moves. That almost forces your hand to do something. You can't just say, okay, well, the Phillies got a rise, but we might get Corbin Burns back in a month and a half. And to be clear, I don't think that's what the Diamondbacks are intentionally doing. I think they're absolutely trying to get something done here today, but you've got 3.5 hours now to do it.
Yeah. By the way, Bob Nightingale, our friend, Diamondbacks badly needing another starter among the teams pursuing Detroit Tigers starter Casey Mize, who's expected to be moved, blah, blah, blah. We know that. It's just that when you start hearing national insiders talk about specific players to specific teams, that means there's a little bit of smoke to that fire. So I'd keep an eye on that just for the sake of conversation. If they could pick up a guy like that, the way he's the season he's having a 2.70 ERA with an under 1 whip, that's a number 1 starter type of a thing. And if I was looking and you're saying, okay, let's say they can get by the wild card and get in a series, you've got Erod who's pitching great. Fott, I don't know, but I'm trending towards a positive thing. But Mize could be like your number 2 in a series, and that's huge.
Yeah, he would be a rental.
Yeah.
You may have to overpay, whether it's for Mize or whoever. I know the Diamondbacks don't tend to like to just go after rentals. I mean, they have before, but they tend to like to get a guy with a little more team control beyond that, which is ideally the way to do it. They've been good at doing that. But Mize is an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year. Alec Burleson, obviously not a pitcher, but the first baseman whose name keeps coming up. And he's had a good couple of years here. It's really been like the last 3 years. He's been pretty good. He's got arbitration years after this. So that might be somebody, if you could pull that off with St. Louis, you would potentially have your first baseman for a little while. He's only 27. He's hitting .284 this year with 15 home runs. Now, he hasn't been good against lefties at all. But the flip side is if you could just use him against righties, he's been hitting .325 against righties this year. And if you look at last year, what is he, .290 with 18 home runs, and the year before, .269 with 21 home runs. So he's not the biggest name necessarily, but this feels like the sort of guy Hazen's going to target and get, whether it's Burleson or somebody like that. It's not the exact same player profile, but it's similar to when they went out and got Josh Naylor, where it's, okay, here's a guy that is kind of under the radar, but pretty consistently productive. Burleson is only 27. He's been consistently productive for the last 3 years.
Now, the thing that's interesting is that the closer you get to the deadline, the prices start to drop. Yeah. And so they start doing that. There hasn't been so far, it doesn't look like overpays. Like the Cubs got Gosman, and he's a rental guy for not a whole lot. Even the Dodgers in the Skubal deal, a lot of people, like you said, it's prospect 5, 7, and 15 or 17 or something like that. It's not really an overpay, and again, because it's a rental, so they wouldn't. Ryan Waldschmidt is not going to the Tigers for Casey Mize.
Ryan Waldschmidt's better than what the Dodgers gave up.
Oh, for sure.
For Tarek Skubal,
Yeah.
and I understand Zaire Hope's supposed to be really good, but again, hasn't played yet in the majors, so he might be nothing. But that was the other narrative that kept popping up with Skubal of like, well, you just beat that offer. Yeah, because you could easily clear that offer. That really wasn't that much the Dodgers gave up. It was a guy in Hope could be really good that they'll never use. They'll never use him.
Yeah.
Were they going to sit like whatever all-star they have in the outfield that day? So maybe they should sit Kyle Tucker, but they're never going to use him. So they gave up from what they're going to use nothing to get Skubal. Teams could have beat that, but the flip side and the additional part of the story is nobody's going to be able to re-sign Skubal. The Dodgers can just throw $80 million.
There's already talk that he's just going to re-sign there, and that's the only team he would have re-signed with. But look, if they can either get Burleson or Mize, I mean, if they could get both, that would be awesome. I don't really expect them to be that aggressive. And as you said, with Mize, he's an expiring contract. But I don't think as we get closer to the deadline, you're going to have to give up as much. And it might be that unique situation, even though the Diamondbacks don't like to do it, because they're going to say afterwards, all these guys we got coming back, but they know internally who's really going to come back.
Yeah.
Burns is really not going to be a factor. Nelson's probably not going to be a factor. Soroka's going to help. There's no question. But they need a starter.
Yeah.
Because at some point, they know the longer thing, which is if we keep these guys going out at 4 and 5 innings a pop, and even if and when Nelson and Burns come back, that's what they're going to be. They have to get a guy who can go 6 or 7.
You got 50 games left, and you're in the number 2 wild card spot. It would be hard to just sit there and coast right through the deadline with your fingers crossed that Corbin Burns comes back. If he does, then I think you're a dangerous team in the postseason, but you got to get there first. When we come back, the Cardinals kick off the preseason in 3 days. So which players are you most interested in seeing in the Hall of Fame game? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise in the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
First down and goal. No timeouts remaining. Cardinals down 6 with 23 seconds left. Fitzgerald wide to the right, 2 receivers left. Evan in the backfield. McCown dropped the throw, lobbing near side for Fitzgerald. He's got a touchdown, Cardinals!
He got the one-on-one coverage right there with Fitzgerald, and he just underthrew the football. Howard did not have a chance because Fitzgerald was between him and the football, and he took advantage of Larry Fitzgerald's best asset, his jumping ability and great hand.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Canton.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878. 800-948-7878.
Paul Calvisi here with Matt Degas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think they're done paying taxes when they retire.
Paul, not even close. If most of your savings is in a 401k or an IRA, you've built a tax time bomb. And without a strategy, the IRS becomes your biggest beneficiary. So the time to act is now. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116. We'll map out your risk and show you how to fix it. BrightWM.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Can you believe we're surviving another Arizona summer? If you're like most homeowners, you've probably already had a few surprises. Maybe your AC is acting up, the pool needs repairs, or you're finally ready to tackle those home improvements. Hi, it's Lisa Lund. If you've owned your home for a while, there's a good chance you've built equity that could help you make those plans possible. At Lund Mortgage, we'll give you the same advice we give our own family. And if now's not the right time, we'll tell you. Thank you for letting me be a part of your listening experience for more than 25 years. My team and I are always here. Give us a call or go to lundmortgage.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The MLB trade deadline is today at 3 o'clock, but the Arizona Diamondbacks have been quiet so far. Stay tuned to Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com, as we'll keep you updated on any moves the D-backs make. The Snakes are in action tonight at Chase Field against the San Diego Padres. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. He'll oppose Padres ace Michael King. While the Snakes have been quiet on the trade front, the Phoenix Mercury were busy ahead of yesterday's WNBA trade deadline. The Mercury traded guard Monique Akoa-Makani, a 2027 first-round pick, and a 2028 second-round pick to the Los Angeles Sparks for five-time All-Star guard Kelsey Plum. And it is game week for the Arizona Cardinals. They will take on the Carolina Panthers Thursday in the Hall of Fame game. We have a plethora of Cardinals training camp coverage for you up now at ArizonaSports.com. And that's what's trending now.
Promptu. Oh, you're so clever. Power poll.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf today. We're going to do the 5 players we're going to be watching most closely in Thursday night's Hall of Fame game, preseason opener, Cardinals-Panthers. John, I think the way we do this, well, you can do it however you want. I'm just going to do this operating under the assumption that everybody's going to play, let's say, at least a series. That's how I did mine.
Oh, okay.
So there may be guys on my list that don't play, but who cares?
Okay.
That's
good.
This is not a legally binding contract. It's a power poll for a preseason game.
By the way, even if it's a preseason game, because I know after a while they get boring, or late in the game they get boring, but the fact that it is, and you said this to start the show, a game day week. Don't go blah, 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 Hall of Fame game.
Yeah.
It's a game day week.
Should we be concerned that Rick just left?
I don't think he knew what we were doing. He just walked out. Was there pizza or ice cream or
should mash
burgers?
all the buttons.
Oh, no,
right
he's
now.
right there.
Yeah, he
okay.
is now.
I thought he left.
He didn't leave the building. He just left the room.
I thought there might be food, and he likes food.
There isn't any food. Number 5.
Number 5.
Yeah, you ready for some sounders?
God, let me turn down my headphones.
No, and they only get louder. Let's see where I can't read my own writing. I tell you, I wanted to put Rabbit on this list, but
let me see your writing.
No, you
smell something, Rabbit?
Fear.
You're going to steal your answers.
You took nothing but pass-fail classes in college.
That's how I got through college. Let me see your test. Let me see your answers.
Let me see half your answers. That'll get me through.
I just want to see your writing. If you can't read it, I sure can't read it.
No, not today. It depends on the day. I have No, I don't. I have Marv at number 5. Give me Marv at number 5. Because I do want to see what he does with actual coverage around him. But at the same time, I know full well he could go out there. A, I don't think he's going to play that much. B, he could have just a monster game. It doesn't mean anything for us, right? So you really can't get the answers you need on Marv until the games start for real. But at the same time, if he's out there at all on Thursday, I'm not going to pretend we're not watching Marv.
Yeah,
So give me Marv at number 5.
All right, I'm going to go along those same lines, but I am approaching it a little bit differently. But because I really like the wide receiver crew, and ESPN gave their skill position players number 6 because we don't know who the quarterback's going to be. But Marvin Harrison, Michael Wilson, and Kendrick Bourne, that's a good starting 3 wide receivers. After that, no idea. And we're going to see a lot of obviously
bit of a
backups.
drop-off after the top 3.
Pahoko, Vigil, who we had on the show, nice guy, Jalen Brooks. Yeah, I mean, whoa, Harrison Wall. Like, what?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if somebody gets hurt for the Cardinals, it's praying time.
Fortunately, nobody ever gets hurt on the Cardinals, so we're okay.
Yeah, never. But beyond this, so I'm going to be looking at wide receiver depth at 5.
So wide receiver depth, you have at number 5. Okay, we have to get through the next 4 in like 30 seconds.
Oh, we'll do it.
Number 4.
Number 4.
Okay, number 4 I actually do have as Trey Benson, just because, I don't know how much he's going to play, but I would be like, hey, Trey, you're going to play the first 3 quarters of this game. And we're going to drive up your trade value as much as we possibly can. I guess the caveat is if they already know he has trade value, they may not want to risk injuring him, but as nice as it is to have 4 good running backs, or, I'm assuming Benson's at least decent, you need other assets, so if you can move him at all. So I would be trying to run up his trade value. I have Trey Benson at number 4.
I agree with you 100% because there's a thought of, do you hold him because you want to trade him, or do you play him? You got to play him because even though teams will have their draft evaluations on him from a couple of years ago, they got to see what he is. So he even almost becomes number 1 in this whole thing just because of the way it's going to lay out playing backup players. But he's huge in this game.
Number 3.
Number 3.
I think that says Walter Nolan. I think that's what I wrote down.
Good call by you.
Yeah, it's definitely Walter Nolan at number. Now, again, I don't know how much he's going to play. That's almost more what I'm watching is how much is he going to play. Do we need to be worried at all about that knee? He had the calf, he had the knee last year. He was, was limping? Maybe limping's not the right word. Maybe hobbling. Oh, there was food. Rick found food.
I knew it.
Okay, you were right. Oh, well, okay. He did run out of the room. I was like, where'd he go?
And he's got food in his mouth, so he's not talking. He's got the thumbs up.
He used to give us the thumbs up, but he's back.
I'm going to go.
I just want Nolan, I would say, was hobbling around practice on Friday.
Well, you were there. What? Yeah. Are you calling it hobbling?
I would say hobbling.
Were you mildly concerned?
Yeah. I was mildly concerned. He probably could see the concern on my face. Jamal and I were standing there as he hobbled by, and we're both like, that's not great. But according to Mike LaFleur, he's good. That was as of yesterday. Be interesting to see if he plays at all on Thursday.
I'm going to go Cody Simon just because, like you said, Zaven Collins, Matt Wilson Jr., it's the middle there.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
To me, what is this guy? I mean, you don't count on your 4th-round picks to be absolute stars, but you hope that somebody in the 4th round would be solid.
He's probably starting, it seems like, or at least he has the inside track.
So I want to see. It's year 2. Sometimes as a rookie, you're kind of
Yeah.
But okay, let's go. Let's see what you got.
That's a good answer.
Kind of important.
You must have
That's
passed
what I do.
a lot of your pass-fail classes.
No, it's every 1 out of 5 I'll get good.
Well,
actually 2 because one's an obvious one that we're going to do at number 1 probably. But I'm like 1 for. Well, no, I got to do better than that. I usually got to do 60%.
Well, if you can lock in 2 out of 5, then you just have to get 1 of the last 3 and you're set.
That's my college career in a
right
nutshell.
here. Can you get 3 out of 5
There's
on this
one.
list? All right, on to number 2.
Number 2.
Who does number 2 work for?
It's Jeremiah Love. I mean, do I think he's going to play a ton? No. Tyler Allgeier's been running with the ones more, so in theory that would mean, well, yeah, he's definitely going to play the rookie who's not even running with the ones. But you said this in pre-show prep, and you're spot on. There's these great highlights of Jeremiah Love from training camp. They're not tackling him.
It's called bumper cars.
Yeah,
For people who don't know, they don't wrap. It's bumper cars. They bump you.
Yeah, and then you can keep
and he goes
going
80 yards, and everyone goes, "Oh my God! Did you see him go 80 yards?"
He's 80 yards.
If in an NFL game you couldn't tackle to the ground, everyone would go 80 yards.
Well, there's some teams that can't tackle to the ground. So Jeremiah Love, I have at number 2. I would hope he doesn't play a ton, but at the same time, he is a rookie, so I would think he plays a little.
Is BJ Ojolari, is he healthy? Because I don't know.
That's actually his full name.
Yeah, exactly. His middle name is Ojolari. His last name is, I don't know if he's healthy.
And his first name is he healthy? Yes, I believe so right now.
Because I would think a guy like that is going to get a lot of run in a game like this, and it's clearly now or never. And they could use pass rush juice.
Yeah.
It's just in.
Has looked good when healthy over the years. Like, he's shown flashes.
Yeah. So I'd like to see a little pass rush juice against guys who are going to be UPS drivers and mailmen after a couple of weeks here.
You're picking actual good players to watch. I'm just like,
that's 2 in a row.
I just want to see all the starters play all game. Give me football now.
Yeah, you're approaching this terribly, but it's okay.
I'm approaching this like it's the Super Bowl. Who do I want to see?
Yeah, this is fun, though.
All right.
Either way.
What's the Hall of Fame game,
That's what's
right?
good is we're kind of yin and yanging.
Yeah, except we're going to have the same number one.
Number 1. Numero uno.
Unbelievable. Because there's one player that who knows if he's actually good. Yes. Gardner didn't look so great on Friday, I would say, at least in parts of what I saw. There's one player that we don't know if he's actually good, but we all want to see him play to find out, and that's Carson Beck.
I want him to play all 4 quarters every snap, so we can have a full determination. I don't want to see Slovis. I don't want to see Minshew. We're not going to see Brissett. I want to see Beck for 4 quarters, and I don't want every question after the game to be about him.
60 minutes of Carson Beck, and then another 20 minutes of questions.
Is anyone going to ask anything else? No. Carson Beck. What about the third play? What about when he went right? What about when he scrambled?
Just see one of the beat writers. Okay, I wrote down every play. 2nd and 7. What'd you think of Carson Beck on that play?
There are 53 offensive plays, and everyone is going to be a Carson Beck. But on play 47, when he went right and hesitated, then threw it out of bounds, it looked like there was a guy open in the flat.
LaFleur's just like, I quit. It's not worth this. All right.
You're like ChatGPT asking all these questions about one thing.
You're going with Beck? That's your
that's the obvious, right?
Yeah.
That's what I do.
Right,
obvious.
You did. You got 3 out of 5. That's a pass for you.
PF, that's what I do.
All right, when we come back, are there any remaining trade candidates that you really want the Diamondbacks to go after? I know I've got a couple. We've named off a couple. I'll get you back to Gambo's list of who he knows they're at least interested in, and we got a master list of the best names still available. So we'll get into all that next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks and a member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
I'm Grace Dunlop, and at Presidential Pools and Spas, we believe building pools should build up our community too. That's why we've partnered with Phoenix Children's Hospital. Now through August 21st, when you build your pool with us, a portion of your purchase supports life-saving care for Arizona kids. You get the backyard you always wanted, and a child gets hope. Don't wait. Schedule your free consultation today at presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Tuesday morning as we recap what the Diamondbacks do or don't do at the trade deadline. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Adley Rutschman to the Red Sox. That's official now, Rick? Or as official as it's going to be right now?
It's reported.
Okay. If this is the NBA, all this stuff would be official in a month and a half. They'd have to still play out the next month on their current teams and then go back and change everything.
Trading a guy in the division is interesting.
That's dicey.
Interesting decision there.
Especially because Rutschman's, 25 maybe?
He's actually 28.
Oh, okay.
You think of him as a younger player, but he's actually 28.
But he should still be. Well, I mean, if he's good, the Red Sox will just flip him because that's what they do. Although I can't make fun of the Red Sox because they've won, what are they, 23-3 in their last 26 or something?
They're amazing.
Yeah, Bob Nightingale tweeted out potential World Series preview last night when he was talking about Dodgers Red Sox. And I'm like, you know what?
He's not wrong.
He might not be wrong.
Because the AL's not.
Jake Bennett's going to win the Cy Young next year, the way he's pitching. And he'll be on the Dodgers in 2 years.
Yeah, right.
That's exciting.
The whole league is the farm system for the Dodgers.
It is at this point. And then
how do our prospects look in Tampa Bay?
Anybody that ends up not being good, the Mets go out and pay for. Because
right,
like, well, you were supposed to be good.
We'll take the good players. You take the bad players. Deal. Nice.
I want to revisit this list that Gambo posted right towards the beginning of our show to kind of start this conversation. He said, this is a list that Gambo put out of players he says the Diamondbacks have some level of interest in. And he said at the very end, there could be another player or two that I'm unaware of. But this is the list he put out there. Casey Mize, Clay Holmes, Alec Burleson, Lars Nootbaar. And he said he can't roll out Nathaniel Lowe, but he acknowledged probably much lower interest in Lowe than those other guys. We can start there. It doesn't mean the Diamondbacks are only interested in those 4.5 players, I guess, since he said Lowe, put him down level.
There's a half a player.
But he did say there could be another player or two that I'm unaware of. Hazen has done this before, where everybody's looking at these 2 or 3 players, and then he goes out and adds this player that nobody was even really talking about. So, we're all looking at all these different lists. Is there somebody on that list or any of these like top 50 lists that are out there that are available that jumps out to you, John?
Well, off of his list, Burleson would be number one.
Yeah, me too.
Without a doubt.
Me too.
And I think Mize, it would be really good, but I almost think like he's too good because they do have some guys coming back. And while I don't exactly subscribe fully to that theory of they'll be back, so don't worry, I just think they need an innings eater, which wouldn't cost as much as what Mize is. Mize has a 2.70 ERA with a .99 whip. I mean, the guy's, even though he's an expiring, he's going to be a guy that's going to cost something. Same with Holmes. I think Holmes is on that list. I really like him, and he's kind of been injured. But the Mets converted him to a starter after the Yankees had him, and he's been really, really good. I think he would be too expensive. I would put him in order. Burleson would be number one for me. Low, even though it's a half of a player. would be because first base
interest is half.
He's a half of a player, but even a half of a player would be better than what the Diamondbacks have put out at first base this year. But that guy's a half of a player. He's awful small. Yep, your throws really have to be on target because he's, Lieutenant Dan is playing first base. But the fact is that they've needed a first base. That probably wasn't very nice, but they've needed a first baseman, and and I trust Gambo's list. He's pretty good. Nootbaugh is not really a guy for me. He's come back from injury. He hasn't been really effective.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing about the Cardinals: are they buyers or sellers? We don't know.
Well, that's the other part to really keep an eye on here in the next few hours. Is like if some of these teams start to sell off guys, it doesn't instantly drop them in the standings, but it will probably over time. The Cardinals are. I guess the Cardinals are 4 back of the Phillies and D-backs. Right now, you have to catch the Phillies or D-backs to get in. They may, if Burleson and Nootbaugh are both on some of these lists, they may be pondering, maybe we kind of reload for next year. Burleson on Gambo's list is the clear number 1 for me. If you go off that list, see, this is where things get tough. I like Wilson Contreras. I've been saying that for a while. There's no reason for the Red Sox to trade. They were not good a month ago when we were looking at some of these. They truly have won 23 of their last 26 and 28 of their last 33. They're 28-5 in their last 33. So there's no reason for the Red Sox to sell anybody.
They're not trading.
So that's a guy that's off of a list that's out there. Here's another one, and maybe this isn't realistic money-wise. I don't know. I like George Kirby of the Mariners. This list I'm looking at has him 5th.
I agree with you.
But, the Mariners traded Castillo, so maybe they don't need to trade a pitcher now.
They've got 2 guys. They've got the number 1 pitching prospect in baseball, Kate Anderson, and they've got another one. They've got 2 pitchers in the top 10, which doesn't mean everything.
No, but they have a good track record of actually developing their guys, too.
And they've got 2 guys. They have Kirby and they have Emerson Hancock. Either of those guys who are under team control beyond this year, I would go for. Kirby makes a ton of sense. People don't realize this. He's only 28.
Yeah.
He's not. His ERA is around a little bit over 4 this year, but he's
signed for 2 more years, too.
And he's been really solid. So there's certain guys out there that could be guys that you think, okay, it's not the biggest name, and the majority of the fan base is going, But Kirby's a really solid,
pretty
3
good player, yeah.
He could be good, and he's had better years in Seattle. And they're maybe the only team in baseball that literally has an overload of pitching. They probably have 7 or 8, other than the Dodgers, but whatever.
It's different.
But I'm just saying they've got homegrown talent, and they have a couple in the minors that are close. So the Mariners could trade even 1 more.
And they pretty consistently, there are certain teams. You feel like if the Brewers call up a pitcher, okay, this guy's going to be good. If the Mariners call up a pitcher, okay, this guy's going to be good. That's kind of the reputation that they've built over time. So maybe that is somebody, that's the other part with the Skubal trade when people are like, well, River Ryan going to the Tigers. Well, River Ryan was a cool prospect when he was a Dodgers prospect.
27.
He's not he's nowhere near as impressive to me now that he's going to be a Tigers prospect, and his ERA isn't even that great this year. He's not.
Ton of injuries, too.
Yeah. Again, the people that are trying to talk themselves into, well, the Dodgers gave up these guys that would never play for them, and all they got was a Cy Young winner back. It's if anything, the Dodgers got ripped off.
Exactly.
Anyway, back to the Mariners. Kirby this year has already given them 127 innings, and like you said, it's not like he's put up amazing numbers, but he's got an ERA in the 3.7 range. He wouldn't be your ace, but he's a pretty solid pitcher that you could maybe lean on, and probably, at least in terms of the well-known starting pitchers that are considered available, he's probably right near the top of that list right now, if he's still available.
Yeah, and I think for them,
Reed Detmers too is the other one.
Reed Detmers, and he's going to cost you because I think he's 27 and he's got controls, and the Angels have a decent general manager now, John Mozeliak, who built the Cardinals into a powerhouse, is there.
But they are trading guys away. They've traded Adele and Soriano away.
And I just think they're going to hold out a lot for him, and so I'm not sure that would match with the Diamondbacks. The perfect trade scenario for them would be you get Burleson. He's probably going to cost you a lot because he's got team control and he's young enough to be your first baseman in the future. And then you get an innings-eating pitcher, because to think that you're going to get Burleson and Mize and you have enough to do that and not include a Waldschmidt. Troy is hurt, so you probably wouldn't include him, but you'd have to start in some places maybe that you wouldn't want to start. But I don't want to move Waldschmidt. But you've got to move something to get something. But the closer we get to the deadline, you shouldn't have to move your top prospects. If the Dodgers don't have to move their top 5 to get Tarek Skubal, then you shouldn't have to move your top guys.
That's honestly where I'd be starting with everyone. The Dodgers gave up their number 5 prospect for the best pitcher in baseball, so stop asking about my best. And if you want to say, well, the Dodgers top 4 are like all top 20 prospect, yeah, even better then. I'm not giving up my number 1 for anything at this point, probably. To your point, I don't think teams can ask for Waldschmidt, and there's no guarantee Waldschmidt's going to be amazing either, by the way. But teams can ask for him, but when you get to like 230 today, they can't ask for him anymore because some of these teams, Jody brought this up earlier, I don't know if the D-backs and Giants would make a trade or not, but some of these teams that aren't doing anything that clearly need to sell, like what are the Giants doing? They're like, we think we're going to go 38-0 the rest of the way and really make a run. All right, so keep an eye on that. We're about 3 hours away. When we come back, we'll take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Gleason Roofing. This is Jim Sharp, and I don't like to be one of those told you so kind of guys, except to my kids. But I have been talking about a strong monsoon this summer, and I was right. Before the next big storm hits your house, have Gleason Roofing come by for a no-obligation roof audit, especially if your roof is more than 10 years old. You may find, like I did, that you don't need a complete roof replacement. And after Gleason Roofing fixes what needs fixing and doesn't fix what doesn't, you could avoid a future full roof replacement for years to come, saving you tens of thousands in the long run. Gleason Roofing's 25-plus years of doing Arizona roofs means they're experts on what our summer heat and the monsoon's wind and rain can do to your roof, and experts on keeping the inside of your house dry. With Gleason Roofing's flexible financing options like 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners, you don't have to wait until there's a huge problem either. Get your no-obligation roof audit at GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where he can get a battery for under $100. Lonnie, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Lonnie does that for free too. In no time at all, John is back on the road. Ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later. Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up, just what I needed, real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
It's summer's last hurrah. Bunker to Bunker's last two-person scramble event of the summer is on Saturday, August 22nd at the Junior National Golf Club in Goodyear. Come celebrate with a fantastic day of breakfast, golf, and big raffle and prizes, all for just
$100. There's even a free coupon for a second round of golf, with proceeds benefiting the Junior National Foundation, changing the lives of youth through the game of golf. Open to the public, but space is limited. So register today at bunkergolf.com.
Hi, I'm Michaela, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You found your dream engagement ring. As a jewelry consultant, I recommend to start shopping for your wedding band 6 months before your big day. Don't worry. At Shane Company, we're here to help you find the perfect bands. Our men's and women's bands are crafted to high-quality standards, and it shows in every detail, with a stylish design and comfortable fit. At Shane Company, we'll take care of your engagement ring and wedding bands for life, because a friend wants you to say, I do, to your rings again and again. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The MLB trade deadline is today at 3 o'clock, but the Arizona Diamondbacks have been quiet so far. Stay tuned to Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com, as we'll keep you updated on any moves the D-backs make. The Snakes are in action tonight at Chase Field against the San Diego Padres. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage beginning at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. He'll oppose Padres ace Michael King. While the Snakes have been quiet on the trade front, the Phoenix Mercury were busy ahead of yesterday's WNBA trade deadline. The Mercury traded guard Monique Okoa-Makani, a 2027 first-round pick, and a 2028 second-round pick to the Los Angeles Sparks for five-time All-Star guard Kelsey Plum. And in his game week for the Arizona Cardinals, they will take on the Carolina Panthers Thursday in the Hall of Fame game. We have a plethora of Cardinals training camp coverage for you up now at ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com, saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
And I'm hungry like the
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon. We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Wolf, and Rick is here with Wolf and Down Your Lunch.
All right, guys, about less than 3 hours until the MLB trade deadline, and we're still waiting for the D-backs to do something. Are you guys shocked the D-backs have yet to do anything with the trade deadline so close?
I'm not shocked that they haven't done anything yet. I would be, let me phrase this the right way. If they don't do anything and the trade deadline passes, maybe from this moment right now, because we're already kind of hearing that, hey, maybe they'll just wait and see if their players come back. So maybe it shouldn't be shocking if they don't, but big picture, if you had talked to the Luke from 3 days ago, I would be really shocked if they go through this deadline and don't do anything. They're in a wild card spot. The teams around them are doing stuff. If you get Corbin Burns back, that's great. I don't think he's getting you into the postseason, though. He might make you dangerous once you get there, but you got to get there.
I wouldn't say shocked, but I'd definitely be disappointed if I was a Diamondbacks fan, because I just don't subscribe to the theory of, but when Lawler and Troy and Burns and Soroka and Martinez and Puck and Nelson all come back, we're winning the World Series. There's a reason why these guys have already been delayed in coming back. At this deep point of the season, those guys are all bonuses when and if they come back. It's not a guarantee. And how they perform, and what you just said is right. Nelson's been out so long. Burns has been out so long. Those are going to be 4 or 5 inning guys. Soroka, who knows? And how knows how effective they're going to be even when they do come back. So you've got to make a move. You're the second wild card. You're not like a fringe team 4 or 5 out. You're the second wild card.
You're in a spot right now. And we've seen this team, the last time they made the postseason, sweep the Dodgers and go to the World Series. So I I guess to answer Rick's question, I still, even now, would be a little shocked because I can't imagine. Mike Hazen's good at not overpaying. I can't imagine him letting it ride. And then what happens if they miss the postseason or they go out in the first round, but adding one player would have made a difference? I don't think that would sit well with him.
Well, here's the other thing, too, is as Herm Edwards once said, you play to win the game. You don't play to have the best farm system in baseball. A lot of those guys, you know, every bunch of people like, oh, look at the farm system. Great. They're here in part to fortify the team because a lot of those guys will never get here, and you know your farm system better than anybody else. So you make sure that you pick out the right guys. Right.
Yeah.
If you don't want to trade Waldschmidt or Troy or somebody that we know, I totally get that. But you pick out the guys you will move because part of the reason they're there is to fortify the major league team when they have an opportunity to win.
It looks like Detmers to the Cubs is real now, too, so that one's off the list.
It's very funny to watch how different teams and front offices work and different ownership groups because Mercury are 6 games back of a playoff spot right now. Went out and traded for Kelsey Plum. D-backs sitting in a playoff spot right now have done nothing.
Still got 3 hours. We'll see.
It's just very interesting in my
Get ready for but we have all these guys coming back.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's already out there.
Like, oh, boy. They're not buying that. I don't think fans are buying that. I don't.
We'll stick with the Snakes. They took 2 of 3 from the Cleveland Guardians over the weekend. This takes us to our Arizona Sports poll question, which you can vote on at arizonasports.com. It asks, will the Diamondbacks make the postseason tied with the Phillies for the final wild card spot as they enter the final 50 games post-trade deadline? Yes or no?
I still think they're going to. I might be a little overly optimistic because when we did our preseason predictions, I had them getting in, but I had them getting in with 84 wins. 84 wins isn't going to get them in. So I'm already guaranteed to be at least half wrong. But I said they would get in at the start of the year, and they're in right now with 50 games to go. So I'm going to say yes. I still think they're going to make a move. I mean, there's truth to the fact that they have some really good players coming back, but I don't think they're just going to sit and wait until they come back because the teams directly around them are adding key players today.
Plus, if that Detmers move for the Cubs is true, Detmers and Gausman, because they've had major injuries in their starting rotation, but they've got Matthew Boyd, who would then be a number 3. The Cubs are probably getting in. I thought the Phillies were a given. They have really struggled. Now, they added a rise, which is nice. But they've been that up-and-down team, like terrible start, great when Mattingly first took over, and then kind of struggling again. I think the Marlins are no good. I think the Nationals are out of this whole thing. Interesting what is going on with the Padres right now. I thought they were going the wrong way, and now they are all of a sudden on a streak as they get ready to go. And
trading for Robbie Ray.
Yeah, and then it depends on what the Cardinals are doing. They're 55 and 57. If the Cardinals start trading, then there's another team out. So there's less teams in it, and that's why with the Diamondbacks, I think they'll get in. But that's why if I'm Mike Hazen in that entire front office, I need to be aggressive because it is starting to separate. We are starting to see those if teams like Washington or the Cardinals or something like that go the other way and clearly not be a wild card team anymore.
All right, I'll tentatively vote yes.
Okay.
63% say yes, 37% say no.
When you tentatively vote yes, does that mean you just lightly click the mouse?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. You got it right.
All right.
Good job.
That's what it looked like, so I just wanted to make sure.
The Arizona Cardinals continued training camp yesterday, but one player was not there. It was running back Trey Benson. Benson was at practice Friday, but did not participate in team drills. When Mike LaFleur did his injury update yesterday, he did not include Trey Benson. Do you guys think this means a Trey Benson trade could be on the horizon soon?
It feels like a Trey Benson trade would be on the horizon soon, separate from this news or lack of news. So I guess I'm going to say yes. But when we did the power poll of players we're keeping an eye on Thursday night, I mean, I still have Trey Benson on the list because if he doesn't play in that game, then that tells me something too, right? So it logically makes sense that there are teams out there that would want Trey Benson and he would have more value to them than he has to the Arizona Cardinals right now.
Yeah, it is kind of weird because what you have to do is you have to showcase him, I think, in that game for teams to actually trade for him. But maybe what they're trying to do is minimize the exposure to some kind of a weird injury, and then you play him in the game quite a bit, and then you say to teams, okay, the auction is open. What do you think?
Yeah. Just give him 50 carries if that's what it takes to get him 180 yards.
Between him and Carson Beck, there will be no post-game questions that aren't about Carson Beck or Trey Benson.
Some soccer news to wrap up Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Mauricio Pochettino has signed a new deal to continue managing the United States men's national soccer team through the 2030 World Cup. Is this a good decision by U.S. Soccer?
Wasn't he getting talked to by, I think it was like Real Madrid, like a month or so ago.
Either in Spain or Italy.
Yeah.
It might have been Italy.
That's when we were good.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's weird, right? By the end of all this, we just got knocked out in the round of 16
Right.
like we do every single year.
Is he still talking to that team now?
Now he's talking to fake Madrid.
Exactly.
Not Real Madrid. I still think it's a good move. I mean, just the continuity. And they did look better in this tournament than they have in years past. But the end result was the same as it's always been. But maybe this is the way to get into the final 8 or whatever. And, I've heard this point brought up a few times, and it's a very real one. You automatically qualify when you're hosting the World Cup. Right. So, keep the good coach there to make sure you qualify. I say this as somebody whose family is Italian and Italy hasn't made the World Cup, and I don't even know how long. I think it's been 12 years. It's not even a given you qualify. So, keep the good coach.
Yeah, no, I'm good with it. But here's the thing. It doesn't matter who's coaching the team. They do the same thing every single time. It's the same thing. I mean, get Jason Sudeikis out there. I don't whatever, man. They do the same thing every time.
Season 4 that comes out this week.
Yeah. What is it? Is it a women's team in America? Is what he's doing?
I don't know about where the team is located, but I know it's a women's team, and I know he's coaching. And I'm all in because I love that show.
It is a good show.
Have you both seen season 3?
Yeah.
See, I watched season 1. I was one of the first people to watch it. I didn't think it was gonna be that good, and it was really good. Ted Lasso, we're talking about.
Yeah, Ted Lasso.
And then in season 2, and then I didn't get to season 3 in time, and everybody's like, "It's not as good. Don't watch it."
You've got to watch season 3.
I haven't watched it.
It's good.
The very end of it.
I'm doing a full rewatch.
You do you, man. Don't be influenced by a bunch of.
I'll watch what I didn't.
It's good.
I didn't watch the last episode of Entourage for 7 years after it aired because everybody was like, "It's so terrible."
The very end of the Ted Lasso season 3 is worth it.
Okay, all right, I'll watch it.
Yeah, because it's been so long I can't even remember, but it was definitely good.
Do we think Jamal is off watching all the movies we've told him to watch? Is that where he is today?
He's actually at Cardinals training camp, having fun
with cars playing on his phone.
Yeah, probably just watching his phone.
Hey, how'd Cardinals camp go? I have no idea, but I can tell you that
he thought it was Cars camp.
The 700th time I watched Cars was amazing.
All right, that was Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, we got to get back into one thing that happened in that D-backs Guardians series that we haven't even gotten to talk about yet. Tim Tawa had the audacity to try to get on base as his team's trying to qualify for a postseason spot, and Cleveland lost their minds. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Advanced Window Products is the local manufacturer of high-grade vinyl replacement windows. The name homeowners trust here in Phoenix. And right now, we're offering $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. Hi, I'm Joe with Advanced Window Products. Imagine your home feeling cool and comfortable, even in this extreme summer heat. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to boost your comfort and lower your energy bills by keeping that precious cool air inside your home. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tolleson. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for this crazy Arizona climate. And we install them and guarantee them for life. Call me right now at 480-676-3600. Don't forget, you get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. Call 480-676-3600 and get a free estimate on upgrading your windows today. Advanced Window Products. Check us out at advancedwindows.com. Again, advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Heart disease is the #1 killer in this country, and most people have no idea there's a problem until something serious happens. Lifeguard Imaging does a heart scan that takes minutes. No needles, no fasting, nothing invasive. It normally normally runs $5.99, but right now they've got a special offer for Arizona sports listeners. Call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620 for the details. Take care of yourself on this one.
Message and data rates may apply. My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
You can't have a football season without predictions, right? College, pro, who makes the playoffs, who's living in the trophy at season's end. Hey, on Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Paul Calvise here. Hey, can KC get back to 11 wins this season? KC is currently trading at 44%, meaning a $100 trade pays out $228 if they reach 11 wins. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, trade the draft pick, the game, and more on Kalshi. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. That's code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, KALSHI, Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. We're 3 days away from the Cardinals' first game of the season. Preseason. So we'll talk all the latest live from State Farm Stadium at straight up 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Because now Reed Detmers isn't on the Cubs. So he's, I think, still available.
It's so hard to decipher with so many people trying to get their, 3 seconds in the sun. I fooled everybody. Everybody thought it was a real trade.
Well, that was a lot of people saying that one. But I really love the trade deadline tracker I've been using all morning. It is still on Luis Arias going to the Phillies. But
I thought it had Josh Naylor going to the Mariners.
Got to keep passing. Got to keep Rosenthal. Got to keep Nightingale on notifications.
Passing.
That's how you got to do it.
I have all them on here too. Nightingale had a great tweet earlier. It was like, how did he say it? I could pull it back up. But it was basically the Phillies are planning on moving Bryce Harper to right field to make room for
crazy day.
Luis Arias.
By the way, can we just warn Bernsey? There will be no preseason game slander. A game is a game at this point. All right. A couple of preseason games from now, we won't be as excited.
Yeah,
but the first game is good.
Yeah.
The first game is exciting. The first game is a big deal.
Wait until the third quarter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree 100%. But right as of this moment, there is football. There is no caveat around it. There is no but this or that. It's football.
Some of these moves, I know it's a seller's market, and I know that changes as you get closer to 3.
Yeah.
Like, Rick, I know you're not real happy about the way Adley Rutschman's career has played out, and now he's a Red Sox. But they got at least some high-end prospects back from the Red Sox. But some of these trades for pitchers are not.
Did you say woo?
Yeah.
They did not get Brian
He's
Wu back.
He's not excited.
Not excited for prospects.
Well, That's fine. That's fair. I'm not saying you should be excited for prospects, but some of these pitchers that are getting moved now are not getting moved for much of anything. So I find it hard to believe the Diamondbacks can't get a pitcher, at least, in some of these trades. I know Bubic is hurt, but it's not like the Dodgers really gave up much of anything for him. Braxton Garrett to the Cubs.
Correct.
That's real. Okay. So the Cubs are basically rebuilding their entire rotation, but they have to because everybody's hurt.
Yeah. Also, Bernsey says he's going to continue to slander the preseason.
Yeah. Dang it.
That seems...
He can do that for preseason game 2 and beyond. And after, like you said, after halftime.
So
but the first game, they're going to act. He's going to act excited about it today. I bet he does.
What'd you think of the Guardians losing their minds over Tim? Let me see if I can tell the story to anybody who didn't really see what happened. Okay, the Diamondbacks are in a playoff race and they need to win games, and they are a team that we've seen recently rip off like 7 runs in an inning and come back and win games. They were losing in the 6th inning the other day, so Tim Tawa tried to get on base, and the Guardians lost their mind because he bunted. And he bunted foul, so then he swung and got a single. I mean, it was kind of poetic justice, really. I get that baseball has all these old school unwritten rules. I asked you this question, though, before the show started. What if he had bunted in the 1st inning, got on base, and then Gavin Williams had thrown a perfect game the rest of the way? Would that still have been frowned upon? Like, he was through 5 innings. He wasn't through 8 innings. He was through 5 innings, and the game was still winnable, and the Diamondbacks need to win these games. I can't believe the Guardians, who, by the way, have been given the gift of being in like the easiest division in baseball, so they should just be thanking everybody at all times. I can't believe they were that bent out of shape over it.
Well, I by the way, I cannot stand in sports. One of my biggest pet peeves is unwritten rules. You can do whatever you want, even if there are rules. There's ramifications for the rules, but this is what it says. I just looked up the baseball unwritten rules. Number 1 on the list. No hitters in perfect games. Never bunt for a hit or try cheap tactics to try to break up a no-no late in the game. You must earn a clean hit by swinging away. Do not even mention or talk to a pitcher who's an active no-hitter going.
But that's not late in the game.
It's
he was
the 6th
5
inning.
innings. It was the 6th inning.
And it's only a 5-0 game, so you're trying to get players on base. You can come back from a 6 or a 5-0 in the 6th.
Yeah.
And it's done. It's like. Plus, it was Patrick Bailey, the former Giant, who confronted him, who's sitting about $160. Dude, you wouldn't know how to hit. You couldn't hit water if you jumped from a boat. Like, stop telling me.
Well, he hit water yesterday because then it just started pouring everywhere.
Right.
So there was no way Gavin Williams was going to throw a perfect game anyway because the storm opened up.
But I don't care if it's the 9th inning and there's 2 outs. There's pride in not being no hit. I don't care if there's 2 outs in the 9th. You have to get a clean hit. No, I'm going to bunt and make your third baseman make a play and throw to first. Like, let's say I'm a speedy guy hitting from the left side.
I could definitely see you doing that.
Too bad.
I could
definitely make a play.
See you doing that. Yeah. And then taunting the pitcher when you got on first base.
Like, seriously, I was so bad at baseball. I played baseball through high school for some dumb reason, and I was always like the number 9 hitter, and a bunt was always an option for me because I was fast, but I couldn't hit. It's amazing to look at this built body and think that I couldn't hit the ball very far. But I was a left-handed hitter. Yeah. I bunted at least once a game. Like if there's 2 outs in the 9th, I'm bunting. That's an unwritten rule. Get out of here with that.
I mean, the unwritten rules, that stuff just doesn't bother me one way or the other. But I could understand if it were the 9th inning and he had bunted and Cleveland being like, dude, he's going for a perfect. It's 2026. Pitchers aren't allowed to pitch more than 7 innings now anyway. There was a storm coming, which hit in like 30 seconds after all of this, basically. And the best part is they were like, no, you have to swing. So he swung and broke up the no-hitter by swinging.
But it was the 6th inning. It wasn't even like it was, you're not even really, I mean, it's like, you might look at a friend, but like I'll text friends or my son or something in the 8th or 9th inning of a no-hitter. Like, hey, by the way, there's a no-hitter. You might want to see it. Yeah. The 6th inning?
I think that's too early to be losing your mind. I know that, we're going to hear from the old school baseball purists, and that's fine. Like, I'm not saying that it's dumb to believe in the unwritten rules. I'm just saying you just read it. Well, I don't know where you got that from, that unwritten rule. But
I just looked up the unwritten rules of baseball, and there's a whole website on it. No run padding. Do not steal bases. Text aggressive bases or bunt for a hit when a team holds a massive lead. 3-0 counts. Don't swing a 3-0 pitch.
What happens when you blow a 6-run lead because you're playing this way?
Exactly. Home run trots. Do not admire or stare at your home run too long, and avoid aggressive bat flips unless it's a high leverage or walk-off situation.
That's outdated, that one.
But very much.
Either way, the rule you read was late in the game. He was through 5 innings. That's not late enough.
It says no late in the game. But see, I don't even agree with this. You must earn a clean hit by swinging away.
Well, he did.
Yeah.
So they should have been happy with it.
But what makes me upset, because I saw this the other day too, somebody ran across the back end of somebody's pitcher's mound and the pitcher went bananas. And it's like, it's my pitching mound. No, it's not. Like, we went to a court of law. Like, what? You own the property? You have a deed for the land? Like, what do we? Like,
I don't mind that one, because you could mess up the mound in a way that could potentially hurt the pitcher. I'm okay with that one.
But I saw the guy scream because they had the audio.
Yeah.
Don't touch my mound! And it was like he was running the back end after like flying out to right.
I don't care.
Come on,
if you want to be mad about it, that's fine. But it doesn't mean the guy has to stop doing it, right? You told me that before the show, and I told you it always stuff like that always makes me think of the line from Miracle where Jim Craig was like, "Hey, that's my goal," and Herb Brooks was like, "They've scored 10 goals. That's everybody's goal."
That's such a good line.
It's a fantastic line.
But I mean, just back to the thing. It's like, look, if somebody bunts for a hit, that's part of the game, and you have to defensively make that play.
Diamondbacks are trying to get in the postseason, man. Like this is not game 162, and they're out of it, and it's the 9th inning. They're trying to get in. 5 runs. You're only through 5 innings. 5 runs is easy to make up in 2026, right? I mean, I love the unwritten rule of like, well, you're up by a lot. Don't try too hard. How'd that work for the Spurs in the NBA Finals?
How many times were they up? Like 25, like 20, 25.
There's no unwritten rule in basketball, though. You're supposed to keep trying, so I really don't know what they were doing. All right, when we come back, this is going to make you angry, John. Let's talk some Marv.
No,
Marvin Harrison
this is going to make, you're right. I just redlighted. Heck with the baseball unwritten rules. Those are fine.
This is going to make you real angry.
This is different.
Let's overreact to every day of training camp with Marv next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get ready. Giveathon week runs August 17th through the 21st.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Giveathon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ry-Refi.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days or $3,000 customer cash on the Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end August 3rd. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Football is back, Arizona. Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals, is proud to bring you wall-to-wall training camp coverage right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. From position battles to breakout players, we've got you covered for the first snap to the final roster cut. So grab a Bud Light, tune in, and get ready for another Cardinals season. Bud Light, upgrade your game day. Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but That's not always the case?
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The MLB trade deadline is today at 3 o'clock, but the Arizona Diamondbacks have been quiet so far. Stay tuned to Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com as we'll keep you updated on any moves the D-backs make. The Snakes are in action tonight at Chase Field beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. He'll oppose Padres ace Michael King. While the Snakes have been quiet on the trade front, the Phoenix Mercury were busy ahead of yesterday's WNBA trade deadline. The Mercury traded guard Monique Okoa-Makani, a 2027 first-round pick, and a 2028 second-round pick to the Los Angeles Sparks for five-time All-Star guard Kelsey Plum. And it is game week for the Arizona Cardinals. They will take on the Carolina Panthers Thursday in the Hall of Fame game. We have a ton of Cardinals training camp coverage for you up now at ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. This summer, get employee pricing plus 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s at Freeway Chevrolet. New retail delivery by August 3rd.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
We are starting to get some significant trades around Major League Baseball. Rick, what was O'Neill Cruz to the Astros? Is that what you just said?
Yes, O'Neill Cruz to the Astros, and that's interesting because the Pirates are definitely not selling, so seems like they're just kind of done with him.
Paul Skeen's got his way.
I wouldn't be surprised, though, if that was one of those teams, because the teams who have to stay under a certain number, like the Diamondbacks, will dump to then add.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they're looking for something else. So they have a lot of offense, so maybe they're moving it for a pitcher or something, but I wouldn't be surprised because they're right in the mid. They're one of the teams that are absolutely a contender for the wild card. So I would not be surprised if this led to another trade, but we shall see.
Just double checking this trade. This is the MLB.com trade deadline tracker. They have Luis Ariz to the Phillies. That was the top story. But
still there?
What was Dustin May got traded? Did he not?
Correct, yes.
So that to me would and he went to the Brewers. That would indicate that the Cardinals are selling.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of so I still think Alec Burleson should be in play here. I know we're 2.5 hours away from the deadline, and D-backs fans, and I'm getting some texts, are freaking out. Like, are we really just going to sit here and pretend that Corbin Burns is going to come back and save our season while these teams around us go off?
I just realized that the O'Neill Cruz trade did not happen.
Oh.
The MLB Network is doing somebody is reviewing fan-proposed trades.
Oh, I got you.
Why
which
would
is
they
very
do that
confusing
today?
as somebody trying to follow this along.
Of all the days, wait. So they're reviewing fan-proposed trades 2.5 hours before the trade deadline.
Correct. Dan O'Dowd grades viewer trade proposals.
I would change that channel if I were you in there right now, Rick. That's
That's
only going to get
MLB
confusing.
Network doing that. Like, that's the official channel. Like, why are you speculating like
Well,
that? That's
I was
crazy.
going to say that would not make O'Neal Cruz. I'm glad that didn't actually happen because that would have made no sense. But the Cardinals moving guys is a real thing, and I'm going to assume that means that you could get Alec Burleson from them. I'm going to just sift through all the craziness out there right now and say that's still the name I'm focused on. I would love it if the D-backs went out and got Ray Detmers. That might take Waldschmidt to get that. So, I mean, you got to come to terms with it. It's funny, the people that are like, well, so-and-so that the Dodgers had is it was a higher rated prospect than Waldschmidt. I don't care. Waldschmidt's played in the majors. I know he can at least hit major league hitting. I don't know that some of these other guys can, but at the same time, I fully get that you got to give up something to get something. I'm not sure I would give up Waldschmidt for a starting pitcher. This is the weird spot the Diamondbacks are in because there is truth to the idea that they do have starting pitching coming back. So do you really need to trade? And I'm not saying that this would be the deal, but would you trade Ryan Waldschmidt for Reed Detmers? I don't know that you need to because big picture, you're going to have Corbin Burns and some of these other guys back. So it's a weird spot that they're in, which is, I'm guessing why the Diamondbacks still haven't made a trade yet because they're kind of stuck in the middle with starting pitching. I don't know why they haven't gotten a first baseman yet, but they still have 2.5 hours, so we'll see. The Marvin Harrison Jr. speculation, hype, hate, whatever you want to call it, is through the roof this year at camp. There's been, what would you say, probably video of 2 drops, maybe 3 drops, and people are like, see, he's a bust. And this is not like a local thing. This is nationally. Like, it's national sites popping up. National fantasy football is like, don't draft Marv. He dropped this pass. Like, okay. I mean, I was out there on Friday watching, and he looked great in practice on Friday, which equally means nothing. But if you are really that into the fact that he dropped a pass when they were just playing catch and nobody was around him on whatever that was last Tuesday, you should know he made some pretty sick catches on Friday in coverage, but it was 11-on-11 coverage. Like, he's not getting hit as he goes up for the ball. Yeah. But still, I mean, take it for what it's worth. Well, and
I remember, I'm trying to think of the exact situation, but you were brainstorming something and writing down, and you said, talk for a minute. And for either of us, that's not a problem.
I was trying to figure out how to write my own name, I think.
And so what I said this is that when you go to training camp, I've covered a number of them, and so have you. In every sport, it's like this. You don't know the context. You don't know what they're trying to accomplish. When it comes to football, they could be running the same play 5 different times. They could be working on something on defense. It's a lot like spring training. Maybe a guy's working on a pitch. But what happens is because we're in such a piranha frenzy feed for news, what you do when you go out to an NFL training camp, and I've done it both in this sense and as a writer, you've got binoculars and you're just putting all sorts of things in your notes. And at the end, your editor says, give me a play of the day, give me a player of the game, give me a summary. So what you're doing is you're forced to do this. So there's a play of the day, there's a catch of the day, there's a this, that, the other. Now they're keeping camp stats and somebody threw 2 interceptions, but maybe they're on the same play 5 times in a row. So whether Marv or Jeremiah, by the way, defensively, they're playing what they call bumper cars. You cannot wrap and take to the ground, so they bump guys. So, Jeremiah Love's going to go 80 yards, and everyone's going to freak out. Marv's going to catch a ball and go 80 yards. Everyone's going, oh, my God. So we all sit there, and we have to do this because it's not our fault because our bosses make us do it, which is you have to come up with all these superlatives or bad things that happen in a training camp day. And so Marv has a drop. There's your worst play of the day. Marv has a catch. That's your best play of the day. Carson Beck, I've seen so far, has thrown all these great passes. Carson Beck doesn't know what he's doing. You're taking all these things out of context. And then on top of that, the Cardinals have an advantage that I've never seen before. They run things back on a board. Nobody else does that in training camp. So you're keeping your camera constantly going in camp. Yeah. But the Cardinals give you a thing of they're playing replays and they got a board. Nobody else is doing that. So then if you miss a play.
The Rams do it now. Apparently that's where, I don't know if it's true or not, but apparently that's where this is coming from.
Yeah, so it's cool for the media because then it's like if you miss, there it is on the big board and you get a nice clear look at it. So even in this market, it's even worse because then there's all these clips out there. And unless you're with the staff or a player or you're in the huddle of what they're trying to do, everything is taken out of context, either good or bad.
So it's safe to say that based on the great catch that Marv made on 11-on-11s and then landed on his back just in bounds, you are predicting a career year for him? Is that's all I heard you say?
You read something before the show that said something like, is this somebody tweeted out, and it's not against them, it's just we're trying to keep everybody engaged. I get it. But Marv makes that catch, and then the tweet underneath is this Marv's breakout year? It's like, oh.
Look, I mean, I get it. I get the excitement. Like, we just won football. And, it's funny. Something crazy is going to happen in the game on Thursday. And we're going to react to it. And there's going to be a few people that are like, dude, what are you doing? You're reacting to a preseason game. And you know what? Ultimately, they're probably right, unless it's like an injury or something. But they're right. But even worse than that is reacting to one 5-second training camp video of Marv dropping a pass that somebody, like, not Marv running a route and he can't win a 50-50 ball. Like, he's just standing there playing catch with somebody. All that one went through his hands. Like, okay. Like, that was probably, I don't even know, an hour before practice? Like, who knows? But I get it, because we're all like, okay, let's get here. Like, let's get to football.
Yeah, right.
The Dodgers just killed baseball. Let's get to football, right? Like, let's hurry along.
We're done with LeBron in the NBA. We're done with Tark School and the Dodgers. What's the NFL got going? And look, I'm not criticizing anybody, because we all have to do it, and there's an insatiable appetite for the NFL. So I get it. But the only thing that matters at camp is injuries. And you hit it. When Walter Nolan starts limping around, now it's real.
That's a bigger deal.
If there's an injury at camp, like Kobe Bryant, the guy they got from the Bears got from Seattle, he has a hyperextended knees out 8 to 10 weeks. Like, that's an issue. But anything about guys throwing or catching something or doing something, it's probably not news.
I mean, if we get to the point where we're like, hey, it's been like 3 weeks and Carson Beck just doesn't look right, then that's okay. That's something. But just like any one individual play.
If a coach says something, let's say that, and I don't know Mike LaFleur well enough to do that, but if Mike LaFleur came out after a camp and said, and he probably wouldn't, but he'd say, Carson's just having a little trouble picking up the offense. Maybe the ball's not where it wants to be. Like, because he knows that from watching all this different stuff and seeing all this different film of him. And I'm not saying he is going to, but just any kind of player is struggling in XYZ, then that means something. But other than an injury, a guy catching one, doing this, a run, a throw, a series of runs, throws, catches, they really don't mean anything.
It's the interview you won't find anywhere else. Larry Fitzgerald sits down exclusively with Arizona Sports ahead of his Hall of Fame induction, his career, his preparation, his words. Watch or listen on ArizonaSports.com, the app, and on YouTube. When we come back, there's a big-name quarterback in the NFL who doesn't seem real happy with his team right now. Is that somebody the Cardinals should kick the tires on? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise and the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
2nd and 5 now at the Atlanta 42. They're going to keep it on the ground with James. It's a flea flicker. Warner going to throw deep. Near side going for Fitz. He's in double coverage. It doesn't matter. He caught it anyway. Touchdown Cardinals. You can't stop that guy.
Flea flicker! Wow! What a play! The Japanese fighting fish, Larry Fitzgerald, deadly and single-minded of purpose, stabs the ball out of the air. More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Canton.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home offers, or most home sellers, only get like 1 or 2 offers, and it's not typically what you're looking for if you're only getting 1 or 2 offers. It's like if you're trying to make a trade in baseball and you're only getting 1 or 2 offers. Like Orchard changes that for you, though, with Orchard's new Orchard offers. You don't just get 1 offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Start a bidding war. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. Work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They have their network. You want to tap into that because they will then come to you with offers. You can review them all and pick the best one on your terms. You don't have to settle on 1 offer this way or worry about maybe leaving money on the table that you didn't even know was there. You'll see every offer side by side, and that way you'll know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any of the offers, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
At Train, tough comes standard. But real strength isn't just muscle, it's knowing when to flex. HVAC units tough enough for the extremes, but smart enough to know what's next. We engineer for chaos, so your home always stays comfortable. Train, built strong, engineered smart. It's hard to stop a train.
Train is a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital and Champions of Hope, helping provide funding for the hospital's care, life-saving research, and families in need.
When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, it can feel like you are out of options. My advice, do your homework. Remember, once a joint is replaced, there's no going back. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Discover how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients just like you right here in the Valley. They concentrate healing tools within your body right at the source of your pain. And the whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery or, in some cases, avoiding it altogether. And that's why it makes sense to explore every option before making a decision that can change your life. Don't just accept that surgery is your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. You can find clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Just call 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
After the D-backs Dodgers game on Friday, August 7th, enjoy a free post-game concert featuring Jayco. Add a concert field pass to your ticket and see the show from the field. Visit dbacks.com/concerts.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Diamondbacks with a huge series against the Padres. How did they fare in the opener? That and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Chris Collinsworth is going to join us in 12 minutes. He's on the call on Thursday. Talk a little Cardinals, talk some Larry Fitzgerald with him, of course, coming up at 1 o'clock. This is Baker Mayfield. ESPN last week with Jeremy Fowler.
Between years, average, and guarantees, probably the most disappointing is years. Didn't get offered anything over 2, and so when you're told you're a franchise quarterback and they handle it otherwise, that's disappointing. So felt like I earned that. It's not a poor me pity party over here. It is what it is, and so that's why I said the deadline was training camp. Focused on the team, focused on getting better, and trying to give this team a better chance to win a Super Bowl.
The only reason we're playing that, we didn't suddenly become a Tampa Bay radio station. I've seen a lot of people that are like, "Oh, go after him if you're the Cardinals." I'm out on that. I like Baker Mayfield. He's 31. Maybe you could convince me. Look, if you put him in this offense with these weapons, he'd be good, and the offense would be good. Yeah. So maybe I shouldn't say I'm totally out, but are you going to win a Super Bowl with that? Like, I think at this point, you need to get your quarterback, ideally, who's your guy for the next 10 years. Yeah, also, I don't think he's moving.
No, I don't think so either, and I think this is, this is part of the back and forth process of it. But yeah, if you put him on the Cardinals, just for speculation right now, they'd be a team and they could win some games. But it's also what's behind door number 2. It's looking at the 27 draft. Now, if you're sitting at number 5 in next year's draft and you can't get more and you can't get Manning and maybe there's not another one, maybe there is, maybe there's not, would you look at Baker? I'm not giving up a first-round pick. If I call Tampa right now and say, we'll give you a 2 next year and a 4 and whatever, or maybe can turn to something better, but you're not getting my first-round pick, so I'm not doing that.
No, I have to think Tampa, and they don't have anything behind him. No. I have to think Tampa looks around in the NFC South, and they're like, we'll win this division if we just keep our team together, or we'll at least be in it. So I guess that's where my skepticism comes on this. I don't think he's moving. I think he's just frustrated. He vocalized it, which you don't love if you're that team.
Right, they've said that.
Yeah. But so maybe you got to do your due diligence if you're a team that's looking for a quarterback, and I think the Cardinals are, although do they really need Baker Mayfield, Gardner Minshew, Jacoby Brissett, and Carson back?
This is where I think you could see it in the offseason when he's a free agent. Where have the Cardinals had the most success with quarterbacks? It's when they pick up somebody in their 30s. Kurt Warner, Carson Palmer. Those two guys you could put up there for greatest Cardinals quarterback, and they came in their 30s. So maybe he could be the next one of those guys.
Yeah, if they get into a weird spot where they like, hey, you're picking 9th or something.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying is you could do that.
Then that's something. But just know he'll be 32 at that point. So you are then immediately switching to win now mode, which I don't hate, even though I apparently can't say it. I don't hate that. But know you're in win now mode in probably the toughest division in football. So that defense better show you a lot this year if you're going to go out and get Baker Mayfield in the offseason.
Well, and fans would rather take the risk on getting a high-end quarterback in the 27 draft than settle. Because Baker Mayfield is somewhere between, in fans' minds, the 27, top 3 pick they're going to have and Jacoby Brissett. Like, he's somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. I like Baker Mayfield. Do you feel like you're winning a Super Bowl if he's your quarterback with this team?
No.
I think Rick probably hit the nail on the head in the sense of if you go through this season and he's a free agent,
and you're picking 10th.
Yeah, if that's my thing. If you're picking outside the top 5, then I think anything's on the table because you're still going to need your quarterback. Brissett's not signed past this year. Brissett's not the long-term answer at quarterback. Gardner Minshew's not signed past this year. He's not the long-term answer at quarterback. So if we got to see how this college football season plays out too. There are people saying, there could be 5 or 6 first-round picks that are quarterbacks. We could go through the season and there could be 8 or there could be 3. We got to see how this actually plays out. But if the season ends and you are picking and there's not like a clear-cut, we love this guy, then I think you do have to look at vets next offseason, or Carson Beck better be your guy. But if you're going to go after a guy like Baker Mayfield, like I said, your defense better show you something this year, because just because you go into win now mode doesn't make the Seahawks and Rams suddenly not good. How about this Travis Hunter cut right here, okay? This sounds vaguely familiar from like a year ago.
In your mind, how many snaps a game do you want to be playing?
All of them.
All of them?
I can't stay on the sideline for nothing.
So you're going to go nuts when you're out of the game and just watching?
Yeah, I can't just watch the game.
Well, it's good for him, but there's no way Jacksonville's playing him that much.
How about you become good on one side of the ball, and then we'll see. I didn't like the pick. I didn't like the fact that they traded up.
Traded up to get him.
Yeah, he's not a very big guy. He's good for the college game. There's a huge difference between college and pro, and he's not very big. And this happens in baseball all the time. I'm a pitcher and a hitter. You're not Shohei. Hey, Travis Hunter, you are not Shohei Ohtani, dude. Yeah. So make sure that you just try to master one side of the ball, and then we'll see.
I want to quickly play this, too. This is Ben Solak on the Vikings quarterback battle.
It's not perfect, all right? We're ironing out a lot of wrinkles out here, especially for Kyler Murray, who's learning a new offense. Never really played in the Sean McVay, Kevin O'Connell system before, so there were misses, right? And the sort of misses that are because he's learning the offense. He disagreed with Jordan Addison about whether or not a route should break or keep going vertical. It looks like a throwaway. Justin Jefferson breaking over the middle of the field. He leads him too far down the field. This is the sort of stuff that figuring out training camp is for, except unlike a quarterback who just changed jobs, Kyler only gets 50% of the first team reps because J.J. McCarthy's out there. McCarthy looks better, frankly, because he's been in this offense before. He's thrown to these receivers before. He has a better understanding and a handle on the system. And that's why this is a legitimate quarterback competition, because Kyler needs to get up to speed. That is a process that will take a couple of weeks, and then we'll see if and when the Vikings are ready to name a starting quarterback for week 1.
Talk about people overreacting to each snap in camp.
I saw it.
If you're ever feeling down about the Cardinals' chances this year or anything, if you're just feeling down about having a bad day, just go look at Vikings Twitter, because all they're doing is arguing with each other. The fan base is so split, and each side is so definitive and certain that J.J. McCarthy's so much better than Kyler Murray, and Kyler's too short. Or the flip side, Kyler's so much better than J.J. McCarthy, and McCarthy's never done anything. Just go watch or read the comments.
There was a clip, as we're talking about clips last segment with the Cardinals, there was a clip of Kyler throwing a deep ball. I think it was to Justin Jefferson. And it was on my timeline for about 30 minutes, about 72 different counts.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, that's it. They're going to the Super Bowl. Like, I'm not even kidding you. It was one throw.
And the same weekend, I was seeing stuff of, Justin Jefferson just doesn't like Kyler. Like, what? How does he? What? So I do wonder if Kyler's going to have to play in the preseason, though. Because if they're really competing, they didn't really have to do that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So this is going to be interesting. All right, let's keep talking NFL when we come back. Let's talk with Chris Collinsworth. What is he going to be watching the most closely when he calls the Hall of Fame game between the Cardinals and Panthers on Thursday? We're going to talk to the NBC NFL analyst next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'm not rooting against Kyler. If the Minnesota Vikings win a division and Kyler's an MVP candidate, I don't know how we're going to look at it. We'll cross that bridge when we'll get there. But I think most people are going to say the freaking Cardinals. They had this guy. They drafted him first overall. They ruined him. He goes somewhere else and look after one. Like the Jets. The Jets ruined Sam Darnold. Now that he's had success, you're like, yeah, it's because he was on the Jets.
It's Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Saving for retirement and feeling ready for it? Well, you know what? Those are two different things, are they not, brothers? Well, Trajan Wealth, they help me get from one to the other. My investments, taxes, and estate plan finally working together, explained clearly. No pressure. I'm a client, and I haven't looked back, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Call Trajan Wealth today, 855-TRAJAN-1. When I sat down with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk, not a sales pitch. One team coordinating my investments, taxes, and estate plan, all working together. I saw the difference for myself and became a client. They're fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth. Their advice is built around you, not a commission. Pick up the phone, give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate, Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Heart disease is the #1 killer in this country, and most people have no idea there's a problem until something serious happens. Lifeguard Imaging does a heart scan that takes minutes. No needles, no fasting, nothing invasive. It normally runs $5.99, but right now they've got a special offer for Arizona sports listeners. Call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620 for the details. Take care of yourself on this one.
Message and data rates may apply.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, get early access to our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
The spotlight is on Talking Stick Resort for Arizona's biggest showdown. The 20th annual Arizona State Poker Championship runs from August 13th to the 19th, celebrating 20 years of high-stakes action. This year's tournament boasts an estimated $3 million prize pool. It's a monumental week of poker right here in the Valley. Get all the championship details at TalkingStickResort.com. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1Garage.com. A1 from day one.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader and the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Countdown to Canton. Wolf and Luke talking fits in the Hall of Fame. Now.
We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf today. Rick is efforting to get Chris Collinsworth on the line here for this segment, but we've got Cardinals-Panthers coming up on Thursday, and then, of course, the Pro Football Hall of Fame enshrinement on Saturday. Look, I don't know about you, John. I love football. Love the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Love the Hall of Fame game because it's the first football game of the season, obviously, every year. And we're so football starved that almost no matter who it is, I'll watch the first quarter. I'm going to be watching the whole game, obviously, this year because it's the Cardinals. But the actual Hall of Fame enshrinement, I don't necessarily find myself ever like sitting there and really watching it. That's going to change this year. I'm watching, obviously, the whole thing with Fitz there because that is the face of Arizona sports, really. I mean, if people always talk about the Mount Rushmore, but if you could only put one person on the Mount Rushmore, would anybody argue that it's not Larry Fitzgerald? It's got to be Fitz.
On the field, off the field, what he's meant to the community.
Whole career here.
Yeah, stayed in one place. I mean, if you just, you check all the boxes that have to be checked, and he's just a great guy in general because we really don't know these guys, but he truly is. So with all those things, and then look at the list. And this is one of the things I want to ask Chris Collinsworth is if you look at the list of, they're all modern day receivers, but so it's all the numbers are kind of a little bit inflated, but he's number 2 behind Jerry Rice in catches, receptions, all the different things that you're supposed to be. He is. So how can he not be that?
Numbers are inflated a little bit, like you said, because of the era, but then I would say that his numbers are deflated because he had so many different quarterbacks. And okay, yeah, you bring in Kurt Warner. Then you go to the Super Bowl. You put a quarterback like that with Larry Fitzgerald, and you're going to the Super Bowl. So I don't know. He's one of those guys I just feel like his numbers even out, and he just kind of is what he is, which is one of the. I don't know, how far do you really have to expand the range for everybody to agree? He's definitely a top 5 receiver of all time. I would say top 3 receiver of all time. And the fact that you talk about who he is off the field, the fact that he spent his entire career here, the fact that he nearly led the Cardinals to their only Super Bowl, and he did everything he could. Like, this isn't one of those things where it's like, oh, he should have been out there playing defense against San Antonio. Like, he did all he could, and that was a really good Pittsburgh team, too. I don't want to talk about that game ever again, so let's just move on.
Great deal. Would you like to talk about the Coyotes leaving?
Yes, let's just
instead.
This is the Salt in the Wound segment, and we'll just do this. The other people going into the Hall of Fame, by the way, Adam Vinatieri, Luke Kuechly, Roger Craig, and Drew Brees this weekend. But like I said, this is the first time that it's appointment viewing for me. And I think it is for most people in this city, most just Cardinals fans everywhere, because you want to see Larry Fitzgerald's speech.
Well, the other thing, too, is that because we're here, obviously it's a lot about Larry Fitzgerald, but to see him on a national stage where I just didn't think he got enough of it. And Larry wasn't the type of guy like most wide receivers, like Michael Irvin. He's not jumping around. He's not calling himself the greatest. He's not, he's scoring touchdowns, handing the ball back to the officials. The Cardinals obviously, and still are, they're not center of the plate as far as the NFL are concerned. So for him to get his moment and for people to really look into Larry Fitzgerald that maybe didn't follow him as closely, and then and to look up his numbers and see how great he was, and then add all the other things that we just said, he's one of the great players in the history of the game from every aspect that we just discussed, and it's under discussed because of the market and the team he played for.
If you listen to the show consistently, you probably heard Edgerrin James. We had him on a couple months ago. It was when everybody knew Fitz was going in first time. If he didn't get inducted first time, then something's wrong. But when he officially got inducted, we talked to Edgerrin James, and one of the things Edge said was, "We're all looking forward to this," like his former teammates, because the dude doesn't talk about himself, and now he has to. He's going to have to go up there and give a speech, and I'm sure Fitz is going to, he's going to thank. He said the other day when he was on this show, it's impossible to thank everybody from when you're 7 years old on, basically. So I'm sure that's that trademark Fitz humility that is legit. I've seen it when the cameras aren't rolling and when nobody's around reporting on stuff. It's real. It's who he is when nobody is actually making a story out of it. I'm sure that humility is going to shine through in his speech because that's just who he is. But he's going to have to talk about himself a little bit, which is a rarity.
Yeah, and he'll probably, like you said, he'll probably defer to others and thank others and things like that. But for him to be, because this is a great class. Roger Craig should have been in a long time ago. Luke Kuechly, of course, the Panthers. That's why they're playing the game. One Panther, one Cardinals going in there. Drew Brees is one of the best quarterbacks, at least statistically, of all time. And Adam Vinatieri made one of the greatest kicks of all time against the Raiders. And so it's a really good class, but he highlights it. He's number one.
Yeah, and you're right. That's a tough class to be like a clear cut. You're highlighting it over Drew Brees.
Yeah.
I'm sure people in New Orleans would argue the other way, but I think neutral fans outside of New Orleans or Phoenix would say Larry Fitzgerald is the headliner of this class. When this is a pretty loaded class, like you just said. So that's going to be something to really look forward to this weekend. It puts an extra jolt to this game that's coming up on Thursday that Chris Collinsworth will be on the call for. NBC NFL analyst is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Chris, thank you so much for the time. How are you doing?
Doing great, man. How are you guys?
We're doing good. We're just over here talking about how fantastic of a career Larry Fitzgerald had, and how I think this whole city is going to be glued to his speech on Sunday. What jumps out to you the most when you look at his career in totality now?
Probably. I mean, as great a football player as he is, he's probably a better guy, and now he's building this business empire that may be better than anything that he's done on either one of the other two fronts. And he's amazing. He really is. And you cheer for him. You cheer for his family. It's we were in to do the playoff game. I want to say 2012, and Larry was. We were at dinner the night before with NBC. And so NBC is going to pick up the check. It's not like it's a big deal, But, of course, Larry comes by as one of the owners, I guess, stays the perfect amount of time, a couple of good stories, moves on. He buys a dinner for 14, whatever, at the table, right?
Wow, okay.
So it goes out the next day and has the game-winning set-up play where they, throw back across the body. He runs it down to the 5. Next thing, a little flip, and he scores for the game-winning touchdown. He was spectacular the whole game. And so we're like, oh, man, Larry Fitzgerald's something else. So it was our last game because it was our last playoff game. So we go out to Whisper Rock the next day, and we're going to play golf. So who meets us on the first tee? Larry Fitzgerald with food and drinks. I'm like, I've never seen a full service football player like this. He bought us dinner. He had drinks afterwards. I go, you're like the perfect human being. I'm sick of you already. Get out of my face.
He's like stalking you, Chris. First of all,
he's unbelievable.
He is
I'm like, what are you doing? You're like, we got to run for president, man. This is unbelievable.
First of all, talking to you is like Christmas because you know how this works, Chris. You've been doing this a long time as a player, a commentator, and everything else. Man, we are here. It is game week, and I don't care that it's the Hall of Fame game. It is football, and so to hear your voice, we know we're close, which is awesome. But let me ask you just about Larry the player, because you played the position, you know the intricacies of it. What made him so great?
I think he was so big and strong. B, he believed that he didn't have to think about catching the football. It just stuck to his hands. I thought when he had to move inside and play some of that tighter roles, sort of like the Rams do with Puka Nacua and some of those guys, and he stood in there and just blocked like a crazy man for a long time. But the stuff that he did, people forget that in the Pittsburgh Super Bowl, people outside of Arizona, I should say, the catch and run that he made to take the lead in the fourth quarter will go down as one of the spectacular plays we've ever seen. Of course, Pittsburgh goes the other way, toe tapper in the back of the end zone, and they win the game. But that playoff run that he had, I'm really hard-pressed to come up with anybody that did anything better than what he did, because the thing I remember about that season the most is they played Buffalo earlier in the year in Buffalo in the snow and got slaughtered. 50-0. Do you guys remember any of this game, or is it just me? No. So, slaughtered. But it looked like they were somehow going to make it in the playoffs, and I'm on the Inside the NFL show, and I go, yeah, they may make it in the playoffs, but that would be the worst playoff team of all time, or something like that, right? So now, of course, they get in the playoffs, and now they are methodically just mowing everybody down. And I'm just catching heck for everybody, deservedly so. So then we get to the Super Bowl. We're calling the Super Bowl. So I'm like, I am complete. So I'm like, I either got to stand by my principles and pick Pittsburgh, or completely bail out, be a coward, and pick Arizona. So I picked Arizona, and just had to cover myself a little bit on this one. But it was amazing to watch that team go from when, it was like they just rolled over dead in Buffalo and just came out and they were spectacular. That was a great, it's really too bad that team didn't win a Super Bowl. I'm happy for Pittsburgh. I'm not saying anything against them, but that was a pretty spectacular run. It really was to see what they did.
Completely agree with you there, obviously. I'm talking to Chris Collinsworth. I wanted to ask you, we had Larry Fitzgerald on last week, and he talked about, he gets into the NFL and he's got all that raw athleticism and all these things that worked for him early in his career. And then at a certain point, he had to evolve his game to still be a great receiver. And I just wanted to get your perspective, having played receiver in the league. How difficult is that to change your game, whether it's from year to year or just over the course of your entire career?
Well, I think the biggest difference between the NFL and college football is that you have to think like a quarterback. And I was lucky enough, I played quarterback in high school and first year in college, so that I had some perspective on that. But, it's not always about beating the guy. It's about finding the timing and the spot where the quarterback can hit you. And the more times that he figures out that what he's thinking and he sees you in the right spot and you're his bailout thing, that's probably an extra 20 to 30 catches. Hell, in today's game, it's probably an extra 50 catches. But you know what I mean? It's like that level of trust and that level of thinking on the same page as the quarterback is just invaluable to a quarterback, because they don't want the ball. Trust me, quarterbacks, they do not want the ball in their hand. They want to get it out of there. And if you're the guy that they trust to always be in a spot where you're going to give them something, that's the ability to think like that Larry did is really valuable to a team.
Hey, Chris, it's so hard era to era to compare guys, but as you look at the all-time list, Jerry's number one, I think, and then everybody kind of the discussion starts from there. But because of the modern era and the way the ball's thrown around, Larry's right up there with a lot of statistical things, receptions, touchdowns, yards. So is T.O. But then you go back to great ones like Lance Allworth and Don Hudson and Steve Largent. And so how do you kind of look at the lists when you talk about all-time great receivers after J.R.? And where is Larry in that discussion as far as you're concerned?
You know, I think you can play that game forever and a day. You know, I really do. They're just, everybody's so different. You know, it's just, you got the speedsters, you got the Bob Hayeses of the world, you know, you got the T.O.s of the world, the big power guys, you got the Tyreek Hills of the world and the smaller with speed. I can remember Dan Marino when he came in with those two receivers and everybody was playing zone coverage and these little guys were just zipping right through everything. And so I think it's hard, but certainly, you know, top 10 for sure kind of guy that you know, his really left a mark on how to play the game. And maybe more important than that to me is how to act on and off the field, respected by everybody, you know, universal captain, no matter where he was. And you know, I just think he's one of those treasures. If you are from Arizona, I'm sure he's one of those Mount Rushmore guys, you know, that if you come up with all the athletes, because he represents you and he represents your town so well.
Talking to Chris Collinsworth. Chris, my last one, just with the game coming up on Thursday, one of the guys that we're all looking to see, whether it's this game or just over the course of this season now, is Jeremiah Love. Just your early impressions on what a player like that can do for a team that, admittedly, the Cardinals have some holes on their team, certainly, but if he really is that dynamic playmaker that he was at Notre Dame at the NFL level, what can he do for a team?
He's as good as anything I've seen. I mean, that combination of speed, I love his patience. When he gets the ball, he just kind of waits till the block happens and then sort of scoots through it. For a guy that young to be able to have that, and I don't even think it's tip of the iceberg yet what he's going to do in the passing game. And talking to some of the Cardinals this week, the thing that surprised them is that he's done so well with the blitz pickup. So you truly do have a guy that could play 3 downs. But then you got Tyler Algier, who you anticipate being in that role and being able to pass protect, come in on 3rd down. Of course, James Conner, and who knows what Trey Benson is going to be, and all these different guys. But he is Jeremiah Love, and there was a lot written, and I understand what they're talking about, that the reason you don't draft a running back is they generally on their second contract. So let's say he is as good as we think he's going to be, and you got to pay him a bunch of money, and then they generally start to fall apart the second half. Well, we've seen Saquon and other guys that, you know, able to overcome that. I just think that every franchise needs a cornerstone, and you don't have that per se in the quarterback position right now. You know, everybody says the 27 draft is going to be spectacular and everybody's going to be vying for these guys. Maybe they are, but you know, Jacoby played well when he came in last year. There's nothing wrong with what he did, but I think the cornerstone of this offense is going to be what Jeremiah Love does. And, you know, they've upgraded their offensive line, particular inside at the 2 guard position. So if he is what he showed in college, which is the ability to do everything. I mean, he could outrun everybody. He was patient with the runs. He got knocked on the ground and spun out, landed on top of them, and ran for a touchdown. And as I said before, I think he's going to be a much better blocker, and I think he's going to be a much, much better receiver than what we've seen out of him so far. So you can build something, and that's what this franchise is trying to do, right? I mean, at this point, they're playing in the toughest division in all of football, and they're trying to build something for the future. They've got a guy that obviously has seen it through the eyes of, you know, the Kyle Shanahans of the world and really understand what they can do, you know, what they can be. And you know, I think it's going to be a very exciting year, regardless of what the ultimate record ends up being. You know, it's still going to be a really exciting year for the fans.
Chris, we really appreciate this. We're looking forward to Thursday. Thank you so much.
Looking forward to it myself. Talk to you guys soon.
All right, take care. That's Chris Collinsworth joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of Thursday's game, and then, of course, Saturday's Hall of Fame induction. When we come back, let's get back into baseball. What exactly has happened to Paul Sewald, and do the Diamondbacks suddenly need bullpen help, although the trade deadline's in less than 2 hours, so if they're looking at that, they would need to do that soon. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We've had 4 players on now in the time that we've been here, and every single one have said, we're going to be better. We're going to be better than people think. We're coming. What do you think leads to this team being in a position to surprise people like that?
I think the belief in each other, the belief in our team, the belief in what we have in the building, it's really about us. It's not about what everyone else is doing. It's about what we can do, and we do have a tremendous offensive skill. We have a tremendous offense, and I'm just excited to see us go and let it loose, and I think we can shock a lot of people, and we just got to go out there and do it.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
With the experience of over 150,000 procedures, the doctors at K2 Vision will know which procedure is best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
Temperatures are rising and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-9-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Nobody pray for me. It been a day for me. Yeah.
Hey, it's Gambo. We have reached deadline day in Major League Baseball. How different are the Diamondbacks today? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Well, I can answer that question right now. They are no difference. There's still time.
It's the Spider-Man meme. They're the same as they were this morning.
There is still time for moves to be made.
Would someone please, did the alarm go off at Mike Hazen's house? Hello?
I feel like Hazen has like 15 alarms at his house.
Right. Just kidding.
They can still make moves. Typically, this is when the moves ramp up.
Yeah.
Looks like Jeff Passan is saying Dalton Varsho to the Astros. So says the Astros are finalizing a deal to acquire Dalton Varsho from the Blue Jays. So there have been moves today. We were looking at kind of how some of these may or may not impact the Diamondbacks, separate from what they do. I mean, the Skubal thing, as ridiculous as it is, doesn't really affect the Diamondbacks directly unless they get into a playoff series with the Dodgers. The Padres getting Robbie Ray, even though the Diamondbacks lit him up earlier this year, that may affect them this week because they're playing the Padres
and they have
for 4
two
games.
TBDs, the Padres.
So I'm guessing Ray would
probably
be
pitch.
one of those. The Phillies getting Luis Arias, that affects the Diamondbacks because the Diamondbacks are tied with the Phillies for the number 2 wild card right now. And the fact that the St. Louis Cardinals seem to be making moves, they traded Dustin May to the Brewers. Don't seem to be making moves. They are making moves. Would indicate that maybe they are a team that you could get like an Alec Burleson from. Real quick, Paul Sewald, over the weekend, 0 innings pitched, 5 earned runs allowed against the Guardians. So his ERA for this
I thought you were going to say 0
infinite.
innings pitched, 5 runs allowed, and then you did a comma, but it almost sounded like you said he didn't even pitch and allowed 5 runs.
Well,
it's very possible. If anyone can do it lately, he could do that.
He was so amazing for a good chunk of this season. And Wolf always says you can't tell the story of the season without what Paul Sewald did, and it's true. He converted 23 of his first 24 save opportunities. But his ERA for the season right now is 6.45. And that's accounting for all the converted saves. A 6.45 ERA, that is just an indicator of how bad it's been lately.
Yeah, and I think he's given up 7,000 home runs now. So the rest of the way,
might
that's
be
probably
a little
not,
high.
that's
I'm
probably
double
not
checking.
possible.
It's less than 7,000.
I think for now, and I know what Torrey has said, which is we'll do it by committee. That's not a good thing. That's like saying you don't have a quarterback, you have 3. You don't have any. So I think what they probably should do is Garcia's got a look of a closer. It just in the way he throws hard, all that kind of stuff.
I would just go with him until proven otherwise. Don't overcomplicate.
Yeah, because you do need an anchor. You need a guy at the back end so that I know this is weird, but you need a guy at the back end. He knows his roles. The rest of the guys in front of him know their role. It's really important to run a bullpen that way. So I would think that's what they're going to do. I think I wouldn't be even surprised to not only have Sewald not be the closer, but maybe not be here if they make some moves here.
The Diamondbacks were up, by the way, in that game. What was it? 10-2. He came in. Cleveland had the audacity to keep trying to score in a game.
Can't believe those guys.
So much for their unwritten rules. And they quickly put up 5 on Sewald, and it quickly was like, this could be a loss. So interesting to see what happens there because, again, he's been a huge part of the season up to this point, but I don't know how you feel comfortable throwing him anytime soon. I mean, you're up by 8. You should feel, and you shouldn't have to worry that the game's going to get away from you, and this has been happening more than just that game.
And plus, his numbers when not in a save situation are even more astronomical. So if you're not going to make him the closer and he's really bad in non-save situations, I'm not that smart.
You gotta be up
but
like
when
10.
do you put him in? How about never?
We'll keep monitoring the trade deadline news. Obviously, we're an hour and a half away. When we come back, let's get back into football. Walter Nolan's supposed to be a breakout this year. He looks the part. Can they rely on him to stay healthy all season, though? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lundzen for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get ready. Giveathon week runs August 17th through the 21st.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Giveathon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ry-Refi.
Gleason Roofing. This is Jim Sharp, and I don't like to be one of those told you so kind of guys, except to my kids. But I have been talking about a strong monsoon this summer, and I was right. Before the next big storm hits your house, have Gleason Roofing come by for a no-obligation roof audit, especially if your roof is more than 10 years old. You may find, like I did, that you don't need a complete roof replacement. And after Gleason Roofing fixes what needs fixing and doesn't fix what doesn't, you could avoid a future full roof replacement for years to come, saving you tens of thousands in the long run. Gleason Roofing's 25-plus years of doing Arizona roofs means they're experts on what our summer heat and the monsoon's wind and rain can do to your roof, and experts on keeping the inside of your house dry. With Gleason Roofing's flexible financing options like 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners, you don't have to wait until there's a huge problem either. Get your no-obligation roof audit at GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter-churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, get early access to our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
What could you do if you didn't have a mortgage payment? Would you retire early? Maybe help your kids buy their first home? Or finally take that bucket list vacation? Hey, it's Tom Chambers, and whatever it is for you, my friend Harold Perkins and his team at Galaxy Lending Group are helping people turn those dreams into reality. Harold, I played 16 seasons in the league. You're telling me a mortgage doesn't have to last even that long?
Not even close. We've got clients finishing in 5.
5? I hadn't even hit my prime yet in 5.
It's true. We've had clients retire years earlier than they planned. Others are putting their kids through school, traveling, investing. It's an incredible feeling to watch someone realize their home is completely theirs decades ahead of schedule. And it's easier than you think. With Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan, your existing cash flow does the heavy lifting with no lifestyle changes.
Just give Harold a call today or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The MLB trade deadline is today at 3 o'clock, but the Arizona Diamondbacks still have not done anything. Stay tuned to Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and arizonasports.com, as we'll keep you updated on any moves the D-backs make. The Snakes are in action tonight at Chase Field against the San Diego Padres. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. While the Snakes have been quiet on the trade front, the Phoenix Mercury were busy ahead of yesterday's WNBA trade deadline. The Mercury traded guard Monique Okoa-Makani and 2 draft picks to the Los Angeles Sparks for 5-time All-Star guard Kelsey Plum. And it is game week for the Arizona Cardinals. They will take on the Carolina Panthers Thursday in the Hall of Fame game. We have a plethora of Cardinals training camp coverage for you up now at ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products builds every window in Tolleson, ensuring factory direct quality with no middlemen or delays. Call 480-676-3600 to schedule your consultation.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
There's been so much going on today. Saw like 8 things in the YouTube live chat that made me laugh before, and then we came back and ended up talking to Collinsworth, and then we were talking about all the Seawald stuff, and now I don't even remember what they were. I just remember they were funny. just so you know, the YouTube live chat's been good today, but I haven't got to read any of the stuff on the air. Maybe we'll get back into that in a little bit, but I want to get into the Cardinals, while obviously still keeping an eye on the Diamondbacks with the trade deadline now an hour and a half away, and also kind of keep an eye on the St. Louis Cardinals because I would like Alec Burleson from the St. Louis Cardinals.
He's emerged as kind of the clear guy, right?
He's emerged as the clear guy off the list that Gambo put out there that I would want. I mean, this is a first baseman who doesn't get a ton of fanfare, but it's not like he just did it this year. He's been pretty consistently about an 18 to 20 home run guy over the last 3 years and hitting 270, 280, 290. And hitting great against righties. So if you could just platoon him, then, I mean, he's hitting 325 against righties this year. He doesn't make much this year. I think he's only, I want to say he's at like 3.5 this year, and then arbitration coming up after this. So that might be your answer at first base for all. If you get him, they haven't got anybody yet, and then there's an hour and a half to go. So we'll see. You know how this is. Asking price is high, and then some of these teams that are out there and it's a seller's market and they have all the leverage suddenly don't have the leverage when it's 245 and they have players on their team that do nothing for them because they're 20 games out of a playoff spot. So the D-backs may be able to circle back and still do something here in the next hour and a half.
Yeah, and look, we were just talking to Gambo during the break, and obviously they're coming up at the top of the hour, and you know, he sounds to be of the same opinion that they're trying to get guys done, and they would, you know, there's certain things, and we talked about his list and how close these guys are.
Guarantee you Hazen's trying. Yeah, there's no way Hazen wants to go through this without getting a player.
Right, and I think I'm hoping that one of the delays is because the Diamondbacks don't have a lot of money under. You might see a situation in which they're buying and selling, which is weird to say, but like where you bring in a Burleson who's really not making a whole lot. He's still an ARB guy, but you're moving some money out because Gambo was just telling us that, look, they only have $6 million under, and if they go over that $6 million, then they don't get $30 million. So you get the redistribution money. There's all that kind of stuff. So that matters to a team like the Diamondbacks. So it can't just be we're going to go out and get all these guys and spend money. You do have parameters, unlike the Dodgers. You have parameters that you have to deal with. And so that's what may make it complicated. But the fact that Burleson hasn't moved, but the Cardinals have moved guys means that they're open for business, which is good news.
That's the name that I personally am just watching now because the Cardinals are moving players today. They're 4 games back. The St. Louis Cardinals are 4 games back and looking to, it seems like they're looking to sell. Yeah, Alec Burleson's making $3.3 million this year, so you could definitely afford him. You wouldn't even have to move anybody else out salary-wise. And then, he's got 2 more years of arbitration. So
that'd be a huge thing.
You can move stuff around in the offseason to make sure you're not into the tax. So that's the main name I'm looking at. But and Gambo's got that list. We'll get back into this in a few minutes that he put up on Twitter of the main guys that they are looking at. Burleson's on that list. But, at this point, I would say anything goes with only an hour and a half left. As far as the Arizona Cardinals, here is Mike LaFleur with an update on Walter Nolan after the injury scare on Friday. This is Coach LaFleur yesterday.
Yep, Walt's good. More of, sometimes you name the player when they've had a serious injury like they did, when they kind of feel some type of way about it. It's there's a process, both mentally and physically, getting through that, so he's good, which is obviously a good thing for most importantly him, but the Cardinals as well. And
Yeah, I was telling you earlier in the show, John, that Jamal and I went down on the field after the show on Friday. And, there's a couple guys looked really good. A couple guys, didn't look as good, whatever. You take all that with a grain of salt because it's not a game. But when Walter Nolan goes hobbling by you, you don't take that with a grain of salt. Everybody's looking around. You could hear the crowd behind us moaning like, wait a minute, what's going on? Because, you can't hide Walter Nolan, right? So he goes.
Who's that? Nothing to see here.
That's just somebody who looks like Walter Nolan. Unless you put him behind Andrew Billings, you can't hide Walter Nolan. So he's limping around. But you just heard Mike LaFleur right there said, and he was walking towards the room. This was on Friday, but then they turned around and walked him back. So maybe not completely out of nowhere that LaFleur yesterday would say that Nolan is fine, but it's something you got to monitor because he dealt with a couple injuries last year, and he's a big dude by design, to play the role he's going to play. So just got to keep an eye on that because I have yet to talk to any NFL people who question Walter Nolan's ability to play. It's just a matter of, can you get, let's just say 14 games. Can you get 14 games out of him this year? Because I think if you can get 14 games out of him, all the breakout talk is legit.
Yeah, and here's the thing is we're quick to label if a guy gets hurt a couple times up, he's injury prone. And because he's coming back from an injury, everybody's kind of hyper-focused on him. And it's the same thing I've been saying about camp. Nothing else really matters. Catches, throws, whatever weird thing. Everybody wants to make a big deal of it. It's just injuries.
Yeah.
Because that's the NFL. It's a war of attrition. And if you're healthier than the other team, that means a lot in this league because it's not baseball. You have some Tommy Johns. NBA, you'll get some injuries, more guys sitting out because, I'm very tired. But anyway, long story short. But they just
guys sitting out with fatigue.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm very tired. I've got to sit out.
You don't even know how tired I am. I only got 7 hours of sleep last night.
They put these things on it. It's like it says you're tired. You've got to sit out. Anyway, shouldn't go on that diatribe. But there's going to be injuries. It's just a matter to who, how long, and when can you get back. And so you get nervous because Walter Nolan, like you said, to me, and we both talked about this in our top 5 guys to watch, is he represents the defense getting better. He's number 1 on the list with everybody, and he's shown promise. And so it's like we have a guy always hurt.
Well, and you get nervous. I mean, I'm sure everybody listening has probably gotten hurt at some point playing sports. And if you hurt your leg, it doesn't tend to just heal if you keep doing what you were doing. I may be speaking from some experience here. Like, you do actually have to work on it. But if Walter Nolan's a big dude, so it's not even just like, this guy gets injured all the time. That's not really my sense of Walter Nolan. It's more like he's a big dude. You need him to be a big dude. And if it's his leg that's hurt, it's like, okay, we're not in week 17 right now. We're starting the season. So.
And you're going to get in 60 car crashes a week. So if you're already banged up, that's not exactly the way to get better.
I mean, he's just going to be hitting into somebody every single play. He's going to be doing a lot of the hitting, but it's just he's got to, at the very least, be able to support his own weight while somebody's running into him. So, all right, when we come back, the trade deadline, yes, believe it or not, is in an hour and 19 minutes. The Diamondbacks have not made a move yet. There have been moves around baseball. We'll get into some of those and what the Diamondbacks could potentially still do. And if the Dodgers have ruined the sport and all of the world. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, sports fans, you know this. Every great team has one thing in common. They diagnose the problem, they adjust, and they execute. Pain works the same way. If you're dealing with sciatica, numbness, tingling, or that deep ache that shoots down your leg, you need a team that knows how to fix it. That team is Desert Institute for Spine Care, DISC. These are fellowship-trained, board-certified orthopedic spine surgeons who pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, the least invasive surgical technique available. It uses incisions smaller than 1/4 of an inch. That means faster recovery, less pain, and getting back to life, the life that you love. They've treated thousands of patients, including athletes who need to get back super fast. If pain is keeping you from workouts, from coaching your kids, from enjoying the game, it's time to get your life back. Go to sciatica.com and connect with DISC today, because pain shouldn't be your opponent. That's sciatica.com. Or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days or $3,000 customer cash on the Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end August 3rd. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, it can feel like you are out of options. My advice, do your homework. Remember, once a joint is replaced, there's no going back. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Discover how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients just like you right here in the Valley. They concentrate healing tools within your body right at the source of your pain. And the whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery or, in some cases, avoiding it altogether. And that's why it makes sense to explore every option before making a decision that can change your life. Don't just accept that surgery is your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. You can find clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Just call 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878. 800-948-7878.
Hey, it's Gambo. We have reached deadline day in Major League Baseball. How different are the Diamondbacks today? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, final segment of the show. Of course, Burns and Gambo coming up at 2. The trade deadline is not till 3. Gambo posted earlier a list of players that he believes the Diamondbacks have some level of interest in. Casey Mize, Alec Burleson, Clay Holmes, Lars Nootbaar. He said he can't rule out Nathaniel Lowe, but he said he thinks there's much lower interest from the Diamondbacks in Lowe than those other guys. And then he also said, could be another player or two that I am unaware of. That was from early in our show today. I think we all expected to be playing breaking news at least once during the show. I mean, you play breaking news on trade deadline day if they trade for a setup man, you know?
Dun, 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 dun.
But they have not made a move yet. There have been moves around Major League Baseball. Dalton Varsho just went to the Astros. Luis Arraez going to the Phillies earlier today. Robbie Ray to the Padres. I mean, there's been a decent amount of moves. There's usually a flurry now in this final, I would say, honestly, like final half hour, really, because then there's some that still trickle out after 3 o'clock. But I think anybody that listens to this show a lot and hears Mike Hazen on this show a lot would probably agree I don't think he wants to go through this deadline without making a move. I think his team's in a postseason spot right now, and he doesn't want to leave anything to chance. I just think they're having a hard time pulling one off.
Yeah, and like you said, the closer they get, it's deadline spur action. That's just that's a saying that works. And what happens is they're asking for something. All of a sudden, 5 minutes before. Remember, Justin Verlander was once traded 1 minute before the deadline from the Tigers to the Astros. And it happens that way because finally they say, okay, fine, we'll just take that. And they're still asking for astronomical returns an hour and 12 minutes away from the deadline. But at some point, that's of no matter to the Diamondbacks. People don't look at the minor league system. They don't understand it, which is we've got our top 30 prospects. All of them are going to play for the Diamondbacks. It's designed so that you can make trades, too, for certain teams who need things. The Diamondbacks are not a team 4 or 5 games out. They're the second wild card. And if they make the right moves, they could make some noise in the playoffs. They have to get a first baseman. They have to, or else they're not going to go anywhere.
Yeah.
So to me, look, you may have to do a slight overpay for an Alec Burleson, who, by the way, doesn't make that much money and is a really productive hitter and is in the prime of his career age-wise. I'm not giving up Waldschmidt. I don't want to give up Troy if I don't have to.
You have to give up Waldschmidt.
But exactly. But they should be able to make something happen. And if I hear the phrases afterwards, we've already got our trade deadline guys because all these guys coming back from injury, that doesn't work for me.
This is the time of year when everybody overvalues their prospects. I get it. And the people that are trying to justify the Tarek Skubal trade are like, well, they got Zaire Hope back. And what's he done in the majors? Well, he's going to be good someday.
They're lottery tickets. That's what minor league players are.
And that's not a knock on Zaire Hope, and I keep saying this, but unfortunately it's true. If he gets really good, he'll be back on the Dodgers in a few years. So everybody overvalues the prospects. I'm not trying to pretend that Ryan Waldschmidt is a surefire Hall of Famer, but the Diamondbacks should not have to give him up for any of the players that they are reportedly looking at. They shouldn't. So that's fine if teams want to ask for him. Certainly, go ahead, ask for him. The Cardinals do not need, if it's the Cardinals, by the way, they don't need another high-end outfield prospect. Like, they already have Baez coming up, who's got like 7,000 home runs in the minors this year. And they already have, like, Jordan, like, they've got a good team. They've got a good outfield. It seems like they are potentially selling, though, because they have moved some pieces out. Some of the other guys that have moved today, Liam Hicks went to Tampa. Joe Adell went to Cleveland. You said the Angels.
Bobblehead day later, they announced they're still going to do it.
That's
like,
awkward.
You're so cheap. Just throw him away. He doesn't play on the team.
Are they going to paint the Guardians logo
What is
over?
That? So
the L.A. Angels will be giving away Joe Adell bobbleheads later this season, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and they've traded like half their team. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, well, he's a Cleveland Guardian. Jose Soriano is a Blue Jay, also from the Angels. Robbie Ray, I mentioned, is a Padre. Luis Arraez going to the Phillies. Adley Rutschman going to the Red Sox. So there have been moves today, and those are just today. That's not accounting for like Peralta going to Tampa or yesterday, or Gossman going to the Cubs. I still haven't seen anything final on some of these. Ryan Zefferson to the Cubs.
Yeah.
Braxton Garrett, he went to the Cubs today too. So Dustin May went to the Brewers, the St. Louis Cardinal, former St. Louis Cardinal. So
there's a new one in now. Cubs, according to MLB Network, and this is actually real. This isn't what a fan.
It was
this
fake
is not
before.
A fan
Okay.
trade. They've reportedly traded for Clay Holmes and Tyrone Taylor from the Mets.
Wow, that's a big one. Boy, they revamped their whole staff.
Pitching. Yeah. Well, I mean, everybody in their rotation was hurt, so I guess I understand why they're doing what they're doing. But okay, so the Cubs. I mean, that's a team. If you are a fan of a team today that isn't doing enough in your eyes, you're looking at the Cubs saying, "Hey, they're going for it. They're not scared off by the Dodgers getting Skubal. The Cubs have really gone all in, and the Cubs right now are just the number one wild card. Now, they were a team that was a preseason World Series. I don't want to say favorite because the Dodgers had to be the favorite, but the Cubs were up there.
Well, they've gotten 2 starters and 2 relievers today. They know that that's their problem. And look, I get it. We all get excited about it. You know, it's like free agency on the first day. You shouldn't be spending money, but if your team doesn't do something, you get upset. Would one of these guys make a major difference? Maybe, maybe not. But remember, and you've said this wild card chase is jammed tight together. 1 or 2 games, which is a hit by Alec Burleson, a couple of hits by Alec Burleson that you're not getting out of first base right now, that can be the difference in making it and not.
Yeah, and the Diamondbacks, we keep throwing the stat out there, but what is it, 20-19 over their last 39 against the Dodgers. They're the last team to take the Dodgers out. They swept them. I'm not saying that to say, oh, whatever, the Dodgers are nothing. No, the Dodgers are the overwhelming World Series favorite. They already were, and now they've added another Cy Young winner to their rotation. But I don't think that would deter the Diamondbacks from making moves. If any team believes they can beat the Dodgers in a playoff series, it's the Diamondbacks because they've actually done it. So I'm going to assume the fact that they have not made a move yet is because this is a, quote, seller's market, but that's going to have to shift here in the next hour. I think we're going to see, I don't know if we're going to see a D-backs move. I still think we will, but we're definitely going to see moves around baseball now in the next hour.
Yeah, in the next hour, it's the fastest time, and they wait till the last minute, and so we'll see. I know fans are frustrated, and look, if they don't make a move by the deadline, because you're the second wild card, it's going to be disappointing. Now, again, another thing Mike Hazen will say beyond we're getting all these guys coming back, and that's our trade deadline. The second thing will be everything was an overpay and it was too much and we weren't willing to give up this guy or that guy. We really value our prospects, and that's fine. I get it. I'm not in the room. I don't know who teams are asking for, but I know this. I don't want to hear the excuse of we tried, because there's all these teams that have done it. They're all, that came to the conclusion of, okay, these guys are worth that guy. There is a trade that doesn't involve Waldschmidt, that doesn't involve Troy, that doesn't involve people they don't want to lose. Teams do it all the time. So you had months up to this, and you knew the entire season first base has been an issue. This isn't at 154 you decided, you think we can use a first baseman?
Maybe our OPS is a little historically low over there.
Oh, by the way, the Dodgers just acquired Jesus and the ghost of Babe Ruth.
Oh, they have to give up any prospect? Oh, they're number 8 prospect. Well, that's going to really hurt the Dodgers. Anyway, stay tuned. Burns and Gambo coming up here in just a few minutes, and the trade deadline coming up in just about an hour. Thanks to Rick behind the glass. For John Lund, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Let's go! Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jeweler for almost 100 years, we're known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. We stand behind our engagement rings with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We handpick the most beautiful diamonds, then negotiate for the best price. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states. Oh, the dog days of summer, they're here, but at Casa Calvisi, you know what? We beat the heat with California Pools and Landscape, completely transforming our backyard. New decking, turf, modern shade structure, of course the pool. Hey, we love one designer, one contract, one builder. America's #1 pool builder makes it so easy, and now our #1 summer escape is our own backyard. Get a free estimate and see our backyard makeover at calpool.com/Paul.
Hi, I'm Alyssa Rivera, Senior Marketing Manager with Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. In my own family, my son was diagnosed with leukemia. He's now doing great, all thanks to the wonderful medical care of PCH. Call 602-933-4567. You can also text GIVE to 620-620. The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where he can get a battery for under $100. Lonnie, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Lonnie does that for free too. In no time at all, John is back on the road. Ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, get early access to our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what's trending now. We are just an hour, literally an hour, away from the trade deadline in Major League Baseball. As of this exact moment right now, the Diamondbacks have made 0 trades. We're still waiting. We're still hopeful. We've got an hour, but as of this moment, they have not made a trade yet. We've had some very notable moves today and over the weekend. However, Adley Rutschman going from the Orioles to the Red Sox, and Luis Arraez going from the Giants to the Phillies highlight today. And then over the weekend, of course, some dude joined the Dodger Blue rotation. We won't mention that right now. But Freddie Peralta became a Ray. And Luis Garcia Jr., I know a lot of Diamondbacks fans wanted him. He is unfortunately a Yankee. Diamondbacks also in action tonight, starting a 4-game series at home against the Padres. This series is pivotal. By the way, Padres also added today. They got old friend Robbie Ray, and there might be a chance that we see him at some point during this series. Tonight's pitching matchup, however, is going to see Brandon Pfaadt go against fellow right-hander Michael King. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. And if that wasn't enough for you, we've also got Burns and Gambo live from Cardinals training camp today at State Farm Stadium. They'll chat it up with Jeremiah Love and Darius Robinson sometime in the second half of this hour. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. The 20th annual Arizona State Poker Championship is back at Talking Stick Resort, August 13th through 19th, with an estimated $3 million prize pool. Don't miss out.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Monday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside, the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Gambo is live back in the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios. I am out here at Cardinals training camp because we've got that busy of a day for you today, it just made more sense to have us in two locations today. Gambo's there, monitoring the trade deadline, which is an hour away from right now. I'm here at Cardinals camp. Darius Robinson's going to join us. Jeremiah Love is going to join us later on in the show to talk about that as well. So we've got a lot going on. It's a Mucho Grande Burns and Gambo edition today on this Monday. How you doing, Gambo? You good?
Burns, I'm good. Just a lot of work over the weekend with the trade deadline. I know a lot of people have been monitoring my accounts. I've been kind of telling everybody who the Diamondbacks aren't going to get. This morning I put out a list of who they are going to get. But, busy weekend. Happy the Diamondbacks won 2 out of 3. Just a big series to win 2 out of 3 right there. I'm watching all these teams make moves around us. And I know you're at Cardinal camp. I'm sorry I can't be there with you. But I'm not at home. I'm in studio. I'm here in the studio with Mitchy Mitch. And we're manning the fort here on the trade front with the Diamondbacks. And we got you at Cardinal camp. And you'll be doing the interviews with Darius Robinson and Jeremiah Love. So we're spreading ourselves out all over the valley today.
That is our level of commitment. Boy, the BS is just thick today. That is our level of commitment. No, I'm being serious, actually. We know it's a busy day, and we've got a lot to get into. So let's roll up our sleeves, because I think the next hour and 15 minutes, next hour and a half, has the potential to be crazy with 2 Cardinals interviews and the trade deadline. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
So, Gambo, when I start the show, you start the show by saying, what's going on? Bernsey, what's going on? What is going on with the Arizona Diamondbacks in the trade deadline? Because I'm seeing the Cubs making 1,000 moves.
Yes.
I'm seeing the Phillies making moves.
Padres.
I'm seeing the Padres making moves.
Yeah.
I'm seeing everybody around the Diamondbacks in the wild card standings making moves. Tick-tock, Gambo. It's getting late. We got an hour to go. What's going on with our D-backs?
Well, as of 4 minutes ago, the latest update I got, that all is still quiet. There is nothing close right now. I'm hearing nothing has come across the table yet that they've been able to pull the trigger on. They're still going to work this down. As you know, a lot of times, especially with the Diamondbacks, prices come down in the last hour. And, you're able to make a trade because the ask at 9 o'clock in the morning changes at around 11 o'clock and changes around 1 o'clock. And then right around 2:30 to 3 o'clock, it changes again. And maybe, somebody asking for Ryan Waldschmidt may ask for something else and you're able to get a deal done. So I'm not going to rule out them getting a deal done. I have put out a list of players that I believe they are interested in. I put that list out earlier. And
I have it in front of me if you want me to read it.
Okay, some of those guys are gone. I think.
No, one of them is.
Holmes, right?
Clay Holmes just went to the Chicago Cubs.
Went to the Cubs. So
Lauren
one is gone.
Lauren is doing victory laps around the main concourse here at State Farm Stadium. Her Cubs have just been like so busy at the trade deadline. Clay Holmes is gone. He just got traded to the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, so that's one of my guys gone.
Casey Mize is still out there.
Yes.
Alec Burleson is still out there.
Yes.
My favorite name in the majors, Lars Nootbaar, is still out there. Nathaniel Lowe, and you said in your list, I can't rule out Nathaniel Lowe, but I think they have much lower interest. Those are the 4 players on your list that are still available with 55 minutes to go before the trade deadline.
And I also mentioned that there might be I can confirm that the Diamondbacks have had interest or have interest in all of those players. But I also said there might be a player or two that I'm not aware of. So, don't hold it against me. I just don't know. Now, between Friday and over the weekend, we ruled out a lot of players like Peralta and Arraez and even Luis Garcia Jr. We said unlikely going to happen. So we've ruled out a lot of players that have been mentioned. Because what happens, a lot of rumors come out there and we reaper the rumors and say unlikely to happen, not going to happen. Here's why it's not going to happen. So we've been pretty good. We've got a really good. We got 1,000% track record on ruling out players so far.
Nobody is better at saying no than you, Gambo.
Yes,
you've made a Hall of Fame career out of saying no.
Yes.
I mean, it's like nope, that guy, nope.
No.
We
ruled out Peralta. We ruled out Garcia Jr. We ruled out. Who is the other one? Arraez, because he only wants to play second base. So we've been able to rule out quite a few players. I'm giving you the list of players that they're interested in. One of those players is gone. The others are still available. We'll see if the Diamondbacks are able to make a deal in the next 53 minutes. Sometimes, as you know, deals come across the table right after the deadline's over. It's we just don't know it yet, so we'll be on top of it as best we can today.
No question. It's concerning. It's concerning twofold. It's late in the game. Everyone's been antsy since about 8 o'clock this morning. I've noticed the vibe on social media has been very much like, okay, come on, let's go. You're going to do something. You're going to do something. And I thought it was a little misplaced at 8 o'clock this morning. Now with 53 minutes to go before the deadline, even I'm starting to get a little anxious-ridden just because you're seeing, as we mentioned at the outset, two teams in particular that I think just got themselves a little bit better, if not a lot better. They're in direct competition for wild card spots and wild card slotting. So Chicago Cubs have gotten Kevin Gausman, Braxton Garrett, Ryan Zephyr-John, Braxton Garrett, and Clay Holmes. Gausman and Clay Holmes in particular are the two that jump off the page because they needed help in their rotation. They got help in their rotation. They went out and they did the thing. The Phillies, it's crazy to me. They needed a right-handed hitting outfielder. They got a left-handed hitting second baseman in Luis Arraez. But by adding a guy who's bidding for his 4th career batting title, he's such a different hitter than what they currently have. And basically everybody is swapping positions to facilitate his desire to play at second base. Bryce Harper's going back to the outfield, and Bryson Stott's moving, and like they're all playing these game of dominoes here to fit Luis Arraez in at second base. They want to win that bad. They get him. They get a left-handed reliever from the Mets in Brooks Raley. He's really good. I know you had reported on Twitter Diamondbacks didn't have any interest in him. I would argue, along with Jack Summers, that maybe they should have had interest in him because they could have added him to the bullpen and really freed up Brandon Garcia to be the closer in the 9th. It's concerning when everybody you're in direct competition with has done something. I really hope, Gambo, we don't get to the end of this and it's just, well, we're going to get our guys back healthy, and that's going to be good enough, because I don't think that's going to be good enough.
Yeah, no, I think that people want to see them make a move. They are going to get a lot of guys back, and I've said this, and we've said it over and over again. They're very much going to count on those players coming back, and there's quite a few of them. So we will see, if that – and I know people are looking at that and saying that's not enough. They expected to get Lawler back, Gurriel back, Troy back, Soroka back, Burns back, Martinez back, Nelson back. We don't know how those guys are going to play. They've been injured. It's a lot of guys coming back. You don't have to trade a player for any of those guys, right? You don't have to trade a prospect or a player. Those guys are all going to be able to come back. They expect all of those guys are going to come back at some point for the final 4 to 6 weeks of the season. But I understand still people want to see them do something to address some of the needs they have, especially at first base.
It's just when I say it's not enough, look, all of those players are good, and there's so many of them that I think the problem is the expectation that they're all going to come back and they're all going to be themselves right away, right? Like Corbin Burns, we know Corbin Burns isn't going to be Corbin Burns right away when he comes back. Ryan Nelson isn't going to be Ryan Nelson. Jordan Lawler, I mean, no offense, but if we're counting on the Diamondbacks making the playoffs or counting Jordan Lawler as an ad, hey, he's got to play more than 6 games before injuring something else, right? Like, I think it's a very risky play to just lean on the we're getting our guys back stick, because I just don't think you can. And I think Mike Hazen knows that. Mike Hazen, he's the smartest guy in the room. He understands. I even read a quote from him the other day in which he said, look, I know we're going to get, basically I'm paraphrasing, I know we're going to get guys back, but we've got to bridge the gap until we get those guys back. The August schedule for the Diamondbacks is brutal. They play some of the best teams in baseball in August. I think even he knows that you just can't count on all 8 guys walking through the door at the same time and instantly being the best version of themselves. That's just not going to happen, Gambo.
No, I mean, that's a really good point, that you probably can't expect Justin Martinez. We talked about him not being able to pitch in back-to-back games. If you get 6 starts out of Corbin Burns, how good is he going to be? Lawler and Gurriel and to some extent Troy, who haven't played in a while, how long is it going to take them to get their rhythm going, to be able to play at the level you need them to play at? Those are all fair questions. But again, they're going to rely. We've said this all along. They're going to rely more on those guys than they are trade deadline acquisitions.
All right, we are 49 minutes away from the deadline. Tick tock, tick tock. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, after I remind you that it's Hall of Fame week, and only Arizona Sports has this exclusive conversation with Larry Fitzgerald, the catches, the teammates, the legacy, and what Canton means to a Cardinals legend. Find it on the Arizona Sports YouTube page, the Arizona Sports website or app, and listen or watch that interview. When we come back, Diamondbacks put themselves in a really strong position after their 10-game road trip. What a trip it was. We'll talk about it next. Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming in August. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks, now with locations all over the Valley. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
At Train, tough comes standard. But real strength isn't just muscle, it's knowing when to flex. HVAC units tough enough for the extremes, but smart enough to know what's next. We engineer for chaos, so your home always stays comfortable. Train, built strong, engineered smart. It's hard to stop a train.
Train is a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital and Champions of Hope, helping provide funding for the hospital's care, life-saving research, and families in need.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
I've been able to resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He had heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Make sure your family is well taken care of with life insurance. Protect your phone, laptops, and more with electronic device insurance, and cover your furry friends with pet health insurance.
D-backs Padres. Game 1 of 4 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app. and 98.7.
1-1 the count. The pitch. Swinging a grounder to first. This should do it. Manzardo has it. He races to the bag. The ball game is over. The Diamondbacks fall to the Cleveland Guardians today. 5-0 the final.
Say what you will about the quiet trade deadline so far for the Diamondbacks anyway. Say what you will about Buntgate. We'll talk about that a little bit later.
Oh, yeah, Buntgate.
Can't wait to have that old school, new school baseball argument. Woohoo, looking forward to that.
Right.
Say what you want about that, but taking 2 out of 3 from the Guardians, a 6-4 road trip. Bratt pitched well. Cole Drake pitched well enough.
Yep.
Outside of the Paul Sewald roller coaster that we all experienced on Saturday night, which was kind of nauseating, it was a good series against the Guardians. It was a really good road trip for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and they've put themselves in an incredible position going into today's trade deadline, Gambo, to be everything we need them to be. They are currently tied for the second wild card spot, and they start a huge series against the San Diego Padres tonight. What stood out to you in that Guardians series?
I think Bratt and Cole. I think that, to me, going into that series, you're thinking, oh, man, you're really not. Like, they lost the game Merrill Kelly pitched, and they won the game that Bratt and Cole pitched. Bratt was terrific on Friday. 5 innings, 1 run, 3 hits. Bullpen, unbelievable. Clark, Loizaga, Ginkel, Garcia gave up no hits. Clark, Loizaga, Ginkel, Garcia, no hits in 4 innings, no runs. They were terrific. Then you come to Saturday, and you got, you got a really good outing out of Cole Drake, and you're sitting there, and it's a 2-2 game going into the 7th, and then you busted open with the Perdomo home run. You had the McCann, bloop double that scored a run. You had the Corbin Carroll 3-run home run. The Vargas RBI single. You added an Arenado home run in the 8th. They just broke out a can of whoop ass in that from the 7th inning on. So, to me, what stood out is you won 2 games that you needed to win with rookies on the mound. I'll take that.
Yeah, I agree. That was the number one takeaway. I thought Mitch Bratt, that was probably the best performance of his young major league career. I thought Cole Drake did just enough. I mean, I thought that the 2 big things to me, outside of those 2 guys, the 2 big things to me, both wins were of the comeback variety, which is always cool to see. I believe the Diamondbacks have 35 comeback victories this season, and I believe that leads Major League Baseball. They came back from 1-0 on Friday. They came back from 2-0 on Saturday. I thought that was both huge. And then I was texting Alex Weiner about this on Saturday night. Actually, he was texting me, and I agreed with him completely. I thought one of the keys to Saturday night was, so Sewald gives up all those runs. Ginkel gets off the hook and gets the Diamondbacks back into the clubhouse with a lead. They immediately, in the 9th, tack on more runs. And the guy who was at the center of that was Geraldo Perdomo with his 2-run single. I thought that was such a big hit for him in that moment, because it has been a real struggle for Perdomo with runners in scoring position this year. It has been a real struggle for Perdomo in clutch situations this year. Last year it was frog's blood and snake's blood and how he was cold-blooded and always coming through in those moments. I thought for him to come through there, it hasn't happened enough this season. It needs to happen more this season. But that, to me, was one of the most encouraging signs of that entire series, was that finally Geraldo Perdomo, it felt like, got a big hit with runners in scoring position where it mattered the most to really put that game away.
No doubt about it, right? It's 10-7. It's a save situation there, and then he comes up with that 2-run single to make it 12-7, a little bit more breathing room, and you figure, okay, we're going to win this game. Because, when you're up in that situation 10-2, and then all of a sudden DeLauda hits the first pitch he sees for a home run, and Halpin has an RBI single. And then, Bailey gets a sac fly. And then all of a sudden, Kwan's 2-run single with the runner out at the plate. And then they had to reverse it like 10-7. Like, what the hell just happened? Like, you can't lose this game. And then he comes up with that huge base hit. Those insurance runs were so important. So totally agree with you there. I thought the key to that game, they got Messick out. He was really messing with them. They couldn't hit him. Getting him out of the game was huge. And obviously, yesterday, Merrill coming off the great outing against Pittsburgh. He did the best he could, but, it's 4-0 in the fifth inning, and they were having a real hard time with Gavin Williams. Eventually the rain delay and getting him out of the game, but they still weren't able to get their offense going yesterday. So they lose the series. But 6-4 on that road trip with that single game in St. Louis thrown in, we'll take that every time.
Oh, are you kidding? There's nothing about that that's a failure. I mean, to the point where yesterday's game, really, I think that the Tim Tawa bunt notwithstanding, because I know everybody's talking about that, and I'm kind of jokingly rolling my eyes. I understand it's a talking point, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. I think the only thing of real significance to happen yesterday was the Merrill Kelly outing, because you want to know. I want to know that that's going to be a blip for him. He had worked so hard in the month of July. We had him on the show last week, and he talked about pitching with kind of that, what the hell am I doing kind of attitude here. And, man, I got to go back to square one, and I got to fix this, and I'm better than this and all that. And he got the results. Merrill Kelly looked like Merrill Kelly in July. It's just one start. I'm not going to freak out about one start. But I think that's the one thing from yesterday's game specifically of significance that I'm going to take out of it. Like, you can't have Merrill backslide now after he worked so hard to fix himself from the first couple of months of the season. I'm not saying one start means that he will. It becomes kind of something that's back on the radar a little bit. Got to watch it. Got to make sure it doesn't, because Merrill's been so important to them and so good lately. Yeah.
I thought you got the double play in that second inning, got out of that, and then then he gave up the home run to dead center to Bailey, and then they got that other run with DeLauder, who had a big hit right there. Now you 2-0, and was scuffling. It wasn't his game. He wasn't at his best, and there was no offense in the game. They just really struggled to hit, which is why the whole bunt thing came into play, and we'll talk about that later on. But again, like last game of a 10-game, 10-game trip, the last day, you already took 2. Some of these things are expected. You hate to say it, but we see it all the time. They're coming home today. They've got a big series coming up. So, not surprised that they lost that game yesterday. Just really happy that they won the 2 games with the 2 rookies on the mound, because most people probably thought those were the games that they would lose.
As things stand right now, the Chicago Cubs have wild card spot number 1, and they've got a 4-game lead over everybody else for that spot. The Diamondbacks and the Phillies are tied for the 2nd and 3rd spot. The Diamondbacks have the 2nd spot. The Phillies have the 3rd spot, because the Diamondbacks currently own the tiebreaker over the Phillies. Those 2 teams will play 3 games at the end of this month.
Bryce Harper going to the outfield.
Bryce Harper's going to the outfield for Luis Arraez, to accommodate Luis Arraez. Yep. Yeah, that's a... I think that's a good gift for them.
We said he could, the problem with the Diamondbacks getting him was he was insistent that he was only going to play second base. And so that took the Diamondbacks out because of Marte.
Yeah, it's just, and I'm not saying they should have moved Marte or should have moved him to a different position, but I do also think that that's it's cool on the Phillies, and it's cool on the Phillies players to go, you know what? To hell with it. Let's go get Luis Arraez, right? Let's go get him, and we'll figure it out. We'll move. Bryce Harper, I'll move. Fine. Give me my outfielder's glove again, even though he's been playing first base for the last year and a half. Right. You're moving all these. I think that's, again, Ketel's the second baseman, and I'm not saying he should have moved, but I think both things can be true at the same time. I think it's really cool that the Philadelphia Phillies, to accommodate a bat like Luis Arraez, did the things that they did. Padres are a game back. They're throwing their ace, Michael King, tonight. Brandon Pfaadt, the new version of Brandon Pfaadt. He gets a very important start tonight for him. This is a big, big, big 4-game series. And I'm a little worried about tonight just because it was a long road trip. And sometimes there can be a little bit of an emotional letdown, that first game back at home after a big, long road trip. There's no time. There's no room for a letdown. These are 4 very important games for the D-backs starting this evening, Gambo.
Yeah, and I think once this trade deadline passes, everybody's on pins and needles right now. Are they going to add? Are they not going to add? What are they going to do? Are they going to buy and sell? Once the deadline comes and goes, I think you get everybody sigh of relief and just, now you know what your team is going forward.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, speaking of that deadline, we're going to update it one last time. Not one last time. We'll keep talking about it throughout the course of the day. But we're down to the final half hour before the trade deadline of the 2026 Major League season. The Arizona Diamondbacks clearly waiting until the last minute. We'll give you the latest next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Arizona sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise and the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Backs are in an eye. Fitzgerald to the right. Johnson to the left. McCown back to throw. Looking for Fitzgerald and throwing it to him in the end zone. Fitzgerald leaps. Fitzgerald catches it. It's a touchdown. The first career NFL score for Fitzgerald.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Kent.
Love telling you about Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, who does a terrific job for me. And you could go online at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com. And you can see all about this amazing company that can help you with your financial plan, your retirement plan, your estate plan, and, of course, your tax plan. You got to have a tax plan as well, and a lot of people don't. It's why I tell you about Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, because they're going to have a tax plan for you. You could call right now, 602-877-PLAN, and get a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN. You've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. You have a lot to gain because you get the right financial advisor that not only helps your money grow, but comes up with a terrific plan for you. Then you get to retire on your terms, not somebody else's terms, but your terms. Very important. A lot of people in this day and age are finding themselves not able to retire on their terms. They've got to work years and years later because they didn't plan ahead. They didn't plan wisely. That's why I want you to call a local company, their fiduciaries, at Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. 602-877-PLAN, or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602-BLUE-SKY for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, we've said it, and now Ranking Arizona confirms it. America Roofing #1, ranked #1, the top roofing contractor 2026. Yep, what an honor for Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide, because home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Costa Galvisi. Book the best at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Ranking Arizona's #1 roofing company. Even better, get a free inspection and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make those investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. That way, you don't have to worry about settling on one offer or maybe leaving money on the table without even realizing it. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. See, not only does Orchard give you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later, you still get top dollar for your home. And this is how. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com, Orchard.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes. That's the wrong fader. And here is what's trending now. We're just a half hour away from the MLB trade deadline. And as of this exact moment right now that I am speaking to you into a microphone, I've got nothing for you when it comes to the Diamondbacks. We're not done. Nothing's done yet, but nothing has been made official or reported as far as the Diamondbacks making any trades today. So we're waiting it out. We'll let you know when moves happen if they come down within the next 30 minutes. Across Major League Baseball, we had some very notable moves today, including Adley Rutschman going from the Orioles to the Red Sox and Luis Arraez going from the Giants to the Phillies. That wasn't all. Over the weekend, some dude joined the Dodgers rotation. Cool. Freddie Peralta became a Ray, and then Luis Garcia Jr. I know Diamondbacks fans plenty wanted him. He's now in pinstripes in New York. Diamondbacks also have a game tonight. They start a 4-game set at home against the Padres, which has become a pivotal series with the Padres just, I believe, a game and a half behind the Snakes right now. Padres, by the way, added old friend Robbie Ray, so there's a chance that we could see him at some point in this series. Tonight's pitching matchup, however, will not see Ray. It will see Brandon Pfaadt go against fellow right-hander Michael King. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. And if that wasn't enough for you, we've also got Burns and Gambo, well, half of them, live from Cardinals camp at State Farm Stadium today. They're going to be chatting it up with Jeremiah Love and Darius Robinson some point in the next half hour, so don't go anywhere. We got those for you coming for you as well, I should say. I should stop talking now because that's what's trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Tuesday morning as we recap what the Diamondbacks do or don't do at the trade deadline. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Gambo, I don't know if... Okay, yeah, there you are. I just wanted to make sure you were back there and you weren't on the phone.
I'm here.
We got 26 and a half minutes to go. I'm getting nervous, man. I'm like, are they actually going to not do anything?
There's a chance they do nothing. I still would lean towards they make a move. But I was told earlier that there is a chance that they do nothing.
Wow.
There's a chance they don't do anything. They would just rely on the players they have coming back. Remember, they don't want to go into the penalties by going over the tax. They don't want to go into the penalties.
Boy.
So we'll see. I think there's money to, I think all the players that we've talked about, they can add without going into the penalty. But yeah, I'm hearing, nope, just checked again. Nothing at this point. We'll see.
Wow. They are making this, they're taking this too close to the edge for my comfort level.
How many times have you've done this with me, how many times have we broken stories at the last minute or sometimes even after the deadline's over?
Yeah, I would have fully expected something would have happened by now. I hear what you're saying. I do. And it's not over until it's over. And yes.
Nothing is over!
Nothing is over. Nothing, once said John Rambo. But I also, I don't know. This is just cutting it real close. There's another deal. It just came down that's not involving the Arizona Diamondbacks. I'm looking at the details right now. Foster Griffin is going to the Guardians. The Nationals are trading him there. Not that the Diamondbacks were in on him. Let's again circle back, though, to the names that you mentioned, many of whom are still out there. Casey Mize is still out there. Alec Burleson is still out there. Lars Nootbaar is still out there. And you said you can't rule out Nathaniel Lowe, but you think the interest is lower in him, too. He is still out there. Those four guys are still on the board, and I think as long as those four guys are on the board, I will continue to wonder if the Diamondbacks can get one of those guys between the 3 o'clock deadline. Again, we are 25 minutes away from this being done, Gambo.
Yeah. It's those are they're names that are still out there. The only one we lost out of my list was Holmes at this point. And again, one of the things I've reported, we haven't talked about this yet, but a lot of the asks have been for Ryan Waldschmidt, and the Diamondbacks don't want to part with Ryan Waldschmidt. But that's been the ask. Everything I keep hearing, the Tigers, they like Casey Mize, but they're asking for a lot. So every time I hear about a player, I'm like, I think the ask is too high. I think the Diamondbacks are playing poker right now, Bernsey. I think they're playing poker. I think that they want to make a deal, but they're not showing their hand. They're waiting. They're going to try to wait. It's almost like one of our favorite movies with Footloose with Kevin Bacon. Diamondbacks are on that tractor. They're on that tractor. And they're going up against it, and they don't want to veer off the side of the road and give in. They're trying to get a deal that works for them. I know they're working on deals. I mentioned the players that they're interested in. There's a part of me that still thinks they're going to do something. Mm-hmm. It's not going to be anything significant, but they're going to make a move to try to help their team out a little bit. But again, we're really down to the last 24 minutes here, and the last thing I've heard is just nothing. At this point, I just heard no one's talking. There's a lot of speculation. Some people are assuming that they're just going to stand pat. That's from the locker room. So I've got a lot of sources out there trying to see if anything's going to happen at this point. And again, it's an eternity. Like, it's 24 minutes is an eternity.
Sure,
to get a deal done. It's eternity. It is.
And to your point, if they do something at the last minute, no one's going to remember and no one's going to care that it happened at the last minute. No one's going to be like, oh, yeah, but you waited until there was a minute left on the clock. So what? If they got the right guy and if they made the right deal and if they played poker well and they played their hand well, no one's going to care if they made the deal 3 hours before the deadline, 3 days before the deadline, or 3 minutes before the deadline. I think it's just with each passing minute, the possibility, I won't even say the likelihood, because I wouldn't describe it as a likelihood, but the possibility that they do nothing gets a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger. And I think doing nothing would be a real big mistake. I think it'd send the wrong message to the fan base. I think it would send the wrong message to the clubhouse. I don't want to say that you got to do something for the sake of doing something, but I also think all along we have been told, hey, show me. Show me that you're worth me buying. Show me that you're worth me going out and doing something. Put forth the kind of effort that, what was it Mike Hazen told Wolf and Luke?
We're buyers.
3 weeks ago, we're buyers.
We're buyers.
We're going to be buyers. Okay, where's that bravado? Where is that oomph? And I think the message sent by not doing anything, I understand the value of the guys you have and them coming back. But I don't think that's enough, and I think your fan base and your locker room will be a little, wait a minute. We've had the best record since the All-Star break. What are we doing here? If we're not a buyer, then who should be a buyer? So they're just – it'll be fine. If they make a deal before 3 o'clock, even if we report it 15 minutes after 3 o'clock, it'll be fine. But it's just the possibility of them doing nothing. It's like that little voice inside your head, Gambo, and it just gets a little bit louder, and a little bit louder.
I would not – I never say they're done until I'm able to confirm it, and that's usually right at the deadline. There's been times when other people have reported they're done and a trade has come in after the deadline and we've reported that trade.
Right.
So at this point, it's just, again, I think right now, you're almost just waiting for that call back to say, okay, I'll accept that offer.
Yeah.
Because the sellers have control of the market. The sellers do, not the buyers. The sellers control it. They ask for whatever they want. And you have to say no. You could counter, but it's still up to them to sell. So the sellers have control of the market, but usually that shifts in the final couple minutes as teams just want to get something for one of their players.
Here's what's going to happen. Gambo is going to step aside to work on the last 15 minutes of the trade deadline and the first 15 minutes after the trade deadline so that he can break anything and report anything that needs to report. We're going to anchor our coverage here from Cardinals training camp, and when we come back, he's been having a standout camp so far in year 3. Defensive lineman Darius Robinson is going to join us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. That's coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1 the count. The pitch. So we get a grounder to first. This should do it. Manzardo has it. He races to the bag. The ball game is over. The Diamondbacks fall to the Cleveland Guardians today. 5-0 the final.
Reaction to the Guardian series is on deck from Arizona Sports on YouTube, the app, and 98.7 FM.
There's a lot of people out there that don't buy houses because they don't think they have the money to buy a house. They don't think they have the down payment. People think that you need 20% down to buy a house. The London Mortgage team wants to tell you, don't guess. Call them and get pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. Many first-time home buyers are out there just guessing, and guessing is what keeps people renting and spending that money on rent instead of owning your own home. The London Mortgage team, you call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130. 889-0130. You get pre-qualified. It's free. You get answers in a few hours. You'll walk away knowing exactly what you can afford and what program you qualify for. There's FHA, VA, down payment assistance, probably a program built for someone exactly like you. With the Lund Mortgage Team, you get great pricing, trustworthy pricing, and you get a company that actually wants you to win, not squeeze every dollar out of you. Give them a call at 623-889-0130.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of feller who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Here to pick up your little camper, too?
Yeah.
Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
Wow, that's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh. That was our little secret.
What's that?
Okay, see that brand new Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
It feels like I got away with something. I only paid...
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the Hyundai you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Come on, Katie. We're taking the scenic route to the dealership.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, going on now.
Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days or $3,000 customer cash on the Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end August 3rd. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Burns and Gambo. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo show, and I promise you, if Gambo learns anything of the Arizona Diamondbacks making a deal in the next 15 minutes, he's going to send me a message, and we're going to, well, of course, let you know the Diamondbacks do make a deal. As of right now, all is quiet, but we're here at Cardinals training camp, and joining us right now, looking forward to this conversation because he's always such an easy guy to talk to, and that is Cardinals defensive lineman Darius Robinson, who is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. You always have a smile on. You don't play football with a smile on your face, do you? Tell me you don't.
No, not when I play football, but just in life, yeah, I'm just super happy, man.
Good, because every time I see you, you look like just the happiest guy in the world. You just walked up here, and we're just talking about baseball, and
Yeah.
you were a Tigers fan growing up, so the Tarek Skubal thing.
Yeah, it's kind of threw me off a little bit, but we'll be good.
Yeah, but you're a Diamondbacks fan now, right?
Yeah, huge Diamondbacks fan. I'm blessed to be able to go to a bunch of games, and I really enjoy seeing our players and seeing our lineup. It's a lot of fun at the games.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. The standard kind of Tell me about camp so far. Tell me about how you feel about camp so far. And it's I haven't been out here every day. Everyone I talk to says you've been one of the standouts of camp so far.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you're having a good one so far?
Yeah, I feel like it's going great so far, but the great thing about camp is each day is a new day or a new opportunity, so no matter how good you do the day before or how bad you think you did, you got to prove yourself again. So I love that feeling of a fresh restart every day, and I'm excited for practice 8 today and put together a good body of work today, so super excited.
Is it easy for you to hit the reset button like that to say, okay, yesterday was yesterday, that's done, now I just got to focus on today?
Yeah, it has to be. Honestly, it helps translate for the season because as the weeks go by, you can't still think about a game from the week before because the season just rolls. So I try to keep that same mindset with practice as well.
Yeah. Calais Campbell is not here anymore. Kind of a two-parter, and I'll start with this. What did you learn from Calais when he was here last year?
Honestly, I think I learned how to be a professional athlete. I think from life outside of football and as far as football, what is required, what does it take. I feel like he's taught me all those great things that I've been applying to my career this year and my personal life as well.
And how do you work to fill the void of Calais Campbell? How much on your shoulders do you feel like you have to take filling the void of Calais Campbell?
I think definitely a good amount. You know, he was our sack leader in our room, so I think, you know, we got to get going as a group, and then me personally, definitely we got to get some pass rush, get some sacks, and make some plays. So I'm super excited for the opportunity because I learned so much from him. So it's going to be an exciting year.
Do you talk with him? Do you have sex with him?
Yeah. We trained together in the off season a little bit and stayed in touch. And you know, he lives out here, so I got to see him a good amount of times. And now he definitely means a lot to me.
So the way the story goes, and not the story, but just the stats. There's Josh Sweat and the sacks he had last year, and then when you take Calais Campbell off the roster, the next leading sack guy for the Cardinals, I think, had 2 last year. So there's obviously a tremendous need to rush the pass. How much do you feel like that can be you? How much do you feel like I can play that role? How much do you think about that when you think about this upcoming season?
Yeah, no, I 100% believe I can take that role, but I think about my just daily practice habits. I think about when we're doing indie and pass rush, like how am I attacking the quarterback, what's my alignment, what's my assignment, and just attacking it every single day. Because I think pass rush is honestly similar to baseball. It's like you're going to get all these opportunities, but what's your chance you're going to get a home run? But it's making sure that I'm getting the hits consistently in a sense.
So it's not the sack is like the home run,
literally,
and you're also want to make sure you're hitting doubles and triples and singles and doing all the things that you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
Where Darius Robinson is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, and I do want to remind everybody, tickets for Cardinals home games, including season ticket packages and single game options, on sale now at azcardinals.com/tickets. What in terms? So same defensive coordinator, different position coach. Is the responsibility for you the same this year, or are you going to be moving around on the line, or are you looking at kind of one set position where you're going to be playing on the defensive line?
Yeah, so like with Nick's defense, like if people notice, like I generally go to the field. So with me going to the field, I can be in a 4-eye, I could be a 5, I could be a 9, I could be a 3, I could be 2, I could be all these different positions based on what he calls. So honestly, I feel the most comfortable because this is my 3rd year with Nick, so I feel like now I really don't even think about anything. I just line up, see ball, get ball. Like that's just how I'm attacking and feeling about this year.
But you're multiple, right?
Yeah,
like there's
I just go to the field and whatever he called, that just shows my alignment.
How much of a learning curve was there for you the first couple of years to learn it and figure it out? I mean, did it take 2 full years, do you think, for you to figure it out?
I would say probably like a year and a half, but that's the thing I tell people all the time. I feel like last year was truthfully like my rookie year because my actual rookie year, I only played 6 games, and it was the back end of the season and just trying to figure stuff out. Versus now, it's like I don't even think, just play ball. Like I'm done thinking and I'm done overcomplicating stuff. Just like alignment, assignment, key technique, and see ball, get ball. Like that's all I'm thinking.
Is that because you know it, or is that because
That's because I know it, and then in the past, like I always would overthink it or this or that. Like I'm tired of that. Like I'm gonna play my best ball and play as fast as I can this year because literally I'm just not thinking about anything.
I know you've been asked about this before, but it was such a stark quote the "I'm not who I thought I was" quote when you said that. Is some of that rooted in how long it took you to? Well, tell me in your own words. Tell me when you had that moment of introspection. Tell me kind of what was going through your head.
Yeah, because I feel like you make it to NFL because you know you're a good player and can change games and win games for your team. And at that point in the season, everyone's trying their very best, but we weren't able to put together as a group. And for me, I can be like, man, I could be so much better. I can help this team. And it's just like I took the accountability for maybe the group or whatnot. And that's okay because as a leader and a player I want to be, you got to be willing to do that. So, but it really showed me that, okay, what do I need to do to get better, add to my game so I can be the reason we can win games too. So that's honestly what I was thinking about all offseason and excited to show it this year.
We talk about pressure, and we're chatting here with Darius Robinson from the Cardinals. We talk about pressure, a former first-round pick. I mean, we all know this is a big year for you. You're obviously trying not to focus on that.
Yeah.
Is it hard to keep those thoughts kind of at bay and not focus on expectations or what you should have been by now or what you thought you should have been by now?
I think in the offseason a little bit I was hearing a little bit of chatter, but then honestly once I started getting back into my weight routine and football routine, I kind of closed all that out because thinking about all that stuff is just bringing extra anxiety and pressure. This is already hard enough. So now I was just thinking about what can I do just to get better every day from weights, football, film, and all that good stuff. So just taking it one day at a time.
Just real quick, I want to pass along to our audience right now, and Gambo is working on this as we speak. The Arizona Diamondbacks are acquiring from the St. Louis Cardinals Lars Nootbaar. We're going to get details on exactly what that deal looks like, but the Arizona Diamondbacks have made a move, and the Arizona Diamondbacks have acquired Lars Nootbaar from the St. Louis Cardinals. We'll see if there's something else that they do or if that's what it's going to be for them. In the meantime, we're chatting here with Darius Robinson, and I'm curious, you've been here, they go to year 3. Are you mentoring now some of the young guys on the defensive line? Are you still getting mentored? Where are you kind of on that scale of you're not exactly the old guy here, but you've also you've been here long enough. Where do you fit on that scale?
My little tips, if I see something, I'll say something, but I don't ever try to over-harp or over-coach anybody because I'm still getting it together myself, honestly. So just listening to my coaches and just taking it one day at a time.
How important was it for Nick to come back? What did it mean to you that he was back?
I mean, he was a part of the staff that drafted me, so I know exactly what they envisioned for me and what they want me to do in this defense. So I think it was a comfortability, and then also I know how to learn a new playbook. And I just know how hard he works. And, at the end of the day, he coaches and then I play. So, I want to do a good job this year representing how good of a coach I think he is.
Okay. Well, Darius, we appreciate the time.
Yeah.
We appreciate you coming by. We wish you the very best of luck this season.
Yes,
all right.
Sir.
Thank you very much for the conversation.
All right. Thank you.
Got it. Darius Robinson joining us from the Arizona Cardinals. And once again, as a reminder, tickets for Cardinals home games, including season ticket packages and single game options, are on sale now at azcardinals.com/tickets. I'm going to ask the crew back in the studio real quick. Is Gambo sitting there? Is he on the phone?
He's here.
Can we have him pop on for a minute so we can talk? Hey, Gambo, tell me, while I shake Darius Robinson's hand again and thank him for stopping by, tell me what you found out about Lars Nootbaar, please.
Well, Lars Nootbaar is one of the guys we had on our list that said the Diamondbacks have interest in these 5 players, and Nootbaar was one of those guys. What I heard just a second ago is it is not done yet. Now, it could be medicals or something else, but I was told that it is not done yet. I don't think there's any return that's put out there. So trying to find out exactly what the return is in acquiring Lars Nootbaar. But again, the last thing I heard just a second ago, it's not done yet. And so I'm waiting to get final confirmation and an obvious what the return would be. So we're just waiting on that.
Okay. So I'll let you get back to it because we've got Jeremiah Love who's going to be popping up here in a minute. Gambo is back at the studio working on the trade deadline, which is 5 minutes away. We're out here at Cardinals training camp. And when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the number 3 pick overall in the draft will be joining us. Jeremiah Love, the running back out of Notre Dame, is coming up next here on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Because this team has become more interesting or maybe showed some special traits on this road trip, they're right in it. And yes, can it be discouraging seeing what the Dodgers did again over the weekend?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that can be the case. But the last team to beat the Los Angeles Dodgers in a playoff series was the Arizona Diamondbacks in a series nobody gave them a shot. And sometimes it gets lost when you're looking at the big picture. But all you need is an invitation to the party. And then if you get to the party, you can go mess some stuff up.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz, Team Eye Doctor for your Suns and your Diamondbacks, ready to help you and correct that vision. As we get older, our vision changes, usually not for the better, for the worse. And that's where Dr. Schwartz comes in. Dr. Jay Schwartz, with locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, can help you with all of your eye care needs. He fixed my eyes with LASIK surgery, and I'm sure he can help you too. He offers 2 years of interest-free financing, which is a game changer for a lot of people. They decide, okay, I can do that. I make a small payment every month for 2 years, and I get the LASIK surgery done now. I fix my eyesight. So, if you want to see better, if you're nearsighted or farsighted and struggling and you want to get rid of the glasses and the contact lenses, he can either reduce or eliminate your needs for glasses and contact lenses. And all you have to do is give him a call. 3 locations, Mesa, Glendale, and Scottsdale, 480-483-EYES, or online at teamidoc.com.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What could you do if you didn't have a mortgage payment? Hi, I'm Tom Chambers, and I played 16 seasons in the league before I retired. Harold, you and the team at Galaxy Lending Group help your clients retire their mortgages in an average of 5 years? Come on.
We do. The Ownership Accelerator loan makes it happen. And it's an incredible feeling paying off your house decades ahead of schedule.
To learn more, text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Ready! At Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, saving customers money isn't a promotion. It's how they built their business. That's why they're the home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. If you'd like a second opinion on your AC or plumbing repair, Ready Services would love the opportunity to earn your business. They'll do a great job, treat you right, and work to get you the best value possible. Are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis, and here is what's trending now. The trade deadline in Major League Baseball has officially passed, and the Diamondbacks pulled off a deal just before the buzzer. Lars Nootbaar, a left-handed hitting outfielder, comes via the St. Louis Cardinals. He has a 1 additional year of control after this year. He'll be an unrestricted free agent in 2028. The deal, however, is still working to be finalized. Based on some of the reporting, it appears to be physical is what we're waiting on. But when we get the full details on that move, we will let you know. But again, Lars Nootbaar, left-handed hitting outfielder from St. Louis, coming to Arizona. As far as some other notable moves in Major League Baseball today, Adley Rutschman, the catcher, goes from the Orioles to the Red Sox. Second baseman Luis Arraez goes from the Giants to the Phillies. Those were big today. Over the weekend, a couple of big ones. Some dude joined the Dodgers rotation. Freddie Peralta became a Tampa Bay Ray, and then Luis Garcia Jr. joining the pinstriped crew in the Bronx. Diamondbacks also in action tonight, so they have the first of a 4-game series at home against the Padres. Padres also added today at the deadline. Old friend Robbie Ray is in San Diego, as I'm just seeing across my television screen, Casey Mize to the Padres. That was a name that was connected to the Diamondbacks for a while. So potentially 2 new faces that the Diamondbacks will get to see this week. They won't see them tonight. It's Brandon Pfaadt against Michael King. First pitch at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And don't go anywhere, because Cardinals rookie running back Jeremiah Love joins Burns and Gambo next.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Burns and Gambo. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, as we're live from Arizona Cardinals training camp. Camp is almost done. First preseason game of the year is coming up on Thursday, the Hall of Fame game, as they're taking on the Panthers in Canton, Ohio. Gambo is back in the Casino Arizona studios. Arizona Sports Premier Sports Insider is working on the trade deadline. It has come and gone, but of course sometimes we hear about details that got in just under the wire. So Gambo's working on that, and we'll update everybody on what the D-backs did or didn't do coming up in a few minutes. But joining us right now, and I'm very excited to be able to have this conversation, number 3 pick overall out of Notre Dame, running back Jeremiah Love, who's joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. It's just me, Dave Burns, right now. Jeremiah, nice to meet you. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
So a little spy told me, like, the first thing you need to ask Jeremiah about when he gets here is Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
You saw it over the weekend?
I did.
Can I just fix your microphone real quick? I'm just going to move that a little closer. There we go. And?
It was great.
Yeah?
Yeah, I would say I think they changed directors because this Spider-Man was a little bit darker and more sad than the other one.
It was sad, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
I
like that, though.
Was your theater full?
It was. It was full to the brim.
Mine was packed, too.
It was a lot of people.
Apparently between Spider-Man and the Odyssey, there's like $430 million at the box office this weekend, which is like an all-time record for a weekend, right? Like, everybody went to the movies this weekend, which I think is awesome, right? So what's your favorite Spider-Man? So I'm guessing you're like a Spider-Man guy?
I like Spider-Man. I watch a lot of Marvel movies, but I would say my favorite Spider-Man, Tom Holland is probably my favorite Spider-Man, but like favorite Spider-Man movie was probably with what's his name? Andrew
Garfield?
I think it was with him, and it was when his Gwen had died. That was my favorite.
You do like it dark, don't you?
Yeah, that was the best one. That was the best one. Not gonna lie, because it wasn't a happy, movie. Like it was real.
Yeah, it was. I think I'm still like a Tobey Maguire going up against Doc Ock, Spider-Man 2, that one. But I like this one. I thought this one was good. It was a little dark, and it was like not. I don't want to give too much away, but it wasn't all just like happy and everything's great, right? Like he had to make some sacrifice. Okay, that's cool. See, thanks for joining us, man. I just wanted to get your thoughts on the movie.
That's a great way to start.
Yeah, no problem. So are you playing on Thursday or what? Because you made it sound the other day like you are a go. Is that the plan?
For me, it is. Yeah. I mean, as far as my coaches, I haven't had a conversation with them about whether I'm playing or not. But like in my head, I got a game coming up on Thursday, and that's the way I'm thinking. Going into these upcoming days, and if that's the change, then that's the change. But if it's not, I'm ready to go.
And I'm not trying to pit you against your coaches. I'm just curious why. I think I know the reason, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Why playing in this game means so much to you that you would kind of stand up on the table and say, "Oh yeah, I'm playing. We got a game. I got to go." Tell me why it meant that much to you.
I would say there's really two reasons. One reason is because I'm a competitor, and there's a game to be played. I want to play in the game, and that's just the competitor inside of me. Second reason is we're honoring Larry. Him being inducted into the Hall of Fame, and I feel like it's it's kind of the right thing to do. I was third overall pick. He was third overall. Like, I kind of want to go out there and honor him. So that's kind of my way of thinking, but. Ultimately, that's the coach's decision.
Of course. How much of a connection have you made with Larry because of his son and because of your commonalities and what you just mentioned? How much of a relationship have you already established with Larry Fitzgerald?
I haven't talked to Larry much, but I've talked to him maybe once or twice. And, the interactions that I had with Larry was, kind of like I know that he's got my back if I need anything, His son actually goes to Notre Dame. I got to talk to his son. Great kid, been training, doing the right things the right way at Notre Dame. Made some great plays in the spring game at Notre Dame and made some great plays throughout the whole spring at Notre Dame. So, I think I have a pretty good relationship with his son and with Larry as well. Just Notre Dame guys, man. The Notre Dame connection is very deep. And, I know Larry has my back if I'm to ever need anything, or he's literally told me, so if I need something, reach out. So.
Yeah, that's of all the guys to reach out in Arizona, of all the guys to say to you, hey, if you ever need anything, reach out.
Yeah.
Larry Fitzgerald's on a real short list of guys I'd like to have. He's, hey, if you ever need anything, reach out, because Larry's like the governor of this place, right?
Yeah.
Like he's the king of Arizona. Well, that's cool. And his son, I know his son's going to be there for the induction. His son is presenting him, I believe, at the Hall of Fame. So that's cool. That's really cool, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, something you would always dream of. Jeremiah Love is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Let's talk about this team and your role on this team. And I want to ask you about because so much has been talked about the running back carries and the splits. I just want to start first and foremost with your relationship with Tyler Algier and how you two have kind of bonded together over what might be a shared role as RB1 for this football team.
Well, I got a great relationship with Tyler. Obviously we're both competitors. We go out there and we, do what we got to do on the field. But, off the field in meeting rooms and beyond that, we're cool. That's my guy. I'm a rookie, obviously, so he's kind of taking me under his wing, trying to guide me in the right direction so that I can have a long and great career. But we got a great relationship. I got a great relationship with Tyler, James, Trey, Corey, Bam, all those guys in the room. We got great relationships with each other, and we only want to see each other succeed because at the end of the day, that's what helps the team. So,
James Conner is a guy who's near and dear to the heart of a lot of Cardinals fans. Just with the fire that he played with over the last half decade that he's been here, longer than that actually. Yeah. Tell me from what you've been able to pull from him and what you've been able to pull from that when you've been around him, because he's been a really important member of this team for the last several years.
Yeah, so I talk to James, quite often. Whether it's on the field or off the field, I'm always asking him questions about, how can I make, my time here, how can I make it, impactful not only for me but for, the people around me. I want to be a great teammate, want to be a great person, and you want to get in the community of Arizona and make a difference. So, I've been talking to James about mostly football as of now, but, I plan to branch off into life things as well, just to get some wisdom from James because, he's been in the league for 10 years. He's a vet, and he's got a lot of knowledge that he can give to young guys or, guys in general. And, I've been trying to tap in to that with James. Got a great relationship with him as well,
Jeremiah Love is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. And as a reminder, tickets for Cardinals home games, including season ticket packages and single game options, on sale now at azcardinals.com/tickets. Does it matter to you how you're used in year one, like in terms of the splits and the carries and things like that? Do you have a vision in your head of what year one looks like for you as an NFL player?
I would say I have a vision, and my vision is to dominate. You know, no matter how many carries I get, no matter how many times I get the ball, like go out there and dominate and show, you know, that I'm a great player. I mean, the splits are the splits. Like if we have the split carries, like we're going to split carries. Like you got Tyler Algier, you got James Conner, you got Jeremiah Love, like 2 solidified running backs in the league. One guy that's coming into the league, got to prove himself. But a lot of people think he has great skill. Like, you know, with those guys on the backfield, like you got to play them. So I have no problem with that. I come from Notre Dame where I shared the backfield with Jadarian Price, and you know we lit it up at Notre Dame. Like, and it was good for the both of us. We didn't have to, you know, get pounded into the ground. We had each other to lean on. So I'm kind of, you know, looking at my situation right now and kind of connecting that with Notre Dame. You know, I got 2 great backs to play with and to, you know, share the rock with. And, you know, I'm honored to, you know, be able to share the field with them. So,
how much do you think your ability to catch out of the backfield, how do you think that's going to be implemented this year, and how do you feel like how that might not separate you from the rest, but make you a little bit different from the rest?
I mean, I think of it like this, like I'm like a receiver. Like I can run any route you want me to run. You know, I may be labeled as a running back, but like I can literally go out there and do what a receiver does. Probably not like some of the best receivers in the league, but like I can go out there and win a one-on-one and, you know, be impactful. That's something that, you know, Coach LaFleur has to decide on whether he wants to do or not. You know, like he wants to call plays and get me out wide. Like that's up to him, but I would love it. I would love the opportunity. And, you know, I'm going to make sure that I take care of, you know, my role if it comes to that.
Last question for you. They announced today that the Notre Dame-USC rivalry is back. Are you happy about that?
Yeah, I'm happy.
What are they going to play 4 years, right? Like I think 4 years, and then you have to drop Indiana to do it.
Yeah,
right.
Which I think is a good decision. Like, because Indiana was good last year. They were good the year before then. But who knows how long Indiana will be good for? You know, it's Indiana at the end of the day. So I think it was a good decision to drop them and get back with playing USC. I did see that we're going to play them week 1 now.
Yes.
Which is
like
kind of crazy.
For the first 2 years of the 4-year deal, you're going to play them year 1.
They think that's going to change the outcome of the game. It's not going to change the outcome. I'm sorry. They think that we playing them later in the season is going to give them a better chance. Like, that's going to give us a better chance to beat them. Like, week 1, it's not going to matter. USC, like, Notre Dame owns USC, not gonna lie. Like, so it's not gonna matter. Week 1, week 2, week 3, week 9, don't make no difference.
Week 14, 15, doesn't matter. We're gonna beat them. That's good stuff, Jeremiah. I've really enjoyed this conversation. I wish you the best of luck this year.
Yes,
Thank you for stopping by, and I hope we get to catch up with you real soon. Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Got it. Jeremiah Love, Cardinals running back, joining us here on Burns and Gambo. And as a reminder, tickets for Cardinals home games, including season ticket packages and single game options, on sale now at azcardinals.com/tickets. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, trade deadline has come and gone. We know of one addition for the Arizona Diamondbacks. What else did they do as the deadline came and went? We'll talk about it next. Gambo will rejoin the show here on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1 the count. The pitch. Swinging a grounder to first. This should do it. Manzardo has it. He races to the bag. The ball game is over. The Diamondbacks fall to the Cleveland Guardians today. 5-0 the final.
Reaction to the Guardian series is on deck from Arizona Sports on YouTube, the app, and 98.7 FM.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisier, my grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Big rewards, summer excitement, one incredible night in August at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries beginning August 1st at Talking Stick Resort. Then on August 28th, you could win up to $10,000 in cash or a 2027 BMW convertible. The Hot Ride Heat Wave is happening every Friday in August. Don't miss your chance to drive away in a 2027 BMW convertible. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman's stainless steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-9-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
D-backs Padres. Game 1 of 4 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, back here on Burns and Gambo on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, as the trade deadline has come and gone. We are here live. When I say we, I mean me. I'm live at Cardinals training camp. Gambo.
Want me to drive down now?
No, you know what? I think you're good.
Could be there in a half hour.
I think you're good to stay right there. I think you're okay. Gambo is live at the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Since our interviews with the Cardinals were kind of bookending around the trade deadline, I did the interview. Great conversations with Darius Robinson and Jeremiah Love, but I also wanted to free up Gambo to be able to do the Gambo thing. Lars Nootbaar, and you tweeted out moments ago that that's going to be it for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They are done. Tell us about what went down.
They are finished. They are finished. We had a list earlier. I guess I could call it the Gambo 5. We mentioned 5 players that they had level of interest in. One of them was Casey Mize, Alec Burleson, Clay Holmes, Lars Nootbaar, and Nathaniel Lowe. So this morning at 10 o'clock in the morning, we said, here are the 5 players they have interest in. They did trade for one of those players in Lars Nootbaar. My understanding, and this is all like still... There's a lot here I'm dealing with, but the latest I got was that the main player going back is one of their good prospects, Daniel Egan, the starting pitcher, Daniel Egan. There's also a player to be named later, and there is one other player, but I'm having some mixed responses to that. So I originally put out a player, but I'm going to pull that back and say not until I know.
Okay.
But the player I have going back is a guy that has a lot of potential. He's one of their top pitchers, and that's Daniel Egan. That is who I was told is going to St. Louis.
Daniel Egan, according to the latest MLB pipeline rankings, is the 5th best prospect in the Diamondback system. The right-handed pitcher who is at Double-A, his ETA to the majors is considered to be next year. I know they liked him. Certainly I'll be curious to see what else it was. Just for comparison's sake, Mitch Bratt, who we saw start the other day, he's number 9 in the system. Cole Drake is number 22, so he's number 5. Now, with prospects, who knows? Prospects are prospects. You have no idea until it's actually time. Let's talk about what they got in Lars Nootbaar. In addition to having what I think is my favorite name in all of Major League Baseball. I don't know why. It's just something about Lars Nootbaar that just rolls off the tongue. Left-handed hitter. This year, he's hitting .234. 16 RBIs. He's got a slug of .354. He projects as kind of an average player. He's very much a split guy, Gambo. He's very much what they wanted was somebody who was better against right-handed pitching than left to bring some of that balance back, and it would appear that he brings exactly that to the table. He brings them the splits that they want.
He does. I mean, he absolutely does. So they get Lars Nootbaar, and again, the package, just trying to get the entire package. He's 28 years old. Didn't make his season debut until early June because he had off-season heel surgery. You mentioned the numbers. He's played in 48 games since he's returned to the big league club. He can move around the outfield a little bit and play all 3 spots, mostly left field, but he can play in all 3 spots. So this gives them, a little bit of an insurance. It gives them a bat, that they could use a little bit. He's a good player. It's a little bit of a fire sale for St. Louis with what they were doing. But, yeah, there were talks. The other thing I was just told just a short time ago, and I'll just say this, there were multiple last-minute possibilities that did not happen. So there were multiple possibilities right down to the last minute of things that they were working on, and I'll try to find that out for you once I can. Again, everything's very fluid right now. We're trying to find out all the details of guys that are coming back. Now, remember, Max Kepler is a guy who's there running out there every day, is not eligible for any postseason baseball because of the suspension. So they needed to go get somebody else that could fill that role. So Nootbaar comes in. Look, he's not going to start blasting home runs into the pool all day long. He's not that type of player, but he could be a guy that plays every day. If Egan is the price, and that's what I was told, if Egan's the price, that's a pretty heavy price to pay for Lars Nootbaar.
Yeah, there's a couple things. For me and us about it, there's a couple things to not like about it, and I'll just, not to be all negative about it, but there are a couple things to not like about it. I'm looking up the splits right now. Yeah, they're pretty drastic. Against right-handed pitching, he's got an OPS of 737. Against left-handed pitching, he's got an OPS of 483. So he's very much a one-sided player in that regard. He will hit against right-handed pitching. You really can't play him.
And most pitching is right-handed.
Most pitching's right-handed. And that was what they needed to do. I'll tell you what I don't like about it is that he's an outfielder, not a first baseman. I really wanted a first baseman. I thought they needed a first baseman to platoon over there. I understand if they make the playoffs, then you've kind of solved the Kepler problem. But I think it would have been far, far more ideal for them to get a first baseman versus an outfielder in this regard. It's a very... Look, let's call it like it is. Go ahead. Say what you're going to say.
One of the things I'm told that they like about him is the walk-to-strikeout rate, if you want to look that up, if you have that in front of you. But I think that's one of the things they kind of like about him. Good. He doesn't have a lot of power. He's not going to hit you 25, 30 home runs, right? Hits much better against righties, like you mentioned. But he doesn't strike out a whole lot, and he's got a pretty good walk rate. So he's a guy that puts the ball in play.
Yeah, I get that. I just think the need was more pronounced at first base than it was in the outfield. And maybe he can DH a little bit more. And certainly they had a need at DH as well. I just think... compared to just about everybody else in there competing with in the wild card, I think, and this is my biggest takeaway from all of it, compared to everybody else in the wild card race, boy, they did the least, right? I think we can all agree that compared to the Phillies, compared to the Padres, compared to the Cubs, that the Arizona Diamondbacks of the teams that they are primarily competing with for wild card status in the National League, the Diamondbacks did the least if Lars Nootbaar is the only thing they did. Padres were very active. They got Casey Mize at the buzzer in addition to getting Robbie Ray. The Phillies added Luis Arraez. They added a left-handed relief pitcher. The Chicago Cubs basically redid their rotation. Now, whether any of these guys are going to be any good or not, I don't know. But they are, Gambo, putting an extreme amount of pressure on the players who are coming back to fit in and to work out and to be good. And there's not a whole lot of wiggle room in that when the only acquisition you make is Lars Nootbaar at the deadline. Agree?
Agree, but it's like we knew this. Like, we shouldn't be surprised. We knew that they,
doesn't mean we got to like it. Doesn't mean we got to like it.
I know. We knew they were going to rely heavily on the players they had coming back. I did believe they'd make a trade. I did, and they made a trade. It's a minimal trade to go get a left-handed bat into here. That's, again, good walk rate. Doesn't strike out a lot. Not a lot of power. He'll help you a little bit, especially with Kepler not being able to play in any postseason games. But I mean, look, the message that we received and that I've been going with for quite some time is that they're going to rely heavily on the players that are coming back, not the trade deadline. Now, they didn't want to go over the luxury tax. They didn't want to get into the penalty, and they obviously didn't do that. And we could question what these other moves were. Again, I'm saying there were multiple things that they were working on at the last minute that didn't happen. What was that? Casey Mize didn't go until very, very late. He didn't come here. That's a guy that they liked. Could they have done more? Sure. I mean, they could have done more, but they didn't. They added one player, and they'll rely heavily on the guys coming back.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, in addition to giving Gambo a few more minutes to figure out the ins and the outs and the nuts and the bolts of this trade, obviously the big, big trade that shook up baseball kind of to its core over the weekend. A lot of debate, a lot of discussion, a lot about the LA Dodgers getting Tarek Skubal, and we'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming in August. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Love telling you about M-Drive, the daily supplement I take every single day to help me get through my workouts. I'm a big believer in M-Drive. You can find it at Sprouts, but you can also go online and get it. I've been taking M-Drive for well over a decade. Every single day, it's a great product that I believe in. Look, after 40, you start noticing changes. Energy isn't the same. Recovery takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of guys. That's why M-Drive was created, designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. No hype, no shortcuts. I know the founder personally, and I've watched the company grow. It's an amazing company. It's an amazing product. And all you have to do is go online, mdriveformen.com, and put Gambo in the promo code for a discount. That's mdriveformen.com.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
On BritBox, your next hidden gem is right around the corner.
If you're going to be bold, here is the place to do it.
Get ready for Britain's most anticipated series, streaming exclusively on BritBox. Catch new seasons of favourites, including Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
You want someone to get murdered?
And the eagerly awaited new adaptation of Agatha Christie's iconic detective duo, Tommy and Tuppence.
Do you think we're actually really good at this?
Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Watch with a free trial.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later. Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up. Just what I needed. Real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what's trending now. On this MLB trade deadline day, we're now 30 minutes past the actual deadline, so everything is now past tense. But the Diamondbacks did make a move before that buzzer rang. Lars Nootbaar, a left-handed hitting outfielder, comes via the St. Louis Cardinals. He has one additional year of control after this season before becoming an unrestricted free agent in 2028. Our John Gambadoro is reporting the return to St. Louis is headlined by right-handed pitcher Daniel Egan, who is Arizona's number 5 prospect of their top 30, that per MLB Pipeline. Across Major League Baseball, some other notable moves from today and this past weekend. Adley Rutschman going from the Orioles to the Red Sox. Luis Arraez going from San Francisco to Philadelphia. Freddie Peralta became a Tampa Bay Ray. And Luis Garcia Jr. pinstriping up, I guess I should say, for that team in New York. Diamondbacks also in action tonight. They start a 4-game series at home against the Padres. This series pivotal. The Padres nipping at the heels of the D-backs in the wild card race. Padres, they also added today. They got old friend Robbie Ray and right-hander Casey Mize, so they bolstered a rotation as well. A chance that we see one or both of them this week. They won't be pitching tonight. It'll be Brandon Pfaadt against fellow right-hander Michael King. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. Is Jeremiah Love enough to get Cardinals fans excited about the 2026 season? We're talking football tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Good conversation with Jeremiah Love moments ago. If you didn't get a chance to hear it, I would encourage you to go to the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports YouTube page, and when we get it posted, we'll let you know, because he was a lot of fun to talk to, no doubt about that. He and Darius Robinson, two really good interviews from today. Gambo has exited stage left. He got a phone call with the trade deadline, kind of putting up the finishing touches on the Lars Nootbaar deal, which as of the end of the trade deadline is the only deal the Arizona Diamondbacks made at the buzzer, and it came right at the very end with about 10 minutes to go before the deadline. An outfielder who can play all 3 outfield positions if need be, and he gets acquired by the Diamondbacks in a deadline-beating deal. Career slash line 241, 340 on base, 402 slug. Does walk a lot, doesn't chase a whole lot. He can play pretty much everywhere in the outfield you want. He's under team control through 2027. The price seems pretty high. Daniel Egan, a highly thought-of prospect in the Diamondback system. They're number 5 overall. And I'd imagine the phone call Gambo is on right now is to see what else was involved, because there was more. So I know Mitch is back there in the studio, and as soon as Gambo pops back in and is ready to pop back on, Mitch will let me know, and we can go from there. Just kind of going around the trade deadline today. And as I mentioned, Okay, he's back. Gambo, you're back in studio. What were you able to find out?
Yes.
Okay, what do you got?
The other player is Sandro Santana. He is a left-handed reliever in their system. And I'm just getting this information now. I just got off the phone, and that is the other player. So I'm going to put that out there. There is so 3 players in the deal. One is a player to be named later. If you want to look it up, I don't know much about him. I think it's Sandro Santana. Mitch, if you want to look at that, see if I got the spelling right.
He is 26th out of D-backs top 30 on MLB Pipeline. Left-hander, currently with AA Amarillo, 21 years old.
Okay, Sandro, Sandro?
Yes.
Yeah, 26th ranked prospect in the Diamondback system.
Okay.
Yeah, left-handed pitcher, 21 years old, as Mitch mentioned, in AA right now. So he's the other player involved in this?
Yes. Okay. Yes, and there will be a player to be named later.
There'll be another one in addition to these 2.
Yes, they paid a very hefty price.
Whew. Boy, so much for the prices going down at the deadline.
Yes.
Apparently they didn't.
Yes.
Daniel Egan in 20 starts for Amarillo as well. 5-8 with a 4.95 ERA so far this season, but again considered one of the top prospects. So I was going to go ahead.
I will tell you. Apologies, but I had to break away and get this call that just came in. They really desperately tried to get a starting pitcher. They tried really hard right up until the deadline. First base as a whole, they tried to address that too. They were trying. It's just it is what it is. First base. Lars Nootbaar they had a problem. They needed a left-handed bat. Because he has control, the price was high. They gave up a lot. Egan's a big-time prospect in the organization. But Nootbaar is a good left-handed bat. They needed a left-handed bat desperately to help them. He's going to play against some righties. I mean, all righties, and then some lefties, Bernsey. They expect that he will, against certain lefties, he will play.
His numbers are pretty rough against the lefties this year.
Yes. So, Egan, Sandro Santana, and a player to be named later for Lars Nootbaar and control of him for next year as well. They didn't get a starting pitcher, but they worked right up until the deadline to get one. And they got close. We can speculate on who that was. Was it Mize or Detmers? Or I'm going to have to see who else the last 30 minutes or so.
Detmers didn't go anywhere. I would speculate it was Casey Mize, just because of the last minute he went to the San Diego Padres. And based off of your reporting over the course of the weekend and the fact that he was on one of your lists, they were obviously very interested in Casey Mize. So I'm going to guess Casey Mize was probably a guy they were in on at the last possible minute. He ends up going. So it's kind of doubly harmful because not only did you not get Casey Mize, I don't know if Casey Mize is going to end up being any good or not. There have been reports of diminished velocity with him over his last several starts. But not only did you not.
I talked to the Tigers. It wasn't an issue. It was he had cramping. One day he had cramping issues. The velocity went down to 91. The next game he was 95 again.
Okay.
So it was just a one-game thing. People were all speculating. I actually spoke to the Tigers, and it wasn't an issue because the next day he was at 95.
Yeah, but at this point, I would root for diminished velocity and a Casey Mize because not only did you not get him, he just went to the San Diego Padres. So I find this concerning. I find it concerning the San Diego Padres got 2 starters. I find it concerning the Chicago Cubs added heavily to their starting rotation. I find it concerning the Pittsburgh Pirates added not 1, not 2, but 3 relievers to go in their bullpen, which has struggled so badly. I find it concerning that the Philadelphia Phillies added a bat and a left-handed reliever. I think we can argue whether the Diamondbacks did enough, but to me there's no argument that relative to everybody else in the National League and who they're competing with, they didn't do enough. And they better hope that these players that are coming back from injury are ready to go and don't need that much time to acclimate and can stay healthy when they got here, because they are banking a lot of their success on those players being successful when they come back. It's a big risk, in my opinion.
Yeah,
it's a big risk.
They are, and they knew that was going to be the case. There were limited funds financially. They spent a lot of their money before the season started on a payroll. Unfortunately for them, they've got about $100 million on the payroll, on the roster right now, and well over $100 million on the injured list. It sucks. It is what it is. A lot of these players are coming back. They knew going into the trade deadline that they were going to rely heavily on those players come back. If they all come back and they all perform, everybody's going to feel great. And if they come back and they don't perform, you're going to feel like crap. So a lot is riding on Lawler and Burns and Martinez and Nelson and Soroka, these guys coming back and being able to perform. If they do come back and perform, they might be in really good shape. If they don't, then, who knows? Nootbaar will help them, but they paid a hefty price. Like, they gave up one of their better starting pitching prospects to get him. Now, he does have control, and they weren't willing to give up any of their top prospects unless they got a guy back that had control, and they do get that with Nootbaar. Again, they did try to add a starting pitcher right up until the last minute, and it just didn't go through.
An autographed Larry Fitzgerald football could be yours. The countdown to Canton Championship round is here. Vote for the greatest Fitz moment of all time through August 6th, and if you haven't voted yet, it's never too late. Text the word FITZ to 620-620 for the link to the bracket. Who is the enemy? The Cleveland Guardians or Tim Tawa? We'll get into the scuttlebutt next on Burns and Gambo.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Let's go! Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, and 98.7 FM.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union, and one of the main reasons why I'm very happy to be a member of Global Credit Union, while I have a checking account, a savings account, a loan through Global Credit Union, one of the real reasons I'm happy to be with them is the customer service that I got a couple of weekends ago when I was out of town, had a little bit of a money concern, a little bit of money issue. I don't know, concern is the right word. Basically, I had some questions that I needed answers on, and I wasn't really going to, my mind wasn't going to get quiet until I got some answers. So I called the bank, and of course I got a recording and a message that told me that they were going to be open at 8 a.m. Eastern time on Monday. I called Global Credit Union, and I was able to speak to somebody on a Saturday afternoon who answered all my questions and made me feel better about everything. You see, that is the cool part about 24/7, 365 live U.S.-based representation and customer service. It's always there when you need it, and that's what I loved about my experience with Global Credit Union. Explore becoming a member. Joining is super simple. Sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches to experience it for yourself. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
The D-backs host the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field for a weekend series starting Friday, August 7th. Get your tickets for the matchup now at dbacks.com.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Here to pick up your little camper, too?
Yeah.
Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
Wow, that's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh. That was our little secret.
What's that?
Okay, see that brand new Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
It feels like I got away with something. I only paid...
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the Hyundai you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Come on, Katie. We're taking the scenic route to the dealership.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, going on now.
Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days or $3,000 customer cash on the Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end August 3rd. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Dan Bickley here for Walt's TV and Appliance, where you'll find everything you need to take your viewing experience to the next level. Great selection, inventory you won't find anywhere else, super knowledgeable staff, and great pricing just like you'd get from the big box stores, but with 10 times the service. And if you really want the hookup, head on down to Walt's off the I-10 in Warner and ask for my guy Bear. You will not be disappointed. Online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Diamondbacks with a huge series against the Padres. How did they fare in the opener? That and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Payoff way outside, a curveball to the screen. Vargas will go to third on the walk to Carroll. And now they're going to stop play. And I think that's a safety issue at this point. It totally makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see it cooling up. You got to get something on there to cover it up. I think they were trying to get through that inning, and that last pitch, I think. Oh.
And now Stephen Vogt is screaming at Torey Lavello. Torey's coming out of the dugout. Vogt being held back by the umpires. He's trying to say something to Vargas. These are two guys that have a lot of respect for each other. Vogt played for Lavello. Ruthless Odor now pointing his finger at Diamondbacks coaches as well. Stephen Vogt in Torey's face. Ruthless Odor pointing at Jeff Bannister. And Banny's not taking it. And Banny's got his head cocked as he shouts at Odor, who's having to be held back. Lance Barksdale trying to calm everybody down. They're all standing at the home plate circle, and the tarp is coming on the field, and nobody's moving.
That was the best part about yesterday, I swear to God.
Fight!
Was that what broke that fight up?
Yeah.
Was the grounds crew trying to get the tarp on the field.
Right.
Like, hey, by the way,
you guys got to move.
Hey, you guys, this is all cute and all, boys will be boys and all of this garbage.
This is our time.
This is our time.
This is what we do.
And you need to move so we can cover up home plate so there's a chance that we're not playing in a mud bog in an hour and a half when this rain delay is over. Oh, boy, the Tim Tawas bunt attempt yesterday to break up a perfect game in the sixth inning.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Let's have a conversation about it because it was kind of silly, I thought, but okay.
Yeah, it's just it really is an old school versus new school philosophy and a way of thinking. You just the way I grew up in baseball and you too, you just don't do that. You don't bunt to break up a perfect game. Something special is going on. You don't lay down a bunt. It's a perfect game in the sixth inning. Now, look.
It's the sixth inning.
It's the sixth inning.
It's the sixth inning.
Yeah, what? It wasn't the third inning. It was the sixth inning. More than halfway point of the game.
Barely. That was out number 16. At that point, Williams had gotten 15 outs. That was out number 16. There's 27 outs in a baseball game.
So you're okay with him bunting?
Oh, God, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm not.
Absolutely.
I'm not. I don't think you do that.
And I appreciate you throwing me into the old school category. I really do, because I'd like to think that I am old school. I think there's two reasons that this is ridiculous. Reason number one is it happened in the sixth inning. It happened at the top of the sixth inning. There's so much game left to worry about whether you're violating some sacrosanct rule of Major League Baseball. Number two, Gambo, he didn't get the bunt down. He didn't get – if he had successfully broken up a perfect game, even then I don't think it's worth losing your mind over. He didn't get the bunt down. He broke it up with a clean signal. Let's just everybody calm down and move on with our lives, you know?
After the game was over, my wife was like, I'm on Tower's side. We were watching the game. And she was like, I'm on Tower's side. I don't understand why everybody's upset that he tried to lay down a bunt. And my kid who plays high school baseball was like, look, you just don't do that. Like, we know you don't do that. So we had this huge debate in our family. So I'm like, all right. So as the game's going on, I hate to do this name-dropping thing, but I talked to Randy Johnson, Kurt Schilling, Luis Gonzalez, who are all like, you don't do that.
Of course. I'm sure they were.
You don't do that. You don't bunt. Gonzo, Schilling, Randy, you just don't. You don't. Again, that's old school. That's how I grew up. That's how they grew up. Different rules, different strokes for different folks, right? Today's generation may not think much of it, and that's okay. That's okay. Times change. The way I grew up is that you don't do that. Now, maybe you're more, a little, you could cater more to both sides of the spectrum here, the younger crowd and the older crowd. I'm more in the, God, you're not supposed to do that, Tim. It's the sixth inning. You can't lay down a bunt to break up a perfect game. Come on.
Yeah, I think the key factor here is the fact that it was the sixth inning. That's just not – when Ben Davis bunted to break up a perfect game against Kurt Schilling back in the day, that was in the eighth inning. All right, that to me it's just different. It's different when Gavin Williams was nowhere near a perfect game yesterday. He was never going to get it. His pitch count was in the 80s. First of all, the rain would have prevented him from getting it anyway because they wouldn't have rolled him back out there.
But you didn't know that when he tried to lay down the bunt.
You didn't. But in retrospect, he was even then his pitch count was still at 80 and probably wasn't going to have a real shot at it. To me, Gambo, I really do. I'm not – yes, I pride myself in my ability to see both sides of an issue and see it both ways. I think the key thing here is the sixth inning. I just think on out number 16 of 27 to go, you're nowhere near a perfect game. You're not breaking up anything. You're trying to get a base runner because it's a 5-0 game in a game you're still trying to win. You're telling me that Tim Tawa's priority should have been Gavin Williams' perfect game over giving the Diamondbacks a chance to win that baseball game.
No, I think his priority is to get a base hit, and he did. Well, he got a base hit. He singled. I just wouldn't have done it via the bunt. I would have taken that out. I would have liked that.
I just think in the sixth inning, his priority is to get on base because that game is still winnable. And in the eighth inning, I think a 5-0 game, that game isn't winnable, and you're going to lose. And at that point, you should just swing away and do your best to get on. But I think in the sixth of a 5-0 game, man, you need base runners. You're trying to win. I don't care about Gavin Williams' perfect game. I don't care about it. I'm trying to win some baseball games.
Listen again, and there are unwritten rules in baseball. There are just unwritten rules, and even my wife, well, where are these rules? They're just unwritten. Like,
did you tell her to Google them?
I said they're just like there are rules in sports that you just you just know them. You just kind of know the. So I don't like what he did. I understand that there's a lot of people that think it's okay and it's not a problem. It's not an issue. And, again, you're entitled to your opinion. I'm entitled to mine. And when it comes to an unwritten rule, there might be a little bit of a gray area. But, again, I mean, I just don't think that that's how you get the base hit. Imagine if he got through that inning in 5 pitches, and then he got through the next inning in 10 pitches. I mean, you can never say never, right? You can never say never. You don't want the only hit of the game to be a bunt signal. Now, it didn't work out that way, but just let's pretend that he was able to get through the next 2 innings and then he was pitching. He was pitching great. They couldn't hit him.
Yeah,
he was striking everybody out. You don't want the only hit of the game to be a bunt single in the 6th inning.
But again, we don't have to pretend because the only hit of the game wasn't a bunt single. It was a single. Again, we're talking about a bunt attempt.
They took exception to it.
We're not even talking about a successful bunt.
Mm-hmm.
I can even understand this argument a little bit more if he had bunted for a base hit. He failed. He didn't even and so the catcher confronted him and the shortstop confronted him and
the coaches
and the third base coach was all upset. It wasn't a hit. He got on with an actual hit. So again, it's kind of like what are we yelling about? You know, like, well,
they're yelling about the fact that you even attempted to lay down a bunt right there, and they don't like it.
Torrey, after the game, as you would expect, defended his guy.
Yeah, not even close for me. And I'm totally fine with him bunting in the 6th inning of a game. And, you know, I told Voter, I've had this discussion with Stephen Vogt before when he was in our dugout as a player. You know, I play it clean for 6, and you can do basically anything in between the white lines for 6 innings. And then after that, you got to be careful. It's either black or white for me. I don't like gray stuff. So Timmy asked if he could bunt. We all checked off on it, said absolutely. And they clearly took exception to that.
And that was that. And Tawa checked, and Torrey's like, yep, go for it, because it's not like Tim Tawa never bunts. He bunts all the time. So it's like you say, it's a new way of looking at it. It's an old way of looking at it. I'm sure if the Diamondbacks were on the other side of the equation and Merrill Kelly had a perfect inning and he was leading off the 6th and somebody tried to bunt against him, I'm sure there'd be a couple people on the Diamondbacks who'd be upset if the shoe were on the other foot.
Merrill Kelly's got a perfect game in his 6th inning and they try to bunt. Yes.
I'm sure there would. You take this argument and you use it to fit your side of whichever side of the story you want to tell. You use it to fit that side of the story. I think the whole. I just think it was silly. I don't know. I looked at it. I saw the hubbub about it, and I thought it was really just a silly thing that everybody was getting upset about. And my hope is that we're not talking about it much longer, because the unwritten rules thing is just like, it's so different to everybody. Every single person has their own interpretation of unwritten rules in Major League Baseball.
Yes. Yeah. And again, it is what it is. I think that as in 25 years, there'll be much less people on my side and a lot more people on your side.
Yeah, maybe.
In the next 10 years, as we all die off, as my group dies off, there's going to be a lot of people that will be like, yes, I think it's fine.
Chance the Rapper is bringing the Coloring Book 10-year anniversary tour to Arizona Financial Theater on September 16th, and we've got your tickets. Text the word CHANCE to 620-620 or head to our contest page to enter for your chance to win. Time to hit the reset button. Trade deadline in baseball, NFL news, so much more with Lauren. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovullo, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slash prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
All right, I want to talk to you about something that has nothing to do with sports, but might be the most important thing you hear today. Heart disease is the #1 killer in this country. #1, not even close. And here is the thing that gets me. Most people have no idea there's a problem until something happens. A heart attack, a stroke, a trip to the ER. That's how they find out. Lifeguard imaging can change that. They do a heart scan that takes minutes. You're in, you're out, no needles, no fasting, nothing invasive, and it shows you exactly what is going on with your heart, calcium buildup, blockages, stuff you cannot feel but absolutely need to know about. Now, You walk into Lifeguard Imaging today, you're going to pay $600 for this image. $600. And it's worth every penny, right? Because what's the alternative? But right now, for the first 10 callers at this number, we'll give you the heart scan for $99. $99. That's a saving of over $500. $99, you get the heart scan at Lifeguard Imaging. Here's your number. Call 602-755-5003. It's only the first 10 callers. Get it for $99. 602-755-5003.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey, tired of not being able to smile at family gatherings or while taking pictures? Aria Dental All-on-4 Dental Implant Treatment is for you. You can have a new set of brand new beautiful teeth in 24 hours after surgery. The All-on-4 will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. Dr. Joe, he's so cool. 20 years of dental implant experience and surgeries. He trains and lectures all over the world, all about dental implants, and he lives right here in Phoenix. Aria will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers. They're locally owned and they pass the savings on to their patients. If you want a beautiful new set of teeth and overall improve the quality of your life, go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. There's a free consultation if you mention me. That's Aria, ARIA, DentalImplantCenter.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what's trending now. Happy MLB trade deadline day. We are now an hour removed from said deadline. Teams are playing baseball right now, so none of the front offices are busy. We're done. Diamondbacks did make a move. They acquired Lars Nootbaar, left-handed hitting outfielder who comes via the St. Louis Cardinals. He has one additional year of control after the season before becoming an unrestricted free agent in 2028. Arjon Gambadoro's reporting the return to the Cardinals is headlined by right-handed pitcher Daniel Egan, who is Arizona's number 5 prospect per MLB Pipeline. Also includes lefty Sandro Santana, as well as a player to be named later. Diamondbacks, speaking of teams in action, I'm looking up at the television. I see Adrian Del Castillo is getting batting cage reps in right now. They're getting set for a pivotal 4-game set against the Padres tonight. Padres, they also added today. They got old friend Robbie Ray and right-hander Casey Mize. So a formidable rotation has now gotten a bit stronger. Chance we see one or both of them this week. We won't see either tonight. Tonight's pitching matchup is Brandon Pfaadt against fellow right-hander Michael King. First pitch will be at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. And for everything else going on in sports, 4 o'clock reset up next here on Burns and Gamble.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gamble, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time here at the Burns and Gambo Show, halfway home on this Monday afternoon. Half of us at the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. That's where you can find Gambo, and that's where you can find Mitch out here at Arizona Cardinals training camp for our final Cardinals training camp show. We are joined by Lauren Koval, who's got our 4 o'clock reset. Lauren, take it away.
All right, I'm going to attempt to stall long enough for Gambo to be able to hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Perfect. Then I stalled long enough.
We're watching you back here on the feed, and you look a
Mitch
little.
was running in to help me. I don't know what if I these days are very stressful for me. These days are that's why I'm here and you're there. They're very, very stressful days. Very stressful.
You're right. You need a Coke.
No,
do you need a something out of the vending machine to settle your nerves? You
got an RC Cola?
You want to go meditate in the back room for like 5 minutes? Take a moment and kind of get present.
It's weeks leading up to this to give out all the information, and we were the first to report that Egan was in the deal, first to report that Sandro Santana was in the deal and a play to be named. We had Newtbar 5 hours ago that Newtbar was on their list. I'll take a little Bob Ross. I'm just saying it's stressful and it's hard to do this. It's very stressful. Most people just rely on national guys to cover sports. We try to break it here for us.
Take a deep breath.
Bob Ross. Give me a couple happy little trees.
Happy
and
tree
stuff like
and a
that.
cloud, a nice little cloud. It's your world, Gambo. You can do whatever you want with it. Lauren,
Good night, everybody.
You've got some.
Not that world.
You've got some top stories for us here. Set to the music of Bob Ross.
Yes, just what everybody wants to hear in the 4 o'clock reset. All right, well, we'll start with some NFL news first because Burnsy and I are looking at an open portion of practice for the Arizona Cardinals. It is game week for them as well. Darius Robinson and Jeremiah Love joined the show earlier today as well. You can listen to those interviews now on ArizonaSports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. But let's start with some running backs news because the first depth chart of the season has come out and it lists Jeremiah Love as RB2 directly after Tyler Algier.
Make him earn it. He's going to end up as running back 1, I believe. I'd be shocked if he's not. He's the 3rd pick in the draft. You didn't draft him to be a backup running back. I can't, I think this is just make him earn it. And he will. He'll earn it over time.
Yeah, I think they're going to split carries this year. I don't know how the split's going to work. Is it going to be 60-40, 70-30, 50-50? I have no idea. But to think that it's going to, that some piece of paper on August 2nd is going to dictate who the RB1 and who the RB2 is, absolutely not. It's going to be a split, though, and I think fans do need to be prepared for the idea that it's and he just said it himself when he was sitting in the chair that Lauren's in right now. That's Tyler Algier. We're going to share carries. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
LaFleur also provided an update on Trey Benson, saying he experienced, quote, a flare-up with his surgically repaired knee, and the team is being extremely cautious with the running back moving forward.
He also said he'll announce tomorrow who's going to play against the Carolina Panthers, and he does expect Josh Sweat on the field in Week 1. Josh Sweat, Gambo, big international man of mystery around here for Arizona Cardinals training camp. Still on the PUP list, and everyone's trying to figure out when is he going to be back.
That's a player they cannot afford to do without. They better be right that he's on the field Week 1. They don't have anybody like him. I know you spoke with Darius Robinson, and we're all hopeful, and he's off to a good start. They don't have a Josh Sweat on the roster that we know of unless somebody turns into one. They need that guy to get right.
Just did a quick scan of the field out here, not seeing Josh Sweat.
No?
Out right now. No.
Okay.
All right, and a little bit of general NFL news. The Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs on his hold-in so far. He's missed 5 practices and said to reporters, quote, "Time will tell when I return to the field."
Oh, somebody wants some more money, Gambo. Maybe
you don't have David Montgomery anymore, suckers. Montgomery's not here. It's me or nothing.
Yeah, somebody had said, I think it was Calvisi when he was filling in last week, he had said, I wonder if the Jeremiah Love contract has kind of reset the bar for some of these running backs, whether it's Bijan Robinson. Is he still holding in too? He hasn't.
No.
No?
No.
He's not.
He's there.
He's there. Okay.
Yes.
But Jahmyr Gibbs, are they holding out for more money because the new bar that's been set by Jeremiah Love? I don't know. It's worth thinking about.
Not a bad idea. We should think about holding in.
You can. I'm good. I'm happy.
You sure?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not going with you on that one. It's all you.
Just be a gamble.
Learn how to push a button first. How about that?
Gambo, he got you there.
Learn how to push a button, and then maybe you can stage a hold-in.
Wow. I'm here, but I'm not speaking.
Okay, the silent treatment now. You and 7-year-old
That's good for a
boys.
radio
That's
show,
good.
yes.
All right. We'll move on to MLB news because the Arizona Diamondbacks have agreed to a trade. The only one of the day. Outfielder Lars Nootbaar from the St. Louis Cardinals is headed on over to the D-backs. The deal includes starting pitching prospect Daniel Egan and Sandro Santana, a left-handed reliever, and a player to be named later. A few stats on Santana. He has a 2.14 ERA, 70 strikeouts in just over 46 innings pitched, split between High A Hillsboro and Double A Amarillo.
A lot of people are not happy. They feel like this is one of their best relievers. Those strikeout numbers are incredible. Part of the word I got, Egan, Santana, and a player to be named later. I couldn't figure out who the Santana was. I knew they had a Ruben Santana. Initially, I put Ruben Santana, but they let him go a couple weeks ago, and then I was able to find out that it was Sandro Santana, left-handed relief pitcher, Double A. Look, the price was high. They gave up a lot to get Nootbaar. He does have control, so you've got him for next year. He's a good player, but like you gave up one of your best pitching prospects as a starter, and you gave up a really good relief prospect, and there is a player to be named later. It's going to be in the deal. I don't know who that is, but it was a lot. I mean, it was a lot to get. The prices. I don't think the price came down that much.
No.
I think St. Louis is like, if you want him, here's what we want. And if you don't want him, it's fine. We'll keep him because he's under control next year.
No, I think you're right. I was expecting the prices to come down more, too, and they didn't. Don't get me wrong. I like Lars Nootbaar as a player. I really, really do. I don't, and I think he's going to help because he does address some of the things that they were weak at. I don't like that he's an outfielder, not a first baseman. I do think there was a real argument to be made for them to add a starting pitcher as well. The cost did seem very, very high, but mostly I just think compared to everybody else in the wild card race, the Diamondbacks did so little, and everybody else, it feels like they did a lot. This one's going to be a tough sell for the fan base. I hope it's not a tough sell for the clubhouse. I hope we can be disappointed in what they did. I hope they're not disappointed in what they did because it does seem like a very light return for the D-backs at the deadline.
I don't think listen, I think there are guys that maybe thought they were going to get traded that are relieved right now, but I don't know that you're sitting there jumping for joy like you did. You know, you see what everybody else did, and then you see what the Diamondbacks did. And look, let's just cut to the chase and be honest here. Everybody else did more than you.
Yeah.
So I don't know that you're sitting there as a Diamondback player and jump like, wow, look what we did. Like you're like, okay, these other teams did a lot more than us. Like, is that all we're doing? That was all they did. They did try to get a starting pitcher. It just did not come through at the end.
And that's what Mike Hazen just said a few moments ago at his media availability. He was disappointed that they couldn't make it work with a starting pitcher. Also, he announced that Zach Gallen's been moved to the 60-day IL as well. And we'll wrap up this reset with some WNBA news because the Phoenix Mercury landed Kelsey Plum over the weekend. She's a free agent after this season. She will make her debut tonight for the Mercury against the Chicago Sky.
Gambo, have you ever seen the video of Kelsey Plum's T-shirt toss when she was with
threw
San
into
Antonio?
like the upper deck. It was unbelievable. She lefty. She looked like she was a quarterback in the NFL.
She had one of the finest throwing forms I think I've ever seen in my entire. It was literally picture perfect on how to throw anything. She's also one of the best players in the WNBA, and you gotta love Matt Ishbia and the Sun/Mercury organization, man. Just screw them picks. We don't care. Here's a first-round pick. Here's a second-round pick. We're going to sign a player who's a free agent at the end of the season and hope that she'll re-sign. I'm assuming they believe that she will re-sign with them.
Gave up a first-round pick, yeah.
But they really just do not believe in hanging on to those first-round picks over there with the Suns or the Mercury.
I think we have Josh Bartlestein in studio tomorrow.
We do.
Tomorrow
we'll ask
at
him.
3 p.m. He will join you guys for two segments.
Yeah, we'll ask Kelsey Plum, free agent after the year. And the Mercury are out of it right now, right? They're not in a playoff spot.
There's still time to go, but the time is running out for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got to make a move pretty quickly here. So it's a pretty bold move for them, given where they are.
And with that, that's 4 o'clock reset.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
Let's see if it pays off when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports. After I remind you about an autographed Larry Fitzgerald football. Could be yours. The countdown to Canton Championship round is here. Vote for the greatest Fitz moment of all time through August 6th. And if you haven't voted yet, it's never too late. Text the word fits to 620-620 for a link to the bracket. Again, that's FITZ. The trade deadline has passed. Our reaction to what the Diamondbacks did and did not do next on Burns and Gambo.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise and the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Murray to Fitz on the far side, caught at the 45, and number 2 takes it to the 36. Larry Fitzgerald moves past Tony Gonzalez, number 2 all-time on the NFL receptions list.
Larry Fitzgerald, number 2 all-time. Unbelievable. And what did he do? Spotted the ball for the referees, spotted it, and went out and stood the slot.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Canton.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there is a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Ken Goodrich with Gettle. We once got a call from two neighbors yelling at each other over a shared wall. We got there fast, isolated the leak, repaired the pipe, and calmed down a suburban standoff before it turned into full-blown neighborhood warfare. At Gettle, We do things the right way, not the easy way. So we don't just fix the pipes, we keep the peace. Because burst pipes bring stress, and we bring solutions. Gettle, Goettl, will fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Tuesday morning as we recap what the Diamondbacks do or don't do at the trade deadline. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back, Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports. Gambo back in the casino, Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios so that he could handle the responsibilities of trade deadline today. Good job, Gambo, with the news that you broke when it came to all of that, because I know it was a busy day, and as we've been joking, a very stressful day for you, but you navigated the choppy waters well, my friend.
Yeah, happy that over the weekend we ruled out a lot of players, Arias and Peralta and Garcia Jr. that people were asking about, and then this morning, 6 hours ago, we put out a list of 5 guys, a sort of Gambo 5 that we believe that they were interested in, and one of them was Lars Nootbaar. They got him. It was the only deal they made. I think more than anything is that our show, me and you, have been kind of warning everybody for a couple of weeks now that they weren't going to do very much, and we laid out all the reasons why, and I know people are attacking me on social media for that. I'm like, I have nothing to do with it. I'm not making the trades. I'm just telling you. They weren't gonna do very much. They were they were just gonna rely more on the players that are coming back, and that was it. We just kind of told you what we knew, and that's how it played out. They're gonna rely much more on the players coming back. They did add Lars Nootbaar, but at a very, very hefty price. They gave up a lot.
Yeah.
Gave up a lot to get Lars Nootbaar.
Daniel Egan is the number 5 prospect in the system, highly thought of. I mean, not like a top 100 sense across baseball. He's certainly not that, but he's top 5 in the Diamondback system. And then the other reliever they gave up, he's young, and he's still a ways away. He's split his time between A-ball and double-A ball. But the strikeout numbers, the ERA, it's been very, very impressive for him so far. So he becomes immediately kind of a prospect to watch. Yeah, look, I mean, certainly nobody should be taking it out on you. It's not your fault, but I will add my voice to the frustrated masses. I fully expected them to not do much.
Right.
I expected them to do more than this. I especially when it was really clear that everybody around them was doing more than they were, and there's always a little bit of a keeping up with the Joneses. I think it's directly frustrating to see the Padres doing as much as they did, the Cubs doing as much as they did, the Pirates, the Phillies, all doing as much as they did. I think relative to everybody else in the wild card race, I think it is safe to say the Arizona Diamondbacks did not make nearly the impact on their roster at the trade deadline as just about everybody else they're competing with. And I think if you're a fan and you feel frustrated over that, I think you're allowed to feel that way. I feel that way. And I honestly, Lauren's working on the cuts from Mike Hazen. I think he's disappointed they didn't come away with more.
He is.
I saw part of his press conference, and he seems pretty frustrated that they weren't able to do anything else other than Lars Nootbaar.
Yeah, no, he is. I mean, I spoke with Mike briefly, and I think they're very upset that they didn't get a starting pitcher. They tried. They got close to adding a starting pitcher, and they weren't able to do it. So I know that there's a lot of frustration there that they didn't get that done because that's something that they wanted. They wanted to add a starting pitcher. And if they would have came away with a starting pitcher and a left-handed bat and they still had a hole at first base, I think they could have lived with themselves. But I do think there's no question that they are disappointed that they were not able to land a starting pitcher because it is something that they really wanted to do. Listen, if you look at playoff odds yesterday and playoff odds today, the Padres going to jump, the Phillies going to jump, and the Diamondbacks might not. Are the Diamondbacks a better team today than they were yesterday? Yes. Lars Nootbaar gives them a left-handed bat that hits very well against righties. They needed that. They are better. They didn't give up any major league players, but other teams did more.
Yeah.
Other teams did more than Arizona did. And this season will very much come down to, I hate to say it, but this is the truth. How do the players coming back respond? If they can contribute and play well, they'll probably make the playoffs. And if they can't and they don't, they probably won't.
To your point, the Padres added Robbie Ray and Casey Mize. Mize was a name that you said the Diamondbacks were in on. The Braves added a left-handed reliever, Tyler Malley, outfielder Lane Thomas. The Cubs, very busy. Kevin Gausman, Clay Holmes. They added 5 different pitchers through a variety of deals.
I like what they did. Gausman's a big-time playoff guy. Like, he give me the ball. Go look at his playoff numbers. He's not having a great season, but he's a hard-nosed bulldog-type pitcher, and he'll take the ball in the playoffs and do well for you. I like him.
I totally agree. I think Gausman's good. I think Clay Holmes is a big addition for them. The Pirates get not 1, not 2, but 3 different relievers to help out their beleaguered bullpen, which we talked about last week. The Phillies get Luis Arraez. Maybe not exactly what they needed, but they've kind of shifted some things around.
Harper
with some
to the
players.
outfield.
Harper going to the outfield now to accommodate that so they can free up first base so that Arraez can stay at second base. Here's the Mike Hazen sound you were promised. How close were they to adding a pitcher today?
A lot. Very close. Multiple. We had some things just not go our way, and it didn't happen for us. So we took some runs at a lot of the pitchers. We made a lot of players available. It didn't happen for us.
And I wonder, part of this too is, and I'm queuing up one more cut here on why it didn't work out landing a starting pitcher. Here's one more from Mike.
Yeah, I don't know. We offered a lot. So all the way to the top of our farm system, et cetera. I had to draw the line on the major league team on some level. There were, some of those asks. Taking guys off the major league team comes with a bigger risk. Taking guys out of the bullpen, taking younger players off the team that we need. So from a prospect standpoint, I felt like we were very aggressive. I wish we were able to do more. Obviously, with the way the team has played, but that's the way it went.
I believe that the Diamondbacks only have a couple of players on the top 100 Major League Baseball prospect list.
You are correct.
I believe both of those guys are like in the second half of the top 50.
They're
as
in
well.
the 80s. DeMario Crisantes.
Yeah.
And I have to look and see who the other one is. But you are correct. They only have 2 in the top 100, and they're both in the 80s.
Yeah, you want to know why you couldn't get a deal across the finish line? Well, that's why.
Yep.
And you're not going to trade Wald. They didn't want to trade Waldschmidt. That was the big ask. Everybody asked for Waldschmidt. They didn't want to trade Waldschmidt. So that's the reason why. I mean, like the Yankees, like people are like, oh, why couldn't you get Luis Garcia? The Yankees gave up 2 guys to throw 100 miles an hour. And they gave up 4 pitchers for Garcia Jr. 2 of the guys throw 100 miles an hour. Like, why did they get him? They gave up 2 guys to throw 100. This game is trending towards power arms. Everybody wants guys to throw 100, not 91. So, the Diamondbacks are a little light on the prospect list right now. I think it hurt them today.
Kason Cunningham is the other. I was blanking on the name for a second, but Kason Cunningham, if you look at the MLB pipeline,
80s.
He's number 88. Demetrio Crisantes is number 85. That's
not good enough
that's
to
not
get
good.
it done.
And that is. I agree with you 100%. I think that is directly the problem they ran into. If they're not going to include Waldschmidt in a deal, and I understand the hesitancy not to do that, and I think that's who Mike was referring to in that soundbite just a second ago. If you're not going to do that, other teams just have better top-end prospects than you do, and I think that's what hurt them at the end of the day. We'll see what Lars Nootbaar is able to add. I like him. I like him as a player, but there's just so much pressure now on these 8 guys coming back. When they come back, how effective they can be when they come back, because you're putting an awful lot on the shoulders of injured players to be pretty good pretty quick, and that can be a really tough ask, Gambo. So I hope it works out. I hope it works out.
I mean, I think me and you will agree on this. It will ultimately determine whether they make the playoffs or not, the return of those players.
The other, I would agree 100%. The other big moves across Major League Baseball that did not include Tarek Skubal, there were some big ones, and as we talked about, a lot of them were in the National League. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
We've talked so much about this concept, okay, can the Cardinals surprise people? Mm-hmm. If they are going to surprise people, Bick, Walter Nolan needs to be healthy for the whole year. They need him in the middle of that defensive line. Yeah, I think he's that important.
I think so, too. I think the big question mark for this team in general is exactly what level is the defense going to play at.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi,
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
At Train, tough comes standard. But real strength isn't just muscle, it's knowing when to flex. HVAC units tough enough for the extremes, but smart enough to know what's next. We engineer for chaos, so your home always stays comfortable. Train, built strong, engineered smart. It's hard to stop a train.
Train is a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital and Champions of Hope, helping provide funding for the hospital's care, life-saving research, and families in need.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler craftsman at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, not with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm Mitch Veraldis, and here is what's trending now. The MLB trade deadline has since passed. Today was the last day teams could make trades league-wide, and the Diamondbacks did pull off at least one deal. Well, I should say they did pull off one deal. There's no at least, sorry. Lars Nootbaar, left-handed hitting outfielder, comes via the St. Louis Cardinals. He has 1 additional year of control after this year before he becomes an unrestricted free agent in 2028. The official return to St. Louis is headlined by right-handed pitcher Daniel Egan, who's Arizona's number 5 prospect per MLB Pipeline. Also includes left-hander Sandro Santana, as well as a player to be named later. To make room on the 40-man roster, Zach Gallen was transferred to the 60-day injured list. Across Major League Baseball, some other notable moves from today and this weekend. Adley Rutschman goes from the Orioles to the Red Sox. Luis Arraez goes from the Giants to the Phillies. Freddie Peralta is now headed to Tampa. And Luis Garcia Jr., as a matter of fact, on deck to make his Yankee debut in the Bronx. Diamondbacks also have a game tonight. They start a 4-game series at home against the Padres. Padres, by the way, also added today. They got 2 pitchers, old friend Robbie Ray, as well as right-hander Casey Mize. So a chance that we could see one or both of them this week. Tonight's pitching matchup, however, has Brandon Pfaadt against fellow right-hander Michael King. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by your Valley Hyundai dealers. The Hyundai Getaway Sales event is going on now. Get a deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Don't miss out. Get to your local Valley Hyundai dealer today.
D-backs Padres. Game 1 of 4 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Wrong microphone. It's been that kind of a day around here. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Burns and Gambo show here in Arizona Sports. Gambo's live from the Casino Arizona studios. I'm here at Cardinals training camp where the players are on the field. For what it's worth, one bit of news to pass along from camp practice today, and it is open to the public, so I do believe I'm allowed to be broadcasting this. Michael Wilson is not participating in today's practice, Gambo. He's in street clothes. I don't know if that's anything to worry about or not, or if it's just a scheduled day off for Michael Wilson, but he is not taking part in the festivities today. They've got a jog through tomorrow. And then I was reading Darren Urban this morning on azcardinals.com. They're going to have like a full padded practice on Wednesday and then get on a plane and fly to Canton for that game on Thursday night. Darren's like, I've been doing this for 27 years. I don't think I can recall ever a team doing a full padded practice and then getting on a plane and flying to their first game. Like, usually that's a real light walkthrough, take it easy, whatever. They're doing like a full practice before they go, for what it's worth.
Want to make sure they sleep on the plane.
I guess, right? That's one way to do
They'll
it.
wear you out.
I
don't want any noise. I want a quiet plane.
That is one way to do it.
Take a nap.
So the deadline come and gone. The deadline was at 3 o'clock today. Lars Nootbaar was the solo acquisition for the Diamondbacks, the left-handed hitting outfielder who can play all 3 spots. Quality at bat, really good against right-handed pitching, not so great against left-handed pitching, which is why I'm curious to hear you say he might get some looks against the lefties, because that's not his strength, but he might profile well to hit in this offense and hit at Chase Field. Around baseball, who kind of stood out to you as the team that you're worried about the most now in the wild card competition based off of who they added?
Well, I tell you, I know Lauren's right there. I love what they were able to do.
Chicago Cubs.
Yeah,
yes.
I do like what the Cubs were able to do. I guess the Phillies getting Arraez, I mean, he's such a good baseball player. He's having his best offensive season since 23. He's hitting .324, tops in the National League, second behind Yordan Alvarez. I think that's a big get for them. I really do. But I do like what the Cubs did. I told you I like Gaussman quite a bit. And then I think the Phillies getting Brooks Raley. The Diamondbacks did not have interest in him from what I was told, but they gave up a couple minor leaguers to go get a good left-handed relief pitcher who comes in handy. A lot of people are probably surprised the Diamondbacks weren't in on him because, again, if Garcia's going to close, that kind of hurts your ability to have that lefty, in the middle innings, and he would have gave you that guy. So I kind of like what the Phillies did, to be honest with you, out of all the teams. And you might say Padres, and I get that, but I think the Phillies really helped themselves.
Yeah, I think those are the 3 for me. And I think the Pirates, you could make an argument for them, given that. And we talked about this a lot last week when the D-backs played the Pirates. Their big weakness was the bullpen, and they went and added 3 arms in the bullpen. So truly, they're making a statement that they're not going to go away, that they decided to add. I only mentioned the Padres because look, Robbie Ray is Robbie Ray. He's fine.
And Casey Mize.
But I like Casey Mize. I was kind of hoping the Diamondbacks were going to go get Casey Mize. And now the Padres, I think for now, have kind of smoothed out the one of the rough parts of their team. And I think they got a little bit better. This 4-game series starting tonight at Chase Field is going to be enormous. I really like, quite honestly, the sacrifice everybody on the Phillies are making to get Luis Arraez, because you had said late last week that Luis Arraez is only playing second base. He doesn't want to move off second base. And so to accommodate that trade, Bryce Harper is going from first back into the outfield. Alec Boehm is moving over to first. Bryson Stott's moving around. Like they're all like, okay, fine, cool. We'll all now maybe that hurts them in the long run by moving everybody out of position, but they were so willing to add that bat, and their players are more than accommodating and moving around. I think that says something about their desire to win and their desire to compete. I think the three teams directly around the Diamondbacks in the wild card race all got better today. And that makes me concerned. That makes me a little nervous that they all got.
Yeah, I mean, the Phillies, they got a 3-time batting champ. They got bullpen help. They're going to move Harper to right field. Arraez wasn't exactly what they needed, but they kind of figured out a way to make it work, right? Okay, you're going to have to move Harper, and he was willing to do it. It's a good point. He wasn't exactly like they were looking, for something a little bit different, and they didn't get it. So they're going to, adjust, and they'll try to make it work with him because he's just such a good player. I think the Padres are better. I think the Phillies are better. I think the Cubs are better. I think the Pirates are better. I think these teams all made good moves to help themselves. I mean, the Pirates bullpen is going to be a lot better. I like Luke Weaver. I think that getting the help that they need is going to be a push for them. I think all those teams did better than the Diamondbacks. They did.
Yeah, they did.
They all did better than the Diamondbacks.
And you know why they did better? Because they did more. And I hate to make this a quantity thing or a numbers thing, but each of those teams added multiple players. And some of the need is debatable. Some of the need is not. The Chicago Cubs needed to go get starters. They got starters. The San Diego Padres needed to go get starters. They got starters. But I think there's a quantity element of it, too. And, again, I know we've said this over and over again. The Diamondbacks now have to hope that Jordan Lawler will be better than any player they could have gotten at the deadline. That
Corbin
Justin
Burns.
Martinez will be better than any player they could have gotten at the deadline. Corbin Burns, Ryan Nelson. I mean, any of these players who were Michael Soroka, who's probably going to be the first one back. I mean, I think the three, I'm guessing here, but the three that are probably on the fastest track to come back are Soroka,
Lawler,
J. Mart, and Jordan Lawler.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Those are the three on the fast track. Mm-hmm. Those are the three that I wouldn't be surprised in the next couple of weeks we see back. And if they prove to be up to the task, if Soroka slots right back in, if J. Mart they got to be careful with. He's had a lot of elbow surgeries, a lot of elbow issues. They're gonna have to take that one nice and slow. Jordan Lawler, man, you just have to see how he holds up. You just have to see, I don't know. I don't know how much trust and faith I want to put in Jordan Lawler, and I hate saying that about the kid, but just based off of the results we've seen so far, I don't know how long he can stay out there. I think the risk, Soroka, I feel fine about. Martinez are going to have to be careful about, and Lawler, how hard do they push knowing his history of injuries? That's where some of the risk is involved in counting on the guys coming back from injuries, right?
Yeah, I think the bullpen's starting to figure itself out. And, we talked about what they were going to do at the closer spot, and I said they're going to go with Garcia and Loaizaga. So far in the ninth inning, the two guys, they've gone with the Garcia and Loaizaga. I don't know where we are in the show sheet. We're going to have that Paul Sewell discussion at some point here, hopefully in the next hour and 15 minutes.
Yep.
But I think when J. Mart comes back, I think, listen, they had two guys here on the taxi squad ready to go in case they made a move. And, and those guys will probably get sent back to Reno now, but they were here and they were just hang out in the that's what that taxi squad is. It's not real, but you just hang out in a hotel and you wait for the call.
I'll tell you what. I'll make you a deal. We'll have that Paul Sewald conversation next. We were going to talk about Baker Mayfield. We can talk about Baker Mayfield another day and whether the Cardinals should take a look at him or not. Let's have the Paul Sewald conversation when we come back.
You drive that train, Burnsy.
He had another rough outing on Saturday night, and the question is just how many more of those does he have left in him for the Arizona Diamondbacks? That's coming up next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Let's go! Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, and 98.7 FM.
All right, I just heard from Eric at Lifeguard Imaging, and we are going to hold this to 10 people. We did it earlier. We'll do one more today for the first 10 people that call. I tell you every day about heart disease being the number one killer in this country. Number one, not even close. And here's the thing that gets me. We have somebody that we knew that had a heart attack, a young man in his 40s that had a heart attack just the other day. Scary, just working out in front of his kid. Terrible. Just terrible. And so, we deal with this on a regular basis. You probably know somebody that had a heart attack or a stroke, somebody that has heart disease. It's the number one killer out there. It's not even close. And Lifeguard Imaging can change that. A heart scan that takes minutes. You're in, you're out, no needles, no fasting, nothing invasive. It shows you exactly what is going on with your heart. I had a buddy of mine, my buddy Frankie, flew out all the way from New York to get the heart scan here. Why? Because it's a good price. Now, normally the price is $5.99, but for the first 10 callers, we're going to give it to you for $99. $99, you get a complete heart scan for you. You'll love it. You'll have all this information. You share with your doctor, and there's nothing better. Here's your number, 602-755-5003. That's 602-755-5003.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, tired of not being able to smile at family gatherings or while taking pictures? Aria Dental All-on-4 Dental Implant Treatment is for you. You can have a new set of brand new beautiful teeth in 24 hours after surgery. The All-on-4 will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. Dr. Joe, he's so cool. 20 years of dental implant experience and surgeries. He trains and lectures all over the world all about dental implants implants, and he lives right here in Phoenix. Aria will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers. They're locally owned and they pass the savings on to their patients. If you want a beautiful new set of teeth and overall improve the quality of your life, go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. There's a free consultation if you mention me. That's Aria, A-R-I-A, DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Did Brandon Pfaadt fight for his right to party against the Padres? We're reacting to his performance tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I hope nothing more than tomorrow we can unleash a little Pfaadt rock on the Valley based off of a good start for Brandon Pfaadt tonight, because they could use it. It was a great road trip for the Diamondbacks. Nothing but successful. 6-4. We'll all take that. That being said, this is a huge 4-game homestand that starts tonight against the San Diego Padres, and Pfaadt is on the bump. Now, have you heard if any of the new pitchers for the Padres will be starting in this series? Has anybody seen whether we're going to see Casey Mize or Robbie Ray in this 4-game series?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I will point out it's a bunch of TBAs for the Padres this series.
Okay.
A bunch.
I would guess you'd see one of them.
Right?
I know they're missing Skubal when the Dodgers come to town this weekend.
So they have King tonight. Tomorrow is TBD against Erod. And then I think the other 2 days are TBD as well. You have TBD Wednesday.
I don't know. I'll try to find out. What I do want to say, and I know you're talking about Pfaadt Rock, but we missed it on Friday. Friday was the 50-year anniversary of Blue Oyster Cult releasing Don't Fear the Reaper.
I think I saw that on your social media account.
50 years ago on Friday, BOC released Don't Fear the Reaper.
It's too bad we didn't have more of a show on Friday to be able to devote time to that. That's really
would have been
sad.
the whole show. We could have done the whole show should have been about that.
Paul Sewald on Saturday night didn't record a single out, gave up 5 earned runs. And you mentioned 2 Diamondback pitchers that have been put on the taxi squad, basically sitting around a hotel room waiting for the call-up.
Yes.
It's at this point, I have to wonder. I'll say the quiet part out loud here. I have to wonder if we're going to see Paul Sewald in a Diamondbacks jersey ever again after what we saw on Saturday.
I don't think he'll pitch for the Diamondbacks again.
Okay.
I don't think he'll pitch for the D-backs again. Obviously, he wasn't traded. The only game you could possibly pitch him in right now, I think, is if you're down 10-0 or 10-2, and you just need somebody to give you an inning. I don't know anything for sure. I had heard, like, if he did get designated for assignment, nobody picked him up, he could retire. He's 36 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He's had a good career. It's terrible what happened. Everybody loves him. The whole organization loves him. But he's just not getting anybody out. He's a good, great guy. We all hurt when he struggles. But I think if they do end up designating him for assignment, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up just retiring. 36 years old, just doesn't have it right now. Last couple of years, right, we've seen like two or three of the last 4 years just falling apart once you get to the middle of the season. 23 wasn't like that, but 24, 25. 25, he was hurt a little bit. And 24 and 26 especially, just falling apart late. I haven't heard they're going to designate him for assignment, but I would be surprised if he pitches again for the D-backs.
Yeah, it's just his last D-back stats and info pointed out over the weekend. His ERA over his last 6 outings, 19.5. I was following along on Saturday night. You're up 9-2, 10-2 by the time he made the game. It was the picture-perfect scenario to throw Paul Sewald out there and just kind of let him not experiment necessarily, but in a very, very low-leverage situation, just kind of see what it was that he had. And he gives up the homer to DeLauder, and then it's just batting practice. And he's just getting hit after hit after hit
Moonshots.
after hit. And Torrey, and all of a sudden that becomes a game, and now Ginkel comes in, and it's a bases-loaded situation, and nobody out, and he gives up the inherited runs, and it's a mess. Now the Diamondbacks gotten some insurance runs, and everything's fine, but the hope all along was that you could kind of rebuild Sewald into something that could be functional, and usable. And if he can't pitch in a 10-2 game, there really isn't a spot for him. And you're taking innings away from somebody else who could be more valuable. I just think it's important to point out with Paul that for as badly as things have ended, that for $1.5 million and for what he was able to accomplish for the first 3 months of the season, it was nothing short of extraordinary. And it might be one of the best stories for the Diamondbacks this year. It's going to have a really bad ending, but up until about 3 weeks ago, Paul Sewald's success and what he did to stabilize that bullpen was one of the best stories for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And I hope in their rush to push him out the door, Diamondback fans don't forget just how valuable it was to have an effective Paul Sewald finishing up these games in the ninth inning, because it was a nice luxury to enjoy. It really was for those 3 months.
A lot of people think it's just a confidence issue. I could be lip service. I don't know. This stuff looks flat. They're crushing it. Everything looks middle of the plate. He's not hitting any corners. I mean, that inning, 5 straight hits, for the home run by DeLauder, and then Manzardo single, Martinez single, Halpin single, Bazana single, bases loaded, and Ginkel's got to come in. His confidence is shot. He did a charity event today. You weren't going to get rid of him on the road trip in Cleveland. Like, they respect him enough to not do that. But I'd be surprised, like, in any close game, even like you can't pitch him in a game you're ahead 10-2.
No.
So it's basically the only option to pitch him right now is if you're down 8-0 and you just want somebody to pitch and you don't want it to be James McCann, or Ildemaro Vargas, and then you use Sewald. But I think to be honest with you, I think they're better suited getting an arm that can help them. You can't have a guy like that. You can't have a guy like that. So I don't think he makes it out. I think he will be designated for assignment because I don't think you can go the next 6 weeks of the season, 8 weeks of the season, with a guy that you can't pitch. You're better off with Burgos or Cabrera or somebody else that you have a little bit more faith in.
And I'll tell you something else, too. Part of what I wish they had done today, and this goes back to the Brooks Raley acquisition by the Phillies, a left-handed reliever that you had said the Diamondbacks weren't interested in.
They did not have interest in him.
And that's fine. That's cool. But a player like that would have been a really nice add at the deadline for the D-backs, because Brandon Garcia to be freed up full-time to be the closer is something I could really get behind. Like, he has looked
great,
really, really, really good in the role. And I think to make it work, they're going to need another lefty to allow Garcia to be the ninth inning guy. And without one, I don't know if they can. So that low-key, I think, was a minor disappointment about today as well for the Diamondbacks, is they didn't get a left-handed reliever so that they could just make Brandon Garcia the ninth inning guy. Because so far, he has shown a real proclivity for being able to finish out these games, Campo.
Yeah, and I like him in the ninth, and I think – and I know Lovella was non-committal as to what he was going to do, but I was told that they'll go Garcia and Loaizaga in the ninth. The problem with Loaizaga is he doesn't have great numbers against lefties.
No.
Like, he does not have great numbers against lefties. So if you've got to pitch him in a situation with a couple lefties coming up, Ryan Thompson does not do well against lefties. Like, they have a bunch of pitchers that don't fare well against left-handed batters. That's an issue for them.
Choose your response. The Arizona Diamondbacks are A, better, B, worse, C, the same, following the trade deadline. We'll give you our answer next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin, thanks to Skyrizi. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh, no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
I knew with this pregnancy something didn't feel right.
I was scared. I was scared a lot of the time because I just felt like no one heard me.
I'm glad I didn't stop at no. And I'm glad someone finally heard me. Someone finally listened to me.
Black women are more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications. Learn the warning signs and be the one to hear her concerns. Visit cdc.gov/hearher. It could help save her life.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision.
If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Veraldis, and here is what's trending now. Today was the MLB's trade deadline day, and the Arizona Diamondbacks did make one move. Lars Nootbaar, a left-handed hitting outfielder, comes via the St. Louis Cardinals. He has one additional year of control after this season before he becomes an unrestricted free agent in 2028. So this is not a rental. This is a rental plus, if you will. You get a year and a half of control. There you go. The return to the Cardinals is headlined by right-handed pitcher Daniel Egan, who's Arizona's number 5 prospect per MLB Pipeline. It also includes left-hander Sandro Santana, as well as a player to be named later. In a corresponding move, Zach Gallen has been transferred to the 60-day injured list in order to make space on the 40-man roster. Across Major League Baseball, some other notable moves that happened yesterday and today. Adley Rutschman going from the Orioles to the Red Sox. Luis Arraez is going to the Phillies via the Giants. Over the weekend, it was Freddie Peralta who was the latest to be moved. He becomes a Tampa Bay Ray. And Luis Garcia Jr., he's already made his debut in pinstripes, playing for the Yankees in the Bronx. Diamondbacks also have a game tonight. They start a 4-game set against the Padres, who also made a couple of additions today, bolstering their rotation, adding old friend Robbie Ray, as well as right-hander Casey Mize. Tonight's pitching matchup, we'll see Brandon Pfaadt go against fellow right-hander Michael King. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test today at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Diamondbacks with a huge series against the Padres. How did they fare in the opener? That and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back. 5 o'clock hour on the Burns and Gambo show on what has been a very, very busy day. If you're watching the show on YouTube, you'll notice we're in different locations. I'm out here at Cardinals training camp. Gambo is back in the Casino, Arizona, and Talking Stick Resort studios. Today's our last day at camp. Great interviews that will bring you some of the highlights of with Darius Robinson.
Last day of camp.
And Jeremiah. Well, last day for us to be at camp. Camp's almost done. Yeah, Jeremiah Love, we had him on earlier. And so the best of those interviews will play coming up in the very next segment. But also with today being the trade deadline, we felt as a show it'd be best to have Gambo in his element there in the studio to break all the news, get all the information, make all the phone calls, do the things that he needs to do. Because the trade deadline was today at 3 o'clock, and while it was, at the very, very end, with about 10 minutes to go, the Diamondbacks made their one and only deal of the day, acquiring left-handed hitting outfielder Lars Nootbaar from the St. Louis Cardinals in exchange for right-handed pitcher Daniel Egan. He's the number 5 prospect in the Diamondback system. And then the pitcher who is number 27 in their
Sandro
system.
Santana, left-handed relief pitcher who's having a very, very good year.
Yes, he's at high A ball and double A. He's got a 2.14 ERA combined with 70 strikeouts and 46 and a third
That's a
innings.
lot of strikeouts in a little amount of innings. And a player to be named later.
Yeah,
we'll just take this from the beginning. We had reported weeks ago that the Diamondbacks were going to rely more on players that were injured and coming back than they would at the deadline. That proved to be true. Over the weekend and even last week, we started to rule out players like Freddie Peralta, and Luis Arraez, and also Luis Garcia Jr. over the weekend, too, just to rule out that as unlikely. And those were a lot of the names that were tied to the Diamondbacks. Now, we went into today expecting that they were going to make a deal, and we put out a list of 5 players earlier today that we were told were guys that they had interest in. One of those players was Lars Nootbaar. They did make the trade for Nootbaar. Bernsey, they gave up a hefty price to get him. That was a lot to get him. They also tried desperately to pull the strings on a trade for a starting pitcher right before the deadline ended. They were not able to do it. You could tell the disappointment with Mike Hazen that they were not able to get that starting pitcher that they felt that they needed. So their day was finished. One smaller trade to bring in Lars Nootbaar to give them a left-handed bat, something they needed, but that was it.
Here is Mike Hazen on the Nootbaar acquisition. He just did this press conference about an hour ago.
Yeah, we think, as a left-handed hitter coming in, hitting in our lineup, it's a good fit from the way he goes about it. We've had some issues as we've gone through the season against right-handed pitching, so we felt like that was one of the bigger needs that we wanted to address coming out of the deadline.
Mike sounds disappointed. I shouldn't be reading into a 14-second soundbite, but he was asked a question about how frustrating it is to see the competition add the way they did, and he gave this very brief answer.
Yeah, you're always at the mercy of those things happening, for sure. We got to focus on what we need to do, but we're in competition with those guys. Yeah.
So Newbar comes in, and the numbers are what you would expect them to be. He handles himself very well against right-handed pitching, not so well against left-handed pitching. There are other metrics like his walk rate. You mentioned his strikeout to walk rate. It's very good,
yeah.
right? Like he's
Walks a lot. On-base guy. He's an on-base guy, not a power guy, just an on-base guy.
Solid baseball player who I do think makes the Arizona Diamondbacks better and does fill the need of adding a left-handed bat to kind of provide a little bit more balance. But he doesn't play first base. They certainly could have used a starter. They certainly could have used a reliever. And yes, the cost was very high. And yes, relative to everybody else, the Diamondbacks were relatively quiet going into this one. So you can understand. Look, I'll be honest with you, and I feel like I've been pretty honest about this. I am disappointed by the actions of the Arizona Diamondbacks today. I understand it to an extent, but I hope this day does not come back to haunt them when we fast forward 2 months from now, and they're in the last week of the season, depending on how things shake out with the wild card race. I was hoping for more than this out of the Diamondbacks, Gambo. I think it's safe to say I don't think they did enough today.
Yeah, I was not expecting more because I kind of knew that they weren't going to do more, but I don't disagree with you. And I think what hurts it more than anything is the Padres got better, and the Pirates got better, and the Phillies got better, and these teams that you are battling with, I like what the Cubs did, adding 2 starters. Like, there are teams around you that really improved themselves. Now, I will say, if the Diamondbacks, who are very much going to heavily rely on these injured players coming back, if they're able to come back and play at a high level and help, then that will be the difference in them making the playoffs or not. Did they do enough today? No, they didn't do enough today. The teams around them, the Diamondbacks are better today than they were yesterday. They have a left-handed bat. The guy that gets on base is a good player. They didn't give up anybody on the Major League roster. They are a better team than they were yesterday with the addition of Lars Nootbaar. But the other teams got even better with what they were able to do by adding multiple players, starters, relievers, and bats, and things like that. The Diamondbacks, look, it's plain and simple. Their success will heavily rely on the ability of the returning players to contribute. That's it. End of story.
That is the end of story, and I hope it's enough. I really do, because this has been kind of a quasi-special season for the Diamondbacks. It's got the makings of what could be something kind of fun if they can get into the postseason for a year where not a lot of people were expecting them to because of all the injuries and things like that. The injured players, the 3 that we're focused on the soonest are Justin Martinez, Michael Soroka, and Jordan Lawler. Maybe within the next couple of weeks, those 3 guys are back. The others, Corbin Burns, Ryan Nelson, it's going to be a bit of a slower play. And I'll just point out to everybody, because everyone's talking about this, to make room for Nootbaar on the roster, they had to transfer Zach Gallen to the 60-day injured list. That puts his return to the Diamondbacks in a very, very sketchy place.
I don't think he'll be back.
And if that's the case, he probably has pitched his last game as a member of the organization.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be back. He's not one of the players I listed as players that they're counting on to come back. He's not in my list.
That would be, I don't know, mixed feelings about Zach Gallen. It's obviously been a horrendous year for him. The money they spent on Zach Gallen, you could argue, really limited them in doing more at the trade deadline because they did not want to go over the tax. And yet Zach has meant so much to the organization. I don't want to go crazy in bashing him or bashing them for giving it another try and running him back. He did finish last year very, very strong, and I can understand why they thought he might be worth the risk and that it was a low-risk thing. I don't think anybody could have envisioned it working out as poorly as it did for him or them. And if this really is it for Zach Gallen, he deserved a better ending than this. I wish it could have been a better ending than this for him, because I always liked Zach. I thought Zach was a really good Diamondback, and I hate to think that this is how his story is going to end for the D-backs.
I'm glad that his story doesn't end with a designated for assignment, just kick him off the team, because it was trending that way. He was one of the worst starting pitchers in all of baseball this year. And we kept saying, we even asked Torey Lovello a few times, how can you continue to throw this guy out there every 5th day? So, and in some ways, I'd almost much rather see it end like this than ending with meet in the manager's room. We got to let you go. The way it ended for Nick Ahmed, it was a terrible ending for Nick Ahmed. I would have much rather he was injured and then he couldn't play and they put him on the injured list than the way it ended for Nick. I think this is a better ending.
And Arizona Sports exclusive, Larry Fitzgerald sits down for a rare, in-depth conversation ahead of his Hall of Fame induction this Saturday. Hear Fitz reflect on his legendary career, his bond with teammates, and what Canton means to him. It's only on ArizonaSports.com, the app, and our YouTube page. Jeremiah Love says he wants to play on Thursday. Is he going to get to? And what is this season going to look like for the Cardinals rookie? We'll talk about our conversation with him next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1 the count. The pitch. So we get a grounder to first. This should do it. Manzardo has it. He races to the bag. The ball game is over. The Diamondbacks fall to the Cleveland Guardians today. 5-0 the final.
Reaction to the Guardian series is on deck from Arizona Sports on YouTube, the app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. The best service experience you are going to have in the Valley awaits you at Liberty GMC. Yeah, I'm going to tell you about all the deals when it comes to the Sierras and the Yukons and all the great GMC products that you can get at Liberty GMC, the Acadias, the Canyons. But they have a service department that is second to none. They've added a late night shift. You bring your car in by 8 p.m. at night. It's ready for you by the next morning. They've got deals galore, including $25 off any service that includes an oil change at Liberty GMC. They know your time is very valuable, and they want you to get in and get out and move on with your life as quickly as you can. So consider Liberty GMC for buying a car, new, pre-owned, and for servicing your current one. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's Renter's Insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where he can get a battery for under $100. Lonnie, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Lonnie does that for free too. In no time at all, John is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
By the time August rolls around, you've stopped being surprised by the heat. You walk outside, you get in your car, and wait for the AC to catch up. And at the end of the day, the one place you need to be cool is home. Your AC has been running since May, morning, noon, and night. And when it stays hot overnight, it never gets a rest. It just keeps grinding until something gives. At Gettle, we've been doing this for over 85 years. We know what a summer like this does to a system. Call us and make sure your home is the one place the heat can't follow you. GOETTL. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Burns and Gambo. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Out here at Cardinals training camp, or at least half of us are out here at Cardinals training camp. Gambo back in the studio there because today was the MLB trade deadline.
I got lonely. I begged for him to stay back.
Was that what it was? You didn't want to be the only one left back there? Because Lauren's out here, Jamal's out here, Jeremy's out here. But Mitch is like, you can't leave me alone, Gambo. You got to stay. So Gambo was nice enough to stay.
Yeah. I like the covered parking here rather than parking outside when it's 115 degrees.
Of course
out.
you do. You're kind of pampered like that.
I just wanted to be able to get in my car and it's cool when I get in a car instead of like it's 115 degrees. Yours is baking in the sun right now. Mine's not. I'm not going unless you bring covered parking for me. I'm not.
Wow, so boy, look at you and the demands. My goodness, you are a high maintenance individual. That is for sure. Well, you missed out on a great conversation with Jeremiah Love, and I know you were busy working doing the Diamondbacks MLB trade deadline stuff, and certainly that's a very, very good reason for that. But Jeremiah Love is a very impressive young man, to be sure. The number 3 pick overall in the draft, and it was funny to hear him say over the weekend that he was adamant about playing in the Hall of Fame game on Thursday. Now, his coach, Mike LaFleur, hasn't been as definitive about that, but we asked Jeremiah Love why. Well, first of all, if the plan is for him to play on Thursday, here's what he said.
For me, it is. Yeah. I mean, as far as my coaches, I haven't had a conversation with him about whether I'm playing or not. But, like, in my head, I got a game coming up on Thursday, and that's the way I'm thinking, going into these upcoming days. And if that's the change, then that's the change. But if it's not, I'm ready to go.
And you'll like this, Gambo. Part of the reason why it was so important about him playing in the game is that because it's the Hall of Fame game and because Larry Fitzgerald is going into the Hall of Fame, he feels one of the best ways to honor Fitz is to play in that game.
I haven't talked to Larry much, but I've talked to him maybe once or twice. And, the interaction that I had with Larry was, kind of like, I know that he's got my back if I need anything, His son actually goes to Notre Dame. I got to talk to his son. Great kid, been training, doing the right things the right way at Notre Dame, made some great plays in the spring game at Notre Dame and made some great plays throughout the whole spring at Notre Dame. So, I think I have a pretty good relationship with his son and with Larry as well. Just Notre Dame guys, man. The Notre Dame connection is very deep. And, I know Larry has my back if I'm to ever need anything, or he's literally told me, if I need something, reach out.
Pretty cool, huh?
I think that Larry, I think it's more than just the Notre Dame thing. Nothing against Jeremiah Love, but I think it's anybody that's on the Cardinals. You've got a connection to Larry Fitzgerald if you want it. You need to talk to him. You need to sit down with him. He makes himself available. He is still very much a part of this organization. He is still a face of the Arizona Cardinals. He is a legendary player. I could always see him being around the Cardinals, the way we see Luis Gonzalez always around the Arizona Diamondbacks. I think that Fitz wants what's best for the Cardinals. He never left. He played his entire career here, whether it's Jeremiah Love or anybody else. If there is an opportunity for Larry Fitzgerald to give some wisdom on what helped him, I think he's going to do it. I loved some of the interviews with Fitz, about guys that were there for him when he was younger and how he got through that, because he had a lot of maturing to do when he was a young player, and he leaned on some of the veteran players. And I know when you were talking to Darius Robinson, I know you asked about Calais Campbell and stuff like that, because these older veterans like that, like Larry and Calais, they have so much knowledge, so much experience, so much wisdom. And they love when people want to pass it, when people want that and give them the ability to pass it on.
We're going to talk in the next segment about the first depth chart that was put out and kind of what stood out to us and what didn't. But we asked Jeremiah Love if he's got a vision of what year one looks like for him in the NFL and with the Arizona Cardinals, because obviously on that depth chart, it has him kind of sharing time with Tyler Algier, and certainly that's been the case so far here in camp.
I would say I have a vision. And my vision is to dominate, no matter how many carries I get, no matter how many times I get the ball, go out there and dominate and show, that I'm a great player. the splits are the splits. Like, if we have the split carries, like, we're going to split carries. Like, you got Tyler Algier, you got James Conner, you got Jeremiah Love, like, 2 solidified running backs in the league. One guy that's coming into the league, got to prove himself. But a lot of people think he has great skill. Like, you know, with those guys on the backfield, like, you got to play them. So I have no problem with that. I come from Notre Dame, where I shared the backfield with Jadarian Price, and you know, we lit it up at Notre Dame. Like, and it was good for the both of us. We didn't have to, you know, get pounded into the ground. We had each other to lean on. So I'm kind of, you know, looking at my situation right now and kind of connecting that with Notre Dame. You know, I got 2 great backs to play with and to, you know, share the rock with. And, you know, I'm honored to, you know, be able to share the field with them.
Like I say, he's a very impressive guy, Gembo. He's a very impressive guy.
It's the right answer, but it's not really what we want. It's the right thing to say. But I think he's just, you know, I hope he doesn't mean it. I want him to be the. I want him to. I'm the best running back here, and I want my carries, and I want to shatter records, and I want to be the best running back, and I want to be the rookie of the year, and I want all those things. And I know he shared it at Notre Dame, and he's going to share some of the carries here. But as we've said, you know, both of us, like, he's the number 3 pick in the draft. He's got to pop. Has to pop. And he's got to be by far the best running back on this roster, and I think he will be.
Yeah, I think as the season goes on, it'll be pretty clear the amount of touches he needs to get, the amount of attention he's going to require. I think he's going to separate himself, whether he wants to or not, whether he wants to split it or not, or whether he's just saying the right thing or if he believes something else. I think eventually we're going to see why he was the number 3 pick. But I understand there is, you know, splitting the carries, at least at first. It does have kind of a level of responsibility to it. I get it. You've invested a lot in that room. You got a lot of guys in there. But I think over time, Jeremiah Love will separate. I did also ask him about his pass-catching ability, because that is the one thing about him that is very, very different. Like, he could almost line up as a receiver. He talked about that, too.
I mean, I think of it like this. Like, I'm like a receiver. Like, I can run any route you want me to run. You know, I may be labeled as a running back, but, like, I can literally go out there and do what a receiver does. Probably not, like, some of the best receivers in the league, but, like, I can go out there and win a one-on-one and, you know, be impactful. So that's something that, you know, Coach LaFleur has to decide on whether he wants to do or not. You know, like, he wants to call plays and get me out wide. Like, that's up to him, but I would love it. I would love the opportunity. And, you know, I'm going to make sure that I take care of, you know, my role if it comes to that.
I bet we learned very quickly that's the thing that separates Jeremiah Love from your garden variety running back. I think his ability to pass catch is just going to be miles ahead of – I think it's what makes him different from Ashton Genty. I think that's why comps between him and the Vegas Raiders running back from a couple of years ago, I think they fall apart a little bit, because I think Love is just better at that part of his game than Genty is.
Look, he's the Buzz Lightyear. He's the shiny new toy, and you got to figure out all these different ways to. You can fly. Woody can't fly, but you can fly. Mm-hmm. Like, you're going to find all these things that this kid can do, and, you know, it's going to be great for the offense and for LaFleur and Hackett to figure out ways to incorporate him into the offense with new looks and new schemes. But you want the ball in his hands. You want the ball in his hands. You want the ball in McBride's hands, and that's where the whole Marvin Harrison Jr. And Michael Wilson comes in. Like, there's one ball, man, and they got 5 different guys that they could get it to, and it's going to be interesting to see how they divvy out the touches.
So speaking of that, the first depth chart has been released for Thursday's game. What stands out ahead of the Hall of Fame game? We'll tell you next here on Burns and Gembo.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise in the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
2 receivers to the left of Kyler Murray. Larry Fitzgerald in the slot does not have a catch yet in this game. Snap to Murray. 5-step drop, looking, throws over the middle, caught by Larry Fitzgerald at the 30, tackled at the 35. Cardinals will call a timeout. Larry Fitzgerald has now caught more passes in State Farm Stadium than any receiver has ever caught in any stadium. Larry Legend continues to pile up historic numbers.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Canton.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, get early access to our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home. And he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Here to pick up your little camper, too?
Yeah.
Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
Wow, that's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh. That was our little secret.
What's that?
Okay, see that brand new Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
It feels like I got away with something. I only paid...
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the Hyundai you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Come on, Katie. We're taking the scenic route to the dealership.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, going on now.
Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days or $3,000 customer cash on the Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end August 3rd. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what's trending now. Today was the MLB trade deadline. Arizona Diamondbacks did make one move before that buzzer sounded. Lars Nootbaar, a left-handed hitting outfielder, comes via the St. Louis Cardinals. He has one additional year of control after this year, so this is more than just a rental. He'll be an unrestricted free agent in 2028. The return to St. Louis is headlined by right-handed pitcher Daniel Egan, who is Arizona's number 5 prospect per MLB Pipeline. Also included in the deal is lefty Sandro Santana, as well as a player to be named later. Zach Gallen was transferred to the 60-day injured list in order to make room on the 40-man roster. Across Major League Baseball, some notable moves include Adley Rutschman going from the Orioles to the Red Sox, as well as Luis Arraez going from the Giants to the Phillies. And then over the weekend, some dude named Tarek became a Dodger, Freddie Peralta became a Ray, And Luis Garcia Jr. made his debut for the Yankees today. Diamondbacks, they are also in action tonight. They start a 4-game set at home against the Padres. This series is huge. The Padres themselves added today. They brought in, old friend Robbie Ray, as well as right-hander Casey Mize, two guys we could potentially see during this series. The pitching matchup tonight, however, is Brandon Pfaadt against fellow right-hander Michael King. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we are going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Diamondbacks baseball on tonight. They're taking on the San Diego Padres. That's a 6:40 first pitch. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. And did we decide the Mercury are playing tonight or tomorrow?
They play tonight, right?
That's
because
right.
Kelsey Plum's making her debut tonight.
They do. They're playing tonight at the Chicago Sky. It was not listed at ArizonaSports.com in terms of what's on tonight.
What?
So I know what's going on over there. So I had to double check to make sure.
Let me talk to some people. I think I know some people who run
Get
that
out there and go
website.
bust some skulls. Mitch, go out there and bust some
We'll
skulls.
have their president, Josh Bartelstein, in studio tomorrow to talk about the Suns and the Mercury. So.
Yes, Josh Bartelstein will be joining us in the studio for a couple of tomorrow.
Yes.
But the Mercury are at Chicago tonight, and Kelsey Plum making her, we presume, her Mercury debut. So that's what's on tonight. The games that we are going to watch this evening brought to you by Global Credit Union. This is Mike LaFleur earlier today that tomorrow he will name and announce what his game plan is for the Hall of Fame game on Thursday.
Give me one more day. We will announce it tomorrow. That'll be public knowledge, but you guys will hear it. I just, the focus is this practice. This is from just a rep standpoint, just kind of how we believe we're doing business in terms of coming off an off day 2 days ago, a little bit lower, and then today building this thing up in that third block. Their focus solely had to be on this day and not what's ahead in Canton.
So he doesn't want to look too far ahead, but tomorrow we'll find out what the playing time plan is. Will Jeremiah Love get his wish? Will he get to play? Or is he going to sit the bench on this one? What's the quarterback situation look like? Are we going to see all four? Is Brissett not going to play? I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow and see what the plan is for Thursday when they take the field for the first time, Gembo.
I think the Carson Beck thing is still the most fascinating, right?
100%. Absolutely.
And Jeremiah Love, whether he plays or not, he's going to be their featured back. To me, it's like Carson Beck. He started off really slow, and people were questioning his ability to throw the deep ball. 11-on-11 drills wasn't looking good. And then he had that run where he was actually playing pretty well, and then Brissett was throwing some interceptions. And so it's kind of been back and forth, but you got to take it with a grain of salt. It's camp. Preseason games will matter a little bit more, not the be-all, end-all, but
right.
You'll get a little bit more when somebody else is trying to take your head off and make a name for themselves and make a play that'll get them on a roster, and that's when you really got to shine.
Mike LaFleur, also today did not hesitate when asked whether he expects Josh Sweat to be on the field in Week 1. And I'm reading directly from Teo Mackey's Twitter account when I read this. Mike LaFleur did not hesitate when asked whether he expects Josh Sweat to be on the field in Week 1, quote, "Yes, I do," close quote. There has been, and I joked about it earlier, Josh Sweat has really been the international man of mystery so far at this camp. He's here.
Sure.
He's on the PUP list. What are we waiting for? What's the injury? Is it serious? Is it something else? Is there discontent? We continue, Gambo, to not really. The first depth chart came out over the weekend. He was listed on the first team, as you would expect, and you said it earlier, and you're not wrong. He's such an extremely important player to this team right now. You can understand why everybody wants to know, when is Josh Sweat going to see the field because of what he means to that defense and what he's going to bring?
Well, I think after him last year, who was the leading sack guy? Was it Calais?
It was Calais, yeah.
It was Calais Campbell.
It was Calais. Everybody else not named Calais
had
two sacks.
Two or less.
Yep.
Yeah. Now you're hoping some guys could pop. Darius Robinson, who you had on the show earlier today. You're hoping that he could pop, but nobody's proven. The only guy that's proven is Sweat. If something like, look, they don't seem worried about it, right? They don't seem worried about it.
Nope.
So I don't know when the time frame to worry would be, but it's not August 3rd. There's plenty of time.
No, it's not August 3rd, but you can see it from here, I think.
August 13th?
I think you know what? If you want to just pluck an arbitrary date out of thin air like that, 10 more. If by 10,
if he's there next week and he starts, I think you're okay.
If 10 days from now, if let's see, they play a preseason game on Thursday, and then they play another one next Thursday against the Raiders. If by the time they've got 2 preseason games in the books, and Josh Sweat is still on the PUP list and not doing much. I think at that point it's really fair to wonder what the heck is going on and start to wonder about what it's going to mean for the season and whether it impacts the season or not. It's not. I agree with you. It's not now. It's not August 3rd. But we're not that far away from it really being a problem for them, I think.
When he didn't show at OTAs and we said it's not injury related, right? People ran with that. All we said was it's not injury related. But then it's like he likes to do his own thing. He likes to get in, he's a veteran player. He likes to go at his own accord. Now, look, if he was healthy and he was able to play right now, you would think he wouldn't be on the PUP list. But so I don't really know what it is. But if LaFleur and everybody doesn't seem worried about it, then I would imagine it's just a minor issue that will be resolved very soon. It'll be back out there. But there is a timeline where you start to be concerned. But look, he's a player they can ill afford to lose. They just have to have him.
Yeah, and I think let's address the elephant in the room. I don't even know if the concern here is one that's rooted in an injury. I think the concern here is that it's something else, and they're using the PUP list as a way to buy themselves some time until they figure out the something else. I'm way more concerned about that than I am whether he's actually hurt or not. I'm concerned about whether there's any truth to this lingering idea that he doesn't want to be here, or that he's got some discontent, or that he's upset with anything. I think I'm way more worried about that than I am anything else. And I have no proof to back that up, but that's where the suspicion, I think, comes from is, what exactly is the issue here? So
I think any hope that they have of shocking the world and surprising, all the pundits that think they're going to be terrible, like all of us, is really reliant. We think the offense is going to be good and they're going to score points. It's on the defense.
Yeah.
And their chances to surprise us goes way down if Josh Sweat is not 100% and ready to play for this team.
No question about it. The first depth chart, as I mentioned, came out this weekend. Anything surprise you? Everybody focused on RB1. Tyler Algier was listed as RB1, not Jeremiah Love. It's just a piece of paper in August. But anything else, or anything else jump out to you about the first depth chart?
I think the cornerback situation. I just wanted to, Max Melton coming in at number 2. Was probably the first day. Like the Love thing, I'm not really concerned about. Make him earn it. I think that's what you have to do. Make him have to earn it. Don't just hand it to him. I think that's the first thing that hit me. I think the second thing that I looked at was just the cornerback situation. And then the guard with Isaiah Adams over Chase Basantis. I think for both rookies, for both Jeremiah Love and Chase Basantis, probably better not to be on the original depth chart, number 1, and you make them earn it, and they may eventually do that. But Denzel over Max, we all know that's going to be a pretty good battle, so I was curious to see how that was going to play out.
Yeah, they've got a lot of ors on this. Darius Robinson or Dante Stills, Roy Lopez or Andrew Billings. To your point about the cornerback room, Denzel Burke or Max Melton, right? So that they're
right.
I think one of the things, Andrew Wingard, the safety for the free agent safety that they signed out of Jacksonville, he is listed as the starting safety next to Budda Baker, not Rabbit Taylor Demerson, for whatever that is worth at this point. So that was kind of one thing that stood out to me a little bit as well. But for the most part, what you would expect, and I would agree with you, come Thursday night, I think safe to say the biggest thing to watch is going to be Carson Beck and how he does in that moment, because I don't know how much run Bissett's going to get. I don't know how much run Minshew's going to get. Carson Beck's going to get a lot of run on Thursday night. We're going to get a really good look, and I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to see how he does.
Just more than anything. I want to see some progress. He's got the ultimate determination on Carson Beck, I think, is going to come more in the 5, 6, 7, 8 games he plays than in the preseason. But he could start to develop some confidence and rhythm and timing and all of that stuff with the players during these preseason games, which is going to come in handy.
D-backs Padres, game 1 of a pivotal series from downtown Phoenix. We'll preview the matchup next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise and the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Cobb back to throw on 2nd and 7. Has time. Going to go deep. Left side for Fitzgerald. Deion Grant is there defensively. It's a tied ball, and it's caught. Larry Fitzgerald sets the Cardinals' receiving record for a career in vintage fashion, ripping it away in midair from Deion Grant. First down at the 10-yard line.
Oh, there was no doubt who was going to come down with that ball.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Kent.
Got to look at these great deals. The Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now. You can get into a new 2026 Ford F-150 STX for $40,995 or choose 0% financing for 36 months at $1,000 back, plus 0 payments for 90 days. No payment for 90 days. You could also get that on the 2026 Ford Explorer. 0% for 36 months, plus $1,000 back, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Explorer, on the F-150 STX, and on the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport. Sanderson Ford is on 51st Avenue in Glendale. It is their summer sales event going on right now. You can get into that 25 Ford Bronco Sport for as little as $27,995. So check out Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, or online at sandersonford.com.
Advanced Window Products is the local manufacturer of high-grade vinyl replacement windows. The name homeowners trust here in Phoenix. And right now, we're offering $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. Hi, I'm Joe with Advanced Window Products. Imagine your home feeling cool and comfortable, even in this extreme summer heat. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to boost your comfort and lower your energy bills by keeping that precious cool air inside your home. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tolleson. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for this crazy Arizona climate. And we install them and guarantee them for life. Call me right now at 480-676-3600. Don't forget, you get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. Call 480-676-3600 and get a free estimate on upgrading your windows today. Advanced Window Products. Check us out at advancedwindows.com. Again, advancedwindows.com.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500 plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Take your taste buds on vacation this summer at Sonic. Heat things up with the Tropical Heat Sonic Smasher. 2 hand smash patties made with Angus beef drizzled with jalapeno pineapple glaze. Then cool down with a tropical cream slush with coconut, pineapple, and creamy vanilla soft serve. It's like a tropical vacation, minus the flight delays. Try the tropical duo for a limited time this summer at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Diamondbacks baseball as they get ready for a big series tonight at Chase Field against the San Diego Padres. The first of 4 against one of the teams they are in direct competition with for wild card standings in the National League. And today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindowdepot.com. For the Padres, Gambo, 31-year-old right-handed pitcher, the ace of the staff for the San Diego Padres. Michael King gets the start. He's 6-7 with a 3.38 ERA. For the D-backs, Brandon Pfaadt gets the go tonight. He has been so good for them since coming back from that stint down at Reno. The 27-year-old righty, 5-1 with an ERA of 4.
Yeah, those last 5 starts have been absolutely terrific. Here's what you're facing with King. He's had a really good career against Arizona. In 5 career starts versus the Diamondbacks, which have all come as a Padre since 2024, he is 3-0 with a 1.05 ERA and a 0.97 whip. Diamondbacks are hitting .204 against him. He's even got quality starts in both of his 2 starts versus Arizona earlier this year. April 26th at Petco Park, and then there was one other one. So the 2 starts that he's had, and July 8th. April 26th at Arizona, July 8th at Petco Park. So he's got a 1.05 ERA versus Arizona, the 3rd lowest all-time among all pitchers who have made at least 5 career starts versus the club. Trails only Blake Snell and Roy Oswalt.
The last start out for Brandon Pfaadt, hard luck situation. He 7 brilliant innings against the Pirates in full control. 6 hits, no runs, 1 walk, 4 strikeout. That was the Paul Sewald game. That was the 3 runs in the 8th, the 3 runs in the 9th. The Diamondbacks ultimately won the game, but Brandon Pfaadt certainly should have gotten a decision in that game, and he certainly did not. As for the reason why this is such a big game, let's go to the MLB standings, and then we'll do some of the injuries. It's brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run, and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less. On this, the trade deadline day, in which the Diamondbacks did add Lars Nootbaar for 3 players, including one of their top prospects in the system, Daniel Egan, and another reliever, and then a yet-to-be-named player as well. Going into this game, the Arizona Diamondbacks and Philadelphia Phillies are tied for the 2nd and 3rd wild card spots. The Padres are just a game back. The Marlins are just a game and a half back. The tiebreaker between the D-backs and the Padres yet to be determined. This 4-game series, potentially, Gambo, could go a long way in determining a tiebreaker between the Padres and the D-backs.
Yeah, there's absolutely no question. And the Padres loaded up. They made some really good moves at the deadline. People thought they were going to be a seller just a couple weeks ago. They're going to sell Mason Miller. They're going to sell. And then they won a bunch of games, and they put themselves in contention. So, you know, obviously they're right in the thick of things, and they're going for it. And it's going to be a heck of a battle down the stretch, but these are 4 huge games for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They had a 6-4 road trip. They did well, but now you got to take care of business against your division opponent.
Before we get to the injury report, here's Troy Lavello talking about the newest member of the Diamondbacks, the lefty-hitting outfielder Lars Nootbaar from the St. Louis Cardinals.
I've always been a big Lars Nootbaar fan. I've watched him progress early on in his career, and he's still trying to find his way as a young player, and it looked like he's settled in a little bit, has a nice approach. I think he fits our offensive profile very well. And I think he was injured at the beginning of the year. I don't think he missed a lot of time. I know that. So hopefully he hasn't hit his stride yet, and when he comes here, he will.
We'll see when he's available to them. And in exchange, as I mentioned, Daniel Egan goes to the St. Louis Cardinals. Sandro Santana goes to the St. Louis Cardinals. A player to be named later will be going to the Cardinals as well. Whereas the San Diego Padres, very busy at the deadline, getting Robbie Ray earlier in the day, and then right at the buzzer, getting Casey Mize, a player that you had brought up on many occasions as somebody the Diamondbacks might be looking at. He ends up going to the division rival San Diego Padres instead.
Yeah, I wonder if that's a player that the Diamondbacks were in on a starting pitcher. They were very close. They were trying to they were juggling a lot of balls. And they were trying to get a starting pitcher, and I think Mize was somebody that they really liked. They did like him. I'm not sure if that's the guy or not, but they were close to adding a starting pitcher. They weren't able to get it done.
To make room for Nootbaar on the roster, they had to put Zach Gallen on the 60-day injured list. And if you just do the math, you said it earlier, you have to wonder if we've seen the last of Zach Gallen in a Diamondbacks uniform. It certainly seems like that would be the case.
Yeah, out of all the players they're relying on to come back and help them for the stretch run, Zach Gallen's not one of the guys they're counting on. I mentioned the 5 or 6 players that they are counting on. It's Soroka, it's Nelson, it's Burns, but I don't think it's Zach Gallen. So this may be how it ends for Zach Gallen. It is what it is. He hasn't pitched very well, and I think that they won games in which Bratt pitched and Cole Drake pitched. Mitch Bratt and Cole Drake. And I mean, look, in all honesty, those guys probably give you a better chance to win right now than Zach Gallen does.
Yeah. Today's injury report brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. And certainly as part of that injury report, in addition to the Zach Gallen news, is the belief that the Arizona Diamondbacks, because they weren't very active at today's deadline, they are really counting on some of their injured guys getting back. The ones that seem to be the closest, Michael Soroka, Justin Martinez, and Jordan Lawler, Ryan Nelson, Corbin Burns, and others we'll see. Game is coming up. Gambo has a key to tonight's game for you here on Burns and Gambo.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
It could be a lot. They're playing some good baseball right now. There's a lot of guys that are really raking for them, but I'm going to go with Jackson Merrill. He's hitting 396, 21 for 53 with